Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 246, CH 246, Won't Call. Tsunade's home. Here's 5 million ryo. A stack of money was placed on the table, brought by Anko. Shizen looked at the money and couldn't help but say, Lord Hokage really gave it to you. He's way too good to you. Anko, however, muttered in her heart, good, my ass. I traded my body for this. Alright, just take the money to cover the urgent needs. No rush to pay it back. Shizen gratefully said, really, thank you so much, Anko. Anko simply waved her hand nonchalantly. At that moment, Tsunade returned from outside. Seeing Anko and the money on the table, she looked slightly surprised. Anko, you're here. Tsunade smiled. These funds. Anko explained, Shizen mentioned you were in a bit of trouble, so I thought I'd help out. Tsunade, however, frowned slightly. That's not a small amount. Where did you get so much money? I asked the Hokage for it. I see. Since Anko was both a junior and a friend of Shizen, and she was willing to contribute this money, Tsunade couldn't refuse. Really, thank you, Anko. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Anko took her leave. As soon as Anko left, Shizen eagerly asked Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, how did it go? Tsunade slumped back onto the sofa with a sigh. What do you think? Same as before. Shizen's face fell. So you didn't get the money? Tsunade covered her forehead with her arm. The money was available, but owing so many favors just to cover one hole, she was reluctant to do so. If this matter got out, she feared she'd become the laughingstock of the entire village, and it would also affect Shizen. After thinking it over, she realized she should have just asked one person from the start, someone who had the power to settle this matter, rather than running around begging different people. Shizen, growing anxious, said, what do we do now? The deadline is coming up, and we're still short so much money. Lady Tsunade, do you have any other solutions? Tsunade remained silent, lying on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the stack of money on the table. She never imagined there would come a day when she'd be so troubled over this. Turning away, she finally said, I'll go find someone later. Shizen was taken aback. Who? At this point, who else could they turn to for tens of millions? Ordinary people couldn't possibly afford to lend that much, and giving such a large sum to them would basically be throwing money into a black hole, they might never be able to repay it. Tsunade sat up, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a sip. I'll go to the Hokage. Shizen froze for a moment. She knew that Lady Tsunade and the Hokage didn't have the best relationship, and Tsunade had never liked him. For her to swallow her pride and go beg him now, it was already a huge compromise. Lord Hokage, do you think he'll lend us the money? We'll only know once we ask. After taking a sip of water, Tsunade got up and left her house. She didn't head straight to the Hokage's office. Instead, she wandered aimlessly through the village on her own. To her surprise, she ran into Kushina on the street, along with her child. What a coincidence, Lady Tsunade. Kushina. Kushina was holding Naruto's hand and gestured for him to greet Tsunade. Naruto, this is. But she stopped mid-sentence. She had always considered Tsunade to be her senior, but that was only because of Minato. But this child had nothing to do with Minato anymore. Just call me Auntie, Tsunade said with a faint smile. Naruto obediently greeted her, Auntie Tsunade. Tsunade turned to Kushina. His name is Naruto, right? Yeah. Who named him? Makoto. Tsunade had read Jiraiya's tale of the gutsy ninja before. When he had just finished writing it, he had eagerly shown it to her, making her one of its first readers. But why had the Hokage given his own child this name? And Naruto had been born right around the time Jiraiya and Minato defected. Tsunade couldn't quite figure it out. This was one of many things about Makoto that remained a mystery to her. Thinking about her upcoming meeting with him, she suddenly fell silent. Lady Tsunade, we'll be heading off now, Kushina said. They had only exchanged a few words. Their relationship had once been close, but after everything that had happened, neither had reached out to the other. Naruto, say goodbye to Auntie Tsunade. Goodbye, Auntie Tsunade. Goodbye. Tsunade replied with a soft smile, watching them walk away. The streets bustled with people, the noise of the crowd fading into the background like white noise. She stood in place for a long time before finally setting off toward the Hokage's office. Arriving at the door, Tsunade took a deep breath and knocked. Enter. Inside the office, besides Hyuga Makoto, There was also his stunning assistant, a tall, curvaceous woman with short golden hair, exuding a striking yet cold beauty. Faced with such a woman, one might easily feel inferior. But Tsunade was not one to feel inferior. Seeing that Makoto remained focused on his paperwork without even sparing her a glance, she cleared her throat. Only then did Makoto look up at her. "Something you need?" "Yes." "All right, speak." His indifferent attitude made it even harder for Tsunade to bring herself to say it, especially with someone else present in the room. Standing there, she felt somewhat uneasy, an unusual sensation for someone of her nature. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "I need to talk to you. Can you give me some time?" She was usually straightforward, and this hesitant demeanor was rare for her. At that, Makoto finally set his pen down and shot a glance at Samui. The assistant, perceptive as ever, quietly left the room, the sound of her high heels fading against the wooden floor. Leaning back in his chair, Makoto regarded Tsunade with a casual expression. "You can speak now." Tsunade said, "I need money." She met Makoto's gaze, and since he remained silent, she continued, "About 50 million ryo. I know it's a lot, but I really need it." At that moment, Makoto suddenly let out a laugh. But there was little kindness in it, more amusement than anything else. "Tsunade, what exactly is the relationship between you and me?" That question caught Tsunade off guard. She didn't understand what he was implying. "As friends?" "I don't think so. I've never visited your home, nor have you ever come to mine. Even the number of times we've spoken can be counted on one hand." Tsunade had no response to that. Makoto continued at a leisurely pace, superior and subordinate, then. "Tsunade, you're just an ordinary jonin in the village, a regular director at the hospital. Yet when you see me, you never even offer a greeting. I've even heard from several people that you've spoken ill of me behind my back. Before, when life was going well for you, you avoided any association with me. You were afraid of owing me a favor. But now, out of nowhere, you come to me asking for 50 million ryo. Is this how you ask someone for help, Tsunade? I don't feel the slightest bit of respect from you. You don't even want to call me Lord Hokage. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 247, ch 247, One Day, 5 million. That damn bastard. While cursing inwardly, Tsunade also felt somewhat embarrassed. Before coming here, she had considered that suddenly asking someone for 50 million ryo might result in a round of ridicule, and she had told herself to endure it. But now that she was actually facing it, she found it truly infuriating. Her hands clenched into fists, and after gritting her teeth for a while, she forced a smile. Lo. Lord Hokage. Seeing her like this, Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. If you're so unwilling, why force yourself? I am generous and won't hold it against you. Tsunade let out a long breath, relaxing her clenched fists as she stepped closer to the desk. Lord Hokage, I really need this money. I hope you can lend it to me. That sentence at least sounded more proper. Makoto said, I happen to have an S-rank mission here. Since you need money so urgently, I can assign it to you. You should be capable of handling it, right? Tsunade instantly panicked. She was in no condition to take on any missions right now. At the hospital, she always stayed far away from the operating room and emergency room, afraid of seeing blood. Besides, what good was one S-rank mission? She needed 50 million. Tsunade couldn't help but say, Lord Hokage, I need 50 million. Makoto then asked, what do you need so much money for? Tsunade was momentarily speechless. What did she need it for? To repay her gambling debts. Isn't this kind of thing just ridiculous? Tsunade mumbled, I have my reasons for needing it. Makoto said, do you know how much the reward for an S-rank mission is? Over 1 million. Do you know how dangerous an S-rank mission is? Makoto said leisurely, you're not even willing to tell me what you need the money for, yet you expect to take 50 million ryo from the village with just a few words. Do you think I, as the Hokage, can approve that? Only then did Tsunade hesitantly say, I owe someone money. Exactly 50 million. Makoto found her reaction amusing and continued asking, what did you do to owe such a huge amount? Tsunade found it too embarrassing to say outright. I just owe money. Makoto remained indifferent. I need to know where this money is going. If you won't say, then we can drop the matter. Tsunade finally became anxious. It's gambling debt. It wasn't something to be proud of, and now she was begging someone she didn't even like for help, which made her feel incredibly humiliated. Makoto chuckled. So, you want to take 50 million Ryo from the village to cover your gambling losses? Do you even know how much revenue Konoha generates in a year? What do you think people would say if this got out? Tsunade was at a loss for words. No matter how she looked at it, Makoto had every reason not to lend her the money. And if she ended up holding a grudge against him for it, that would just make her seem petty. But this bastard's attitude was still infuriating. Tsunade was completely out of options and was unwilling to keep lowering herself to beg. She simply turned her face away and bluntly said, "Are you lending it or not?" But the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. She cursed herself for being so impulsive. What if he really refused? As infuriating as his attitude was, she just had to endure it. If this got out, she would face the ridicule and mockery of the entire village, and worse, it would drag Shizen down with her. Makoto, however, wasn't angry. He simply sat there, watching Tsunade with a half-smile. Tsunade's mind raced, and in the end, she chose to back down. Lowering her voice again, she said, "Lord Hokage, what will it take for you to lend me the money?" Makoto didn't answer right away. Instead, he slowly ran his gaze over her, taking his time to assess her. The woman standing before him held immense prestige within the village, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the disciple of the third, the only female among the legendary Sannin, and the greatest medical nin in the entire ninja world. With all these titles, she was respected wherever she went. On top of that, she was an undeniable beauty. Compared to Samui, she was even more voluptuous. After all, Samui was still too young to possess Tsunade's mature allure. Makoto's gaze made Tsunade feel as if needles were pricking her back, making her incredibly uncomfortable. She couldn't help but wonder, was this bastard thinking something filthy? The Hokage's office fell silent for a moment. Makoto picked up the pen on his desk, twirled it between his fingers a few times, then set it down again. "It's not impossible," he finally said. Hearing this, Tsunade felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was clear there was more to come. He had conditions. "I heard that at the hospital, you don't take your work seriously at all. You leave everything to your subordinates, is that true?" Tsunade didn't deny it. There was no point in doing so. She simply stood there in silence. "Come work as my assistant for a few days. If you satisfy me, I'll give you the 50 million Ryo." Assistant. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Then, as certain unpleasant thoughts crossed her mind, her expression darkened slightly. "The deadline for my debt is tomorrow." Makoto replied calmly, "I'll speak to your creditor and get you an extension." Tsunade remained standing there, still contemplating the conditions this bastard had laid out. What kind of scheme was he plotting by making her his assistant? Thinking about the way Jean had just looked at her, the beautiful secretary by his side, and the many stunning women he had at home, Tsunade instinctively felt that this was a trap. But after a long silence, she still asked, "How many days?" Makoto replied, 5 million per day. "Of course, that's only if you do your job properly. If you spend the whole time sulking and pulling a long face at me, you won't get a single cent." Tsunade weighed her options carefully, her expression shifting unpredictably. She lifted her eyes to look at him, only to see that damn bastard with a faint, almost imperceptible smirk at the corner of his lips. Tsunade suddenly said, "Didn't Lord Hokage just say that even life and death S-rank missions only pay a little over 1 million Ryo?" Her words carried an unmistakable edge of mockery, subtly accusing him of using this money to satisfy his own twisted desires. Makoto raised an eyebrow. "Oh. So you think you're not worth 5 million a day? Fine then, how about 50,000? The way he so casually slapped a price tag on her made Tsunade furious, but that sudden drop to 50,000 sent a wave of unease through her. She knew, this bastard had completely backed her into a corner. 10 days. No, there's still 10 million at home. 8 days. Just endure for 8 days. Tsunade kept trying to convince herself. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, "I understand." Then, she forced a smile, though it was obviously insincere. "When do I start working?" Makoto called out, "Samui." The tall, cold beauty with golden hair and an impressive figure walked in again. "Lord Hokage. Get her a proper outfit for a Hokage's assistant, and make sure to teach her what an assistant should do and how to do it." "Understood." Makoto looked at Tsunade with a beaming smile. "See you tomorrow." But that smile only made Tsunade feel utterly disgusted. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 248, ch 248, Apology Posture. "You want me to wear these clothes?" Tsunade looked at the outfit in Samui's hands, her expression darkening slightly. Samui simply replied, "This is what a Hokage's assistant is supposed to wear." The outfit wasn't particularly strange, it was similar to what Samui herself was wearing, a black professional suit, a round neck blouse, a fitted pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Tsunade couldn't help but curse under her breath, what kind of bullshit rule is this? Clearly, this was just another one of that bastard Hyuga Makoto's perverted preferences. Samui said, the blouse is about my size, so it should fit you too. Everything is brand new. Hearing this, Tsunade glanced at Samui's chest, silently wondering how this young woman had developed so well. She then lowered her gaze to her own. Samui gestured toward a paper bag nearby. I've prepared 3 sets in total for you to rotate and use as needed. Tsunade furrowed her brows as she stared at the outfit in Samui's hands. The thought of herself wearing it, combined with the inevitable lecherous gaze from Hyuga Makoto, sent a shiver of disgust down her spine. Samui then began explaining the tasks Tsunade would be responsible for as the Hokage's assistant. Although the title was assistant, there weren't many actual administrative duties involved. Instead, most of the work consisted of serving tea, tidying up the office, and even giving the Hokage shoulder massages and back rubs. Tsunade found this unacceptable and questioned, are these really the responsibilities of a Hokage's assistant? Samui explained, your role is to serve as Lord Hokage personal assistant, while I, as the secretary, handle official duties. Your working hours are quite short, so I hope you can adjust quickly. Tsunade. Carrying a pile of shopping bags, she returned home. The moment she opened the door, Shizen saw the bags in her hands and was overjoyed. Lady Tsunade. Did Lord Hokage lend you the money? As she reached out to take the bags, she opened one, only to find it filled with black stockings. Watching Tsunade silently collapse onto the couch, Shizen curiously checked the rest of the bags. Lady Tsunade, these are clothes, Tsunade replied flatly. Shizen, of course, knew these were clothes, but she also remembered that Tsunade never wore this kind of outfit, nor did she herself. What kind of clothes are these? What happened when you went to see Lord Hokage? Tsunade buried her face into a cushion and let out a heavy sigh before replying, don't worry, the debt problem is solved. That should have been something to be happy about, yet Tsunade showed no sign of joy. Feeling concerned, Shizen hesitated before asking, Lady Tsunade, are you alright? I'm fine. I just found myself a very well-paying short-term job. A very well-paying short-term job, and those clothes. Shizen stood frozen for a moment, her thoughts spinning wildly, piecing together fragments and jumping to conclusions. She quickly stepped closer and asked anxiously, Lady Tsunade, you didn't take on that kind of work, did you? An S-rank mission only paid a little over 1 million Ryo, what kind of job could make tens of millions in such a short time? The only possibility Shizen could think of was selling herself to wealthy elites. There were plenty of rich and powerful people in the world, and not only was Tsunade stunningly beautiful with an incredible figure, but she also carried prestigious titles like being one of the 3 legendary Sannin and the granddaughter of the first Hokage. It wasn't impossible that some noble or tycoon would pay an astronomical sum just for a single night with her. Tsunade looked up in confusion. That kind of work. Then, as realization dawned, she shot Shizen an angry glare, feeling both furious and embarrassed. What the hell are you imagining? Are you asking for a beating? Shizen shrank back, but at least she felt relieved. Thinking about it, there was no way Lady Tsunade would ever do something as lowly as selling her body for money. What Shizen didn't know was that part of the reason Tsunade had agreed to this was because of her. Shizen asked again, then what kind of job is it? Hokage's assistant, Tsunade replied in a muffled voice. Hokage's assistant. How could that possibly be so lucrative? Shizen couldn't understand it for a moment and hesitantly asked, you mean you'll be assisting Lord Hokage? She followed up, does being the Hokage's assistant really pay that well? Tsunade, feeling irritated, snapped, why are you asking so many questions? I said it pays well, so it pays well. Shizen pursed her lips and turned away, leaving the room. Tsunade lay alone on the couch, her thoughts still unsettled. Shizen had just assumed she was selling herself for money, but was what she was doing now really that different? The only difference was that it hadn't gone that far, yet. And the worst part, there were always plenty of ninja around the Hokage's office every day. If anyone saw her working as the Hokage's assistant like that. Just thinking about it made Tsunade feel utterly embarrassed. This restless frustration lasted until the evening. Tsunade had trouble falling asleep and only managed to drift off after drinking some alcohol. The next day, Tsunade was woken up by Shizen. She lazily lay in bed while the sun was already high in the sky outside the window. Lady Tsunade, aren't you supposed to go to work? What time is it? A little past 9. 9 o'clock. Tsunade suddenly sat up in bed, but the movement was too abrupt, making her feel dizzy and lightheaded. Damn it, she was late. Yesterday, Samui had told her that work started at 8:30. Tsunade glanced at the clock beside her and saw that it was almost 9:30. She reached up to pat her forehead and let out a heavy sigh. Lady Tsunade. Is there still breakfast left? Yes. Tsunade figured that since she was already late, there was no point in rushing. After getting up, she took a shower in the bathroom, then had breakfast, and only left the house past 10. Before leaving, she noticed the neatly folded business outfit on the sofa. Shizun had prepared it for her, thinking she would wear it today. But Tsunade felt a strong resistance toward it. After some hesitation, she decided not to change and instead wore her usual attire before heading to the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, the Hokage was discussing something with Kakashi. Tsunade walked in but didn't interrupt. She leaned against the wall near the doorway and observed Kakashi. In the village, Kakashi's reputation had been growing rapidly, and in the entire ninja world as well. Alongside Hyuga Hakumen, he was considered one of the Hokage's right-hand men. News of Hakumen defeating the Yellow Flash at such a young age had already spread. Tsunade sometimes found it unbelievable, how had these younger ninja all become so powerful? Once the conversation ended, Kakashi bowed and left. When he passed by the doorway, he gave Tsunade a small respectful nod in greeting. Now, only Makoto, Samui, and Tsunade remained in the Hokage's office. Makoto glanced at Tsunade before lowering his head again to continue reviewing documents. Do you know what time it is? Tsunade knew she was in the wrong and felt a little guilty, but she forced herself to remain composed and said, sorry, I overslept today. Makoto turned to Samui and asked, did you tell her everything she needed to know? Samui replied, yes, I did. Including the dress code for work. Lady Tsunade took 3 sets of work attire home yesterday. Makoto then looked at Tsunade again, his expression seeming to wait for an explanation. Tsunade averted her gaze and muttered, I don't really like those clothes, and I'm not used to wearing them, so I didn't wear them. Makoto remained expressionless, showing no sign of anger. Instead, he said calmly, you can go home. Tsunade froze for a moment, a bad feeling creeping into her heart. Wah. What do you mean? Without looking up, Makoto replied, since you don't like this job, I won't force you. Tsunade's heart sank, and she quickly asked, what about the 50 million? Seeing that she still brought up the money, Makoto finally put down his pen, a mocking expression appearing on his face. What, do you want me to kneel before you, present the 50 million with both hands, and beg you to accept it? Tsunade instantly understood his meaning, and her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Makoto said, you can leave now. Tsunade's mind raced. She wanted to turn around and walk away immediately, but she also knew exactly what the consequences of that would be. In the end, she chose to lower her head and compromise. Softening her tone, she said, I really didn't mean to today. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. Please give me another chance. She knew that she had been the one acting willfully first, she had indeed agreed to this yesterday. But Tsunade had always been straightforward. If something went against her will too much, she would sometimes impulsively refuse to do it, no matter what she had previously agreed upon. At this moment, however, Makoto turned to Samui and said, Samui, Kagoro and his men haven't left yet, have they? Samui responded, you just finished meeting them, they're still in the village. Go tell them that I won't interfere with the debt collection anymore. After all, repaying a debt is only natural. Yes. Tsunade immediately panicked. From the conversation between Hokage and Samui, she understood that he really had gotten her creditors to extend the deadline. She hurriedly stepped in front of Samui, blocking her path, then turned to the Hokage, lowering her voice humbly. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. I truly realize my mistake. It won't happen again. Please, give me another chance. Makoto suddenly let out a light chuckle. He shifted into a more comfortable posture, tossing the pen in his hand onto the desk. Tsunade, you are one of the legendary Sannin, a master of medical ninjutsu, respected wherever you go. The first and second Hokage were your grandfather and granduncle. You could speak to the third and fourth Hokage without any formality, and they wouldn't blame you. But now, look at me. Compared to the previous 4 Hokage, who do I resemble? Do you think you can treat me the same way you treated them? Tsunade was left speechless. She understood the meaning behind his words, he was telling her to recognize her position. No matter how high her status was, the man before her was the Hokage of the village, her direct superior. The previous Hokage had been her family, her teacher, her close friends. She could act however she pleased with them because their relationship was intimate. But the current Hokage? He was just that, her Hokage. Calling him Lord Hokage wasn't wrong. Bowing and greeting him properly was only appropriate. Tsunade gradually came to her senses, looking at the men before her. If she calculated it, she was more than 20 years older than him. Yet this man, so absurdly young, now stood at the pinnacle of Konoha, toying with countless people in the palm of his hand. Slowly, she lowered her head and spoke. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. I understand my mistake. Please give me a chance to make amends. But the man standing in front of her only let out a cold laugh and said, Do you not know what kind of attitude and posture one should have when apologizing? For a brief moment, Tsunade's mind went blank. The posture for apologizing. Was he telling her to kneel? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 249, ch 249, Despicable. Tsunade had lived for so many years. Although she had experienced some unfortunate life events, they were mostly about losing the people around her. Due to her noble lineage, she had been held in high regard since childhood. This had shaped her personality, not exactly terrible, but undeniably spoiled to some extent. Never before had anyone made her lower herself like this, trampling on her dignity. For 50 million, for so-called reputation, was it worth it? Tsunade couldn't accept it. She had already humbled herself this much, yet he still wouldn't let it go. She took 2 steps back, looking at the 5th Hokage sitting there so calmly. She was certain that he was merely toying with her. This disgusted her to the extreme. If he weren't the Hokage, she would have punched him square in the face, making him understand that as one of the legendary Sannin, she was known for more than just her medical ninjutsu. But she also knew that, right now, she was probably no match for him. She thought about how this might let Shizun down, but Shizun would understand, right? Tsunade didn't utter any insults or sarcastic remarks. Instead, her expression turned icy cold. Without a word, she turned and left. After she departed, only Makoto and Samui remained in the Hokage's office. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Samui finally spoke. Lord Hokage, she's gone. Makoto, however, seemed indifferent. She is Tsunade Heim, after all, proud and arrogant, as expected. Samui gazed at the still open door, her eyes flickering slightly. Who wasn't proud and arrogant at the beginning? Some people remain fearless because they still have a way out, while others have nothing at all. Makoto pulled Samui into his embrace, and she naturally settled onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. She looked down at him, blinking playfully. Lord Hokage, aren't you working? Aren't I working right now? Samui reached out and unbuttoned the top of her shirt, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Lord Hokage, could it be that woman stirred something in you? Don't talk nonsense. Focus on your work. Then let's go to the resting room. Tsunade returned home to find that Shizun had gone out. The living room was empty and quiet, leaving a cold atmosphere. Feeling irritated, Tsunade threw herself onto the sofa, only to feel something hard pressing against her back. Annoyed, she pulled it out. It was that set of professional attire. Her gaze shifted to the paper bags nearby, and suddenly, she got up and threw everything into the trash bin. But with 3 full sets of clothing, the bin couldn't hold them all. Frustrated, she kicked the bin over, sending garbage and clothing spilling onto the floor. She had no desire to clean up the mess, so she turned away and lay back down on the sofa. Time passed, though she wasn't sure how long. Her thoughts drifted into emptiness, and she wasn't even sure if she had dozed off until a sudden knock on the door startled her. Shizun had a key, so who would come visiting at this hour? Tsunade got up and opened the door, only to find her creditor, Otsuka Kagoro, standing there. She was momentarily taken aback, thinking, the Hokage sure moves fast. I barely left, and my creditors are already at my door. When she left the Hokage's office earlier, she had already prepared herself to face this moment. Otsuka Kagoro greeted her with a smile. We meet again, Lady Tsunade. In reality, the real Otsuka Kagoro had already been taken away by officials from the Land of Fire Central Judicial Department. This person standing before her was actually Samui, using a special transformation technique, with a tool that masked her chakra signature. And the reason she was doing this, of course, was to help satisfy Lord Hokage's peculiar tastes. Tsunade remained expressionless and simply said, "Come in." She went to her bedroom, gathered all the money she had at home, and placed it on the coffee table. Samui, still disguised as Otsuka Kagoro, glanced at the stacks of bills on the table and said, "Lady Tsunade, this amount doesn't seem to be enough." Tsunade sat on the sofa, arms crossed over her chest, one leg casually crossed over the other. Her tone was indifferent as she replied, "This is 10 million ryo. That's all I have." The fake Otsuka Kagoro, still playing his role, responded, "But Lady Tsunade, you owe me a total of 50 million ryo, and that's after rounding down some loose change." Tsunade's face darkened. "I told you, this is all I have. Take it or leave it." A dangerous aura emanated from her. After all, she was one of the legendary Sannin, and the pressure she exuded was not something an ordinary person could withstand. But Samui remained completely unfazed, smiling lightly as she said, "If Lady Tsunade refuses to honor her debt, I will have no choice but to ask Lord Hokage to intervene. Hearing that name mentioned again, Tsunade instantly flew into a rage. She slammed her palm down onto the coffee table, shattering it into splinters. The money, teapots, and other objects scattered across the floor. Grabbing the other person by the collar, she roared, the Hokage, do you really think the Hokage has control over everything? Let me tell you, even if the Hokage himself comes, I still only have 10 million. Either you kill me, or you take the money and get the hell out. All the anger and resentment that had built up in the Hokage's office burst out in that instant. Samui glanced at the broken table and thought to herself that if that palm strike had landed on her instead, she would have met an instant and tragic end. This woman's temper was truly explosive. If her actual creditor were here, he would probably be shaking in his boots by now. Keeping a calm expression, Samui simply reached up to remove Tsunade's grip from her collar. The land of fire has laws. If you refuse to repay your debt, the only alternative is prison. If that's what you want, Lady Tsunade, then you and Miss Shizun can spend your days together behind bars. Tsunade's expression shifted drastically. What does this have to do with Shizun? Samui pulled out a promissory note. Your name is on this, along with Miss Shizun's. Tsunade snatched it away and looked carefully. Sure enough, Shizun's name was on it. She suddenly remembered, back when she had borrowed too much money and lost credibility, she had asked Shizun to sign as a guarantor. Realizing the implications, Tsunade furiously tore the note into pieces. Samui chuckled. That was just a copy. Tsunade's expression darkened, her face terrifyingly grim as she locked eyes with Samui. Do you have a death wish? Samui said, Lady Tsunade, have I done anything wrong? Everything here is perfectly reasonable and legal. If you didn't have the ability to repay the debt, why did you borrow money from us in the first place? In the end, you have only yourself to blame. Her words were undeniably true, but to Tsunade, they sounded unbearably harsh. I also don't believe you'd actually kill me. My companions are waiting for me, and I frequently deal with shinobi. If anything happens to me, they'll spread the word everywhere, claiming that one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Tsunade, refused to repay her debt and resorted to murder to silence a creditor. I doubt your village's esteemed Hokage would tolerate such a scandal. Great ninja villages care deeply about their reputations. If that happens, you'll be facing something far worse than prison. Tsunade's face flickered between shades of pale and livid. She could come up with the money. She just didn't want to. She didn't want to live in Konoha, didn't want to lower herself to beg for help, didn't want to owe anyone favors. That was why she had so few friends in Konoha now. She had once known many people, but most were merely acquaintances. At the end of the day, it was all because she refused to swallow her pride. Her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and she took 2 steps back before saying, You just want the money, right? Give me a little more time. I'll come up with it. Samui adjusted her collar and smiled. Then, Miss Tsunade, see you tomorrow. The debt collector left, leaving Tsunade alone on the sofa. The room was empty and deathly silent. Her mind kept racing. What were the chances she could escape this village? With that tower in place, probably not even 10%, maybe not even 1. And while her combat strength was high, that was only in situations where she didn't have to shed blood. She also had to take Shizun with her. If things really escalated the way that person said, would the Hokage protect her? Would he protect Shizun? After all, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. But then she recalled how she had treated the Hokage in his office today, and suddenly, she wasn't so sure anymore. She thought about what had happened to Minato and Jiraiya. And now, she didn't even have the chance to become a rogue ninja. How had things come to this? How had she fallen to such a miserable state? Tsunade felt as if her mind was in complete chaos, tangled in an unsolvable mess. For the first time, she felt a pang of regret. If only she had left immediately after helping Jiraiya. If only she hadn't helped Jiraiya save Minato. She raised her eyes and caught sight of the overturned trash bin on the floor, along with the scattered pieces of that work uniform. Black stockings, a tight skirt, high heels. They were just normal clothes, but in Tsunade's eyes at this moment, they were nothing but symbols of humiliation. Despicable. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 250, ch 250, Neil. Hokage Building. In the circular hallway, 2 female ninja, each holding a stack of documents, walked side by side. They were administrative staff working for the Hokage, on their way to retrieve some files from the Hokage's office. As they walked and chatted, a figure approaching from the opposite direction immediately caught their attention. The sharp sound of high heels clicking against the wooden floor echoed clearly. The woman was dressed in a professional business suit, with a tight skirt that accentuated her curvaceous, black stocking-clad legs. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, but the most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly the massive chest that strained against the buttons of her blouse, looking as if it might burst open at any moment. She walked briskly, her gaze fixed straight ahead. The sheer presence she exuded made the two women instinctively step aside, allowing her to pass. They watched as she strode past them and disappeared down the hall. Only after the sound of her heels had faded into the distance did one of the female ninja speak up, her voice filled with uncertainty. Was that Lady Tsunade? Her companion slowly nodded. It looked like her. Aside from Samui, the only person with that kind of figure was Lady Tsunade. What puzzled them, however, was why Tsunade was dressed like a secretary. Wasn't she working at the hospital these days? If they hadn't just come from the Hokage's office and seen Samui there, they might have thought they had mistaken one for the other. But Lady Tsunade looks stunning in a business suit. She really does. Her figure is absolutely enviable. What, is your boyfriend complaining that you're too small? He wouldn't dare. I'm already being nice by not complaining about his size. Lady Tsunade is, like, in her 40s, right? You'd never guess. She looks like she's in her 20s. The two continued chatting as they walked away. Tsunade stopped in front of the Hokage's office door. After changing into this outfit, she hadn't taken a good look at herself in the mirror, but she could imagine how different she must appear compared to her usual self. Those two female staff members from earlier must have recognized her, that would explain their shocked expressions at her attire. I am Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. As she thought about this, she suddenly found it incredibly ironic. Of the three legendary Sannin of Konoha, one had been executed as a traitor to the village, another had become a rogue ninja and was now in exile, and the last one, herself, wasn't in a much better situation. The legendary Sannin. What a joke. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. A woman's voice answered from inside. Come in. Samui was standing in front of the desk, sorting through some documents. She showed no surprise at Tsunade's arrival, nor did she even raise an eyebrow at her unusual attire, as if she had already expected her to come. Samui spoke calmly, Lord Hokage is taking a nap. You can wait for him in the lounge, just don't disturb him. Watching Samui continue her work without acknowledging her further, as if she had anticipated this exact moment, left Tsunade with an uncomfortable feeling. But she no longer had the confidence to lash out. Saying nothing, she silently walked past and entered the lounge inside the Hokage's office. Following Samui's instructions, Tsunade moved lightly and cautiously. It was her first time entering this lounge, and she quickly noticed a large bed inside, where the Hokage was lying, fast asleep. On the nearby table, there were remnants of a finished meal. The entire room was impeccably clean and tidy, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air, coming from the incense placed on the table. Tsunade's gaze swiftly scanned the room. Though the situation was inappropriate, she couldn't help but feel a slight pang of hunger when her eyes landed on the food. She had skipped lunch. But right now, she had no choice but to endure it. She tiptoed over to a chair and sat down, making sure her posture wasn't too casual. Her hands rested neatly on her knees, as if she were sitting before a respected elder. Even though no one was watching her, she instinctively imposed these restraints upon herself. The other person in the room was still lying on the bed, fast asleep. Tsunade's heartbeat synchronized with the ticking of the wall clock, restless, anxious, her mind overwhelmed by countless emotions. About half an hour passed before Makoto slowly woke up. As soon as he turned over, he saw someone kneeling on the floor before him, dressed in the same professional attire as Samui but with a more voluptuous figure. Her golden hair cascaded down, partially covering her hands, which were pressed against the ground as she bowed deeply. Her posture made the fabric of her clothes stretch tightly over her body, outlining her alluring curves. She spoke slowly, Lord Hokage, I have come to admit my mistakes. My previous actions were impulsive and foolish, and I sincerely beg for your forgiveness. Clearly, she had prepared these words beforehand. Though her voice trembled slightly, her deeply submissive posture conveyed undeniable sincerity. It could be considered sincerity, after all, she had already lowered herself this much. Makoto simply stretched lazily in bed, letting out a satisfied sigh. Yet, Tsunade received no response. She remained with her arms on the ground, forehead pressed tightly against her hands, not daring to lift her head. Maintaining this utterly humiliating posture before someone she despised filled her with uncontrollable tremors. She kept telling herself over and over, he is the Hokage. He is the Hokage. No amount of respect is too much. But the longer she waited without a response, the more panicked she felt. She feared that even after all this, she still wouldn't achieve the outcome she desired. If he held a grudge and continued to humiliate her, could she even endure it? Just then, she noticed the shadow on the floor shift. It seemed Makoto had sat up, and a moment later, a foot extended toward her. Put on my shoes. Tsunade's mind seemed to freeze for a moment, as if a bell had struck inside her head. She lifted her gaze slightly, just enough to catch sight of the raised foot. It was mere inches from her face. There was no unpleasant odor, the skin was clean and fair, but it was still a man's foot. This was humiliation, wasn't it? At first, Tsunade had only expected verbal mockery and insults. A nameless emotion surged within her, impossible to suppress. Strangely, she didn't even feel that angry anymore. Instead, she suddenly couldn't understand. Why was she here? Why was she kneeling so disgracefully before this man? She was Tsunade, wasn't she? Was she still herself? Why had things come to this? An intense urge to flee overwhelmed her, to get away from this person, this situation. But would running away only make her seem even more pathetic? Her mind felt like it had shut down, as if she had lost the ability to think. Desperately, she tried to recall the reasoning she had drilled into herself before coming here. For Shizun. She lowered her head as much as possible, as if keeping it down would allow her to escape this moment. Even without focus, her gaze landed on the pair of shoes placed neatly beside her. Shizun. Tsunade's trembling hand slowly reached out. The act of simply touching the shoes seemed unbearably long, as if she were crossing an endless ocean, stepping over an abyss with no bottom, falling from the clouds into the dirt. Like a goddess statue defiled with filth. As if the entire world had turned upside down. Her slender, fair fingers stretched open the stockings, inch by inch slipping them onto Makoto's foot, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles. Then, with one hand holding the shoe and the other supporting his foot, she helped him put it on. Makoto lifted his other foot in front of her. Kneeling there with her head lowered, Tsunade continued her task. Her eyes seemed to be focused on his foot, yet at the same time, they were empty, as if she had lost herself. Once both shoes were on, Makoto stood up and stretched his body briefly in front of her. Make up the bed and clean up the dishes. With that, he left the room, leaving Tsunade still kneeling on the floor. Only when the room fell completely silent, with nothing but the ticking of the wall clock breaking the stillness, did she finally become aware of her own heartbeat. She slowly lifted her head and saw the bed, covers thrown back, slightly disheveled. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Iri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 251, ch 251, Hokage Assistant, Tsunade. Tsunade stayed in the lounge for quite a while. When she finally came out, she saw Makoto talking with a ninja. The ninja was momentarily stunned upon seeing Tsunade emerge from the lounge. Tsunade's expression was somewhat unnatural, and her gaze avoided direct contact. It was only when Makoto spoke again that the ninja snapped out of his thoughts. After finishing their business, the ninja left but couldn't resist stealing another glance at Tsunade. Samui was not present at the moment. Tsunade had overheard earlier that she had gone to deliver some documents. Tsunade slowly walked up to Makoto's side and spoke in a low voice, "I've finished tidying up." She only received a simple, indifferent response. Tsunade stood there awkwardly, feeling out of place. Seeing Makoto buried in paperwork, she hesitated before asking, "Is there anything else I should do?" Makoto glanced at her. While she wasn't exactly showing complete subservience, the arrogance from before had disappeared. This was the look of someone who had resigned herself to reality. "There are apples in the fridge. Go wash one." "All right." Tsunade turned and went back into the lounge. After a while, she returned, handing Makoto a freshly washed apple, with tiny droplets of water still clinging to its surface. Makoto sighed inwardly. This woman clearly had no experience serving others. Looking at her, he asked, "You expect me to eat it just like this?" Tsunade was momentarily confused. "You can't eat it like this." After speaking, she suddenly realized that she wasn't simply offering fruit to a friend, she was serving someone. Feeling a bit guilty, she muttered. "Eating it with the skin is healthier. Slice it into a fruit plate." "Oh." Tsunade responded, grumbling inwardly about his picky habits. A short while later, she returned with a fruit plate and placed it on the table in front of Makoto. However, the moisture from the plate seeped onto a document, dampening it. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly apologized, "Sorry." Makoto frowned and glanced at her, making Tsunade's heart skip a beat. She couldn't help but wonder, was he going to make her kneel again? She pressed her lips together hesitantly, still holding the fruit plate, unsure whether she should kneel or remain standing. Suddenly, Makoto stood up from his seat. He glanced at Tsunade, who was standing there in a daze, and said, "Let's go." Tsunade was momentarily stunned. "Go? Where?" Makoto replied, "Do you think the Hokage's job is just sitting here reviewing documents?" With that, he headed for the door. Seeing this, Tsunade had no choice but to hurry after him. She suddenly recalled what Samui had mentioned before. Makoto often went out in the afternoons, either for inspections or other matters. Makoto went to the Mechanical Science Research Institute to check on its latest developments. Upon entering the institute, Tsunade was completely stunned by everything inside. There were all sorts of strange, intricate machines and electronic devices, and many uniformed personnel were operating them at their respective stations. She had never seen anything like this before. It was her first time coming here. Previously, due to her connection with the second Hokage, she had visited the Biological Science Research Institute, but this place was far more modernized. Tsunade knew about the existence of this institution within the village, but she had never truly understood its purpose. She only knew that the Tower of Solarity had originated from here. The employees in the facility were also quite surprised to see Tsunade, casting curious glances in her direction. Feeling somewhat resistant to these unusual stares, Tsunade quietly followed behind Makoto without saying a word. The entire Scientific Craftsman Division was currently focused on two major projects, one involving further research on puppet string manipulation, and the other concerning a vessel for tailed beast chakra. Both projects were personally overseen by Tanagawa, but progress was extremely slow. The complexity of the internal sealing techniques within the puppet string manipulation system made it incredibly difficult to replicate even a single prototype, requiring an enormous amount of time and effort. If they wanted to create a full-scale version, the choice of material for the body became a major challenge. Using the original hardwood material was out of the question. It wouldn't be able to support something of such massive size. Tanagawa explained that if they used steel, the weight would increase exponentially, making energy consumption for movement a serious issue. Makoto inquired whether it was possible to develop a new alloy that was both lightweight and had enough durability and flexibility. Tanagawa could only offer a bitter smile. Something like that isn't so simple. As for the container to store tailed beast chakra, the Scientific Craftsman Division initially planned to model it after the Tower of Solarity, creating a massive containment unit. However, Makoto found the scale of such a structure impractical. The same issue arose: if they reduced the size of the container, it might not be able to withstand the violent, chaotic nature of tailed beast chakra. Ordinary glass or other conventional materials were simply not viable. Ultimately, the problem boiled down to the fact that despite the existence of chakra, an extraordinary energy, the world's technology was still too primitive to meet Makoto's expectations for many of his ideas. If chakra had existed in my previous world, Makoto mused, there would already be warships and spacecraft filling the skies, with humanity venturing into the stars. After a long moment of contemplation, Makoto suddenly spoke. Regarding the container for tailed beast chakra, I have an idea. Hearing this, Tanagawa immediately responded, please, tell me. Makoto said, we can create an artificial Jinchuriki. Tanagawa was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He wasn't a fool, after all, he had earned his position through intelligence and capability. He immediately grasped the deeper implications of Makoto's words. Creating a life form, or a pseudo-life form, to replace the role of a Jinchuriki, allowing it to contain the tailed beast chakra. Then, by continuously refining and modifying this entity, they could transform it into a pure vessel, a tool designed solely to store and endlessly output tailed beast chakra. After a moment of contemplation, Tanagawa said, I'll consult Minister Kabuto about this as soon as possible. A massive container was required to store the immense chakra of a tailed beast, yet it could be sealed within the small frame of a human body. At the end of the day, it all came down to the incredible potential of the human body, an enigma that had barely been unraveled. The third Reikich's body was strong enough to withstand a tailed beast bomb without sustaining a single injury. Was that not more resilient and powerful than any alloy they could create? Makoto felt as if he had fallen into a misconception. Advancing technology would undoubtedly lower the threshold for obtaining power in the future, but that didn't necessarily mean the technology he envisioned would surpass the strength of humans themselves. In fact, a highly developed technological future might eventually erode the power that ninja inherently possessed. Tanagawa noticed Makoto deep in thought and softly called out, Lord Hokage. What are you thinking about, Lord Hokage? Makoto gazed at the surrounding mechanical instruments and said, I'm wondering whether what we are creating now is beneficial or detrimental to ninja. Tanagawa countered with a question of his own, Lord Hokage, do you believe the very existence of ninja is good or bad? Makoto glanced at him in surprise, only to see that Tanagawa was smiling at him. Unable to help himself, he smirked as well. You have a point. Behind them, Tsunade listened to their conversation, completely lost in confusion. Makoto said, put the material selection for the puppet on hold for now. Tanagawa asked, Lord Hokage, do you have another idea? Just a hypothesis. Yet upon hearing this, Tanagawa grew excited. Makoto continued slowly, with our current level of technology, we can't produce the kind of alloy we need. Do you know about the third Reikage? I do. Does this giant creation of ours really have to be some cold, steel puppet? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 252, ch 252, Tsunade's Day. In the evening, Tsunade dragged her exhausted body back home. She hadn't done much physically demanding work, yet she felt mentally drained. Shizen was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Seeing Tsunade return, she greeted her with a bright smile and asked, "Lady Tsunade, how was your first day at the new job?" She had been out all day and didn't know what had happened, assuming everything had been resolved smoothly. Tsunade sat at the entrance, rubbing her ankles, sore from wearing high heels for so long. Hearing Shizen's question, she merely responded with a flat, Shizen found Tsunade's attitude odd. "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade carelessly tossed her high heels aside, her stocking-clad feet pressing against the wooden floor as she made her way to the sofa, where she collapsed. Seeing this, Shizen tidied up her shoes and said, "Dinner will be ready soon. You should take a bath first." Another lifeless response. Shizen wondered if the work of a Hokage's assistant was really that exhausting, then returned to the kitchen. Lying on the sofa, Tsunade's mind kept replaying everything that had happened that day. She calmed down, finding it hard to believe she had actually done those things. Had she really lost her mind? Even if she needed to gather money, there had to be other ways. The aroma of food drifted from the kitchen, stirring her appetite. She hadn't eaten lunch. Thinking about tomorrow's work continuing, Tsunade felt a strong sense of resistance. Many people had given her strange looks today, as if questioning why the great Tsunade had become the Hokage's assistant. "Lady Tsunade, hurry up and take a bath." Shizen's voice called from the kitchen. "Got it." At the dinner table, Shizen asked again how Tsunade's new job was. "It's all right, I guess." Tsunade replied vaguely, focusing on her meal. But Shizen started talking about how generous the Hokage was for giving them this opportunity. After all, what kind of job could earn them 50 million ryo? Tsunade's hand paused mid-bite. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Shizen, don't you think it's strange for me to be the Hokage's assistant?" Shizen tilted her head. "Ah. Is that how you see it, Lady Tsunade?" She thought for a moment before adding, "For someone like you, with your status, you don't really need to take an assistant job. But since it's Lord Hokage's assistant, isn't that different?" Tsunade frowned. "What's so different about it? An assistant is still an assistant." And more importantly, the Hokage was someone she strongly disliked. To her, working as the Hokage's assistant was worse than being a low-ranking hospital clerk's assistant. What she resented the most was that the job wasn't even an administrative or clerical role, it was more like a servant's work. Tsunade asked Shizen again, "What do you think of the Hokage as a person?" Shizen knew that Tsunade didn't like the Hokage, which made it difficult for her to answer. In her impression, Lord Hokage wasn't a particularly bad person. Besides, whenever she heard people talk about him, it was mostly words of praise and respect. Tsunade sighed. "Forget it, you don't have to say anything." Anyway, things had already come this far, she just needed to endure the remaining time. The next day, Tsunade didn't dare to be late again. She got up early, dressed, and stood before the mirror. The reflection showed her in a black professional outfit, making her look completely different from before. Gone was her usual carefree and casual demeanor. Instead, she exuded a more mature and refined elegance. If she added a bit of light makeup, it would probably be perfect. She arrived at the Hokage's office and saw that only Samui was there, cleaning the room. "Where is Lord Hokage? He hasn't arrived yet." "Oh." Tsunade muttered to herself, "I'm already here, but that guy is still not. How lazy." Samui turned to her and said, "Cleaning duties are your responsibility. From now on, remember to tidy up before you leave at night." "I got it." Samui had already explained many of these tasks when she introduced Tsunade to Lord Hokage assistant's duties, but Tsunade hadn't paid much attention at the time. "Come with me." Samui led Tsunade into the resting room. "Lord Hokage will arrive later. I'll first teach you some ways to serve him." Hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily stunned as she watched Samui sit on the bed. "Serve." Half an hour later Makoto arrived. As always, he wore a simple black outfit, sometimes a loose black kimono. The white Hokage robe that past Hokages wore had never been seen on him. Even on formal occasions, he only wore a modified black version of the Hokage robe. Although he came from the Hyuga clan, which traditionally wore white, he always dressed in black, making him stand out. This even started a trend, especially among young Hyuga ninjas, who began imitating the Hokage's preference for black clothing. At that moment, Tsunade walked out of the resting room, carrying tea. She quietly placed it on the desk without disturbing him. Then, she stood silently to the side and watched as the Hokage began his work for the day. People from various departments came and went, and ninja returning from missions sought his approval on different matters. Over time, Tsunade became numb to the surprised glances directed at her. She simply did the tasks Samui had assigned her without saying a word. Near noon, she left the Hokage's office and headed to Samui's house. The Hokage didn't like cold bento, so lunch was always prepared by Mabui, packed into a food container, and delivered to the Hokage's office. "Are you Lady Tsunade?" Mabui looked surprised when she saw Tsunade at the door, but then she smiled. Tsunade responded calmly, briefly scanning the pretty girl with darker skin. She was well aware of the 3 female prisoners from Kimobukure. Aside from Samui and Mabui, the other person in this household was the Nibi Jinchuriki. Tsunade inwardly scoffed, the Hokage sure knows how to enjoy himself. "This is the lunch prepared for Lord Hokage, as well as for you and Samui." Tsunade paused. "For me?" Mabui smiled. "Samui asked me to prepare it." Tsunade took the food container, hesitating on whether she should say thank you. She had always regarded these women as part of the Hokage's inner circle and never showed them a pleasant attitude. If she thought about it carefully, these women were originally prisoners left in Konoha, they probably experienced a lot of things beyond their control. But that thought only flashed through her mind for a moment. Her hesitation didn't last long before Mabui smiled and said, "You've worked hard." Tsunade carried the food container to the door. In the end, saying thank you remained just a thought in her mind, those 2 words never even reached her lips. "I'll just say it tomorrow." With that thought, Tsunade left. When she returned to the Hokage's office, Makoto was still busy working, so Samui invited her to have lunch together. The food Mabui had prepared looked exquisite, and to Tsunade's surprise, it tasted even better than Shizen's cooking. After taking a few bites, she thought to herself, no wonder the Hokage enjoys eating her food so much. Samui explained, "The food Mabui makes for me is different from what she prepares for Lord Hokage. She cooks according to our individual preferences. Since she doesn't know your tastes yet, she made a variety of dishes today. When you see her tomorrow, you can tell her what you like. As long as it's a common dish, she can make it." "All right." Tsunade suddenly regretted not saying thank you to that girl. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 253, ch 253, Tsunade's Day. To Tsunade's surprise, Makoto continued reviewing official documents even while eating lunch. The food was placed on his desk, and he ate while reading. Tsunade thought to herself, at the very least, this guy is dedicated to his position as Hokage. From yesterday to now, she had noticed that this Hyuga Makoto was extremely serious about his work. The village had also developed significantly over the past 2 years, something even outsiders could see. Her impression of Hyuga Makoto had always been that he was a despicable opportunist, someone who had relied on underhanded schemes to seize the Hokage's seat. Of course, that impression hadn't changed much. Being dedicated as a Hokage was the bare minimum, it wasn't anything particularly praiseworthy. All the previous Hokage, except Orochimaru, had performed well in this regard. After lunch came the afternoon break. In the resting room, Makoto leaned against the bed, reading a book. After finishing cleaning up the dishes and lunchboxes, Tsunade walked to the bedside and sat down. Her black stockinged legs were pressed together, and she seemed a bit nervous, her hand unconsciously gripping the hem of her skirt. Without hesitation, Makoto lay down, resting his head on Tsunade's lap, his eyes still focused on the book in his hands. Unlike Samui, Tsunade's thighs were softer, with more flesh, and the scent on her body was also different. Tsunade ran a hand through her hair, pulling out a single golden strand. She carefully folded and twisted it together before gently parting the hair near Makoto's ear, slowly threading her golden strand in. Holding the other end of the hair between her fingers, she gently twisted it. A faint rustling sound could be heard as the hair brushed against his ear canal, but at that moment, Tsunade's entire focus was on her own lap. Unlike when she had practiced on Samui earlier, this time, it was a man. Even through the layer of stockings, she could clearly feel the warmth of Makoto's face pressing against her thighs. This intimate contact made her tense, embarrassed, resistant, and even disgusted. "Too deep, it hurts." Makoto's sudden remark made Tsunade immediately stop her movements. "Sorry." She apologized in a low voice. Makoto reached up and rubbed his slightly uncomfortable ear before closing his book. Then, he turned over, now lying face down, his head resting against Tsunade's lower abdomen. "Continue." This position was far too intimate, making Tsunade's entire body tense up involuntarily. After a brief hesitation, Tsunade resumed her task. However, in her heightened state of tension, she could clearly feel Makoto's warm breath against her lower abdomen, sending a wave of goosebumps across her skin. In contrast, Makoto had his eyes closed as if he were about to fall asleep. Tsunade moved her fingers even more carefully, afraid of hurting him again. If she annoyed him, she figured she would be the one to suffer for it. Time passed, and her fingers began to ache from the repetitive motions. Meanwhile, the steady rhythm of Makoto's breathing suggested that he had actually fallen asleep. Tsunade paused, then softly called, "Lord Hokage." No response. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, she pulled out the strand of hair and discarded it before stretching her wrist to ease the soreness. However, as soon as she moved, Makoto shifted as well. One of his arms wrapped around her waist, and his face pressed firmly against her lower abdomen, as though he had mistaken her for a pillow. Tsunade immediately froze, too afraid to move a muscle. She felt lost and unsure. Should she just wake him up like this? Would that be okay? Just as she was debating what to do, the door to the resting room suddenly opened. Samui appeared in the doorway. Tsunade felt an instant wave of relief and quickly gestured toward Samui, silently pleading for help. However, after taking one look at Makoto, who was clearly asleep, Samui simply mouthed two words. "Don't move." Then, she shut the door again. Tsunade felt both frustrated and anxious. She lowered her head to glance at Makoto, who was still resting on her thighs, one arm wrapped around her waist. Carefully, she tried to move his hand away, but as soon as she did, he instinctively resisted, tightening his grip even more. Even through the layers of clothing, Tsunade could clearly feel the contours of Makoto's face pressed against her lower abdomen, filling her with overwhelming shame and anger. Before long, Samui suddenly returned. Tsunade noticed that she had taken off her high heels, and her footsteps were nearly silent. Samui approached Tsunade and gently lifted Makoto's head and arm. Tsunade, feeling as if she had been granted amnesty, quickly got up, only to be signaled by Samui's gaze not to move too far. After carefully settling Makoto onto the bed and covering him with a blanket, Samui whispered to Tsunade, "Take off your shoes." Tsunade understood and removed her high heels, then silently followed Samui out of the resting room. Once outside, she let out a deep breath and glanced at the shoes in her hands, realizing how disheveled she had become over something like this. Thinking about how Makoto had held onto her just moments ago, she shuddered again. Samui said, "Go rest in the other room." Tsunade, however, couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "This is such a hassle." Samui replied calmly, "Since our job is to serve, we must do it properly." Tsunade wanted to refute that she wasn't someone who served others, but when she thought back to what she had just done, wasn't that exactly what she had been doing? She had even feared making him angry and had instinctively apologized when she made a mistake. A wave of shame and helplessness surged through her. As she was about to leave, Samui reminded her, "Lord Hokage will wake up around 2. Be sure to come back by then." "I got it." Tsunade suddenly felt an intense hatred for herself, hatred for her own compliance, hatred for how she had accepted the situation. She felt like she was no longer herself. 9 days. She clenched her fists tightly, only to eventually loosen them in defeat, before walking out of the Hokage's office. At 2 p.m. She returned to the Hokage's office and saw Samui, just like yesterday, organizing documents at the desk. These were all papers that had arrived within the past 2 hours, waiting for the Hokage's approval. Receiving a subtle signal from Samui, Tsunade headed to the inner resting room, removing her high heels at the doorway. Makoto was still asleep. Tsunade sat on a nearby chair, quietly watching the men on the bed as she waited. After about 10 minutes, Makoto suddenly stirred. Noticing this, Tsunade quickly stood up from her chair but hesitated for a moment. Makoto turned over, his eyes half-lidded from sleep, lazily gazing at her. "Tsunade, huh? I'm here. Lord Hokage." She took a few quick steps forward, then knelt down beside the bed, her lips pressed into a thin line as her eyes searched for something below. Finally, she found the Hokage's shoes. Perhaps she didn't even realize how naturally she moved, despite only having done this once before. "Do you want to get up now?" Makoto stretched his body and yawned before finally throwing off the blanket and sitting up. "What time is it?" Makoto asked. 2:17 p.m., Tsunade replied. Makoto turned and sat at the edge of the bed, letting his legs dangle over the side. It seemed Tsunade had been waiting for this moment. Without needing any further instruction, she immediately picked up his socks and began putting them on for him. As he watched Tsunade kneeling before him, head lowered, dutifully helping him put on his shoes, Makoto suddenly chuckled. "Tsunade, you seem to have gotten used to this job already." Hearing this, Tsunade's movements faltered for a brief second, but she remained silent. She simply continued, one hand holding Makoto's foot as she carefully slipped on his shoe. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 254, ch 254, Short on Money. Inside the Biological Research Institute. On the table in front of Makoto were 4 glass containers filled with liquid, constantly bubbling. Suspended within the solution were 4 small chunks of flesh, each about the size of a fingernail. Whether it's the cells of Lord First Hokage or those of the Uzumaki clan, they both possess immense potential. Both Orochimaru and Lord Second Hokage chose to apply them to the human body, Kabuto explained from the side. Makoto, however, stated, the word potential is meaningless for a machine. Potential itself implies weakness. What he aimed to achieve was to bypass the process of growth entirely, otherwise, he might as well focus on cultivating Jinchuriki. Kabuto pondered for a moment and asked, you mean to unlock the potential of these cells? How would that be possible? The 4 pieces of flesh contained in the vessels were, respectively, Hashirama cells, Uzumaki cells, White Zetsu cells, and a fusion of all 3. Among them, Hashirama cells exhibited the highest activity but also had extreme invasiveness, only capable of being stabilized when combined with White Zetsu cells. Makoto said, train them. Kabuto was momentarily stunned, not understanding his meaning. Makoto elaborated, subject these pieces of flesh, composed of these cells, to relentless training, day and night, without pause. Kabuto found the idea absurd. Cells were not human, they had no self-awareness. How could they undergo training? Moreover, without forming a complete body, they were nothing more than lumps of flesh, clusters of tissue, insignificant biological units. But this was precisely what Makoto excelled at. The method he had always used to train his body involved utilizing chakra vibrations to temper every part of himself. He had Kabuto fetch an individual limb and demonstrated the chakra forging technique on the spot, leaving Kabuto utterly astonished. By engraving this method of chakra vibration control and mass-producing specialized devices, they could train these tissue samples to their absolute limit without concern for pain. Afterward, any damage could simply be repaired and healed. However, after observing Makoto's chakra forging technique, Kabuto suggested, Lord Hokage, I believe we could develop specialized training devices to enhance the physical abilities of our village's ninja significantly. Kabuto's idea took Makoto by surprise, he hadn't even considered that application himself. After some thought, he replied, it's worth a try. Makoto then inquired about the progress of the cloning experiments. Kabuto responded that everything was proceeding smoothly and that results would be available soon. Leaving the Biological Research Institute, Makoto finally felt that everything was falling into place. The Scientific Craftsmanship Division had begun constructing the internal framework and array of techniques for the giant project. This would be a long process requiring assistance from the Sealing Squad, along with a large quantity of chakra metal to serve as its skeleton. Chakra metal was a rare material highly responsive to chakra. Weapons such as Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword and Asuma's flying swallow twin blades were forged from this metal. Though costly, it remained highly popular among ninja. Additionally, the Scientific Craftsmanship Division had started producing the chakra training devices, which wasn't particularly difficult, the only challenge lay in engraving Makoto's unique ninjutsu patterns. Meanwhile, the Biotechnology Division was tasked with developing the artificial Jinchuriki that Makoto had mentioned earlier, humanoid constructs capable of replicating human functions, designed to serve as vessels for tailed beasts. They were also working on producing the flesh covering for the giant project, applying Makoto's chakra training method to create an absolutely indestructible body. Overall, the Mechanical Science Research Institute was responsible for the skeleton and nervous system, which meant working with chakra metal and technique formations. Meanwhile, the Biological Science Research Institute was in charge of the body and core, focusing on flesh, skin, and the tailed beast vessel. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Makoto realized he was now facing an even greater problem. Konoha was running low on funds. Each year, the village generated substantial income, supplemented by grants from the Land of Fire. Money had never been a major concern, and Konoha had always been quite wealthy. However, the current project was an enormous undertaking, requiring an astronomical budget. As Makoto examined the recent financial reports, he couldn't help but frown. The primary sources of expenditure were the village's 2 research institutes. The daimyo's estate hadn't sent any funds last time. Thinking about it, it made sense. Previously, the daimyo had requested Konoha's assistance in suppressing a rebellion, but Konoha remained completely indifferent. How could they still expect financial support after that? Now, the Land of Fire was in complete turmoil, and the daimyo's estate was too preoccupied to settle this matter with Konoha. Sitting at his desk, Makoto was troubled. He didn't want to halt either the giant project or the Tensigen cloning experiment. At that moment, Tsunade arrived with tea and fruit, casually glancing at the financial report on the desk. The village was short on money. Would this affect her salary? After all, it wasn't a small amount. She pondered over it absent-mindedly, failing to notice that the tea had already overflowed. Tsunade. She snapped back to reality, realizing that the spilled tea had soaked some of the documents. Startled, she hurriedly set down the teapot, wanting to clean up but unsure how. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, I'm sorry. Tsunade immediately knelt down, an action that had clearly become second nature to her. Annoyed, Makoto scolded, "What the hell were you thinking?" Tsunade kept her head pressed to the floor. After all, worrying about whether her salary would be paid when the village was struggling financially was indeed a bit heartless. "You're not getting paid today." Hearing this, Tsunade felt a chill in her heart, but she dared not protest. She knew that if she questioned it, it wouldn't just be a day's wages she'd lose. At that moment, Samui entered the room, holding a stack of documents. She glanced at the kneeling Tsunade, immediately realizing she must have made another mistake, but said nothing. Samui walked up to the desk, glanced at the soaked financial report, and said, "I'll have them send another copy over." Makoto simply waved his hand and rubbed his forehead. "No need. Just looking at it is irritating." At that moment, Samui lightly kicked the kneeling Tsunade, giving her a meaningful glance. Understanding the cue, Tsunade slowly stood up, walked behind Makoto, and reached out to massage his shoulders. Makoto leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as he contemplated something, while also enjoying Tsunade's service. Meanwhile, Samui busied herself tidying up the desk. Suddenly, Makoto, still with his eyes closed, spoke. "Someone, come in." A member of the Umbu immediately appeared in the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee. "Go call Kakashi over." The Umbu disappeared again in an instant. Leaning back in his chair, Makoto had been resting with his eyes closed, but now he suddenly opened them, only to find his vision completely blocked by two massive objects. Noticing where his gaze had landed, Tsunade flushed with embarrassment, and her hands hesitated in their movements. Seeing this, Samui unfastened the buttons of her outer coat and inner shirt, leaning in closer. Feeling overwhelmed, Tsunade silently stepped aside and turned her head away. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 255, ch 255, Enko's Mission. The village was short on money. The most effective solution that Makoto could think of was to seek sponsorship from wealthy merchants who had good relations with Konoha. Of course, coercion or deceit was out of the question. This had to be a request, as they couldn't afford to tarnish their reputation. Given Konoha's prestige, raising some funds wouldn't be too difficult, but these were all favors that would have to be repaid in the future. Makoto entrusted Kakashi with handling this matter, ensuring that these merchants received some form of promise in return. As for the daimyo's government, Makoto had no intention of dealing with them for now. Rebel forces were present all across the Land of Fire, and regardless of whether they could truly pose a threat, even if they succeeded in overthrowing the daimyo, it would merely be a change of rulers. One Lord Minamoto might fall, but another would simply rise to take his place. The government forces and the rebels remained in a stalemate, and Makoto let them continue their struggle. When the law held no deterrence, force became the strongest authority, and in the Land of Fire, Konoha was the symbol of power. News from Gai indicated that the daimyo still showed no signs of repentance, continuing to indulge in debauchery with that woman, Princess Kushinada, without any concern for state affairs. While major governmental affairs could technically be handled by his ministers, ministers were still just that, subordinates. Conflicts among them led to constant infighting, leaving the daimyo's government in utter chaos. What truly surprised Makoto, however, was that just 2 days after Kakashi's departure, an envoy from the daimyo's government arrived. It seemed that the daimyo had learned about Konoha's financial troubles. Upon meeting Makoto, the envoy claimed that the last sum of money meant for Konoha had been forgotten, and was only now being delivered. Once the daimyo remembered, he immediately sent them to deliver the funds. Additionally, there was one more matter. Some of the daimyo's guardian shinobi had grown old and reached the age of retirement. He hoped that Konoha would send another outstanding ninja to take their place. A single ninja in exchange for a large sum of money, it seemed like an unquestionably profitable deal. However, the daimyo had specifically requested one of Konoha's crown guards, Mitarashi Anko. This left Makoto utterly astonished. There were currently 7 members of the crown guard. Hyuga Hakumen, Hataki Kakashi, Might Gai, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Shirsue, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Itachi. Together, they were known as the 7 crown guards, each one a young individual with boundless potential. If the daimyo had specifically requested Kakashi or Hakumen, that would have been understandable. After all, both of them were already renowned. Hyuga Hakumen, in particular, had even defeated the legendary Yellow Flash, making him a rising star. But Anko. Among the crown guards, she was barely more than a nominal member. Her mission record was pitifully low, and apart from the title of being Orochimaru's disciple, she had little else to her name. While she wasn't weak, she rarely showcased her strength in front of others, let alone built a reputation. So why did the daimyo choose her? Could it be that, since she was the only female among the 7 crown guards, he had such a particular preference and was simply coveting her beauty? That seemed like the most logical explanation. Yet something about this still felt off. Makoto had interacted with the daimyo before and knew that he was a man of considerable cunning. The fact that he had indulged so deeply in debauchery already came as a surprise to Makoto. That Princess Kushinada, the woman who had the daimyo wrapped around her finger, was surely no ordinary person. Would such a woman truly tolerate another female coming into the daimyo's circle to compete for his favor? Something was suspicious. Makoto did not give an immediate answer. If there was something truly special about Anko, it would be her body. This current body of hers had once been one of Orochimaru's greatest experiments. Back when Orochimaru left this body to Anko, it was something that Makoto could never quite understand. Moreover, considering that Orochimaru was very likely still alive, wouldn't he need such a body even more? Yet, this particular secret, besides Orochimaru and Makoto, should be completely unknown to anyone else in this world. It seemed that the only explanation left was the daimyo's lustful desires, but such a reason felt utterly absurd. Makoto pondered this matter for a long time before finally summoning Anko. What's the matter? Lady Tsunade is here too. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Anko couldn't help but glance at Tsunade standing behind Makoto. She wasn't aware that Tsunade was now serving as the Hokage's assistant, so seeing her dressed in such a formal manner took her by surprise. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had started to grow numb to the strange looks she had been receiving, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, Anko was Shizen's friend and had a fairly good relationship with her as well. Lady Tsunade, what's going on here? Anko asked in confusion. Makoto simply said, Tsunade is my assistant now. Assistant? Anko was momentarily stunned. She glanced at Tsunade. Her black stockings, tight pencil skirt, and high heels certainly made her look more mature and alluring, but at the same time, there was an uncharacteristic submissiveness to her demeanor. Thinking back to the straightforward and bold Tsunade she once knew, Anko's gaze toward Makoto changed. She knew very well what kind of man he was. Lady Tsunade is already over 40. This bastard is truly despicable. Anko had great respect for Tsunade, whether it was because of Shizun or Orochimaru. More than that, Tsunade herself was a senior worthy of admiration. Just then, Makoto spoke. I have a mission for you. What mission? You've heard of the 12 Guardian Ninja, right? Isn't that guy's current job? Anko refocused her attention as Makoto continued, the daimyo has specifically requested you to be his new Guardian Ninja. Me. Anko was completely taken aback. The envoy from the daimyo's government just arrived not long ago. Anko's thoughts raced, and after a moment, she said, I heard the daimyo has been indulging in debauchery all day because of some seductress, completely neglecting state affairs. She looked at Makoto, her expression darkening. You agreed to this, didn't you? Are you seriously selling me off to the daimyo? Behind Makoto, Tsunade also furrowed her brows. Makoto sighed helplessly. I said I'm assigning you a mission. Just hear me out. Anko stared at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. Makoto explained, that seductress you mentioned, Princess Kushinada, she's highly suspicious. I want you to go there and investigate her. But Anko countered, isn't Guy already there? Why not have him investigate? Makoto replied, the daimyo specifically requested you as his guardian ninja. I don't know why, but this is the perfect opportunity for you to find out. Anko still wasn't happy with his answer. She wasn't even sure what kind of response she was expecting, but this wasn't it. I don't want to go. She was probably one of the few people who could outright refuse Makoto's orders like this. At this point, he should have put on a stern expression and said, this is an order. But instead, he studied her expression and said after a moment of thought, it's just a mission. Once you've investigated, you can come back. Still don't want to go. Makoto sighed again. What's the worst the daimyo can do? He only has a few guardian ninja by his side. They can't do anything to you. Plus, with Guy there, you'll be completely safe. Anko muttered, Guy can't even beat me. What good is he? That's only because he goes easy on you. In the end, Anko reluctantly accepted the mission. As Makoto had said, she was strong. Even though the daimyo's 12 guardian ninja were among the elite jonin, they still couldn't do anything to her. If she didn't want to do something, the daimyo wouldn't be able to force her. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 200+ ch. Chapter 256, ch 256, Seductress. Capital of the Land of Fire. From a distance, Anko could already see Guy standing at the city gate. Even without his usual green bodysuit, his thick, unmistakable eyebrows still made him stand out. Anko. Guy greeted her enthusiastically, waving his hand. However, Anko wasn't particularly excited. She had traveled here alongside the envoy, and when she saw Guy, she only greeted him casually. Seeing that Guy was excited and seemed ready to pull her into a hug, she immediately raised her foot to block him in disgust. The middle-aged man standing beside Guy stepped forward and introduced himself. Miss Anko, nice to meet you. I am Shirengoku Seiman, also a ninja of Konoha. Like Guy, I serve as one of the daimyo's guardian ninja. Nice to meet you, I'm Mitarashi Anko. Shirengoku smiled. Ah, a member of the 7 Crown Guards, I've long heard of your reputation. After exchanging some formalities, Shirengoku noticed that Anko wasn't in the best of moods and didn't continue the conversation. Guy, on the other hand, hadn't seen anyone from Konoha in a long time and was bursting with excitement, eager to chat. The head of the envoy then spoke up. Let's go meet Lord Minamoto first. The group proceeded into the capital. Although the city was large, it wasn't particularly prosperous. The streets were filled with people moving hurriedly, their faces devoid of smiles. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Anko thought to herself that with rebellions erupting all across the land of fire, it was no surprise that the people were living in fear. By contrast, Konoha had remained completely unaffected. As they walked, Guy continued bombarding Anko with questions, asking about how everyone was doing back in the village and whether anyone missed him. Eventually, they arrived at the daimyo's residence. The place where Anko was to meet the daimyo wasn't anything grand, just a reception hall. After all, her status didn't warrant an extravagant welcome. Guy and Shirengoku stopped outside the hall and gestured for Anko to proceed inside alone. The reception hall was decorated in a classical, elegant style. The moment Anko stepped inside, an indescribable feeling surged through her. She lifted her gaze and saw a middle-aged man seated in the main seat. His face was haggard and weary, clearly the result of excessive indulgence in alcohol and pleasure. But what truly caught Anko's attention, what she couldn't look away from, was the beautiful woman seated beside him, dressed in luxurious attire. This woman's beauty was beyond perfection, surpassing any other woman Anko had ever seen. She radiated grace, elegance, and flawlessness. Yet, despite having no physical resemblance whatsoever to Orochimaru, Anko felt, from the depths of her soul, that this woman was Lord Orochimaru. This feeling didn't come from logic or perception. It wasn't what she saw, it was what she felt, a deep-rooted instinct that struck her the moment she stepped into the room. A wave of panic and unease washed over her. The daimyo spoke, so, you are Mitarashi Anko, one of the 7 Crown Guards. But Anko was still in a daze, her mind clouded by the strange emotions overwhelming her. The daimyo's expression darkened with displeasure, and just as he was about to scold her, he suddenly began coughing violently. The woman beside him immediately leaned in, gently stroking his chest and urging him not to get angry, her voice filled with tenderness and affection. Would Lord Orochimaru ever act like this? Anko couldn't imagine it. A shiver ran down her spine, her scalp tingling. She suddenly thought of that Omegakure ninja she had encountered at Orochimaru's old hideout, another person who bore no physical resemblance to Orochimaru, yet gave her the same eerie feeling. Why was this happening? What was the truth? Anko had no idea what the daimyo had said. The only thing she clearly heard was his final sentence, "You may leave." After stepping out of the reception hall, Guy immediately approached her. How did it go? He asked. But Anko wasn't thinking about the daimyo at all. To her, he was nothing more than a frail, sickly man. She glanced at Guy and Shirengoku before saying, Guy, I need to talk to you. Shirengoku was perceptive enough to step back. Guy, why don't you take Miss Anko to her quarters first? We'll introduce her to the other members of the 12 Guardian Ninja later this evening. Guy nodded and led Anko toward her assigned residence, chatting along the way, explaining various things she needed to know about life in the daimyo's palace. When they arrived at her quarters, Anko suddenly grabbed Guy's wrist. She stared at him intently and asked, that woman, that Princess Kushinada, who is she? Guy thought for a moment before replying, she's a princess from the Land of Fields. She's been in the daimyo's palace for 3 years now. The Land of Fields princess, 3 years. 3 years ago, that was exactly when Lord Orochimaru supposedly died. Anko felt her heart trembling. She had thought this was just an ordinary mission. Guy continued, Lord Hokage has already informed me of your mission. I'll do everything I can to assist you. Anko remained silent and walked into her room. She needed to calm down, to think carefully about what to do next. Back at Orochimaru's old hideout, that AIM ninja had suddenly attacked her. Just then, a servant arrived outside her door. Lady Kushinada wishes to see you. Anko was startled, instinctively looking toward Guy. I'll go with you, Guy said immediately. Anko nodded silently, not refusing his offer. The two of them walked together to Princess Kushinada chambers. At the entrance, the guard stopped Guy. Lady Kushinada will only meet Miss Anko alone. Please wait outside. Before she entered, Guy handed Anko something, a black magatama. It felt cold in her palm, but she could sense the chakra pulsating within it. The black and white magatama were single-use tools created by Makoto, the Hokage. The white magatama could block all sensory techniques and disrupt one's magnetic field. Hakumen and Kakashi had previously used them to shield themselves from Orochimaru's white Zetsu spies. The black magatama came in pairs, allowing the holders to transmit a unique chakra signal to one another. This chakra could penetrate any ceiling barriers, ensuring that the two individuals could always locate each other. Anko recalled Makoto's words before she left, Guy would guarantee her absolute safety. With that reassurance, she clenched the black magatama tightly in her palm and stepped into Princess Kushinada's chambers. The room was lavishly decorated, exuding an air of extreme luxury. Whoever lived here was clearly deeply favored. Yet, strangely enough, the chamber was empty. Aside from the guards at the entrance, there were no servants in sight. Anko walked further inside, her gaze landing on a magnificent round bed. Golden silk drapes cascaded down from an ornate canopy, forming a sheer veil around the bed. But the one sitting on the bed wasn't Princess. It was a man. Anko's eyes widened. She knew this man, he was the same AIM ninja she had encountered at Orochimaru's old hideout. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she stood frozen in place. The man's lips curled into an eerie smile. It's been a while, Anko. Anko swallowed hard. Though shocked, she had mentally prepared herself for this possibility. Is it you? Lord Orochimaru, she murmured. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind her. Anko's heart tensed as she whipped around. It was Princess Kushinada. What? For a moment, her mind went blank. The breathtakingly beautiful woman gazed at Anko, her voice soft and lingering. It's been a while, Anko. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 200+ ch. Chapter 257, ch 257, Dragon. Snake. Anko had always firmly believed that the AIM ninja she had seen in the village was undoubtedly Orochimaru. Whether it was the AIM ninja or Princess Kushinada, they were merely identities that Lord Orochimaru had disguised himself as. But why were there now two Lord Orochimaru? Was it a clone technique? Anko's gaze shifted back and forth between Princess Kushinada and Hakuryu, noticing that their demeanor and aura were entirely different. Hakuryu had a refined yet frail appearance, his hair tied into a ponytail. When Anko first saw him, she had doubted herself, but now, with that eerie smile and eyes as sharp as a viper's, it was clear, this man was dangerous. Princess Kushinada, on the other hand, despite her breathtaking beauty, exuded a delicate and fragile presence. Aside from Anko, no one would ever associate such a stunning, weak-looking woman with the infamous Orochimaru. This wasn't a simple clone technique. Anko took 2 steps back, positioning herself so that she could see both of them at the same time. You, who are you? Hakuryu stepped forward from the luxurious bed, his lips curling into a smirk. What? You don't recognize me anymore. You've really disappointed me, Anko. That tone, that expression, aside from the face, everything about him was exactly like the Orochimaru in Anko's memories. Lord Orochimaru. She shifted her gaze to Princess Kushinada again, unable to understand why this woman gave her the same feeling. Hakuryu stepped closer to Anko, gently ruffling her hair and speaking softly, "Good child." Anko's expression wavered. There was no mistake, this was exactly the way Orochimaru had once treated her, with an affectionate touch, like a father toward his daughter. I'll explain it to you, Hakuryu said. Back then, during the battle against Sarutobi-sensei and Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi-sensei used a soul-sealing forbidden technique, intending to perish with me. But I escaped that seal using a special soul-splitting technique, allowing me to survive. But my body at the time. I had injected too many white Zetsu cells in one go, causing it to mutate beyond repair. It was no longer usable. Without a physical body, I could only keep splitting my soul again and again, evading the death god's pursuit to remain in this world. In the end, my soul fragmented into multiple separate beings. What you see before you now, they're all me. What he said wasn't difficult to understand. Anko was well aware of Orochimaru's soul experiments. She turned to Princess Kushinada once more. If what Hakuryu said was true, then this woman was also Orochimaru, one of his fragmented selves. Then, this man was as well. But Princess Kushinada's gaze toward Anko was entirely different from Hakuryu's. There was something in her eyes that only a woman would have. A complexity in the way her gaze flickered, emotions that Anko had never once seen in Orochimaru before. Anko looked at Hakuryu and said, "So, you're actually just a part of Lord Orochimaru." Hakuryu's eyes flickered slightly as he replied, "No, I am me, I am Orochimaru. Even though my soul has split into many fragments, there is still a dominant consciousness. You could think of it like my hands, my hair, my organs, pieces of my body that have separated from me. Princess Kushinada stood silently at the side, saying nothing. Anko appeared deep in thought. Hakuryu continued, but right now, I'm very weak. Too many fragments have split away, and I need to find a way to restore myself. Anko gazed at Hakuryu, staring at this unfamiliar face. After a moment of silence, she asked, Lord Orochimaru, what do you need me to do? A smile once again appeared on Hakuryu's face. He said, do you remember when we were at the research facility, and I told you I had something to show you? Anko slowly nodded. Yes. After that, I passed out. Hakuryu continued, and when you woke up, you found that your body felt completely different, as if you had been reborn, possessing an incredible, overwhelming power. Looking at Anko, Hakuryu reached out gently, lifting her chin so that she was forced to look up at him. That's because I changed your body. Anko's eyes instantly widened in shock. Hakuryu went on, well, perhaps not changed, more like transformed it. I created an extremely powerful body, originally meant for my own future use, but instead, I fused that body with yours. Anko suddenly understood, so that's why. That's why everything had felt so different. That's why, after waking up, even when Kakashi, Hakumen, and Guy fought together, they still couldn't defeat her. That's why Makoto had been constantly checking her body during that time. She stood there, dazed, and asked blankly, but, why did you? Hakuryu spoke gently, at that time, I no longer had the chance to change bodies. I also anticipated that battle would end badly for me. If I died, this body would only become Hyuga Makoto's prize. Rather than let that happen, I chose to leave it to you. Hakuryu's hand caressed Anko's cheek affectionately, as if he were touching something precious. Anko, I need your body now. With it, I can gradually reclaim the fragments of my soul and restore myself. Don't worry, I'll prepare another body for you. Anko didn't respond. Instead, she turned and walked toward Princess Kushinada. Seeing this, a flicker of hostility flashed across Hakuryu's face. Anko grabbed Princess Kushinada's delicate arm and stared intensely into her eyes, as if trying to confirm something. Are you also Lord Orochimaru? Before Princess Kushinada could answer, Hakuryu interjected, you could think of it that way. We are all parts of me. But Princess Kushinada only forced a weak smile. She seemed to hesitate, lifting her hand slightly as if wanting to touch Anko's face, yet, at the last moment, she stopped herself. Lord Orochimaru. Anko spoke softly, her back turned to Hakuryu. You must be unable to use the name Orochimaru now in order to hide yourself. Can you tell me your current name? Hakuryu's eyes flickered. My name now is Hakuryu. Hakuryu. Anko murmured, taking a deep breath before slowly exhaling. Then, she spoke again, this time, calling out his name directly. Hakuryu. Her tone was unnaturally calm, as if she were addressing a stranger. Lord Orochimaru has never called the third Hokage, Sarutobi-sensei, in front of me. While he would use that title when speaking to the third Hokage directly, it was only a show of respect, something even the third himself was well aware of. Hakuryu's expression stiffened slightly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Lord Orochimaru also never called Makoto by his full name. Makoto was always the one he admired and relied on the most. He once told me that even if they were to become enemies in the future, he would never hate Makoto. At the time, I didn't understand why they would become enemies at all. Anko suddenly let out a bitter laugh. She was the one who had introduced Makoto to Lord Orochimaru. Back then, she had been happy that Makoto had earned Lord Orochimaru recognition. She had always imagined that when she grew up, she would become just like Makoto, Lord Orochimaru's right hand, following him forever. Lord Orochimaru never liked to smile. His smiles were always for show, even the ones he gave me were fake. It was because, when I was a child, I once told him that he looked terrifying when he didn't smile. After that, whenever he faced me, he always had a smile on his face. But that smile was never gentle. His true gentleness was hidden behind that cold, unreadable expression, not behind some fake, hollow grin. Hakuryu. You think that because you are the third Hokage's student, you should respect him. You think that because you are Makoto's enemy, you should hate him. You think that because you believe you and I are close, you should put on a gentle smile for me. But all of it is just what you think you should do. If you were truly Lord Orochimaru, you would know that none of that was ever necessary. Anko tightened her grip on Princess Kushinada's arm. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. That day, Lord Orochimaru told me at the research facility that he wanted to show me something. He said he had a gift for me, a special, unique, and most important gift, one that belonged to me alone. He told me that no matter who it was, anyone who tried to take this gift away from me would be my enemy. If Makoto had no interest in taking this gift, then I could continue to trust him. At first, I didn't even know what this gift was. Something this important, why don't you remember it? You claim to be one of Lord Orochimaru's split entities, the one with the dominant consciousness. Yet you don't even have a complete memory. At that moment, Princess Kushinada, standing before Anko, suddenly covered her face with her hands, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Anko. In contrast, Hakuryu, standing behind Anko, wore only an expression of coldness and killing intent. Anko slowly turned around to face him, not surprised in the slightest by his reaction. From the moment I saw you in Konoha that day, I knew. You might be Lord Orochimaru, but you are not the Lord Orochimaru I knew. Hakuryu, you want my body, so that you can gain enough strength to devour the other split entities, right? That means, among all of Lord Orochimaru's fragments, you are absolutely not the strongest one. You're just a lowly remnant, an insignificant, power-hungry fragment, trying to overthrow the rightful ruler. As Anko spat her accusations, the killing intent on Hakuryu's face intensified. But then, suddenly, he let out a low, chilling laugh. His eyes narrowed, and his voice carried a sinister edge as he murmured. Anko, you've truly impressed me. Then, as the laughter faded, he spoke in a calm, deadly tone. You're right. Among all the split entities, I'm not the strongest. But killing you, I am more than enough for that. Killing me. Anko murmured to herself. If it were Lord Orochimaru, and he wanted my life, I wouldn't hesitate. But Lord Orochimaru would never want me dead. As soon as her words fell, dark eye markings appeared on her face, and an immense, terrifying chakra erupted from her body. The entire room shook under the sheer force of the energy, screens, silk drapes, tables, and chairs trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly countless threads of blue chakra filled the space, while the floor became covered in countless glowing, intricate seals crawling like living inscriptions. Anko glanced at the ceiling formations, then let out a cold laugh. So, you were prepared for this all along. Orochimaru's expression remained emotionless as he raised one hand and formed a seal in front of him. Kaguya 9 Seal Corridor. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 258, ch 258, A Loveless Person. Threads of chakra stretched out in all directions, as if responding to Hakuryu's hand seals. In an instant, they all shot toward Anko like a storm. Uncertain of what kind of technique this was, Anko dared not take it head-on. She held her breath, preparing to dodge. But at the same time, the patterns on the ground lit up with a dazzling glow and began writhing on their own. As the markings shifted, Anko was shocked to realize that the entire ground was changing. A sudden sense of vertigo overwhelmed her. The world around her twisted and distorted, colors blending together chaotically. By the time the intense dizziness subsided, she found herself completely immobilized, her limbs tightly bound and suspended in midair by countless blue chakra threads. She couldn't move. Genjutsu. Anko's heart pounded in alarm. No. This wasn't just genjutsu. These chakra threads were continuously draining her own chakra. As the energy within her became unbalanced, the kite seal forcibly expelled her from sage mode. The markings around her eyes faded, and the terrifying chakra aura, along with her overwhelming presence, vanished completely. Hakuryu sneered as he looked at the restrained Anko. So this is the so-called sage power granted by Hyuga Makoto. Anko, you're still too inexperienced. Looks like I never really taught you how to fight back then. But Anko furiously retorted, you're not Lord Orochimaru at all. Hakuryu remained expressionless. It doesn't matter. I will become a new Orochimaru. Shedding my mortal shell, transforming into a true dragon. I will be the one and only supreme god. He walked toward Anko slowly, shedding the last traces of his disguise. But just then, a figure suddenly stepped in front of Anko, Princess Kushinada. Anko froze in shock as she stared at the person before her. Princess Kushinada grabbed Hakuryu's wrist with one hand, pleading, that's Anko. Please let her go, there must be another way. Hakuryu, however, frowned and, with a swift motion, backhanded Princess Kushinada, sending her sprawling to the ground. Anko's pupils contracted as she shouted in fury, bastard. What do you think you're doing? Hakuryu cast a glance at the fallen Princess Kushinada and said to Anko in an indifferent tone, relax. She won't die. If she did, that would be a hassle for me. Princess Kushinada clutched her swollen cheek and the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, gazing at Hakuryu with a sorrowful expression. I'm begging you, let her go. That's Anko. Have you really forgotten? Hakuryu sneered coldly. If you pity her so much, then why did you help me in the first place? He tilted his head back slightly, his tone devoid of warmth. Of course, I know she's Anko. I remember too much, ever since I first met this child. He then began to recount various moments from the past, each one spoken with precise accuracy, without a single mistake. Yet there was no warmth in his words. Hearing them, Anko felt an unbearable sorrow welling up inside her. Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Hakuryu continued, but so what? His cold gaze locked onto Anko, and he let out a chilling laugh. Abandoning useless emotions has always been my pursuit. I may not be the complete Orochimaru, but I am Orochimaru's most perfect form. Is that so? Anko murmured softly. Hakuryu responded indifferently, that's right. There were two emotions my past self wished most to discard, one was my attachment to the third Hokage, and the other was you. Anko lowered her head, her hair falling over her eyes. But a quiet, low chuckle suddenly escaped her lips. Hakuryu frowned slightly at her seemingly deranged laughter, unwilling to waste any more time. Just then, Anko suddenly opened her tightly clenched right hand. From her palm, a pile of black, crumbling residue fell to the ground, shaped like a magatama. What is that? At that moment, a chilling sensation surged through Hakuryu's body, making him instinctively take a step back. Whoosh! A single flash of blue light. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before him. The man wore plain clothing, his hair neatly styled in a kappa cut, with thick, bold eyebrows and a face radiating unyielding intensity. Flickering remnants of blue chakra flames shimmered around him, accompanied by a mist-like steam rising from his body. As he arrived, Hakuryu instantly realized that the sealing barrier he had meticulously prepared was shattered in an instant, and the chakra threads binding Anko were severed just as swiftly. Fast. Too fast. How did he get here? Hakuryu hadn't even seen him move. Anko, who is he? Guy's sharp eyes locked onto Hakuryu as he asked the now unshackled Anko behind him. Anko's gaze remained fixed on Hakuryu. Her expression hardened. Enemy. I see. Guy muttered. Before Hakuryu could even react, a sudden impact struck his abdomen with the force of a mountain crashing down on him. A devastating pain tore through his body as he was sent hurtling downward, smashed into the ground with overwhelming force. Boom. The entire palace chamber trembled violently, the deafening explosion of impact echoing through the halls. Hakuryu's vision blurred as he caught sight of the markings now etched across Might Guy's face, similar to Anko's, yet even more intricate, converging into a bold, 3 character on his forehead. One punch. Just one punch had completely taken him out of the fight. His body felt as if it had been utterly broken apart. If not for his uniquely resilient physique, he would have been reduced to a bloody pulp on the spot. As he stared at the markings on Guy's face, shock filled his heart. What kind of power is this? How could a sage mode be this terrifying? Hyuga Makoto. Hyuga Makoto. After the palace chamber stopped shaking, calmness returned. Anko was still in shock at Guy's sheer power. She took 2 steps forward. You didn't kill him, did you? The markings and shadows on Guy's face faded as he looked down at Hakuryu, who lay in the deep crater. No. He's still alive. Anko let out a breath of relief. That's good. She gazed into the crater, her expression complex as she looked at Hakuryu, his abdomen completely caved in. From the depths of the pit, Hakuryu let out a ragged, wheezing sound. His eyes, rolling in their sockets, finally fixed themselves on Anko. N.K.O. He croaked weakly. Anko remained silent. You will belong to me, sooner or later. With those words, his entire body suddenly sank rapidly into the ground. Seeing this, Guy's expression changed in alarm. He immediately threw another punch, but this time, his fist only struck solid rock beneath, shattering the stone and leaving deep cracks in the floor. Without hesitation, he re-entered Sage mode, expanding his sensory perception to cover the entire daimyo's residence. He's gone. Guy's eyes widened in shock. Anko also realized that his method of escape was the same as that night. He got away. Guy immediately got up to give chase. I'll go after him. No need. Anko stopped him. Even back in Konoha, Hakuryu had managed to escape. If they couldn't catch him then, how could the two of them possibly do it now? Guy clenched his fists in frustration, blaming himself for letting his guard down just because the enemy had lost the ability to fight. But Anko, on the other hand, felt surprisingly calm. She turned to Princess Kushinada, who stood nearby, and walked over to her. Are you all right? Princess Kushinada's face was still swollen, but she simply shook her head lightly in response. After a brief hesitation, Anko asked, You don't know how to fight? No, I don't, Princess Kushinada replied. Anko stared at the woman, uncertain of what to say. According to Hakuryu, she was also a fragment of Orochimaru, yet why did she take the form of a woman? But this woman didn't seem hostile toward her. In fact, she had tried to protect her just moments ago. Anko hesitated before speaking, you. But before she could finish, Princess Kushinada interrupted. Anko, there's something I want to tell you. Anko looked at her, waiting. Princess Kushinada continued, no, to you, it would be before Orochimaru. I did want to discard certain emotions. But you were never one of them. Anko froze in place, completely stunned. Princess Kushinada gently reached out and stroked Anko's cheek, and this time, Anko didn't feel the slightest urge to resist. Anko, to me, to Orochimaru, you were always the most special. Otherwise, he would never have left a body like this for you. Anko suddenly reached up and grasped the hand resting on her face. Come with me. Come back to Konoha with me. Princess Kushinada shook her head and softly replied, I am a sinner there, and I have no desire to return. There are too many people there I don't want to see. Right now, I only want to stay by Lord Minamoto's side. She lowered her gaze and added, of course, if you plan to take me back by force, there's nothing I can do. If Makoto finds out about me, I will undoubtedly become one of his test subjects, his research material. Anko, I hope you can let me go. Anko stood there in silence. The woman before her was gentle and fragile, it was hard to believe that she was a part of Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a criminal in Konoha's eyes. If Makoto, as Hokage, were to learn the truth. Lord Orochimaru. Anko tightened her grip on Princess Kushinada's hand, biting her lip, unable to say a word. Princess Kushinada pulled her into a warm embrace. Anko instinctively held her tightly, her body trembling ever so slightly. Lord Orochimaru, do you know how much I've missed you? Why did you abandon me? Princess Kushinada let out a soft sigh, gently running her fingers through Anko's hair. A long moment passed before Anko finally let go, her emotions settling. Just then, noises suddenly erupted from outside. Everyone initially thought the noise was just people drawn by the commotion Guy had caused earlier. But then, a frantic voice shouted from outside. Something terrible has happened. Lord Minamoto is dead. Lord Minamoto. The daimyo. The three of them froze for a brief moment before the shock hit them like a tidal wave. Princess Kushinada, in a panic, released Anko and bolted out of the sleeping quarters, nearly tripping in her haste. The daimyo was dead. Dead in his own bed. Without any warning. Although his health had always been frail, he was nowhere near the point of death's door. A crowd had already gathered outside the daimyo's chambers. Princess Kushinada clung to his cold, lifeless body, sobbing hysterically, her entire being overcome with madness. Anko and Guy stood among the crowd, watching the scene with conflicted expressions. Guy. Yeah. I need to talk to you. Anko led Guy to a secluded corner. Guy, are we friends? Guy didn't answer immediately. If Anko had asked him this before, he would have pounded his chest and said, of course, without hesitation. But he wasn't a fool. He had heard every word exchanged between Anko and Princess Kushinada. Seeing his silence, Anko suddenly knelt before him. Guy remained unmoved, his expression unreadable. You want me to hide this from Lord Hokage, don't you? Anko's voice was steady. To you, Orochimaru is an unforgivable criminal. But to me. Guy frowned. Anko, do you understand what you're doing? Before she could continue, a series of rapid, heavy footsteps sounded from outside. A squad of armored soldiers stormed in, weapons drawn. Leading them was a stern-looking general, his voice booming. Kill the witch. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 259, ch 259, Anko who made a mistake. A large number of soldiers swarmed into the daimyo's residence, and the servants and maids naturally dared not stop them. The general led his men straight into the daimyo's bedchamber, ignoring the kneeling crowd as his gaze locked onto Princess Kushinada, who was weeping beside the daimyo's corpse. Witch. He immediately drew his weapon, the cold gleam of the blade causing the surrounding servants to scatter in fear. Yet Princess Kushinada remained clutching the daimyo, sobbing uncontrollably, completely unaware of the approaching general behind her. At that moment, someone couldn't help but step forward and say, the daimyo's body is still warm, General, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The general glared fiercely. Insolent. Lord Minamoto was killed by this witch. The one who spoke shrank back in fear at the general's murderous gaze, and the other servants huddled together, not daring to utter another word. The general strode forward, grabbed Princess Kushinada by the collar, and yanked her up. You. But when he saw her tear-streaked, sorrowful face up close, he momentarily hesitated. He had never looked at her so closely before. Could there really be such a beautiful woman in this world? No wonder Lord Minamoto. General Oda. A stern voice suddenly rang out from behind, snapping him back to reality. The speaker was the daimyo's official wife, a dignified noblewoman standing at the front of the soldiers. Oda Isamu shook his head and once again filled his face with killing intent. Which, you bewitched our lord and brought disaster upon the nation. I will send you to hell. He raised his blade high, ready to strike Princess Kushinada down right there before the daimyo's corpse. However, just as the crowd thought she was about to be cut down, a dull thud sounded. Oda Isamu was suddenly sent flying backward. A figure had appeared in front of Princess Kushinada as if from nowhere, gripping the very blade Oda Isamu had wielded. Her expression was fierce as she stared down the soldiers. It was none other than Anko. Oda Isamu clutched his aching chest as he got up, his expression dark as he glared at Anko. Who are you? Anko had only arrived at the daimyo's residence today, so many people didn't recognize her. But her movements just now clearly marked her as a ninja. However, this was the daimyo's residence. In Oda Isamu's eyes, no ninja had the right to act so brazenly here. Anko replied coldly, Mitarashi Anko. Do you know of the Crown's Guard? The moment those words left her mouth, the crowd erupted in shock. The 7 Crowned Guardians. She's one of the 7. A ninja from Konoha. Murmurs spread among the people, and the soldiers hesitated, no longer daring to act recklessly. Oda Isamu frowned deeply. A subordinate of the Hokage. At that moment, Guy stood in the back of the crowd, watching Anko invoke the name of the Hokage. His brows furrowed slightly. To him, Anko's actions had already surpassed foolishness. But the daimyo's official wife spoke up sharply, her tone unyielding. Even if the Hokage himself were here, he would have no right to interfere. This witch is a threat to the nation, a criminal who must be punished. I advise you, Lady Anko, to step aside. Anko almost scoffed in response, wasn't the country's downfall due to the daimyo's own incompetence? But after a moment's thought, she knew saying such things would only drag the Hokage into unnecessary trouble. She also understood that if Makoto found out what she was doing now, she would not only be reprimanded. It might be far worse than just that. But no matter how clearly she understood the consequences, Anko could never just stand by and let these people kill Princess Kushinada. Anko. Princess Kushinada, still sitting weakly on the ground, spoke in a soft voice. Anko gritted her teeth and grabbed Princess Kushinada's arm. Seeing this, Oda Isamu roared in fury, "Stop her." The soldiers all drew their weapons, yet none dared to make the first move. The daimyo's wife, noticing a group of people standing at the entrance, realized they were the 12 guardian ninja. She immediately snapped at them, "What are you standing there for? Arrest her at once." However, not a single one of the guardian ninja moved. They only took orders from the daimyo himself. And now that Anko had openly declared herself a crowned guardian, they would have to be insane to stand in her way. That would be the same as going against the Hokage himself. With a new daimyo soon to take the throne, the current guardian ninja were likely to be replaced. Without the daimyo's protection and having made an enemy of the Hokage, how could they survive in the land of fire? Besides, as those responsible for the daimyo's security, they had been stationed around the palace at the time of his death. They could confirm that the daimyo had died suddenly, without any external cause. The only possible explanation was that his body had simply failed him. Meanwhile, Goku quietly asked Guy, "What's going on?" He had assumed that Anko was on some secret mission from Lord Hokage. If that were the case, he should be assisting her. Guy remained silent, his gaze fixed on Anko. If he didn't stop her now, this situation would surely bring great trouble to Lord Hokage. But if he did stop her now, how was he supposed to explain it to all these people? The 7 crowned guardians held a position of high status in Konoha and were the Hokage's closest confidants. Mishandling this could turn the Hokage into a laughingstock. Anko grabbed Princess Kushinada's arm and began walking toward the door, while Princess Kushinada still gazed longingly at the now lifeless daimyo on the bed. Oda Isamu stood to the side, his expression dark, yet he remained motionless. He knew all too well how terrifying ninja could be, and this girl was one of the 7 crowned guardians, one of the strongest among them. Seeing that their general made no move, the soldiers dared not interfere either, instead instinctively stepping aside to clear a path for Anko. The daimyo's wife, both furious and desperate, suddenly grabbed a weapon from a nearby soldier and swung it wildly at Princess Kushinada. Noticing this, Anko sharply turned her head, and in an instant, a powerful surge of chakra burst forth from her body, sending a gust of wind crashing toward the woman. Fortunately, Guy appeared before the daimyo's wife just in time, shielding her from the impact. Even so, the sheer force of Anko's aura left the woman utterly petrified, her sword slipped from her grasp, and she collapsed to the ground in shock. Anko glanced at Guy's expression, then swiftly turned away, still gripping Princess Kushinada's arm as she strode out of the chamber. The guardian ninja standing outside merely watched in silence as everything unfolded before them. Oda Isamu looked down at the daimyo's wife, who sat dazed on the ground, then at the soldiers who had stepped aside. His fists clenched in frustration, but ultimately, he had no choice but to loosen them in helpless resignation. Anko carried Princess Kushinada as she leapt across the rooftops, landing in a secluded, deserted area. Princess Kushinada hung her head in despair, her face still stained with tears. "You realize how much trouble you've caused?" A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Anko quickly turned to see that Guy had followed them. Instinctively, she stepped in front of Princess Kushinada and said, "You didn't stop me either." Guy simply stared at her, his gaze unwavering. Anko added, "I know exactly what I've done. This has nothing to do with you. I will take full responsibility for everything." But Guy replied, "I can't let you do anything else that would harm Lord Hokage. Since this woman is part of Orochimaru, it is Konoha's duty to take custody of this criminal. All we have to do is publicly reveal her true identity, and everything will be justified and handled properly." Anko frowned. "You want to take her back to Konoha?" Guy corrected her, "We will take her back to Konoha together." "Anko, you'd better stop making foolish decisions." In response, Anko simply pulled Princess Kushinada closer behind her, making her stance clear. At that moment, Princess Kushinada suddenly spoke up. "Anko. Don't worry. I won't let them take you back to Konoha." Guy finally lost his patience and shouted, "Anko. She is a criminal of Konoha. Harboring her is an act of treason." But Anko stood firm, unshaken. "If she is Lord Orochimaru, then she is everything to me. And what about Lord Hokage?" Anko was momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, she knew the truth. Makoto had always treated her well. Despite her reckless behavior and the absurd things she had done in the past, even after Orochimaru became a reviled criminal, she, his disciple, had suffered no consequences. On the contrary, Makoto had given her an esteemed position, granted her authority, and tolerated her defiance time and time again. She was silent for a moment before saying, "Makoto has too much, he doesn't need a friend like me. But I can't live without Lord Orochimaru." Guy felt that Anko had already fallen too deep, just like the daimyo had. He didn't want to waste any more words and decided to use force to take them both back. However, at that moment, Princess Kushinada, who was behind Anko, suddenly glanced at him. Just that single glance made Guy momentarily dazed. He had never thought of this woman as particularly captivating before, but now, for some reason, he was completely enthralled by her beauty, so breathtaking and otherworldly that it seemed as if she was the only person left in existence. Guy. By the time Guy snapped out of it, he found himself standing in front of Shiringoku, who had a hand on his shoulder. Shiringoku said, "You were caught in a genjutsu." "A genjutsu?" Guy recalled the woman's gaze and felt a cold sweat run down his back. Orochimaru. Yes, she was Orochimaru. How could she possibly be just an ordinary woman? He had been far too careless. By now, Anko and Princess Kushinada were nowhere to be seen. Guy immediately entered Sage mode to use his sensory abilities, but the two had already vanished without a trace. He had no idea how long he had been under the genjutsu. Shiringoku asked again, "What happened? Where is Miss Anko?" "I need to return to the village immediately. There's something important I must report to Lord Hokage," Guy said solemnly. Shiringoku simply nodded in response. Guy thought of something and said to Shiringoku, "Shouldn't you be heading back to the village soon as well? The daimyo has passed, and the new lord will ascend quickly. Until he appoints new guardian shinobi, it's our duty to protect him," Shiringoku replied. Guy let out a long breath and gazed at the distant sky, his thoughts complicated. With something like this happening, he had no idea how Lord Hokage would handle it. Would he immediately label Anko as a rogue ninja? Although they weren't from the same generation, they had always been part of the same circle of friends and shared a deep bond. Guy didn't want to see things come to that. He also wondered how everyone else would react once they found out. Anko. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 260, ch 260, The Strongest Clone. Guy quickly returned to the village and reported the daimyo's death to the Hokage. The daimyo is dead. Upon hearing the news, Makoto was quite shocked. Although there were many Konoha informants in the daimyo's residence, their transmission speed was not as fast as Guy's return. He died suddenly. Makoto couldn't help but ask. He remembered that while the daimyo was weak, his condition shouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. Guy then recounted everything that had happened with Anko and Princess Kushinada, without any concealment. However, he was unaware of Hakuryu's true identity, as he let him escape not long after he arrived on the scene. Moreover, Anko had barely mentioned Hakuryu afterward. After listening to Guy's report, Makoto frowned in deep thought. Guy couldn't help but say, Lord Hokage, I think Anko might have just acted on impulse. Makoto merely gave him a calm glance, and Guy immediately fell silent. Having spent so much time by the daimyo's side, he was no longer the reckless youth he once was. As a friend, he wanted to say a few words in Anko's defense, but he couldn't go against the Hokage. Makoto then summoned Hakumen from the umbu. Prepare the ceremonial entourage. The daimyo has passed away, and I will go to the capital tomorrow to offer my condolences. Hakumen was surprised to hear of the daimyo's death but immediately went to make the necessary arrangements. It was easy to imagine that if a general could storm into the palace with soldiers so soon after the daimyo's death, then the capital must already be in complete chaos. However, in Makoto's eyes, chaos was not necessarily a bad thing. What he intended to do was to further deepen the political turmoil rather than allow anyone to seize control of the situation. The daimyo's death was unexpected, but in a way, it had indirectly helped him. Guy was still worried about Anko. Makoto instructed the umbu to summon Kakashi, then had Guy recount the events to him once more. Kakashi, how do you think Anko should be dealt with? Guy cast a worried glance at Kakashi. Kakashi replied, Anko has committed a grave mistake. I am willing to capture her and await your judgment, Lord Hokage. Guy immediately added, I'll go too. Makoto took out a transparent magatama, holding it quietly in his hand. It looked as if it were made of glass, and as he infused it with chakra, the magatama gradually turned purple, its color warm and glowing faintly. Makoto tossed the now purple magatama to Kakashi. The moment Kakashi caught it, he suddenly felt his chakra being linked to something, like threads, some thick, some thin. The most obvious sensation was that Guy's chakra, right beside him, became incredibly clear. Beyond that, he could sense the chakra of Hakumen, Shisui, Kabuto, Itachi, all of them within the village. There was also a faint chakra signature, seemingly far away, thousands of miles in the distance. Kakashi glanced at Guy, seeing that he had no reaction, and realized that this object allowed its holder to perceive the locations of other members of the Seven Crown Guardians. This further solidified Kakashi's understanding. Ever since he had been marked with the kite seal, he had been firmly within the Hokage's grasp. Makoto asked, You know what to do, right? Kakashi bowed and replied, Understood. After the two left, Makoto paced back and forth in his office before suddenly sitting back down. He opened a drawer in his desk and began searching through it, eventually pulling out a document. On the document were detailed reports on the various rebel factions within the Land of Fire. Makoto focused his attention on the leader of the largest and most powerful of these groups. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Guy made only brief preparations before swiftly departing from the village. With the remote tracking ability Makoto had given them, they could pinpoint Anko's exact location, avoiding the need to search aimlessly like headless flies. Kakashi, that Princess Kushinada knows a powerful genjutsu. Be extra careful when you see her, Guy warned. Genjutsu isn't exactly my weakness. I won't fall for it as easily as you did, Kakashi replied calmly. You bastard. I was just trying to give you a friendly warning. Guy grumbled in dissatisfaction. The dense forest was eerily quiet, even in broad daylight. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting broken patterns of light upon the ground. Two dark figures moved swiftly through the fragmented glow. Kakashi kept his gaze fixed ahead and said, I know. I'm already prepared. But what about you, Guy? Are you ready? Guy was taken aback. What do you mean? Kakashi's gaze remained calm. Are you prepared to fight Anko? Guy replied, Of course, I'm ready. Kakashi said, Anko has Orochimaru by her side. If you go in thinking you're just persuading a friend to come home, you'll be killed. And you'll drag me down with you. I know. Eastern border of the Land of Fire. Anko didn't know where to take Princess Kushinada. Since she was originally from the land of rice fields, Anko decided to head in that direction. In hindsight, she realized she had acted impulsively. She didn't want to become a rogue ninja. Maybe she should have gone to talk to Makoto first. Perhaps if she explained that Princess Kushinada was no longer the Orochimaru of the past, Makoto might let her go. Even if it meant keeping her under house arrest in Konoha, it would be better than being on the run. At the border, they would need to pass through a checkpoint guarded by ninja. Normally, Anko's status would have allowed her to pass without issue, but she wasn't sure if the news from the daimyo's residence had reached this far yet. Princess Kushinada's physical condition was weak, and she couldn't walk for long before needing to rest. Anko asked, Your identity is that of the princess of the land of rice fields, right? Once we get there, can I take you to the daimyo? Princess Kushinada hesitated. That depends on how the Land of Fire decides to deal with me. If they brand me as a criminal, my father wouldn't dare shelter me. Her father. Anko was surprised and glanced at her, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you really love the daimyo?" Princess Kushinada's eyes dimmed. "Isn't it normal to love someone? How could that possibly be normal? Your Lord Orochimaru. You used to be a man." Anko thought this in disbelief but chose not to say it aloud. Although it was just a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, the thought of Lord Orochimaru being a woman still felt incredibly strange to Anko. "If we can't go to the land of rice fields, then where should we go?" Anko muttered, gazing into the distance. She glanced at Princess Kushinada again, wondering if they were truly going to spend the rest of their lives on the run. Princess Kushinada hesitated before saying, "I do know of another place." Anko asked, "Where?" Princess Kushinada hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Ryuchi Cave." Anko was stunned and looked at her again. Thinking back to how Princess Kushinada had trapped Guy in a genjutsu at the daimyo's residence, she asked, "Are you really incapable of fighting?" Princess Kushinada shook her head. "No, I can't." But this answer no longer sounded entirely convincing. Sensing Anko's doubt, Princess Kushinada explained, "Because of my appearance, I do know a bit of enchantment techniques." Ryuchi Cave. Anko's mind became chaotic. Ryuchi Cave was where Lord Orochimaru had signed a summoning contract. She had inherited the same contract from him. However, she hadn't summoned a serpent from Ryuchi Cave in a long time, partly because her current strength didn't require it, and partly because she wanted to avoid anything that reminded her of Lord Orochimaru. Otherwise, she would always end up missing him. Anko asked, "Ryuchi Cave is a place where snakes live. What are we going there for?" Princess Kushinada replied, "Do you remember what Hakuryu said before? That he wasn't the strongest among all the fragments." Anko was momentarily stunned. 1,000 miles away. As he was rushing forward, Kakashi suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Guy, who had already dashed ahead more than 10 meters, quickly halted as well. "What is it?" Kakashi lowered his gaze to the purple magatama in his hand and closed his eyes, carefully sensing it. After a brief moment, he reopened them. "The trail is gone. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 261, ch 261, The Silent Beast. Ryuchi Cave was a legendary sanctuary on par with Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest. It was home to countless serpents, including formidable summon creatures such as Manda, one of its most powerful inhabitants. At the pinnacle of its hierarchy sat the White Snake Sage, the founder and ruler of Ryuchi Cave. Unlike Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest, Ryuchi Cave harbored little goodwill toward humans. Many had sought its power, but most ended up as mere sustenance for the White Snake Sage. Though Anko had a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave, she had never actually set foot here before. Standing before the opulent Grand Hall, it was difficult to believe that this was a place inhabited by snakes. Yet, an eerie, chilling aura permeated the air. She could feel the sage mark on her body reacting, resonating with the chaotic natural energy field of this place. The unstable energy made her uncomfortable. It would be no easy task to enter sage mode here. Suddenly, the doors of the Grand Hall creaked open. From within, 3 figures emerged, walking with graceful, deliberate steps. They were 3 young women, dressed in delicate gauze robes, their faces adorned with exquisite makeup. The 3 women stepped forward and respectfully bowed before Anko. "We greet your highness, Anko." Anko was caught off guard by the unfamiliar title. "Your highness." "Me. Master has been expecting you for some time," they replied. "Master." Anko instinctively glanced at Princess Kushinada beside her. According to what she had said, the master these 3 women referred to was another split entity of Orochimaru, one that was supposedly the most powerful among them. The 3 women led Anko and Princess Kushinada deeper into the Grand Hall. As they walked, Anko noticed that the interior was just as lavish as the exterior. The opulence within rivaled even that of the daimyo's palace. However, after passing through the Grand Hall, they arrived before an ancient temple. At last, Anko spotted a few serpents, though they were relatively small. But when she shifted her gaze toward the temple, her breath suddenly hitched. Coiled around the temple was an enormous white body. A snake's body. Even its width alone was nearly 10 meters. One end of the massive serpent extended inside the temple, while the other stretched endlessly into the distance. Anko followed its massive form with her eyes, but no matter how far she looked, she could not find either its head or tail. "Lady Anko," one of the women respectfully called. "Master is inside." Anko swallowed hard, her throat moving visibly. Then, steeling herself, she took a step forward and entered the temple. Compared to the previous Grand Hall, this temple was ancient and worn. As Anko stepped inside and took in the sight before her, her pupils dilated uncontrollably. What lay within was no human. It was a colossal, snow-white python. The sheer size of the colossal python was beyond imagination, its entire body was covered in countless smaller white snakes. No, those white snakes weren't actually small, they only seemed that way in comparison to the massive serpent they adorned. But what was even more terrifying was that this giant python had 8 heads. Its immense body extended far outside the temple, what Anko had seen earlier was merely a portion of it. The sight of the 8-headed serpent was overwhelming. An ordinary person might have fainted from sheer terror. Yet, Anko felt no fear. The moment she laid eyes on it, she experienced the same instinctive recognition she had when first seeing Hakuryu and Princess Kushinada. This was Lord Orochimaru. She didn't know why she could always tell, it was as if some deep intuition guided her, a primal certainty beyond logic. But what she couldn't understand was why one of Lord Orochimaru's split entities had taken the form of such a monstrous being. The 8 serpent heads regarded Anko in return, their massive reptilian eyes reflecting human-like emotions. Then, one of the heads slowly lowered and moved toward her. Anko remained motionless, watching as the enormous, fearsome head approached. Instead of recoiling, she reached out and placed her hand upon its smooth, cold scales. Lord Orochimaru. Murmuring the name, Anko spread her arms wide, attempting to embrace the serpent. But it was far too massive, her upper body could only press against its snout. And then, to her astonishment, the great serpent closed its eyes, responding to her touch with a quiet acceptance. Lord Orochimaru. The massive serpent did not speak. It only let out a low, hissing cry. Anko realized that the creature seemed unable to speak. She placed a hand on its serpent-like head, gazing into one of its eyes. Princess Kushinada leaned in closer and said, "It's calling your name." Anko remained silent for a moment before replying, "It's not it, it's him." After discovering that he could no longer sense Anko's location, Kakashi continued heading toward the last place where a presence had been detected. However, even after arriving, the purple magatama given by Makoto still failed to pick up her whereabouts. Despite this, Kakashi could still sense the chakra of Hakumen and the others in the distant village. Summoning his ninja dog, Pakin, to track her scent, the conclusion was the same, Anko's presence had vanished into thin air at this location. Left with no choice, Kakashi and Guy returned to the village to report. However, Makoto had already anticipated this outcome before they even arrived. They were transported away by space-time ninjutsu, he told them. Kakashi wasn't surprised. If Makoto could craft a magatama capable of tracking them, then he likely had other means of knowing their whereabouts as well. He asked, "Were they taken far away?" Makoto pondered for a moment. "You could say that. Or perhaps there's a special technique blocking my perception." Indeed, he could no longer accurately detect Anko's location. The connection through Kite Seal was flickering, intermittent, as though leading into an unknown domain. Orochimaru had taken her. Makoto recalled the words left for him that day in the research facility. "Do you intend to keep me in this state of fear forever?" "Leave me," he instructed Kakashi and Guy. Then, he walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out into the distance at the towering Solarite Tower. His expression remained neutral, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Was there still anything left in this world that could make him afraid? The next day, Makoto, accompanied by Hakumen and Tsunade, boarded the Hokage's carriage and set off for the capital of the Land of Fire. This grand procession had been arranged by Hakumen, but Makoto took control of the convoy and directly lifted it into the sky, flying swiftly toward the capital. It was Tsunade's first time soaring through the air. Seated inside the carriage with the Hokage, she kept glancing out the window, marveling at the view. The rest of the procession members reacted much the same way. The speed of flight was astonishing, in less than half an hour, they had reached the capital. Upon hearing of the Hokage's arrival, the daimyo's residents immediately dispatched a welcoming party, led by General Oda Isamu, accompanied by a group of ministers. Lord Hokage. The officials all bowed in greeting. By title, the Hokage's authority was second only to the daimyo within the Land of Fire. Just a day ago, many within the court had secretly criticized the Hokage for allowing Anko to forcibly take Princess Kushinada. Yet now, standing before Makoto, not a single person dared to mention it. Each of them wore respectful expressions and greeted him with smiles. In this unprecedented time of crisis, with the daimyo dead and the nation in turmoil, the Hokage's influence had risen to unprecedented heights. After a brief exchange of formalities, Makoto followed the officials into the daimyo's residence. During this time, Shirengoku also came forward to greet them. After all, they were still Konoha's ninja. Before the spirit hall, after paying respects to the deceased daimyo, Makoto was approached by the daimyo's widowed wife, who led a young boy to stand before him. "Sir Hokage." This boy was to be the future heir of the Land of Fire. Makoto exchanged a few symbolic pleasantries, nothing more. However, the former daimyo's wife was exceedingly warm and eager in her attitude. She even instructed her son to show Makoto the deference of a junior, despite the fact that they were nearly the same age. Many watchful eyes around them observed the exchange, each harboring their own hidden agendas. But to Makoto, this so-called heir and everything around him held no significance. In his eyes, this entire chamber, its royals and ministers alike, was filled with the dead. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 262, ch 262, Stepping on Tsunade. Goku reported the situation in the capital to Makoto. General Oda Isamu held military power and, under the pretense of protecting everyone, had stationed troops to surround the daimyo's residence. Not only that, Oda Isamu had privately contacted the Guardian Ninja, promising to keep them in their roles as protectors of the new daimyo and offering various benefits to win them over. It was normal for powerful ministers to emerge when a nation's ruler was replaced. Clearly, Oda Isamu intended to turn the young daimyo into a mere puppet. Typically, the Hokage would not interfere in such matters, at least, an ordinary Hokage wouldn't. During the daimyo's funeral, a guard suddenly rushed in and whispered something into Oda Isamu's ear. His expression immediately darkened. After a long moment of contemplation, he approached Makoto and said, "Lord Hokage, may I have a word with you in private?" The two moved to a quiet area outside the courtyard. Oda Isamu spoke, "Lord Hokage, the nation is currently in a state of crisis due to internal rebellion. I humbly request your assistance in quelling the uprising." Makoto sighed and said, "General Oda, those so-called rebels are just ordinary people who picked up weapons because they couldn't feed themselves. I really can't bring myself to strike them down." Oda Isamu knew exactly what was going on. It was one thing for Konoha to refuse to intervene, but the Hokage had also ordered all well-known mercenary groups within the country to stay out of the conflict. Furthermore, when he tried to hire mercenary ninja from abroad, they were blocked at the borders and prevented from entering the Land of Fire. What kind of move was this? Despite cursing inwardly, Oda Isamu maintained a look of sincerity on his face. "Lord Hokage, the rebel uprising is causing great harm to the nation. I am not asking Konoha's ninja to slaughter these civilians, only to use their strength to suppress them. Once the new ruler ascends the throne, he will surely work diligently to restore the Land of Fire." Makoto appeared to be deep in thought. "This. I need to carefully consider it." Oda Isamu instantly grew anxious. He had just received word that the largest rebel faction had captured 2 cities in succession and was now advancing straight toward the capital. By the time the Hokage finished considering, the Land of Fire would already be under a new regime. "Lord Hokage." Just as Oda Isamu was about to continue, the young heir to the daimyo approached them. Unhappy at the interruption, Oda Isamu frowned and asked, "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly. Seeing Oda Isamu's blatant disrespect toward the future ruler of the Land of Fire was quite telling. Despite the country being in turmoil both internally and externally, he still had the audacity to be so arrogant. The young heir bowed politely and said, "Lord Hokage, my mother requests your presence." Makoto suddenly smiled and patted the boy on the shoulder. "By the way, you should also start considering candidates for your new guardian ninja." The moment those words left his mouth, Oda Isamu's expression turned extremely grim, while the young heir's face lit up with excitement. Having his own guardian ninja would give the young daimyo the power to free himself from all constraints and grant him absolute authority. If Oda Isamu still wished to act as a power-hungry minister, he would now have to gamble his own life on it. Oda Isamu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He then bowed to the young heir and said, "Your Highness, I was just discussing the rebel crisis with Lord Hokage, hoping that Konoha would assist in suppressing the uprising." Hearing this, the young heir seemed to be lost in thought. Then, looking at Makoto with eager eyes, he asked, "Lord Hokage, if Konoha's ninja step in, they can wipe out all the rebels, right?" Makoto. Oda Isamu's mouth twitched slightly at the boy's words. He stole a glance at the Hokage's expression, noticing that he, too, had a rather dark look on his face. Just then, a Konoha ninja suddenly appeared beside them, kneeling on one knee and presenting a letter. "Lord Hokage, an urgent letter has arrived from the village." Makoto, looking puzzled, took the letter, opened it, and after reading it, his face turned pale with shock. "This." Nearby, General Oda asked, "Lord Hokage, what has happened?" Makoto handed the letter over and said, "There has been another disturbance at Iwagakure in the Land of Earth, on the northern border." General Oda's expression visibly trembled. With a solemn tone, Makoto continued, "General Oda, Your Highness, I must return to Konoha immediately to deal with this matter. If Iwagakure dares to strike again, we must prepare in advance to safeguard the Land of Fire." General Oda, looking anxious, asked, "Lord Hokage, what about suppressing the rebellion?" The young heir beside him interjected, "And what about my guardian ninja?" After a moment of contemplation, Makoto replied gravely, "Rest assured, I will provide both of you with an answer shortly." Before General Oda could say anything further, Makoto departed with his entourage. Receiving Makoto's assurance, the young heir's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly went off to share the good news with his mother. Outside the capital of the Land of Fire, the Hokage's carriage stopped here, and before long, Sharingoku brought 9 people. These were the former daimyo's 12 guardian ninja. "Greetings, Lord Hokage." All of them knelt and saluted Makoto. Makoto swept his gaze over them. Most were middle-aged men. "You have served the daimyo for many years and have made great contributions. I will not ask about your past origins. Are you willing to join Konoha?" The kneeling individuals exchanged glances, clearly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Sharingoku had not mentioned this when inviting them. But after their initial surprise came excitement. "We are willing." Makoto gave a slight nod. "I know you are all excellent ninja, but after joining Konoha, you will start as Chunin." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." All of them bowed deeply to the ground in gratitude. Starting as Chunin was of no concern to them, being among the 12 guardian ninja already proved their strength. They could slowly rise to Jonin in the future. Most of them had been wandering ninja, lacking formal education. They had endured countless hardships to get where they were, so they understood better than anyone what an opportunity this was. To be accepted into Konoha was nothing short of a divine blessing. For experienced warriors like them, it was nearly impossible to be accepted into a major village. Even mercenary groups would treat them with suspicion. "Rise." With a light wave of Makoto's hand, an invisible force helped the 9 men to their feet. Suppressing their astonishment, they all bowed respectfully once more. "Let's go." Back to the village. Makoto turned back into the carriage, leaving the 9 guardian ninja somewhat surprised. Were they really just leaving the future daimyo behind like this? The entire convoy slowly ascended into the sky, carrying the 9 of them along as they swiftly flew toward Konoha. They had long heard that the Hokage possessed the ability to fly, but they hadn't expected him to be able to bring so many people with him. These seasoned warriors, all in their 30s, now looked down at the ground like curious children, marveling at the view from high above. Soon, they quietly sighed to themselves, there was always someone stronger, and the world was vast. Truly, the Hokage was extraordinary. One of them, who was on good terms with Sharingoku, asked in a hushed voice, "So, does this mean Lord Chi no longer needs us?" Sharingoku replied, "Lord Chi has already gathered new guardian ninja." The group exchanged uneasy glances but did not dare to ask further questions. Inside the carriage, Makoto was lying with his head resting on Tsunade's plump, smooth thighs, his eyes closed as he relaxed. Tsunade gently massaged Makoto's head with her fingers, applying just the right amount of pressure. As she gazed at him, she couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't Hakumen return with us?" Makoto simply replied, "He has his own mission." To Tsunade, Makoto's actions in the daimyo's residence had been puzzling. Why interfere in such political struggles? No matter who ultimately held power in the Land of Fire, they would always have to rely on Konoha. She continued questioning, "Why didn't you send people to help suppress the rebellion? Isn't that part of Konoha's duty?" At that moment, Makoto opened his eyes, only to find that most of Tsunade's face was obscured by the 2 prominent curves of her chest. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn," Tsunade apologized softly. She only felt that with the rebels causing chaos, countless civilians across the land would suffer. As a Konoha ninja, it didn't seem right to allow such a situation to unfold. Makoto sat up, his expression emotionless as he looked at Tsunade. Seeing his gaze, Tsunade instinctively knelt before him without a word. "Lie down," Makoto commanded. It was a humiliating order, but Tsunade barely reacted, perhaps she had already grown accustomed to it. She lowered her eyes, pressing her lips together before ultimately complying. She leaned forward, adopting a position similar to a formal prostration. Her arms bent at the elbows, supporting her upper body as she lay down, her hips slightly raised. The tight black skirt clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Makoto extended his legs, resting them straight atop Tsunade's back, using her as a footrest while he leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. The carriage continued to fly steadily through the sky without a hint of turbulence. Makoto, too, rested peacefully. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 263, ch 263, Don't Let Him Down. The Hokage's convoy finally stopped in front of the Hokage building, but the Hokage himself remained inside the carriage. Sharingoku didn't dare enter without permission and instead knocked lightly on the carriage. "Lord Hokage is resting," came Tsunade's voice from within. Before long, Samui descended from the Hokage building. She glanced at Sharingoku and the others, then asked, "You must be Sharingoku-sama." Sharingoku bowed slightly. "Indeed, I am." Having been away from the village for years, many people were unfamiliar to him. I am the Hokage's secretary, Samui. Please take your men to register first, there will be someone to assist you there. Goku led the group of guardian ninja away, while Samui waved a hand to dismiss the ceremonial escort before lifting the curtain and stepping into the carriage. She paused momentarily at the sight of Tsunade still kneeling there, and Tsunade, upon realizing it was Samui, let out a small breath of relief. Luckily, it was Samui. She had been worried that Goku and the others would barge in looking for the Hokage. Lord Hokage, Samui said as she lightly patted Makoto's shoulder, waking him up. Go sleep in the resting room, on a proper bed. Makoto slowly opened his eyes, stretched, rubbed his arms, and shivered slightly. It's getting colder. Samui responded, winter is approaching. And sleeping like this will only make you colder. Makoto got up and stepped out of the carriage. Samui glanced at Tsunade, still kneeling inside. For a brief moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of pity for her, but the feeling passed just as quickly. She nudged Tsunade lightly with her foot, signaling that she was free to get up. Tsunade watched as Makoto left the carriage, then slowly stood up, sat on a nearby chair, and began rubbing her sore and numb knees. However, she didn't dare sit for too long. She quickly stepped out of the carriage and followed him into the Hokage building. Since Makoto had already napped in the carriage, he didn't plan to continue resting. Instead, he sat at his desk and had Samui bring over a map of the Land of Fire. Konoha was not located in the heart of the Land of Fire. In contrast, the nation's capital was at its center and highly prosperous. It would indeed be a pity if such a place were to be destroyed. But it was just that, a pity. Makoto studied the map for a long time before saying to Samui, I'm planning to expand Konoha. Samui hesitated upon hearing this. But our village's finances are already stretched thin. Not long ago, Kakashi had gathered some funds from wealthy merchants, but it was far from enough to support a large-scale expansion of the village. However, Makoto simply said, the money will come soon. Suddenly, as if something had just occurred to him, his expression sharpened, and he called for the Umbu. Someone, go fetch Uchiha Obito. Obito's life hadn't changed much, he still carried out missions, trained hard, and tried to win Rin's favor. That said, he was now a Jonin. Though he had once been the dead last, the combination of his Sharingan and wood style had greatly enhanced his strength. During his Jonin exam, he had struggled with theoretical knowledge, just like Guy had back in the day, and had to take the test twice before passing. The events in the Land of Birds hadn't left much of an impact on him, and he had long since pushed aside everything that clan head Fugaku had told him. Now, upon receiving a personal summons from Makoto, Obito felt a surge of excitement. He rushed to the Hokage's office, thinking that the Hokage had finally acknowledged his abilities and was about to assign him an important mission. Makoto pondered for a moment before saying, indeed, I have a very important mission for you. Calling it an S-rank mission wouldn't be an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Obito became even more excited. He quickly patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, Lord Hokage. I will never let you down. I can complete any mission perfectly. Makoto asked, how's your training in wood style going? Obito replied, I've already mastered all the recorded wood release jutsu. What about house building? Obito was stunned for a moment. I mean. Makoto carefully chose his words. Techniques like 4-pillar house technique and multi-pillar house technique. Obito looked confused but nodded. I rarely use them, but there's no problem. Makoto revealed a satisfied expression. Uchiha Obito, the village now has an S-rank mission for you. Obito's eyes lit up with excitement. Makoto continued, 3 days from now, you will work alongside several Earth Release users and a group of construction workers to help expand the village. Obito was dumbfounded. Wah. What do you mean? The village is expanding, but due to financial constraints, we really need your abilities. The responsibility of building the village is now yours. Didn't you say it was an S-rank mission? Obito couldn't help but ask. Makoto's face turned serious. Isn't the village's construction important enough? This concerns Konoha's future development, it's a plan for the next 100 years. Makoto narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? You don't want to do it? No, I'm more than willing. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Makoto nodded in satisfaction. Good. That's what I expect from a jonin of the village. Since the village is short on funds right now, the most we can offer you for payment is 200,000 ryo. I hope you can understand. But don't worry, this mission will definitely be recorded as an S-rank mission in your records. Obito. 200,000 ryo. A B-rank mission alone could earn that much, and this construction task was bound to be a long-term project. His mouth twitched as he forced an awkward smile. After listening to Makoto's additional instructions, he finally left the Hokage's office. Konohagakure, though called a village, its actual size far exceeded that of a typical village, making it more akin to a small town. However, as the capital of an entire nation, it was still too small. The surrounding area was dense forest, offering plenty of space to develop a new city. Evening. To celebrate Guy's return to the village, a group of their peers gathered for a welcome party. Though he had returned yesterday, Guy hadn't been in the mood to celebrate due to what had happened with Anko. "Where's Anko? Didn't you invite her?" At the barbecue restaurant, noticing her absence, Asuma asked. Kurenai replied, "Anko hasn't been home for the past few days." None of them knew about Anko's situation, including the fact that she had become a guardian ninja. Guy's expression grew slightly heavy, but Kakashi spoke up, "Anko has a special mission and isn't in the village." Genma nodded. "I see. That's a shame. Hakumen isn't here either." "No big deal. Now that Guy's back, we can always get together another time." As ninjas, going on missions was perfectly normal, so no one paid it much attention. They quickly resumed their lively chatter and laughter. Kakashi discreetly patted Guy on the back and gave him a look. Understanding the gesture, Guy smiled and joined the conversation. "Obito, why do you look so down?" Someone finally noticed Obito's silence and spoke up. Given Obito's usual personality, he should have been the loudest one talking by now. Resting his cheeks in his hands, Obito stared at the sizzling meat on the grill without any appetite and sighed. "It's nothing. I just got assigned an S-rank mission." "S rank? Are you serious? Who are you teamed up with?" Everyone was shocked, and even Kakashi couldn't help but glance over in surprise. He thought to himself, this guy just got an S-rank mission. Shouldn't he be bragging about it non-stop? Is he trying to act all indifferent on purpose? Obito grew even more irritated and said, "Lord Hokage said he wants to expand the village. Since I can use wood release, he's making me help build houses." After a brief silence, everyone burst into laughter. "Building houses, ha ha ha. What kind of S-rank mission is that? Could it be that Lord Hokage is just messing with you?" Kakashi said, "Building and expanding the village is an important matter. Of course, it can be classified as an S-rank mission. In fact, it's even more important than some regular S-rank missions." Asuma clutched his stomach, laughing. "That may be true, but why is it still so funny? Ha ha ha." The others also burst into laughter, making Obito even more embarrassed. "I think it's really impressive." Suddenly, Rin, who was sitting between Kurenai and Shizune, spoke up. Obito immediately turned to look at her. Rin said seriously, "Using ninjutsu to build houses, has something like this ever been done before? Right now, you're the only one who can do it. Isn't that an amazing thing? Ninjas don't always have to fight and risk their lives in battle." Kakashi already said that this is something very important for the village. Otherwise, Lord Hokage wouldn't have classified it as an S-rank mission, right? Obito was deeply moved. "Rin, is that really how you feel?" Rin smiled. "Obito, Lord Hokage gave you this mission because he sees you as someone special and important. Don't let him down." The others exchanged looks, while Obito's fighting spirit ignited instantly. He grabbed his chopsticks, snatched a piece of grilled meat from Kakashi's plate, and stuffed it into his mouth. Speaking with his mouth full, he declared, "Don't worry. I'm the future Hokage. Building the village is part of my duty. I'll definitely complete this mission perfectly." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Iri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 264, ch 264, Anko's Plea. At the main gate of Konoha in the early morning, a special visitor arrived, a soldier on horseback, who had rushed from the capital, claiming to have an urgent matter to report to the Hokage. Originally, the scattered rebel factions within the Land of Fire were not much of a threat. However, for some unknown reason, they had suddenly conquered multiple cities in succession, winning battle after battle, and were now advancing towards the capital with unstoppable momentum. This unexpected turn of events caught General Oda off guard. The cities that had fallen were all heavily fortified, and even an elite army would need at least half a month to breach them. There was no way that a force composed of mere vagrants and rioters should be capable of such feats. The only possible explanation was that powerful ninja were among the rebels. Since the war now involved ninja, the ordinary soldiers of the Land of Fire had no real means of resistance. Their only option was to seek help from Konoha. After listening to the soldier's report, Makoto merely ordered someone to take the messenger to rest. Then, he returned home for another round of sleep. With winter setting in, temperatures were dropping rapidly, and Makoto found himself reluctant to get out of bed in the morning. This world had neither air conditioning nor central heating. While he could use vibrations to regulate the temperature around him, doing so would constantly consume his chakra and energy. He began considering whether the Tower of Solarity could be enhanced with temperature regulation, allowing Konoha to maintain a comfortable climate throughout the year. It seemed worth a try. However, he didn't have the time to experiment with it now. There were already many matters demanding his attention every day: progress in the fields of mechanical and biological sciences, planning for the village's expansion, commercial strategies for the new Konoha city, and countless other administrative affairs. Besides that, there were also some pressing matters that Makoto planned to initiate in the coming days, such as integrating all the independent ninja factions within the Land of Fire. Once he got busy, time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. Hakumen had returned. Lord Hokage, the capital has fallen. The rebels have taken control. They moved quite fast, Makoto said, setting down his pen. He had just visited the daimyo's funeral yesterday. What about the royal family and the generals? Hakumen replied, the royal family was completely wiped out by the rebels. The generals are all dead. As for the ministers and officials, those who were meant to survive are still alive. Makoto nodded lightly. He listened to this news, a revelation that could shake the entire nation, without the slightest change in his expression. Summon all the jonin in the village. We're having a meeting. Half an hour later, the largest conference room in the Hokage building was filled with people. Every active duty jonin in the village was present. At the forefront stood Mariboshi Kosuka, the captain of the jonin squads, while Kakashi and the other crown members stood on the opposite side. The room buzzed with murmured conversations, as everyone was curious about why the Hokage had suddenly called for this meeting. It wasn't until Makoto entered the room with Hakumen that the chatter ceased, and silence filled the space. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Makoto swept his gaze over the assembled jonin. You've all heard about the daimyo's passing, haven't you? Many people nodded upon hearing this, and Mariboshi Kosuka responded, we only just heard about it. Makoto continued, just today, the rebels have taken the capital, slaughtering countless members of the royal family and government officials. This news left everyone in the conference room stunned. The capital had fallen. The capital of the Land of Fire. Why did this sound so absurd? That was their nation's capital, and yet it had been overrun by a group of rebels made up of mere civilians. I've received information that powerful ninja were secretly aiding the rebels from the shadows, which is how they were able to take the capital so quickly. Someone couldn't help but ask, what kind of ninja? Still unclear. Makoto slowly shook his head. I had previously sympathized with the rebels, believing they had no choice but to revolt because they couldn't even feed themselves. But given the current situation, we can no longer allow them to continue wreaking havoc and harming the country. From now on, Konoha must do everything in its power to save the Land of Fire. Suppressing the rebellion wasn't as simple as that so-called wise prince suggested, just killing all the rebels. If things were handled that way, the Land of Fire would be doomed to complete collapse. Defeating the various rebel forces was easy, ninja had the power to break the will of ordinary people to resist. But after eliminating the rebel leaders, they still had to deal with the massive number of civilians who would be left as displaced refugees. The political structure of the major cities in the Land of Fire was in a state of total paralysis. This was far more than just a mess to clean up. Expecting a group of ninja to take over and govern a country in such a state was an incredibly difficult task. Makoto laid out a general plan for the pacification process. First, secure control over the capital. Second, restore the operation of the major cities. Third, suppress and integrate all remaining rebel forces. All of these tasks had to be carried out simultaneously. The Land of Fire was already in ruins, but no matter how broken it was, Konoha would be the pillar that held it together. There would be countless difficulties along the way, but the most important thing was to quickly restore hope for survival among the common people, to help them make it through this winter. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Makoto gazed toward the outskirts of the village. Due to Konoha's expansion, the surrounding forests had already begun to be cleared. Expanding from a village the size of a small town into a full-fledged city required a vast amount of land, far more than Konoha originally occupied. This might be a bit tough on Obito. Makoto thought to himself. As night fell and he was about to head home to rest, he suddenly sensed something. His body shot into the air, soaring out of the village. His flight speed was astonishing, chakra forming a barrier in front of him to shield against the cold wind. In no time, he had traveled 1,000 miles. Below him stretched a desolate wilderness. A lone figure walked slowly across the barren land, destination unknown. Hovering in the sky, Makoto observed. The figure below seemed to sense something as well, tilting her head upward to look in his direction. But the moment she saw Makoto, her expression changed, as if a mouse had spotted a cat. She immediately turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Makoto appeared out of thin air right in front of Anko. Why are you here? Anko looked at Makoto with a mix of fear and guilt, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. Makoto simply raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, Anko felt her limbs bound, her chakra stilled into a lifeless pool, completely immobilized. What are you doing? She struggled fiercely, but it was futile. Where is Orochimaru? Makoto asked. Anko averted her gaze to the side and let out a cold snort. Shouldn't you be calling him Lord Orochimaru? Just because you became Hokage, does that mean you've lost even the basic respect you should have? Seeing how stubborn she was, Makoto replied calmly, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. The interrogation unit in the village is quite skilled, they'll find a way to make you speak. Anko's expression changed. She panicked and struggled even more violently. Hyuga Makoto, you bastard. You pervert. Let me go. Makoto stepped closer, closing the distance between them until they were only inches apart. He reached out, gripping her chin tightly, forcing her to look at him. His gaze was ice cold. Do you think I'm flirting with you? Tell me where Orochimaru is. Anko's mind wavered, she felt a deep fear. It wasn't the threat of torture that scared her, but rather the chilling attitude Makoto was displaying. For as long as she could remember, she had been able to act as willful and unruly as she pleased around Makoto. No matter how blunt or disrespectful she was, he had always tolerated her. After Orochimaru left, she had unconsciously come to see Makoto as someone close to her. But now, she realized the distance between them was growing. With her chin held firmly in his grip, Anko had no choice but to meet Makoto's gaze. Her eyes trembled slightly as she whispered, Lord Orochimaru has already died once. Even if he had committed crimes, all grievances should have ended with that. Makoto. I beg you, please let him go. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 265, ch 265, I'll sleep wherever I want. Orochimaru's soul had split into multiple entities, making this the weakest he had ever been. For Makoto, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. Could he really afford to leave such a hidden threat unchecked? Makoto remained unmoved by Anko's desperate plea. The grievances she spoke of meant nothing to him, this was a matter between him and Orochimaru. Seeing Makoto's unyielding expression, Anko's gaze gradually dimmed. If Orochimaru wanted to kill me, would you beg him like this? Anko stared at Makoto in a daze. She couldn't understand, why did the two of them have to be enemies? There was no deep-seated hatred between them. I wouldn't let Lord Orochimaru kill you. Is that so? Makoto took Anko with him, soaring into the sky and speeding toward the village. Following behind him, Anko silently watched the miniature world below. Then, realizing that she could move again, she hesitated for a moment before suddenly reaching out to embrace him, pressing her face tightly against his back. Despite the freezing winds of high-altitude flight, Makoto's body was warm, so warm that Anko instinctively tightened her arms around him. She spoke in a muffled voice, Lord Orochimaru is my teacher. He gave me everything. He's like a father to me. Makoto, you're also my best friend. Why do you have to be like this? You both have given so much to each other, shouldn't you continue to support one another? Makoto remained completely unmoved, his tone calm as he said, if Orochimaru is willing to kneel before me and call me Lord Hokage, then I might consider sparing him. Anko fell silent. Upon returning to the village, Makoto ordered the Umbu to take Anko away and lock her in the detention room to await interrogation. Anko didn't resist and obediently followed the Umbu. Only then did Makoto return home. Why are you back so late today? Ayari greeted him at the door. There was something I had to take care of. I'm starving. Is there any food left? I saved some for you. Just then, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly ran out of their room, calling out, Daddy, as they rushed to Makoto's side, each grabbing onto one of his legs. Daddy, carry me. Me too. Makoto picked them both up, one in each arm, laughing as he asked, why are you two still awake? Sasuke said, I was waiting for Daddy. Naruto immediately echoed, I was waiting for Daddy too. But Sasuke pointed at him and accused, Naruto was so sleepy just now he almost fell asleep. I wasn't sleepy at all, I kept waiting for Daddy to come back. Naruto protested indignantly, that's not true. I wasn't sleepy. Then he looked up at Makoto with big, watery eyes. Daddy, I'm not sleepy. Makoto found the situation both amusing and exasperating. After coaxing the two children for a while, he sent them back to their room. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji shared a room. Unlike his two younger brothers, Neji was lying quietly in bed, not making a fuss. Sasuke grabbed Makoto's hand and said, Daddy, don't go yet. Tell us a story before you leave. Naruto immediately chimed in, I want to hear a story too. I asked Daddy to tell a story first. But I already wanted Daddy to tell a story in my heart, so technically, I was first. You didn't say it out loud. Niji, annoyed by the noise, scolded his younger brothers. You two, quiet down. Daddy has to work during the day and sleep with the moms at night. He's already very tired, so don't bother him anymore. Makoto. What do you mean, sleep with the moms at night? Who taught this kid that? After calming Naruto and Sasuke down and making sure they lay quietly in bed, he walked over to Niji's bedside. Seeing the boy pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, Makoto couldn't help but smile at his maturity. He gently tucked the blanket around him and then left the room. In the dining area, Ayari brought out the still warm dishes and set them on the table. Are the others asleep? I don't know. If you want to see someone tonight, just check their room yourself, Ayari said, glancing at him indifferently. Makoto quickly changed the subject. Do you know what Niji said just now? What? He said that I work during the day and sleep with the moms at night, and that I must be very tired. How does the kid even know so much? Who taught him that? Ayari scoffed. Does he really need someone to teach him? You're his father, don't you know what kind of example you set? If all our kids grow up to be like you, flirting with women everywhere, don't come crying to me. Makoto cleared his throat and said, come on, that won't happen. I'll make sure to properly educate them in the future. Then, he quickly shifted the topic again. Niji is much more mature and well-behaved than Naruto and Sasuke, isn't he? Ayari replied, he is a year older, after all. But all that maturity and obedience is just his way of trying to get your attention and approval. I suggest you treat all the kids equally. Otherwise, if Niji, Naruto, and Sasuke see you favoring Hinata too much, they'll start acting like her. Look at her, she's been spoiled into a complete little troublemaker. Makoto nodded in agreement. You're right. I'll be more mindful of that. After dinner, Makoto took a hot shower and went through his usual chakra body training. He felt completely refreshed and rejuvenated afterward. When he entered the master bedroom, Ayari looked at him in surprise. Why are you here? To sleep, of course. Ayari rolled her eyes. Did you forget whose turn it is tonight? Makoto tried to crawl under the covers. You've been waiting up for me this long anyway. Ayari pushed him away. I only stayed up because the kids weren't asleep yet. If you sleep here tonight, my sister will definitely make snide remarks tomorrow. You know how she is. If she dares to say anything, I'll teach her a lesson. Ayari still refused. Yeah, right. Like I need more things to be annoyed about. Just go to my sister's room already. Hearing that, Makoto couldn't help but kiss her and chuckle. No doubt about it, you're the real mistress of this house. Ayari rolled her eyes. Get lost already. Leaving the master bedroom, Makoto recalled what his son had said, working during the day, spending the nights with the moms. He really needed to be more mindful around the kids. Having too many women was a headache too. He sighed to himself and entered Ayano's room. A warm light illuminated the space. Ayano wasn't asleep yet, she was lying in bed reading a book. Seeing Makoto come in, she immediately set the book aside, pulled the covers up to her chin, and winked at him playfully. Ayano was the same age as Ayari, just in her early 20s, younger than Makoto, yet among the women, she had the most mature charm. Makoto felt a surge of heat rise in his heart as he walked toward the large bed. Ayano pulled the blanket up to her chin, biting her lips lightly. I thought you were going to sleep with Ayari tonight. Makoto raised an eyebrow and suddenly yanked the blanket away. I sleep wherever I want. In an instant, the covers were gone, and the sudden rush of cool air made Ayano shiver and curl up on the bed. She whimpered pitifully, it's cold. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 266, ch 266, The Compromising Anko. Inside the interrogation room. Makoto pushed the door open and stepped inside. Anko was sitting there, her hands and feet bound by chains. She merely lifted her eyes to glance at him when he entered. Makoto sat down in front of her and asked, have you thought it through? Anko lowered her head in silence. Makoto wanted her to reveal Orochimaru's whereabouts. Come in, Makoto suddenly called toward the door. A moment later, another person walked inside. This is someone from the Yamanaka clan. If you refuse to speak, I'll have to let him pry into your mind himself. Anko's eyes widened in shock. She knew very well how terrifying the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques were. Right now, she was completely at their mercy. If they used their jutsu on her, it would mean laying bare everything within her mind. Her hands clenched into fists, and she bit down on her lips. Makoto, what will it take for you to let him go? Makoto casually gestured for the Yamanaka ninja to leave. The men exited, shutting the door behind him. With a calm expression, Makoto spoke, "Anko, haven't I treated you well enough?" Anko had no words to refute him. Had Makoto not treated her well enough? Your current status, your position, your strength, aren't they all things I granted you? I've tolerated your willfulness and arrogance, even when you did such foolish things under my name at the daimyo's residence. You know that Orochimaru will kill me, don't you? If you refuse to reveal his whereabouts, should I take it as you wanting to help him kill me? No, it's not like that. Anko replied in distress, lowering her head even further. There has to be another way. Makoto frowned slightly. This woman was far too naive. I'll give you one last chance. Just tell me where Orochimaru is hiding, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. You'll still be one of my 7 crown guards, and you can continue living in the village as before. But if you insist on being my enemy, don't blame me for what happens next. Anko finally broke down. No. It's not like that. She didn't want to turn against Makoto, but he wasn't giving her another choice. Even if she refused to speak, he would still search her memories. Compared to that, compromising seemed like the better option. It would at least leave her a way out. But doing so meant she would be personally forcing Orochimaru onto the path of death. She would be betraying the person dearest to her. Makoto. Don't do this, I'm begging you, Makoto. Her eyes were filled with terror as she struggled against the chains binding her to the chair, but she couldn't break free. Makoto's gaze flickered slightly, and he said calmly, "It seems you've made your choice." With that, he turned to leave the interrogation room. No. Anko suddenly raised her voice. I. The words hovered at the edge of her lips, but her mind suddenly went blank. She wasn't even sure what she had just said, whether those words that should never be spoken had already slipped out. Before her lay 2 paths, one where she lost only Orochimaru, and one where she lost everything, including him. No matter how she chose, it would be painful. Perhaps she shouldn't have chosen at all, but in the end, Orochimaru would still die because of her. In that instant, she completely lost herself. She stopped struggling, sitting limply in the chair, staring blankly at the table before her. It wasn't until she realized that Makoto had somehow sat back down in front of her that she became aware, she must have really said something just now. Lost in her daze, she let out a twisted, broken smile, but even the bitter laughter failed to escape her lips. Her heart clenched in agony. Makoto looked at Anko's shattered expression and simply said, "Speak." Like a puppet with its strings cut, Anko slumped in her chair, tilting her head back to stare at the ceiling lamp above. The interrogation room remained silent for a long time before Anko finally murmured a single word. Ryuchi Cave. Makoto continued his questioning. What about the one who escaped from the daimyo's mansion? And the one you saw in Konoha before? They are the same person. His name is Hakuryu. He is now a AIM ninja. Makoto asked, are these the only fragments of Orochimaru? Anko slowly lowered her head. Makoto noticed the emptiness in her eyes, as if all light had faded from them. Lord Orochimaru's soul has split into countless fragments. Hakuryu and Princess Kushinada are just a few with stronger consciousness. The rest have been sealed away by Lord Orochimaru himself. I don't know where. After a brief pause, she added, I really don't know. These fragments may have some connection with each other, but they don't know each other's exact locations. Having gotten his answers, Makoto stood up and left. Not long after, another ninja entered the room and unlocked the shackles binding her limbs. Lord Hokage said you are free to go home. Home? Anko seemed dazed. Did she still have a home to return to? After leaving, Makoto immediately began reviewing records on soul-related forbidden techniques. During the battle atop the Hokage rock, Orochimaru had abandoned his physical body and shattered his own soul into fragments. Though this allowed him to survive, maintaining a purely spiritual existence for too long would inevitably result in being dragged into the afterlife by the death god. To delay this fate, he had no choice but to keep splitting his soul again and again, prolonging his existence in the mortal world. Just how many fragments of Orochimaru were out there? Perhaps Anko truly didn't know. It seemed the only way forward was to capture one of Orochimaru's fragments first. A Megakure. In a tightly sealed room, Hakuryu's trembling hand struggled to guide a syringe toward his arm. His fingers shook so badly that he couldn't align the needle with his vein. Cold sweat formed on his forehead as he fumbled with it for what felt like an eternity. Finally, the needle pierced his skin. Hakuryu tilted his head back and let out a long breath, as if a wave of relief had washed over him. He injected the drug, then carelessly tossed the syringe into the trash bin, where many other discarded syringes had already piled up. Slumping into his chair, he looked utterly drained, caught between the emptiness and fleeting pleasure of satisfying an addiction. This body was reaching its limit. He had to find a suitable new vessel soon. Anko was no longer an option. During that last battle, Guy had shattered the internal structure of this body beyond repair. He was too weak, far too weak to stand against Hyuga Makoto. He couldn't even defeat one of Makoto's subordinates. How could he possibly devour the other soul fragments like this? Especially that one in Ryuchi Cave. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking at the door jolted him. Hakuryu quickly straightened up, adjusting his appearance before heading to the door. Lord Nagato. Standing at the doorway was a red-haired man, and Hakuryu's face showed nothing but astonishment. Why are you here? You're home, perfect. Come with me, Nagato said with a slight smile. Is there a mission? Hakuryu asked. No. The Hokage of Konoha has suddenly paid us a visit. I'm going to receive him, and I want you to come along. The Hokage of Konoha. Hakuryu's heart skipped a beat. Hyuga Makoto. He came to Omegakure. I didn't hear anything about this beforehand, he said cautiously. Nagato sighed helplessly. Neither did I. Even Yuhiko wasn't informed. That's why I said it was a sudden visit. Come on, let's go meet him together. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 267, ch 267, Cutting Off the Tail to Survive. Outside, the rain was pouring down, water cascading from the eaves in a steady stream. A thin layer of water had pooled in the courtyard, reflecting the dim light. Inside the guest hall, Makoto sat calmly, slowly sipping the tea that Konan had served him. Hakumen stood silently by his side. A cold wind swept in, making Yuhiko narrow his eyes slightly, his expression thoughtful. I wonder, what does the Hokage mean by this? Standing beside Yuhiko, Konan also spoke, her tone unwavering. Hakuryu is our comrade. There's no way he would do such a thing. Makoto merely smiled and said, the truth will soon be clear. Yuhiko's heart sank slightly. He realized that the Hokage had come not just with suspicions, but with accusations, and since he had come in person, this matter would not be easily resolved. The rain outside continued to fall in thick sheets. Both Konan and Yuhiko had their own thoughts, feeling a growing sense of unease. Not long after, Nagato arrived, bringing another person with him. Upon entering the hall, Nagato first nodded respectfully to Yuhiko, then turned to Makoto and bowed slightly. Lord Hokage. However, Makoto's gaze remained fixed on the man standing beside Nagato, Hakuryu. To be honest, there wasn't a single trace of Orochimaru in this man. Even if he had stood right in front of Makoto earlier, Makoto would never have recognized him as Orochimaru. This level of disguise was flawless. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhiko spoke. Hakuryu, the Hokage has some questions for you. Nagato, sensing something was off, furrowed his brow slightly. Konan, standing nearby, quietly pulled him aside. Hakuryu bowed respectfully toward Makoto. I wonder what Lord Hokage wishes to ask. Makoto simply stared at Hakuryu for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. Hakumen. Hakumen's expression shifted slightly before he immediately understood the command. In an instant, he vanished from the guest hall. Yuhiko's face changed with surprise. Lord Hokage, what is? Makoto interrupted calmly. No need to be impatient, Mr. Yuhiko. Less than a minute later, Hakumen returned, dragging another person with him. Shockingly, it was also Hakuryu. Before anyone could react, Hakumen swiftly struck the original Hakuryu with a sharp chop. In an instant, the figure vanished into a puff of white smoke. Yuhiko's expression darkened. Hakuryu, were you trying to escape? Hakumen threw the real Hakuryu onto the ground. The latter instinctively tried to use his hiding in scale powder technique to slip away, but he quickly realized that the floor was covered with a chakra barrier, set in place specifically to prevent his escape. Realizing that fleeing was impossible, Hakuryu remained silent. It was clear that the Hokage had come for him. Yuhiko's voice was laced with anger. Hakuryu, why did you attack Konoha's ninja? The Hokage had suddenly visited Omegakure, bringing a list of accusations against Hakuryu, attacking Konoha ninjas, causing chaos at the Fire Daimyo's residence. Initially, Yuhiko had refused to believe it. Nagato was equally shocked and couldn't help but ask, Hakuryu, is this true? All this time, Hakuryu had proven himself to be highly capable and strong, earning Nagato's deep trust. He had even secured a core position within Amagekyu's leadership. Hakuryu let out a long sigh, ignoring Yuhiko and Nagato. Instead, he grinned at Makoto. I didn't expect you to find out. Was it Anko who told you? Seeing that grin on his face, Makoto finally sensed something familiar about him. Makoto asked, did you kill the daimyo? As soon as those words were spoken, the three members of Omega visibly paled. Hakuryu, however, admitted it outright with a cold smirk. That's right. But what, do you actually care about something like that? Makoto's expression remained indifferent. He simply said, Mr. Yahiko, may I leave this man to my custody? Yahiko's expression shifted several times before he forced a smile. Of course. I never expected something like this to happen. It was my failure in leadership. Makoto's gaze remained locked on Hakuryu. Without moving, he exerted an invisible yet immense force that twisted Hakuryu's arms behind his back, forcing him onto his knees. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Makoto spoke calmly. Mr. Yahiko, there's no need to blame yourself. I have full confidence in your leadership. But no matter how capable a leader is, it's difficult to prevent all treachery. Konoha and Omega are close neighbors and allies, our relationship won't be affected by someone like this. Yahiko chuckled. It's good that Lord Hokage understands. But, since Hakuryu killed the Fire Country's daimyo, if word gets out. If it became public that a AIM ninja had assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Fire, even if the Hokage was willing to forgive, would the rest of the Fire Country do the same? Rest assured, Omega is a friend of Konoha. Only then did Yahiko breathe a sigh of relief, but he soon heard the Hokage change the subject. 3 years ago, Konoha issued 2 wanted notices. Does Mr. Yahiko still remember them? Wanted notices, 3 years ago. Not only Yahiko but also Nagato and Konan seemed to have realized something. Jiraiya-sensei. These 2 individuals are high-priority criminals of Konoha. We've been searching for them without success. If your village has any information, we would appreciate being informed. Yahiko could only nod in agreement. Of course, of course. Makoto then stood up from his seat. Now that my business is finished, I should take my leave. Yahiko made a few polite attempts to have him stay, saying that Omega had planned to properly host the Hokage. There are still many matters in the village that require my attention. In that case, I won't delay Lord Hokage any further. With Hakuryu in tow, Makoto and Hakumen walked out of the reception hall. Then, without hesitation, they soared into the sky, vanishing into the rain. After they left, Yahiko sat back down with a complicated expression. The Hokage had been here for no more than 30 minutes, yet he had taken the men away. Although it was their own person who had committed the crime, the way it all played out left Yahiko feeling deeply unsettled. In the end, it all came down to their weakness, Amagekyu's weakness. Konan hesitated before speaking. Yahiko. Yahiko simply waved his hand in mild frustration. I'm fine. Then he looked at Nagato and said, Nagato, go investigate Hakuryu's past and background thoroughly. All right. Nagato was still deeply shaken by the revelation that Hakuryu had assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Someone he had trusted all this time, what was he really plotting? In the end, Nagato realized he barely knew anything about him. The feeling of being deceived was unsettling, and for a while, Nagato felt completely lost. After leaving, he wandered aimlessly through the streets. The rain continued to pour as he eventually found himself at Hakuryu's residence. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was simply furnished, with a neatly made bed and tidy furniture. Nagato's gaze was drawn to a pile of discarded syringes in the trash bin. He picked one up and examined it closely, but he didn't recognize the name of the drug. Then, he noticed a small palm-sized scroll resting on the table. After a brief moment of thought, he picked it up and fully unrolled it. In that instant, the entire scroll glowed with a sudden brilliance, and something seemed to surge out from within, rushing straight toward Nagato's face. At such close range, there was no time to react. Like a gust of wind, it struck him head-on, making his crimson hair billow wildly, revealing a pair of striking Rinnegan eyes. Nagato's entire body froze in place, unable to move. On Makoto's side, he was flying toward Konoha with Hakumen and Hakuryu. However, the immobilized Hakuryu suddenly began to change. His entire body trembled slightly, and something seemed to be writhing beneath his skin. Sensing the anomaly, Makoto immediately stopped midair, his gaze fixed on Hakuryu's transformation. Gradually, the movement beneath Hakuryu's skin was no longer just internal. Large patches of his flesh began to swell grotesquely. A look of agony crossed his face as his entire body rapidly bloated. Watching this unfold, Makoto recalled the gruesome state of Orochimaru's corpse when he had supposedly died before. Beside him, Hakumen couldn't help but speak. Lord Hokage, this. Makoto's gaze darkened as he observed Hakuryu's distorted body gradually lose all signs of life. He escaped. Shedding his tail to survive, huh? Orochimaru, after splitting yourself over and over like this, are you even still yourself? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 268, ch 268, Natural Thing to Do. Nagato shook his head, feeling as if he had just woken from a nightmare. In the dream, he was entangled by a vengeful spirit, unable to shake it off no matter how hard he tried. When he came to his senses, he found himself still standing in the same spot, but the scroll in his hand had somehow turned completely blank. He clearly remembered that when he first opened it, it was covered with intricate and mysterious patterns. Frowning, he examined the scroll once more before closing it and placing it back where he found it. He pressed a hand lightly against his forehead, carefully thinking over what had just happened. Had he fallen into a genjutsu? It had been a long time since he had encountered anything that posed a real threat to him, and for him to be caught off guard like this, the genjutsu must have been of a very high level. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he carefully searched Hakuryu's room once more, but unfortunately, he found nothing else suspicious. After leaving Hakuryu's residence, Nagato arranged for a few trusted subordinates to investigate Hakuryu's past origins. As a high-ranking figure in Omegakure, Hakuryu was well respected and had a good reputation. If word got out that he was the one who had assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it could easily stir up significant unrest. What worried Yahiko the most was Konoha. In every aspect, Konoha was far stronger than Omegakure. When the Hokage came to personally take Hakuryu away, Yahiko hadn't even dared to voice a single objection. Nagato understood this well. He felt it was his responsibility to become the village's strongest force, to find a way to grow even more powerful. That way, in the future, even if someone from within Omegakure committed a crime, outsiders would not dare to come and interrogate them so easily, let alone use Jiraiya-sensei as leverage against them. After making the necessary arrangements, Nagato headed to Yahiko's residence, only to run into Konan, who was walking out with a troubled expression. "What's wrong?" Konan sighed. "Jiraiya-sensei suddenly sent a letter, saying he wants to visit us." Upon hearing this, Nagato couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Really? Jiraiya-sensei is coming." Jiraiya had been missing for a full 3 years. Back then, after being declared a fugitive by Konoha, he had only made a brief farewell visit to Omegakure before disappearing. They all understood that Jiraiya didn't want his presence to affect the relationship between Konoha and Omegakure. Over the past 3 years, Yahiko had even sent people to search for him, but to no avail. To Nagato, being able to see Jiraiya-sensei again was naturally a joyous occasion. However, there was no trace of joy on Konan's face. Jiraiya-sensei probably thinks that after 3 years, the situation has settled down. Nagato was momentarily stunned, he understood what she meant. Yahiko doesn't want to see Jiraiya-sensei, does he? You heard what the Hokage said before he left. Yahiko said that if this matter were to leak and Konoha found out, it would be impossible to settle peacefully. Nagato clenched his fists silently. I see. Konan could only say, Yahiko is thinking about the village. Yeah, I know. After Orochimaru escaped using Soul Division, Makoto knew that returning to Omegakure would likely yield no further results, so he had no choice but to take Hakumen back to the village. The reason Makoto was so deeply concerned was that the sense of threat Orochimaru posed to him was simply too great. Even when it came to figures like Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, or Kagaya from the original story, Makoto never truly feared them. He was confident that as long as he had enough time, surpassing them was only a matter of time. Moreover, Uchiha Madara was most likely already dead, the three-tailed beasts were in Makoto's hands, and Kagaya had no way of emerging. But Orochimaru was different, he was someone who could continue to grow indefinitely given enough time, and his growth rate might not even be slower than Makoto's. When it came to research and exploration of the human body, whether it was Hirako, Kabuto, or the second Hokage, none could compare to Orochimaru. The mechanical science Makoto had initially envisioned was constrained by the current level of technology, forcing him to lean toward biological sciences instead. As autumn transitioned into winter, daylight hours grew shorter, and the sky outside had already darkened early in the evening. Makoto remained at his desk, feeling burdened by a mountain of concerns. Samui, ever thoughtful, came up behind him and began massaging the acupressure points on his head. What's troubling Lord Hokage? Makoto leaned his head back against her. A lot of things. The Land of Fire was an absolute mess right now. The moment he sat down, he was faced with an endless pile of documents awaiting his attention. Meanwhile, research at both institutes seemed to have hit a bottleneck, with no breakthroughs in sight. Regarding Orochimaru, Makoto had not placed any restrictions on his Soul Division escape technique. Even if he continued the pursuit, Orochimaru would still manage to slip away from his grasp. So, was it really worth continuing the chase? If there's no good solution for now, then don't dwell on it, Samui said. But ignoring it won't solve the problem. After enjoying Samui's massage for a while, Makoto's mind gradually calmed. Lord Hokage. Lady Tsunade's work is almost finished. Hearing this, Makoto slowly opened his eyes. Is that so? When? Tomorrow is her last day. Let it end, then. Makoto closed his eyes again. These past days, Tsunade had become increasingly proficient in her role as the Hokage's assistant. She no longer resisted Makoto's various requests as much and had grown more meticulous, fearing that she might make a mistake just before the job ended. For her to endure this long, she was probably looking forward to this day. If Makoto were to suddenly change things for her now, it might provoke rebellion and strong resistance. In his view, forcefully compelling someone without regard for their feelings was meaningless. As long as she remained by his side, there would always be opportunities. After leaving the Hokage building, Makoto did not immediately return to the Hokage residence. Instead, he headed to the Hyuga clan compound and gathered some of the clan elders for a meeting. The meeting didn't have any substantial agenda. Makoto simply expressed his regards, engaging in casual conversation as one might in a normal family discussion. Of course, given his current status, the elders couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive in his presence. What Makoto was considering was the future. As his status and position rose even higher, he wouldn't be able to micromanage everything like the Hokage of a single village. Delegation would be necessary, major responsibilities would need to be passed down, but at the same time, certain powers had to be consolidated. He needed reliable people around him. Naturally, he couldn't allow the Hyuga clan to dominate everything, as that would only stifle the ambition of other clans. The Hyuga's status was already high enough, accordingly, their actual authority should be limited. He would also need to start reaching out to other prominent clans. The Uchiha clan was currently led by Uchiha Hakadai, but Makoto planned to support Itachi as the next clan leader, giving him the rightful position. That future would arrive soon. Yet, Makoto felt no excitement. This was still far from his ultimate goal. Early morning. Tsunade woke up early, washed up, and dressed neatly. Today was the last day. Just one more day to endure, and she would finally be free. The thought alone filled her with excitement. Feeling good, she stood in front of the full-length mirror, striking a few poses and admiring her graceful figure. She couldn't help but think, with how beautiful I am, it's only natural that guy, Hyuga Makoto, harbors certain thoughts about me. At this thought, she smirked smugly. Good morning, Lady Tsunade. You're up early. Shizune, still in her pajamas, emerged from the bedroom, looking surprised to see Tsunade fully dressed in professional attire, standing in front of the mirror. I made breakfast. Go wash up and have some. Shizune was even more surprised. She examined Tsunade carefully before chuckling. Lady Tsunade, you seem to be in a really good mood today. Oh, really? You almost look like you enjoy this job. At those words, Tsunade's expression immediately darkened. Like hell I do. I'm just happy because today is my last day. She grabbed the coat from the hanger, wrapped it around herself, and stepped out of the house. A thick fog blanketed the air, making visibility poor. A thin layer of frost coated the ground. The outside temperature was low, so Tsunade pulled her coat tighter around herself and quickened her pace toward the Hokage building. She arrived quite early, even Samui hadn't shown up yet. She walked into the break room, poured herself a cup of hot tea to warm up, and then started tidying up the Hokage's office. Not long after, Samui arrived and was slightly surprised to see Tsunade cleaning the room. Good morning, Miss Tsunade. You're here quite early. I just happened to wake up early, that's all. Samui gave her a curious look, then walked into the break room, poured herself a cup of tea, and sat down in the Hokage's chair, watching Tsunade clean. Winter starts today, she casually remarked. Really? There's no snow, though. Snowfall isn't the only indicator of winter, it's just a seasonal transition by the calendar. Miss Tsunade, today is your last day of work, isn't it? Yeah. What a shame. I think you've already adapted well to this job, and Lord Hokage is quite pleased with your performance. Tsunade had no desire to respond to such words. She didn't think it was a shame at all. She despised Makoto to the core. He had forced her to kneel more than once, subjected her to humiliation, and trampled on everything she held sacred. She had endured all this just for the sake of making it to today. There was nothing to regret. Suddenly, Samui said, Oh, right, Miss Tsunade, there's a new task for you today. Tsunade looked over. Since winter has begun, before Lord Hokage takes his afternoon nap, you need to warm his bed for him. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 269, ch 269, Tsunade Last Day. After a brief moment of shock, Tsunade couldn't help but ask. What did you just say? It's cold. Before Lord Hokage takes his afternoon nap, someone needs to warm his bed. That is now your job. Tsunade instinctively tightened her grip on the broom. Her first reaction was to refuse outright. Climbing into the Hokage's bed, even if it wasn't for that, was still something she could not accept. But just as the words of refusal reached her lips, she swallowed them back down. Today was the last day. If she caused trouble over this now, it would be completely pointless. Warming his bed. Wasn't this the kind of thing only maids in noble households did? Just what the hell did this bastard take her for? Yet, after the initial anger came a sense of helplessness. She felt like she had no way to refuse, no matter how disgusting and excessive the demand was. If she rejected it, who knew what new troubles would arise? Hadn't she endured enough humiliation already? She had even been forced to kneel at his feet while he rested, acting as a footrest for him. Dignity. Didn't I already lose that the moment I knelt before him in submission? It was just warming the bed, just lying there for a while, letting her body heat warm the blankets, and then getting up when he came to sleep. It's the last day. Just endure it, and it'll all be over. Tsunade kept repeating this to herself, taking a deep breath before responding in a low voice. I understand. With that, she lowered her head and continued cleaning the room. Around 10 in the morning, Makoto finally arrived. Before that, Samui had already organized the documents he needed to handle. As always, she was excellent at her secretary duties. Makoto then began his day's work. Obito and the architects arrived shortly after to discuss the detailed plans for the village expansion. While the specific designs of the houses didn't require Hokage's input, they needed to go over the detailed zoning of the village, such as the layout of streets, residential areas, commercial districts, and landmark buildings. Different zones would require houses of varying styles. According to Obito, the number of houses he could construct in a single day was limited. If they had to make further adjustments to details and styles as per the architect's requests, the progress would slow down even more. That meant the entire expansion project would take a long time to complete. But of course, compared to manual construction, it was already significantly faster. Makoto realized he might have been overworking Obito a little, so he told him that once the expansion was complete, he would hold a formal commendation ceremony in front of all the villagers to recognize Obito's contributions to the village. This immediately made Obito feel a little embarrassed, and he scratched his head with a sheepish grin. That's a bit much, isn't it? Hee, but I'll definitely do my best to complete the task. In his mind, he was already fantasizing about Rin looking at him with admiration and Kakashi sincerely saying, Obito, you're far stronger than me. The thought made him giddy, as if the ceremony had already happened and the task was already completed, until the architect pulled him away, bringing him back to reality. As noon approached, Tsunade went to Samui's home. Looking at the strange food inside the meal box, she couldn't help but ask, what is this? Dumplings, Mabui explained with a smile. Lord Hokage taught me how to make them. You roll out the dough, fill it with a seasoned stuffing, then boil it in hot water. That's all. Lord Hokage likes to eat these around this time of year. Tsunade stared at them for a while before asking again, are they tasty? Mabui replied, they're not bad. The texture isn't particularly amazing, though. Oh. At that moment, Mabui suddenly said, by the way, Miss Tsunade, today is your last day of work, isn't it? Tsunade nodded. Mabui turned and went into her room. When she came back, she was holding a small box. These are some pastries I made, they're a specialty from the land of lightning. Consider it a gift for you. Tsunade was a little surprised and quickly reached out with both hands to accept it. This. Mabui chuckled softly and said, you probably won't be coming here tomorrow, right? Even though we'll still be in the same village, so it's not really a farewell. But since you said before that you liked my cooking, I made some for you. If you ever want to eat my food again, feel free to come find me anytime. Holding the box of pastries in her hands, Tsunade felt a mix of emotions. After a brief hesitation, she said, thank you, Mabui. You're also welcome to visit my home whenever you have time. I definitely will. Mabui was about the same age as Shizune, but Tsunade didn't really feel like a senior when talking to her. When she returned to the Hokage's office, she saw that Makoto was still busy handling official matters. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she placed the meal box neatly on the table in the lounge. Then, after looking at the neatly made bed, she hesitated for a moment before walking over. She took off her shoes, removed her coat, and lay down under the blanket. The bed was a little cold, which was exactly why she needed to use her body heat to warm it up. The sheets and covers here were changed frequently, so there wasn't any unpleasant smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance, as if something had been used to scent the bedding. It was subtle and pleasant, lingering in the air. Lying in bed, Tsunade felt much more relaxed. She thought to herself that Makoto really knew how to enjoy life, having a private resting room right next to his office, allowing him to rest whenever he wanted. Not only that, but he also had such a beautiful secretary tending to him, and even his meals were specially prepared. As she thought about it, her body and mind slowly relaxed. Being around Makoto had kept her constantly on edge, which was exhausting. But now, breathing in the pleasant scent of the bedding, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. When Tsunade woke up, she found Makoto sitting on a chair nearby, eating his lunch while watching her. She abruptly sat up, and the sudden chill made her instantly alert. Turning her head to look at the clock, she realized she had been asleep for over an hour. Makoto asked, "Did you sleep well?" Tsunade felt both embarrassed and flustered. She quickly got out of bed and then knelt in front of Makoto. "I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. I didn't mean to. Do you want to rest now? I've already warmed the bed for you." Makoto didn't say anything, he simply pointed at his lips. Seeing this, Tsunade instinctively touched her own lips, slightly damp. She then turned her head to look at the pillow and noticed a small wet stain on it. This made her feel even more embarrassed and anxious. She had drooled in someone else's bed while sleeping. Makoto asked, "Are you very tired?" Tsunade lowered her head and shook it. "No." Makoto continued, "If you're tired, just keep sleeping. I'm not sleepy today anyway." Tsunade was momentarily stunned, unable to tell if he was being serious or sarcastic. She watched as Makoto finished his lunch, put down the meal box, and seemed ready to leave. After a moment of hesitation, she quickly bowed her head again. "I'm really sorry, Lord Hokage. I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me." Makoto turned to look at her. "Aren't you cold?" With that, he walked out of the lounge. Tsunade realized what he meant and was momentarily taken aback. She had just come out from under the covers, of course, she was cold. Still kneeling on the floor, she was only wearing a thin blouse. She stood up and turned to look at the bed. The damp spot on the pillow was quite noticeable, making her feel even more self-conscious. It seemed like the Hokage truly wasn't angry about it. What should she do? Maybe, she should take the pillow home and have Shizen wash it. After all, she was the one who made it wet, so it only made sense. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 270, ch 270, Tsunade Last Day. The entire afternoon, Tsunade was extra cautious in serving Makoto, afraid of making another mistake. Watching Makoto completely focused on his work made Tsunade feel somewhat conflicted. After all, he was so busy because of the village. The little time he had to rest had been disturbed by her. She told Samui about accidentally dirtying the pillow and said she would take it home to clean it. Samui had no objections. By evening, most of the staff in the Hokage building had left. Seeing that Makoto had also finished his work, Tsunade hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and saying, "Lord Hokage, today is my last day." Makoto glanced at her and said, Your debt is cleared." Hearing this, Tsunade finally let out a sigh of relief. Everything had ended smoothly. She added, I'll take the pillow home and wash it properly." Before leaving, she entered the lounge and took the pillow from the bed. The saliva stain had long since dried, making it barely noticeable. As she stepped out of the Hokage building, the cold night air made her instinctively hug the pillow tightly. The moon hung high, the streets were sparsely populated. She turned back to look at the now dark Hokage building, her emotions complicated. Everything that had happened over the past few days felt unreal. She couldn't believe she had actually gone through all of this. Although she had been called the Hokage's assistant, in reality, she had been nothing more than his personal maid. But at least it was over now. After tonight, tomorrow would be a brand new day. When she arrived home, Shizen looked at her in confusion, wondering why she was carrying a pillow. Tsunade said that this was the Hokage's pillow, and she had accidentally dirtied it, so she needed Shizen's help to wash it. The Hokage's pillow. Shizen gave Tsunade a strange look, her expression clearly implying, "How exactly did you dirty the Hokage's pillow?" Of course, Tsunade couldn't explain. If she admitted that it was because she drooled in her sleep, the misunderstanding would only get worse. She immediately glared at Shizen, signaling her not to ask too many questions. But this reaction only fueled Shizen's curiosity even more. After dinner, Shizen washed the pillow clean, but it was obvious that it wouldn't dry overnight. Tsunade was troubled, she didn't know any wind release jutsu, so she found a fan in her room and started fanning it vigorously. "Lady Tsunade, what are you doing?" "Trying to dry it faster." "Get a fan and help me." The next day, Tsunade, looking exhausted, carried the pillow to the Hokage building. She arrived later than usual, and the Hokage was already there, discussing official matters with someone. Not wanting to disturb them, she walked into the lounge as usual, only to find a new pillow already placed on the bed. It seemed that Samui had replaced it with a fresh one. Tsunade looked at the pillow in her hands, then at the one on the bed, and slumped into a chair in frustration. She felt like an idiot. Of course there would be spare pillows for washing. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have wasted so much effort last night. With a long sigh, she lowered her head and looked at the soft pillow in her hands. She brought it to her nose and sniffed. It had the scent of her own laundry detergent, though after being blown by the wind all night, the scent had faded quite a bit. She picked up the pillow from the bed and sniffed it. It still had that pleasant, lingering scent of aromatherapy. Just then, the door to the lounge suddenly opened. "What are you doing?" Tsunade was startled and quickly put the pillow down, standing up at once. Feeling a little embarrassed, she stammered, I just thought, the scent on the pillow smells really nice. What brand is it? Where can I buy it? Samui replied, there's an aromatherapy shop on North Street. The perfumer there delivers some every month. Lord Hokage is quite particular about scents, his home is stocked with them too. He personally selects them from the perfumer. Tsunade said, oh, I'll go check it out sometime. Samui added, this fragrance is custom-made and not for sale, but if you mention my name when you visit, the perfumer will give you some. Tsunade had only brought it up to change the subject, so now that the conversation had shifted here, she simply nodded in thanks. Did you get the pillow cleaned? It dried overnight. Samui seemed a little surprised. In this kind of weather, it would normally take at least 2 days to air dry properly. Thinking about her own foolish efforts, Tsunade's lips twitched slightly. She then said, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Staying here still gave her the lingering feeling of being a servant. Samui bid her farewell, and Tsunade walked out of the Hokage's office. The person who had been discussing official matters with the Hokage had already left. Outside, in the main office, only Makoto remained, sitting at his desk. Completely focused on his work, he didn't even lift his head. He must have heard her footsteps, though, because he suddenly spoke. Pour me a cup of tea. Tsunade's steps froze instantly. She glanced back at the lounge, remembering that she had closed the door when she left. Samui probably hadn't heard him. Right now, the only people in the office were her and Makoto. If she ignored his request outright, wouldn't that seem too cold? Then again, their relationship wasn't exactly good to begin with. It wouldn't be strange to act indifferent. As she hesitated, Makoto spoke again. Hot tea. That command made her reflexively turn toward the lounge, stopping at the door only to curse herself internally. Why was she still following his orders? Inside, Samui was unwrapping the pillow Tsunade had brought that morning. Seeing her enter, she asked, something wrong? Tsunade looked at her and asked, what are you doing? I'm going to infuse it with the fragrance. Oh. Tsunade walked over to the tea station and poured a cup of hot water. But after hesitating for a moment, she lifted it to her lips and drank it herself. She said, the Hokage just said he wanted some hot tea. As she spoke, she poured another cup. I just happened to be thirsty too. Samui smiled. You've worked hard. Tsunade looked at the steaming hot tea in the cup, picked it up, and walked back out, placing it on the desk. Seeing that Makoto didn't even lift his head, she finally couldn't hold back and said, next time you call for Samui, speak louder. Halfway through her sentence, Makoto suddenly looked up at her, making her voice unconsciously lower. I'm leaving. Another indifferent response. It seemed like he always treated her as nothing more than a servant, which made Tsunade extremely displeased, but she didn't dare to lash out. She glanced at the tea she had just poured and thought to herself, why didn't I just give him boiling water? I should have burned that bastard's mouth. Leaving the Hokage's office, she realized it was still morning. For the first time in a while, she found herself with nothing to do. Shizen could go out and play with friends every day, but she didn't really have any close friends to talk to. She had spoken quite a lot with Samui recently, but that was all work-related. Work, my ass. She suddenly thought of Mabui. She actually liked that gentle girl quite a bit, but showing up at her house today didn't seem appropriate. With nowhere particular to go, Tsunade wandered the streets aimlessly, until she somehow stopped in front of a shop. It was an aromatherapy store. Even from the street, she could smell the mixed fragrances drifting from inside. Why did I come here? Then she remembered what Samui had told her. Since it was going to be free, why not take some? With that thought, she stepped inside. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 200+ ch. Chapter 271, ch 271, Tsunade Last Day. Welcome, oh. Lady Tsunade. The shop owner was visibly surprised to see her, then quickly stepped forward to greet her. Tsunade's gaze wandered around the shop as she picked up a bottle of aromatherapy oil and brought it to her nose. The scent was quite strong, not her type. She picked up another one, it had a fruity fragrance, much fresher. Lady Tsunade, are you here to pick up the aromatherapy for Lord Hokage? The shop owner asked respectfully. Tsunade's motion paused. She frowned and looked at the men. I'm buying for myself. Is that a problem? The shop owner quickly shook his head. Of course not. I just heard that you were working by the Hokage's side, so I assumed. Only then did Tsunade realize, her position as the Hokage's assistant had apparently spread throughout the village. It made sense, she was a well-known figure, so it wasn't surprising. But the thought of people tying her to the Hokage in this way made her incredibly irritated. There was no point in lashing out at a shop owner, so Tsunade suppressed her frustration and continued smelling different scents. After a while, she started to feel like her nose was going numb. The shop owner recommended a few options, but none were quite what she was looking for. The one scent she truly liked was still the one on the Hokage's bed. But just earlier, she had been annoyed at being mistaken for running errands for him. There was no need to be angry at herself. Tsunade convinced herself of this and cleared her throat before asking, Samui told me that the aromatherapy you provide for Lord Hokage is specially made. Please wait a moment. The shop owner immediately returned to the counter and took out a more exquisite-looking bottle. Tsunade opened the lid, and that familiar scent instantly spread through the air, refreshing her spirits. The lingering undertones of the fragrance made her feel deeply relaxed. Letting out a long breath, she shamelessly added, Samui said, you could give me some for free. The shop owner smiled. Of course. He took out a beautifully packaged gift box and handed it to her with both hands. Tsunade's face lit up with joy. Thanks a lot. The shop owner chuckled. Our little shop has always been honored by Lord Hokage's patronage. This is nothing at all. Lady Tsunade, you're welcome here anytime. Having obtained what she wanted, Tsunade's mood lifted considerably. Thinking about it, today was a day worth celebrating. She then went to buy a few bottles of sake and headed to the Sarutobi residence. Biwako was a bit surprised to see her, but Tsunade grinned and said, I just bought some good stuff and thought I'd bring some over for you. This fragrance is quite special, Biwako remarked as she took a sniff. And very pleasant. The shop owner said it helps with relaxation and sleep, you can put it in the bedroom, Tsunade explained. Biwako smiled. I'll have to visit the shop and get some myself. Tsunade said, this is a special supply for the Hokage, it's not for sale. Biwako raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh. Is that so? Tsunade suddenly remembered that the woman before her was also the wife of a former Hokage. She quickly added, but if you go, the shop owner will definitely sell it to you. At noon, Biwako prepared a few extra dishes, and the two women shared a meal together, even opening a bottle of sake. Asuma isn't home? Tsunade asked. He's on a mission. Most of the village's jonin have been sent out to suppress the rebel, and even the chunin are busy, Biwako replied. Tsunade suddenly remarked, the capital fell earlier. I heard the entire royal family was wiped out. Biwako took a sip of sake, pondering for a moment before saying, you've been by the Hokage's side this whole time. Shouldn't you know more about this than I do? The land of fire had been plagued with rebellions, and Konoha had remained indifferent. It wasn't until the royal family was completely exterminated that the village sent ninja to clean up the mess. The Hokage's intentions were obvious. Tsunade mused, so he wants to become the daimyo. Biwako, however, shook her head. I don't think a mere daimyo's position would be enough for him. Tsunade let out a dry chuckle. True. That guy is insatiable. As the bottles of sake emptied, a pleasant warmth spread through her body. Loosening up, Tsunade finally let go of her restraint and began venting to Biwako, complaining at length about all the things she found unbearable about the current Hokage. Biwako simply smiled faintly as she looked at her. Since you hate him so much, yet you still tolerate staying by his side, that's quite rare. Tsunade replied, it's all for Shizune. Biwako said, even if you hadn't repaid the debt, the Hokage would have cleaned up the mess for you. No matter what, your grandfather was the first Hokage, there's no way he would have actually let you sit in prison. Tsunade tilted her head, looking pained. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Biwako, however, responded, repaying a debt is only natural. What, did you want me to encourage you to default on it? Consider it a lesson learned. Tsunade let out a heavy sigh. I'm never gambling again. But to Biwako, those words carried little credibility. She thought for a moment and said, if you plan to continue living in the village, you should restrain your temper and make more friends. The village is expanding, and soon, a large number of outsiders will be moving in. You're called Princess Tsunade, so act the part. Tsunade found it all rather troublesome and replied perfunctorily, got it. Biwako said, if you don't take my words to heart and something happens again, you'll have no choice but to beg that Hokage you despise so much. Tsunade countered, isn't that what I have you for? Biwako chuckled and shook her head. I'm just an old widow, carrying the title of the third Hokage's wife. What can I do? The best thing I can do is live quietly and wait for my time to come. Friends. Most of Tsunade's peers, the ones she was familiar with, were already settled down with families, their children no longer young. As for the younger generation, she wasn't willing to lower herself to their level. She thought of Orochimaru, thought of Jiraiya, these were the only people she could truly call friends. Then, unexpectedly, she thought of Mabui. Letting out a long sigh, Tsunade irritably ran a hand through her hair, then lifted her cup and downed the rest of her drink. Just let things take their course, she muttered. After lunch, having drunk quite a bit, Tsunade ended up dozing off at Biwako's place. By the time she woke up, the sky had already darkened. She dragged her heavy, sluggish body out of the Sarutobi household. In the distance, the Tower of Solarite glowed with a soft, warm light, and the Hokage building's windows were still illuminated. For some reason, Tsunade stopped in her tracks, quietly gazing in that direction. What are you looking at? A familiar voice suddenly pulled her from her thoughts. Not far from her, Makoto stood there, having appeared at some unknown point. Tsunade glanced again at the Hokage building, still lit, then turned her gaze to Makoto. Samui is inside, tidying things up. Oh. Seeing me, you won't even bother greeting me. Makoto said calmly. Tsunade unconsciously tensed up and lowered her head slightly as she spoke. Lord Hokage. Makoto asked, what's this? Are you reluctant to leave this job? Facing him, Tsunade instinctively lowered her voice. She averted her gaze and said, no. Makoto suddenly asked, what's in your hand? She was holding a gift box containing the scented sachets. Reflexively, she moved it behind her back and awkwardly replied, nothing. You can return to work at Konoha Hospital now. Got it. Makoto left, and Tsunade let out a quiet sigh of relief, only to be immediately irritated by her own reaction. The job was already over, so why was she still afraid of him? Damn it. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 272, ch 272, Transplanting the Tensigan. Hyuga Clan Grounds. In a small study, 3 children sat together with an adult, who appeared to be teaching them. Among the 3, only the boy with blue-white hair was listening attentively, while the other 2 seemed distracted. The adult, who also possessed the Byakugan, was a member of the Hyuga clan. Young Master Niji, if you don't start paying attention in class, I'll have to report your behavior to Lady Ayari. Niji pouted. Kayateru-sensei, your lessons are way too boring. Why don't you tell us something more interesting? Yugo, Tonari, don't you think so? The orange-haired boy remained silent, but Tonari spoke up, I think it's interesting. Hyuga Kayateru remained calm. Tonari can pay attention. Can't you, young Master Niji? Niji huffed. Tonari is just being nice to you. Honestly, this is really dull. Hyuga Kayateru was his assigned tutor, responsible for teaching him literacy, family history, etiquette, and other subjects. But none of it interested Niji. Unfortunately, he couldn't go against his mother's wishes. Besides, his younger siblings and cousins envied him for getting to attend lessons. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata weren't old enough yet to join. Kayateru remained indifferent. If you're unhappy, young Master Niji, you can ask Lady Ayari to assign you a different teacher. Niji pouted again, thinking his tutor was incredibly dull. After finally making it through the lesson, Niji let out a breath of relief. Stepping out of the study, he turned to Yugo and Tonari. I really don't want to take these classes. I want to go to the Ninja Academy, but I still have to wait 2 more years. Tonari asked curiously, isn't the Ninja Academy just more lessons? Niji replied excitedly, it's different. The Ninja Academy teaches you how to become a real ninja. You can become really strong. Tonari tilted his head. And what's the point of becoming strong? Niji's eyes sparkled with admiration. If you become strong, you can become an Crown Guardian. Tonari then said, Kayateru-sensei said that you can't become an Crown Guardian. You're the Hokage's son, one of the people who will be protected by the Guardians. I don't care what others say. My future is for me to decide. I want to be like Itachi and II. Tonari looked at Niji, puzzled, but didn't ask further. Yugo remained silent, simply standing beside them without saying a word. Niji then asked, what about you two? What do you want to do in the future? Yugo answered, I don't know. Tonari suddenly thought of his father. Before his death, his father had always told him that his purpose in life was to fulfill the destiny left behind by their ancestor, Amira. But he didn't even understand what that destiny was. In the end, His father only told him to listen to the Hokage. Looking at Niji, Tonari blinked. Niji, don't you want to be Hokage? Niji sat on the wooden porch steps, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed up at the clouds. Not really. Why not? Because my dad is always busy. He doesn't even have time to spend with my moms. I don't want to be that busy. I want to be able to spend more time with them in the future. Aren't you afraid of Aunt Ayari? Niji tilted his head. She's definitely scary when she's angry, but I still want to be with her. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Tonari. You still haven't told me what you want to do in the future. Tonari thought seriously for a moment before replying, I don't know either. Niji grinned. If you don't know, then just become a Crown Guardian with me. If we become Crown Guardians, who are we supposed to protect? I don't know. Who cares? It's not like we have to protect someone to be guardians. The two of them chatted away without a care, while Yugo sat quietly beside them, as if he didn't know how to speak at all. Fortunately, Niji was already used to this, and over the past few days, Tonari had come to understand it too. The efficiency of the ninja was incredibly high. In just 2 or 3 days, the rebel forces within the entire nation's borders had been mostly subdued. Of course, this was only a temporary stabilization, figuring out how to handle the rebels afterward remained a troublesome issue. Meanwhile, the capital had also been fully taken over by Konoha. The rebels hadn't caused too much destruction there. After gathering and safeguarding the officials, the ninja assisted in restoring the city's operations. Not only that, but during this critical period, the ninja also served as a vital link between the capital and major cities, ensuring that the capital continued to function as the heart of the nation. Even without a daimyo, the Land of Fire could still function, though the situation was far from ideal. Naturally, this led to a surge in rumors, with many claiming that the Hokage intended to take the daimyo's place. Many still believed that ninja were merely tools of the daimyo and the state. If Makoto were to truly seize the throne, it would set a dangerous precedent, showing that anyone with enough power could take what they wanted by force. This was not a good development. But, of course, Makoto couldn't care less. He had his own methods to suppress any opposition in the future. For now, he was drowning in endless matters to handle, though there was at least one piece of good news from Kabuto. The cloning experiment was progressing smoothly, and the mass production of Byakugan had officially begun. The same was true for the Tenseigan Biotechnology Research Facility. How does it feel, Lord Hokage? Have you gotten used to it? Makoto scanned his surroundings, adjusting to the new vision his fresh pair of eyes had granted him. Unlike the full 360-degree vision of the Byakugan he remembered, this felt slightly different, as if he were viewing the world from a god's perspective, overseeing everything from above. His gaze effortlessly penetrated obstacles, seeing through all barriers with a clarity that felt almost like having a cheat code activated. He was still adapting to these eyes, but the results were clear. Kabuto's cloning experiment had successfully developed a serum infused with Tonari's chakra. In other words, the chakra of the Otsutsuki. As soon as Makoto received the injection, his body immediately resonated with the cloned Hisashi's Byakugan, triggering the exact same transformation that had occurred when Tonari fused with the Tenseigan that day. It felt as if the Byakugan had merged seamlessly into his body, leading to the natural awakening of a brand new pair of eyes. The Tenseigan. From the outside, they were like a boundless ocean. Within, they resembled brilliant white voids. His eyes seemed to contain infinite and unfathomable mysteries, secrets that not even a lifetime of study could fully comprehend. Makoto activated his chakra, and in an instant, a green energy aura flared up, engulfing his entire body. He spread his palm open, and chakra rapidly condensed and fused within his hand. Moments later, a perfectly jet-black sphere slowly emerged. Though the sphere emitted no chakra presence, it exuded an overwhelming and immensely dangerous aura. How many vials of the serum are left? 2. This experiment can be discontinued. Keep mass-producing Byakugan, but Kabuto, you should now focus entirely on the artificial Jinchuriki project. Kabuto pondered for a moment before nodding. Understood, my lord. Makoto gazed at the floating black sphere before him and spoke slowly. Finish it as soon as possible. There are many things I can no longer wait for. Yes, sir. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 200+ ch. Chapter 273, ch 273, Wherever the Light Shines. The power that the Tenseigan granted to Makoto was, overall, quite peculiar. It was as if a door to a new world had been opened, allowing him to touch upon some kind of threshold. For instance, the truth-seeking orbs. These orbs were formed from the fusion of all 7 chakra natures, embodying the power of all things. They essentially transcended all ninjutsu, capable of annihilating anything, whether on a material level or an energy level. The sheer strength of the truth-seeking orbs had already been demonstrated in the original story. Those who possessed them were always among the strongest combatants in the world of Naruto. Beyond the truth-seeking orbs, there was also the control over force itself, attraction and repulsion. Like the Rinnegan's Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, and Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Makoto understood the principles behind these forces and how they were generated, which made him even more curious and focused on mastering them. Moreover, the Tenseigan still had many undiscovered abilities that Makoto needed to slowly explore. These eyes had been something he had wanted ever since arriving in this world. As someone familiar with Naruto canon, and now a member of the Hyuga clan, it was only natural that he had set his sights on the Tenseigan. Yet, now that he had truly obtained it, Makoto found that his excitement was not as intense as he had imagined. It felt like he had been steadily progressing through a single-player game, only to suddenly activate cheats or an overpowered mod. The thrill of it lasted only for a fleeting moment. But afterward, he felt that having such thoughts was overly sentimental. Was his current life really just a game? The power to rule the world was something countless people dreamed of obtaining. Yet here he was, seemingly never satisfied, always searching for something he had not yet obtained, something difficult to attain. When he returned home, everyone was surprised by the change in his eyes. They had turned the same color as Tonari's. Makoto simply said that he had acquired a new power and did not elaborate further. The next day, Samui had a similar reaction, but it did not cause much of a stir. After all, for a Hyuga clan member to have black-colored eyes was even stranger. Even though they were now different from the normal Byakugan. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The expansion of the village was already more than halfway complete. To the north of Konoha, a vast area of forest had been transformed into a large residential and commercial district, Obito's work over the past 2 weeks. During this time, Makoto had also been meeting with various merchants from outside the village. Initially, he had considered bringing in businesses to the newly developed area, but it turned out he didn't have to worry too much about it. Once word of Konoha's expansion spread, there had been a constant stream of merchants seeking an audience with the Hokage. Makoto even considered holding a public auction for commercial plots in the new district. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he abandoned that idea. Instead, he carefully vetted the merchants, evaluating their backgrounds, reputations, financial strength, and business types. In the end, he selected a group of suitable candidates. With the commercial economy taking shape, the next issue was population. The expanded Konoha would need more people to settle in. After thorough discussions with the village's senior officials, they decided to relocate the entire Atafuku Street, which was 10 kilometers away, into Konoha. That area was already close to the village, its residents had clean backgrounds, and investigating them was convenient, making it the safest option. Although there was a large number of displaced people in the Land of Fire, it was better to let the big cities absorb them gradually. As the half-month passed, Kabuto finally completed the artificial Jinchuriki project. Makoto went to inspect the sample, only to find that, in appearance, it was merely a sphere about the size of a human head. According to Kabuto, despite its small size, it was fully functional. It was created by merging Hashirama's cells with those of the Uzumaki clan, all fused into a white Zetsu body. Internally, its chakra pathways were identical to those of a real human, and even its internal organs were structured the same way. A strange term suddenly came to Makoto's mind, human stick. Then he felt a chill. When he first conceived this idea, he had never thought about it in such a grotesque way. This artificial Jinchuriki was nothing more than a mass of artificially created flesh that imitated the structure of a human body. It did not possess life in the true sense, nor did it have the soul necessary for life in this world. Its sole purpose was to contain a tailed beast's chakra and continuously supply it outward. Of course, the output could be controlled manually. Makoto decided that it was time to proceed with the tailed beast transfer. He immediately notified the sealing team and Yujito-ni. The method to extract a tailed beast from a Jinchuriki without harming their life had already been developed for Makoto by the second Hokage, Tobirama. Of course, the Jinchuriki would still be affected, their body might weaken for a while, but it would no longer be fatal. Makoto arranged the tailed beast transfer ceremony outside the village as a precaution. However, even if Matatabi did go on a rampage, Makoto could easily suppress it now. The main reason for setting it up outside was to avoid causing damage to the village. When Samui heard about this, she was deeply worried. She repeatedly brought up the matter with Makoto, as it had always been common knowledge in the ninja world that a Jinchuriki would die if they lost their tailed beast. Despite Makoto's multiple reassurances, her worries did not subside. In the end, he had to tell her that even if something truly went wrong and Yujito ended up in the underworld, he could pull her back, just as he had done with the second Hokage. The tailed beast transfer proceeded smoothly. Makoto had developed significant expertise in sealing techniques, especially in unsealing them. It took him only a short time to unlock the seal on Yujito and release Matatabi's chakra. Sealing the beast inside the artificial core was also not much trouble. However, Yujito immediately lost consciousness after the extraction. Fortunately, there was no danger to her life, and she was sent to the hospital to recover. She remained unconscious for 2 days, which greatly frightened Samui and Mabui. Afterward, Makoto directly removed the seals placed on the 3 of them as a form of compensation. At this point, he had no concerns about them rebelling again. This unexpected gesture, however, filled Samui and Mabui with immense gratitude. The seals had been on them for over 3 years, and suddenly regaining the feeling of being a normal ninja again left them momentarily unaccustomed. Makoto took the newly sealed tailed beast core back for thorough examination and testing. The seal was stable, and chakra extraction was highly convenient. Now, the energy core was complete, only the outer shell remained to be developed. However, creating the outer shell was the most difficult step in the entire process. It might take a year or more to complete. Makoto knew this couldn't be rushed, so he instructed Kabuto to continue advancing on all fronts. The transfer of the sanbai from Rin's body required the creation of another artificial Jinchuriki, as would the future transfer of Kyubi. Once enough cloned Byakugan had been gathered, the fusion of the second Tensigen weapon would also need to be carried out. The cycle of war that had persisted for 1,000 years would end with him. There would be no more 5 great nations or 5 great ninja villages in the future. One tower, the Solarite, was far from enough. Makoto would ensure that its radiance spread across the entire ninja world. Wherever the light shone, who would dare to disobey? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 274, ch 274, Kiss. Rin received a summons and went to the Hokage's office. When she heard that Makoto intended to extract sanbai from her, she was completely shocked. The extraction of Nibi was successful. There won't be any problems, Makoto said. But Rin found it hard to accept. Back then, she had put in a lot of effort to control Isabu's power, and now, she and Isabu were barely considered friends. Is this really necessary? She asked. For the village, separating the tailed beasts will allow them to be of greater use than being sealed inside a human, Makoto replied. Makoto glanced at her and added, there's no rush. You can take your time to prepare. Rin seemed like she wanted to say something, but seeing how busy Makoto was, she didn't want to disturb him further. Makoto was indeed busy. He was planning to establish an energy station that would use one of the tailed beast cores to provide a continuous energy supply for the future Konoha New City. This was a complex matter that required a great deal of effort to manage. After leaving the Hokage building, Rin thought of something and decided to visit Samui and the others. It had been a long time since Rin last visited. Back when she was trying to learn how to control the tailed beast's power, she often came here to seek guidance from Yujito. Unfortunately, Yujito wasn't home. Mabui told her that she had gone out. With no other choice, Rin left empty-handed. However, on her way home, she happened to run into Kushina, who was strolling down the street with Naruto. Seeing each other, both of them felt a bit awkward, yet neither could pretend not to notice. Kushina-ne. What a coincidence, Rin. Yeah, such a coincidence. Naruto held his mother's hand, looking curiously at the young woman in front of him. Seeing this, Rin smiled at him and asked, "Do you remember me, Naruto?" Naruto looked confused and turned to his mother for help. "This is Rin," Kushina said. "You can just call her Wani-chan." "Hello, Rin-nichan," Naruto greeted politely with a small bow. Rin reached out and ruffled his soft hair. "You're such a good boy, Naruto. How old are you now?" 2.5. "Where's your dad?" "Dad's at work." "You know your dad is working." "That's amazing." Naruto hesitated before saying, "Rin-nichan, I'm just young, not stupid." Rin. She was just trying to tease the little guy, but now she felt even more awkward. She straightened up and glanced at Kushina. "He's really smart." Kushina chuckled. "Almost 3 now, he's starting to understand things. But at home, he's quite the troublemaker." Rin looked at the woman she once deeply respected and suddenly asked, "Really? How have you been?" As soon as she asked, she regretted it. It wasn't really a question one could answer properly. After all, Kushina lived in the Hokage's household. How could she possibly be doing badly? Kushina seemed surprised for a moment, then smiled. "I'm doing fine. Do you want to sit somewhere and chat?" The 3 of them entered a dessert shop. Rin remembered how, back when she used to go shopping with Kushina, they would often stop at places like this. After ordering, she watched as Kushina asked Naruto what he wanted. Rin noticed that most of Kushina's attention was on her son. Even while chatting with her, she would glance at Naruto every few moments. They only talked about trivial things, nothing meaningful. Rin wasn't even sure what she expected Kushina to say. But the Kushina in her memories didn't seem like this. She had imagined a scenario where Kushina sat across from her, complaining about the hardships of raising a child that would have felt more like the Kushina she knew. But the woman in front of her exuded nothing but composure and serenity, a mature and beautiful woman at peace. Yet, there were many women like that. This wasn't the uniquely vibrant Kushina she had in her heart. After some thought, Rin brought up what Makoto had told her about extracting the tailed beast. Kushina finally seemed a little surprised. Is that so? Back when Rin had been training hard to control her tailed beast's power, Kushina had always been there to guide and support her. Rin asked, do you think the Hokage will eventually extract Kyubi from you as well? Kushina smiled lightly. Maybe. But if he wants it, I'll just give it to him. Rin hesitated. You really don't care about something like this? Kushina only smiled again and then reached for a napkin to gently wipe the corner of Naruto's mouth. At that moment, Rin seemed to understand something and chose not to ask further, shifting the conversation to other topics instead. 2 days later, Rin returned to the Hokage's office. I'm ready. Makoto immediately arranged for the transfer ritual, summoning the sealing team. He personally presided over the ceremony. The double 4 symbol seal on Rin had originally been placed by Minato, different from the one on Yujito. The seal for transferring the tailed beast into the artificial Jinchuriki was also a completely new design, as it needed to ensure that the tailed beast's chakra could be released at maximum capacity. The double 4 symbol seal was stable but suppressed this function. Rin was nervous, and Makoto told her to relax. She could clearly feel the immense chakra inside her being slowly pulled away bit by bit. As the power completely left her body, an overwhelming sense of weakness flooded in. Even breathing became difficult before she lost consciousness. She woke up in the hospital, in a private room. On the table beside her were some fruits someone had come to visit. After a checkup, the doctors confirmed that her condition was stable, and she just needed to rest and recover for a while. In the afternoon, a group of friends arrived, all expressing concern and asking what had happened to her. Since the matter involved a tailed beast, it had to remain confidential. Rin simply said that she hadn't been feeling well. Obito, however, was particularly anxious, bombarding her with questions. Helpless, Rin asked, Obito, don't you have work to do? I took half a day off. I'm fine now. The doctor said I just need to rest for a few days. You should go back to work, the village expansion is a big deal. Don't let me delay you. Obito scratched his head, reluctant to leave. But eventually, she convinced the rest of her friends to leave as well. Only Shizune insisted on staying to take care of her. That evening, Makoto finally appeared at the door of her hospital room. Seeing him, Rin felt a surge of joy, but she masked it with a calm expression and simply said, I thought you weren't coming. Makoto sighed helplessly. I had work to do. Rin couldn't help but say, even Obito took time off just to see me. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. That tone of complaint, it wasn't right. She glanced at Makoto and saw him looking at her with a strange expression. Her face turned slightly red, and she averted her gaze. Makoto said, why are you even comparing me to him? Rin huffed, why can't I? Aren't you both the same to me? She was, of course, referring to their relationship as friends. She knew it wasn't fair to expect someone to go out of their way for her, but she still couldn't help but say it. Then, noticing that Makoto had come empty-handed, she remarked, you came empty-handed. Makoto gestured toward a bottle on the table. I sent that. Oh. That was expected. With just the two of them in the room, the atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous. Lord Hokage. Just then, Shizune walked in. You came to visit Rin. Makoto said he had already visited and was about to leave. He then bid farewell to both of them. After seeing Makoto off, Shizune was just about to comment on how surprising it was that Makoto could take time out of his busy schedule to come visit. But when she turned her head, she saw Rin looking at her with a face full of grievance. What's wrong? The next day, a letter arrived from the capital, jointly signed by several ministers. The content of the letter was a formal request urging Makoto to take power. After reading it, Makoto couldn't help but find it amusing. These old men were quite perceptive, they knew exactly what he was planning and were now scrambling to pledge their loyalty to him. Too bad the information they had was only what Makoto had deliberately allowed to be known. As for taking things a step further, Makoto was in no hurry. There were indeed countries in the world ruled by ninja, but they were all small nations. Throughout history, none of the 5 great nations had ever been ruled by a ninja. For a ninja, constant self-improvement and honing one's skills already consumed a lifetime. Managing a vast country on top of that would stretch one's time and energy too thin. Having Konoha take control of the Land of Fire might bring enormous power and resources to the village, but many would not see it as a good thing. Moreover, Makoto had noticed a recent surge in spies infiltrating the Land of Fire. Word had spread about the country's upheaval, and many were sneaking in to assess whether there were any opportunities to exploit. The Land of Earth's Iwagakure was particularly active. Among the spies Makoto had captured, IWA ninja accounted for the majority. It seemed that Anoki was still unwilling to accept his past defeat and was eager for a comeback. But Konoha was not to be trifled with. During the previous war with Kimogakure, most believed that Konoha was doomed to lose, yet the final outcome had shocked everyone. Konoha had survived against all odds. Throughout the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had achieved one miracle after another, earning the fear and respect of many. Although Anoki harbored ambitions, he never dared to act rashly. Instead, he resorted to sending wave after wave of ninja to infiltrate the Land of Fire, hoping to find a decisive opportunity. Konoha Hospital. At night, the hospital became much quieter. Aside from the nurses on duty, the corridors of the inpatient ward were nearly empty. Rin was just about to lie down and rest when someone suddenly knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The door was pushed open without waiting for a response, and Makoto walked in. Rin's eyes lit up. "It's so late, why are you here?" Makoto walked over and sat on the chair beside her bed. "What, am I not welcome?" Rin pressed her lips together. "It's already late, I was about to sleep." Makoto stretched lazily. "I just finished work and came to check on you." Rin couldn't help but say, "Why so late? Everyone should have finished work ages ago." Makoto chuckled. "I'm the Hokage. I don't have a fixed schedule. But you shouldn't always stay up so late, it's bad for your health." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Makoto looking at her with an amused expression, which made her blush slightly. She hurriedly explained, "You're the Hokage, it's only natural for me to be concerned." Makoto didn't respond to that and instead asked, "Is Shizun still here?" "She went home." "Why are you asking about her? Didn't she interrupt us yesterday?" Rin's face instantly turned red. She stammered, "I idiot. What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing going on between us, how could that be considered an interruption?" Makoto, however, simply stared at her, his gaze unwavering. This made Rin turn her head away in embarrassment. "What are you looking at?" "I want to kiss you." Rin's mind went completely blank. She didn't recall their relationship ever being this intimate, yet his direct and shameless words caught her completely off guard. Shyness, anger, panic, anticipation, her emotions clashed chaotically in her heart. "Good thing I just brushed my teeth." The thought crossed her mind out of nowhere, and she immediately became even more flustered. What the hell? Why am I even thinking about that? They had kissed before, every time, it was Makoto who took the initiative, and every time, Rin found herself enjoying it. Looking back, she never felt anger, only a lingering nostalgia for those moments. As she was lost in thought, Makoto suddenly leaned in closer. Rin's heart pounded violently. Instinctively, she backed away, retreating to the edge of the bed. Then, as if realizing something, she quickly lay down and pulled the blanket over her head, hiding underneath. "I'm going to sleep." Under the covers, it was dark and stuffy, and she could hear her own ragged breathing. A moment later, Makoto's voice rang out from outside. "Oh. Are you inviting me to sleep with you? All right then, I'll take off my clothes and get in." Rin panicked. She immediately flung the blanket aside and tried to sit up, only for a dark figure to suddenly pounce on her the moment she saw light. MMPH. The hospital room fell into silence. Rin suddenly remembered the last time Makoto had forcefully kissed her. She had been furious back then, even resenting him for his irresponsible behavior. She had been troubled for days after that. During those days, Makoto never came to find her. He was always like this, leaving her alone to swallow all her emotions and deal with them herself. A man like this, one who wasn't responsible, who never cared about what she truly thought, who had a family, a wife, and children, what exactly was so good about him? Sure, she could list plenty of his good qualities, but none of them should have been what attracted her. She could also name countless flaws, ones she should absolutely despise. She didn't understand. Why was she so drawn to him? Every time she thought she had finally let go, he would suddenly appear, shattering the cold indifference she had built up over time, turning it all into longing and passion in an instant. She didn't know how long had passed before Makoto finally stood up. Rin, snapping back to reality, hurriedly straightened her clothes and smoothed her hair, keeping her head down, too flustered to look at him. "I'm leaving. Get some rest early." What the hell? Did he come here just to steal a kiss? Rin thought to herself, her heartbeat still racing. She licked her lips, wanting to ask if he would come again tomorrow, but the words felt too shameless to say out loud. "See you tomorrow." Makoto's words made her heart tremble again. She lifted her head to look at him but quickly dropped her gaze in a fluster. Tomorrow. You're really coming again. Makoto gave her a smile. Well, it's partly my fault you're in the hospital. I'll be coming to see you every day while you're here. He turned to leave. Just before stepping out, he seemed to want to kiss her on the cheek again, but she dodged in a panic. The hospital room fell silent once more. Lying in bed, Rin's mind was a complete mess. What time does he get off work again? Maybe I should brush my teeth earlier tomorrow. Maybe I should take a shower tomorrow. Maybe I should make sure Shizen leaves early tomorrow. Tomorrow. Tossing and turning, feeling shy and restless, she curled up tightly under her blanket. Half an hour later, she got up again, pulled the curtains shut, locked the door, and changed into a fresh set of underwear. Then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 275, ch 275, Let Me Go. You can be discharged from the hospital. Discharged? But I've only been hospitalized for a few days. Your body wasn't in any serious condition to begin with. You've just been under observation these past 2 days. You can continue your recovery at home. Oh. But can I stay in the hospital a little longer? The doctor gave Rin a puzzled look upon hearing her words. Wasn't being discharged a good thing? Rin also found her own words a bit strange, so she quickly added, I feel like my body hasn't fully recovered yet. I feel more at ease staying in the hospital. The doctor then said, Don't worry, your body is really fine now. Just eat well and take care of yourself at home. Oh. Then can I leave tomorrow instead? Sure. Rin left the doctor's office somewhat reluctantly. Once outside, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had finally found something to look forward to. She sighed and returned to her hospital room, only to be surprised, Obito was there. Why are you here? I came to see you. Obito grinned, holding a bouquet in his hands. A fruit basket sat on the table, presumably something he had brought as well. Don't you have work? I'm off today. Rin, how are you feeling? I'm fine. I'll be discharged tomorrow. That's good to hear. Obito handed her the bouquet in his hands. Oh, this is for you. What's this for? Rin accepted it, then said helplessly. I passed by a shop and just picked it up on the way. After all, I'm visiting a patient. Thanks. Hearing Rin's thanks, Obito's smile widened even more. I'll help you put them in the vase. Saying that, he reached out to take the vase, but Rin immediately panicked. No need. The flowers in the vase aren't wilted yet. It would be a waste to replace them now. Obito was a little confused by Rin's logic. He glanced at the fresh bouquet he had brought. Then what should we do with these? There was only one vase in the room, so if they didn't replace the old flowers, wouldn't the ones he brought wither even faster? Rin thought for a moment and said, just put them in the sink for now. Saying that, she walked into the bathroom, blocked the sink's drain, filled it halfway with water, then unwrapped the bouquet and placed it inside to soak. Obito watched her actions and scratched his head in confusion. Rin, she's so frugal. In the end, that was what Obito thought. After coming out of the bathroom, Rin said to him, if there's nothing else, you should head back. I'm almost fully recovered, and Shizen is here to keep me company. Obito wanted to stay a little longer, but after thinking about it, he didn't know how to bring it up. Rin continued, take the fruit basket with you too. I'm getting discharged tomorrow, and it'll be inconvenient to bring it home. In the end, Rin managed to persuade Obito to leave, but no matter what she said, he refused to take the fruit basket with him, insisting on leaving it there. Rin felt helpless about Obito's persistence. She had already made things clear before, yet he continued to approach her under the guise of friendship. She was too tired to deal with it anymore and just hoped he would wake up and give up sooner rather than later. Not long after, Shizen walked in from outside. Seeing the extra fruit basket in the room, she asked, who came by this time? Obito. Shizen chuckled. Didn't he just come by 2 days ago? He really is devoted to you. If someone liked me that much, I would have agreed to be with them already. Rin lay on the bed, gazing calmly out the window. Instead of responding to her comment, she simply said, I'm getting discharged tomorrow. Oh, that's good news. It was good news, but Rin couldn't feel happy about it. If she was discharged tomorrow, that person wouldn't come to see her anymore, right? He was so busy, how much time could he really spare for her? Shizen, you can leave a little earlier today if you want. I'll be fine. All right then. Shizen still had to go home and cook for Tsunade, so she didn't refuse. Evening. Rin was in the shower when she suddenly heard a faint knocking at the door. "Who is it?" she immediately called out. But there was no response. Before long, the bathroom door slowly creaked open, and a wet head peeked inside. She glanced outside and saw none other than her Hokage, sitting on a chair, casually munching on an apple with one hand while flipping through a book she had been reading with the other. Why are you here so early? And why didn't you answer me just now?" Rin hid behind the bathroom door, leaving only her head poking out as she pursed her lips and eyed him cautiously. "You were showering. I didn't want to disturb you." Makoto lifted his head and smiled at her. Rin muttered something under her breath, though it was unclear what she was saying. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, her face, which was already flushed from the hot water, turned an even deeper shade of red. "Can you step outside for a moment?" "I'm asking you to leave." Makoto's eyes flickered as he glanced toward the bed, where a neatly folded set of clothes lay, both outerwear and undergarments. Noticing his gaze, Rin felt both embarrassed and flustered. "What are you looking at? Get out." However, instead of leaving, Makoto casually picked up her clothes, set aside the book and apple, and walked toward her. "What are you doing?" Rin panicked instantly, gripping the bathroom door tightly. "Bringing you your clothes." Makoto stopped in front of the bathroom door, grinning mischievously. Hearing this, Rin fell silent. After a brief hesitation, she cautiously extended her hand, a fair, delicate arm, to take the clothes from him. But just as she was about to grab them, Makoto suddenly pushed the door open. "Ah!" Rin let out a startled cry, instinctively retreating 2 steps. One hand clutched her chest while the other stretched out to block Makoto from coming any closer. She was wrapped in a large bath towel that covered most of her body, her damp hair clinging to her skin. Her bare feet, slightly flushed from the warmth, rested in a pair of slippers. Makoto looked slightly disappointed before saying, "Aren't you already wrapped in a towel? You could have just come out and taken your clothes directly." Rin's face was completely flushed. Without a word, she pushed against the bathroom door, trying to shut it and block Makoto outside. However, Makoto leaned against the doorframe and casually lifted his foot to stop the door from closing. "What are you doing? Get out." "Nope. Bastard." Rin had been looking forward to Makoto's visit all day, but not like this. She wanted to meet him in a beautiful, presentable way, to stand before him with grace, ready to accept his closeness and affection. But now, this situation made her feel embarrassed and humiliated. She didn't like being teased like this. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head and said, "Give me my clothes." Hearing her words, Makoto placed the clothes on the edge of the sink. "Who gave these to you? They look pretty nice." Rin's heart skipped a beat in panic. She quickly explained, "Obito insisted on giving them to me. I told him not to come anymore." After speaking, she sneaked a glance at Makoto, only to see him smiling at her, his eyes filled with amusement. He said, "So what if he gave them to you? You were a patient, receiving gifts is completely normal, isn't it?" Rin had barely let out a sigh of relief when she suddenly saw Makoto leaning in toward her. I'm going to change now. Get out. I'll help you." "Idiot. Who lets someone help with that? I just want to help you. You're such a scoundrel. A pervert. You smell so nice. You always bully me. I hate you, MMPH. Bang. The bathroom door was slammed shut. Half an hour later. Rin had finished getting dressed and was now standing in front of the mirror, blow-drying her hair. She thought about washing her face again but hesitated when she saw something in the sink. After a moment of contemplation, she scooped them all up and threw them into the trash bin beside her. Looking at the discarded items in the trash, she suddenly felt a bit guilty toward Obito. But that feeling only lasted for a fleeting moment. Rin walked out of the bathroom and saw Makoto still sitting there, casually eating an apple while reading a book. She pursed her lips and went over, lightly kicking his calf. What's wrong? Rin sat down on the hospital bed, crossed her arms, and looked at him with a questioning expression. What exactly is our relationship now? Lovers, of course. Makoto grinned and asked, why? Are you eager to marry me? Rin gritted her teeth. Only a dog would want to marry you. If you want to marry me, you'll have to wait at least 2 more years. I said only a dog would want to marry you. Rin pouted angrily, and seeing the grin on Makoto's face only made her even more frustrated. She huffed, I'm nothing like those other women you have at home. Makoto simply replied, of course, each of you is different. Why compare? His words made Rin momentarily dazed. Yeah, why compare? She and those other women. Could she really expect Makoto to give up all the others just for her? But could she truly cut ties with him? Rin fell silent. She suddenly realized she wasn't ready for this at all. When she was with him, it was easy to forget about everything else and just be happy. Moments like that passionate kiss in the bathroom made her completely lose herself. But in reality, how could she ignore those concerns? Their relationship couldn't always be like this. She had her own circle of people, many friends, while Makoto, he was the Hokage. Rin sat on the bed without saying a word. Suddenly, a half-eaten apple was held up to her face. "Eat this," Makoto said. Rin's eyes widened before she suddenly lunged forward, biting down, not on the apple, but on Makoto's hand. Hiss. "You really are a dog." Makoto yanked his hand back, wincing as he blew on the fresh bite mark. Seeing his reaction, Rin felt a sudden sense of satisfaction. She declared, "You and I are not lovers." This bastard hadn't even figured out how to handle their relationship, so why should she be the one to compromise? That was what Rin told herself. Makoto looked at her and asked, "Then what do you want?" Rin glanced at him sideways. "I want a lot of things. If I tell you, can you give them all to me?" "If I can give them, I will," Makoto replied naturally. Rin scoffed. "Sounds nice, but whether you can give them or not is up to you, isn't it?" Makoto asked, "Then why don't you start by telling me what you want?" Rin stared at him intently and, without any real reason, suddenly asked, "I've been meaning to ask you, why have your eyes changed?" Makoto chuckled. "Do they look better now?" Rin snorted. "They just make you look more deceitful. I want you to be good only to me, to be with only me. Can you do that?" Makoto shrugged, completely unfazed. "I can't." Rin had known his answer before she even asked, but his indifferent attitude still infuriated her. Unable to hold back any longer, she swung her fist at him. "You bastard. I'll kill you." But how could she possibly be his match? In just a few moves, he easily subdued her, holding her tightly in his arms. "Try thinking of another condition," Makoto said. Rin struggled for a while, but it was pointless. In the end, she could only lean against his chest, facing away from him. "Then I want you to come whenever I call. And when I tell you to get lost, you immediately leave." Makoto chuckled. "Quite a temper you've got there." Rin turned her head to look at him. "Can you do that?" Makoto asked, "What if I'm busy with official duties, handling important matters for the village? Should I still drop everything and come running?" Rin sighed and relented, "Of course I wouldn't be that unreasonable. I wouldn't bother you when you're busy." Makoto then asked, "What if I'm at home, spending time with my children? With my family?" Rin flared up again, struggling once more. "Then just live your happy little life with them and leave me alone." Makoto refused to let her go, holding her tightly as she squirmed. After a while, he reached out and gently stroked her cheek. "I promise you, whenever I have free time, if you want to see me, I'll come keep you company." "How about that?" Rin scoffed coldly. "And what exactly counts as free time? If you don't want to see me, you could just say you're busy, and what could I do about it?" As soon as she said this, a wave of grievance washed over her. Was she negotiating with him? Was she actively trying to fight for something? Makoto replied, "Then why don't you just move into my house? You already know Kushina well, so you two can get along." If he hadn't mentioned Kushina, it would have been fine. But the moment her name came up, Rin instantly snapped back to reality. Kushina. The man holding her right now was Kushina's husband, Naruto's father. Rin lowered her head, feeling like she had completely lost her mind. If she recklessly got together with Makoto, she would ruin so much. She would lose so much. Sensing her sudden silence, Makoto let go of her and turned her around to face him. "Why do you have to think about all that? Weren't we happy just now when we were together?" The moment he finished speaking, Rin suddenly let out an inexplicable laugh. "Makoto, you're too selfish." Her voice became unnaturally calm, her gaze unwavering as she stared directly into Makoto's eyes. "To me, you're just like your eyes, so beautiful, yet so deceptive. When you kiss me, I do enjoy it. But after the kiss, have you ever truly considered my feelings?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly reached out, wrapped her arms around Makoto's neck, and kissed him. It wasn't a deep kiss, there was no entanglement of lips and tongues. Just the soft press of one against the other. Makoto's eyes remained open, staring at Rin, whose own eyes were tightly shut but trembling ever so slightly. For a moment, his hands hesitated in the air, should he embrace her or not. When Rin finally opened her eyes, emotions flickered within them, shifting and shimmering like an uncertain tide. She gazed into his eyes and asked, "Is me kissing you, the same as you kissing me?" Rin slowly released her arms from around his neck, lowering her head before turning away. "Let me go, Makoto. If you truly want to be good to me. If you keep coming back to me like this, you'll ruin me." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 276, ch 276, The Beginning of an Era of Change. Mechanical Science Research Institute. In the massive hall stood a giant towering tens of meters high. Strictly speaking, it was merely a skeletal frame assembled from metal, shaped like a humanoid figure. But at such an immense height, looking up from below still evoked the overwhelming awe of gazing upon a mountain. Various mechanical instruments operated continuously, with numerous platforms erected across the space. Workers bustled about, tending to their respective tasks. This was originally an open-air site, but a special barrier had been set up, concealing its existence from the outside world. The skeletal frame forged from chakra metal has been fully assembled. However, Minister Kabuto's progress on the flesh armor still requires a considerable amount of time. On one of the high platforms, Tanagawa was reporting the latest progress to the Hokage. What about the technique formulas? The basic movement formulas have been completed. We're planning to conduct limb movement experiments soon. Makoto nodded slightly and said, the progress has already been quite fast. It had exceeded his initial expectations. At any given time, the efficiency of ninjas in executing tasks was extraordinarily high. Unlike ordinary craftsmen, certain delicate or complex operations that machinery couldn't achieve had to be handled personally by ninjas. As for the flesh armor being developed under Kabuto's department, the process was divided into two phases, cultivation and tempering. The time required for both was considerable. Covering the entire giant with flesh armor would demand an enormous quantity of material. Completing everything would take years rather than months. No matter how urgent, this wasn't something that could be rushed. Besides, Makoto had more than enough time on his hands. Standing on the platform, Makoto gazed at the skeletal frame of the giant before him. While it appeared humanoid in form, its chakra metal frame was currently layered with temporary armor. These simulated the expected weight of the future flesh armor, allowing them to calculate chakra consumption during movement experiments in the near future. Every minor detail had to be refined and perfected through rigorous research and experimentation. The researchers in the institute had poured immense effort into this project. Each person performed their duties with dedication, working tirelessly day and night, all for the day when this colossal being would descend upon the ninja world. After leaving the Mechanical Science Research Institute, Makoto attended a banquet, an event primarily gathering merchants, though it also included members of various prominent clans. The expansion of Konoha's new city had finally been completed after more than 2 months, increasing the village's original size by more than 3 times. This was largely thanks to Obito's dedicated efforts in construction. As promised, Makoto held a special commendation ceremony for him, awarding him a medal in front of numerous villagers and ninja to express gratitude for his contributions to Konoha's development. With the new city established, various tasks related to urban planning needed to be undertaken. This banquet was specifically organized to promote the commercial and economic development of Konoha's new district. The city would welcome more foreign merchants, and under the Hokage's leadership, a Konoha Chamber of Commerce was formed in collaboration with existing local business owners. The goal was to establish regulations and planning strategies that would ensure mutual benefit and prosperity. Originally, Konoha was merely a ninja village, a place dedicated to training ninja and providing legal military force for the country. Now, with its expansion into a large-scale city, its size rivaled that of the original capital. This transformation made Konoha's role and the identity of its ninja far more complex. Makoto's vision was to develop Konoha into the economic and political center of the Land of Fire. Beyond that, there was another major initiative that Makoto had contemplated for a long time before finally putting it into action. He sent envoys to summon the leaders of all notable mercenary groups and independent ninja factions across the Land of Fire, bringing them to Konoha for a special conference. These groups were unofficial forces, unrecognized by the nation, yet tolerated. They survived by taking on various mission commissions, but in a country where Konoha had an overwhelming monopoly, their existence was difficult. To attract clients, they had to offer services at much lower prices than Konoha. Makoto's plan was to reorganize and unify these scattered ninja forces by creating a Land of Fire Ninja Guild, officially registered and recognized by the state. From now on, all mission commissions would be centralized, processed under a single system, and then distributed to them. Konoha would oversee this process and take a percentage as a handling fee. Major cities across the Land of Fire would have official mission offices, all managed by Konoha. Simply put, these independent ninja would essentially become subcontracted workers for Konoha, earning their livelihood under Konoha's administration. This plan had both advantages and disadvantages, depending on how they viewed it. Larger factions that had already built a reputation and gained loyal clientele would see this as a severe loss of autonomy. Previously, they ruled their own territories and operated as independent bosses, but under this system, they would have to submit everything to Konoha, working under its banner, following its regulations, and relying on it for sustenance. For anyone with power, that was hardly an appealing prospect. Some of the smaller and weaker factions, however, were naturally eager to seize such an opportunity, as having a stable source of income was an undeniable advantage for them. The Ninja Guild wouldn't just absorb mercenary organizations and independent ninja groups, it would also be open to rogue ninja within the country. As long as they were willing to register and accept oversight, the state would ensure they had work. In the future, this initiative could even extend to rogue ninja from other nations. Makoto had already discussed this idea with some of the village's higher-ups, but his bold proposal was met with little understanding. Many officials argued that these civilian ninja groups and mercenaries only had access to a limited number of mission commissions. The vast majority of high-value commissions were still under Konoha's control. As long as these rogue factions didn't cause trouble, Konoha had no real reason to concern itself with their survival. Even if Konoha absorbed them, it wouldn't necessarily be beneficial. Not only would it mean sharing some of the available mission commissions, but these independent ninja were inconsistent in quality, unpredictable, and often untrustworthy. Integrating them into the system could ultimately tarnish Konoha's reputation. Of course, all of these objections were just excuses. Makoto quickly realized that most of Konoha's own people carried a natural sense of arrogance when dealing with these wild ninja. They looked down on them, as if simply being born in Konoha made them inherently superior. Makoto couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He simply pushed forward with his decision, insisting that strict laws be put in place and that these independent ninja undergo rigorous skill and conduct evaluations before being reclassified into a proper ranking system. As for the factions that refused to join the guild, Makoto made his stance clear. Once the guild was officially established, a public decree would be issued, any individual or group not registered under the Ninja Guild would not be recognized by the state, and any private citizen or organization commissioning unregistered ninja would be held accountable. This naturally led to dissatisfaction among some mercenary groups, but none dared to openly protest. The law. In the Land of Fire, Konoha was the law. Even the most prominent mercenary organizations were nothing more than ants in front of Konoha. Challenging the village was not an option. Some couldn't understand why Makoto was pushing for this reform, but there were others, like Tanagawa, who immediately saw the bigger picture. He saw through Makoto's ambition in an instant. This wasn't just a domestic reform, it was a test run. A preparatory step for something far greater, the unification of the entire ninja world. Such an idea would sound laughable and absurd to outsiders. But Tanagawa knew better. The moment that giant in the research facility took to the skies, there would be nothing in this world capable of stopping the Hokage's advance. For now, the Land of Fire's internal rebellions had been completely suppressed. But once the rebel forces laid down their weapons, they all became refugees. After all, this was still an agricultural era. If you didn't farm, you didn't eat. When they were rebels, they had survived by looting and pillaging, leaving their own fields abandoned and barren. Now, with winter approaching, many of them were bound to starve to death. Makoto couldn't just ignore this problem. If he allowed starvation to spread unchecked, then when the land was filled with corpses and despair, these desperate commoners, knowing they were doomed anyway, would have no choice but to rebel again. The rebellion had already left the Land of Fire weakened, its treasury emptied, and there were nowhere near enough funds and food supplies for proper disaster relief. The only option was to borrow grain from neighboring countries. Fortunately, on the moon, Makoto had discovered several mines, including a gold mine. He immediately dispatched ninja squads to recruit strong laborers and transport them through teleportation arrays to begin mining. The extracted gold could then be exchanged for food from other nations, helping the Land of Fire survive this difficult year. The Otsutsuki ruins had also contained a significant amount of currency, but unfortunately, the coins were obsolete and unusable, fit only to be stored as antiques. It was deep winter now, and snow had already fallen several times over Konoha. The residents of Atafuku Street were gradually relocating to the village, and the new city district had officially opened. These days, Konoha was livelier than ever. Many original Konoha residents had taken to wandering around the new district, curious about the newcomers and eager to welcome them. Among them was Obito. The man proudly wore the medal bestowed upon him by the Hokage, pinning it to his chest. Every day, no matter how cold it was, he would wake up early and start patrolling the new district, checking to see how many new residents had arrived today, as if he were inspecting his own territory. The new district was massive, built as a circular expansion around Konoha. Even after all of Atafuku Street's residents moved in, it still wouldn't be fully occupied. Makoto put up a section of the newly developed area for public housing sales, and almost instantly, a wave of wealthy individuals from the Land of Fire rushed in, offering outrageous prices to secure a spot. Even an idiot could see that Konoha was set to become the new capital of the Land of Fire, who would pass up the opportunity to live within its walls. Housing prices in Konoha skyrocketed overnight, turning the market into a frenzied bidding war. Eventually, the situation escalated into a major incident, forcing Konoha to intervene, but even then, they could only control what was happening in the open. It was now inevitable that the auction district would become Konoha's future elite neighborhood. Another heavy snowfall blanketed the entire village in a layer of pure white. Makoto, draped in a black cloak lined with soft white fur around the collar, stood atop the Hokage building's rooftop, gazing down at his Konoha. Lord Hokage. At that moment, Samui approached, carrying a steaming cup of tea in both hands. Makoto took a sip, feeling warmth spread through his body, then suddenly mused aloud. When spring arrives, Konoha will be reborn. It's all thanks to your leadership, Lord Hokage. Hearing this, Makoto smirked and replied without hesitation. Of course it is. Had the third Hokage or fourth Hokage still been in power, Konoha would have stagnated, clinging to the outdated illusion of being the #1 ninja village, without true progress. Maybe Danzo would still be alive, wasting his time fighting Uchiha. Short-sighted fools like that deserved nothing but death. Taking another sip of tea, Makoto turned away from the snowy view and headed back toward the Hokage's office. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 277, ch 277, A Meeting Between Women. Evening Encounter. In the evening, light snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The commercial street in Konoha's new district buzzed with activity, its neatly aligned eaves sheltering an orderly array of shops. This was a food street, offering not only common snacks but also regional delicacies from various places. Ever since the new district opened, many people enjoyed strolling through it in their free time. As dusk fell, the streets grew especially crowded. I never expected Konoha to become like this. I used to look forward to missions just for the chance to travel, but now it seems there's no need anymore, Rin sighed as she walked arm in arm with Anko. Beyond the food street, there were also shopping streets and various well-planned districts. The cleanliness of the environment was striking. Throughout the day, workers diligently kept the streets spotless. The first time she and her friends visited, Rin had felt like a country girl stepping into a grand city. No, even during past missions when she had visited capitals and major cities of the Land of Fire, none had been as prosperous as this. Now, Rin finally understood what the Hokage was busy with every day. Rin, this street was built by me. Obito boasted proudly beside her. Isn't the entire new district built by you? Rin glanced at him. Obito chuckled sheepishly. Well, yeah, but the architects worked hard too. Today, Obito had invited her out for a walk, and since Rin had nothing to do at home, she had asked Anko to join them. Stopping by a food stall, the three bought snacks and stood beneath a street lamp, eating as they took in the lively atmosphere. Under the glow of the lamps, the snowflakes became clearly visible, tiny shards of white drifting through the bustling crowd. Rin suddenly noticed that every store and street lamp here used electric lights. Electricity had always been expensive, many households had appliances but rarely used them to save costs. Not long ago, Konoha had introduced a new electricity policy, significantly lowering electricity costs. When did the village become so wealthy? Rin wondered to herself. What she didn't know was that the reason Konoha could afford such luxury was because the very sanbai that had once been inside her was now tirelessly supplying chakra at the newly established energy station, converting it into electrical power. Hey, Itachi. Obito suddenly noticed someone and waved enthusiastically. Rin and Anko followed his gaze and saw a black-haired young man accompanied by 3 children, whom they all recognized. What a coincidence, Obito-san, Itachi greeted as he approached, the 3 children by his side naturally being Neji, Naruto, and Sasuke. They began chatting casually. It wasn't unusual to run into familiar faces in the village. Itachi mentioned that he had come with the Hokage's family, but since Naruto and Sasuke had been noisily insisting on buying food, he had brought them ahead. The Hokage is here too. He's on another street. Rin's attention remained on the 3 children, each of them was truly Makoto's son. Makoto even had a daughter. She still felt like she hadn't completely grown up herself, yet Makoto's children were already this big. After Itachi and the kids left, Rin turned to Anko and asked, Anko, isn't Uchiha Itachi one of the Crown Guardians? You must be pretty familiar with him, right? Not really, Anko replied nonchalantly. Among the 7 Crown Guardians, the only ones she was close with were Hakumen, Kakashi, and Guy. As for Shisui, Kabuto, and Itachi, they were merely acquaintances. Besides, her position among the Crown Guardians was more honorary than anything else. Obito, however, chimed in from the side, I'm really close with Itachi. Seeing how he just had to butt into every conversation, Rin shot him an exasperated look. Did I ask you? Obito scratched his head sheepishly. Itachi and I are from the same clan, we really are close. Same with Shisui. Rin's eyes flickered with curiosity before she suddenly asked, Obito, if I remember correctly, all the 7 Crown Guardians are people around our age, and some are even younger than us. Why didn't you make it into the crown? Obito's cheerful expression instantly froze. Kakashi, Guy, and even his 2 younger clansmen had all been chosen. There was no way he hadn't thought about it. He had even subtly brought it up to the Hokage once, but Makoto had told him outright that the crown wasn't suitable for him, so he had no choice but to let it go. Obito stiffened his neck and declared, "The crown are the Hokage's guards. I'm going to be Hokage one day, so why would I need to join the crown?" He felt that this was the most convincing argument, one he had repeated to many people. After all, he was the future 6th Hokage. People like Kakashi and the others in the crown would all just be his bodyguards in the future. Seeing his earnest and somewhat silly expression, Rin couldn't help but chuckle. Our future Hokage had better train hard. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you couldn't even defeat your own guards? Obito turned his head away proudly. Of course. I'm already an elite Jonin personally recognized by the Hokage. Hakumen, Kakashi, and Guy had all reached a level where their strength was practically unfathomable. After being promoted to Jonin, Obito had sparred with Kakashi once, but that match had dealt him a heavy blow. He realized that the gap between them was even wider than it had been a few years ago. Ever since then, he had never slacked off in his training. As they stood beneath the streetlights, the snowfall gradually ceased. Watching the bustling crowd, Rin suddenly said, "It might be nice to move here." "What do you think, Anko?" Anko replied, "Too noisy." Rin was surprised. "Didn't you used to like lively places?" Obito added, "The houses here are really expensive. I heard they cost 10 million ryo each." Rin's eyes widened. "That expensive?" Anko also glanced over in surprise. 10 million ryo for a house. That was insane. When had property become so valuable? Obito nodded. Ever since the new district opened, lots of people from outside want to move in. The competition is fierce, so the prices just keep rising. Rin quickly did some mental calculations before turning to Obito. "Obito, you can build houses with ninjutsu. You could make a fortune." Obito laughed. "You can't just build houses whenever you want. You need the Hokage's permission." 10 million ryo. Rin clicked her tongue in disbelief. Ninjas were considered high-income earners, but 10 million ryo was still a massive sum. "Obito, how much did you get paid for that S-rank mission to build the village?" 500,000. Obito didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Even if the houses were sold for 10 million, the money still belonged to the village. The payment was just his own reward. And even if he hadn't received any payment at all, the fact that the village valued him was enough to make him happy. The commendation ceremony that the Hokage had specially held for him back then had already made him feel that everything was worth it. For someone like Obito, Makoto had nothing but appreciation and admiration. As the three of them were chatting, Anko suddenly interrupted for no apparent reason. "That's enough. Let's go back." Rin was surprised and was about to ask why when she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. "Lord Hokage." Obito also noticed and quickly walked forward to greet him. Makoto was accompanied by Ayari and Kushina. Rin recalled that Itachi had mentioned earlier that he had come out with the Hokage's family. She hadn't seen him in several days, and for a moment, she regretted not turning around and leaving with Anko immediately. But by now, Obito had already led Makoto and the others over. Rin had no choice but to acknowledge them and greeted, "Lord Hokage, Lady Ayari, Kushina-ne." Anko, however, remained silent, showing no intention of greeting anyone. Ayari glanced at Anko, then smiled warmly. "Hello to all of you." Rin twitched the corners of her mouth and forced a smile in return. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Iri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 278, ch 278, I'm very tired. Anko's attitude was quite intriguing. The person standing before her wasn't just anyone but the Hokage of the village. This made Ayari glance at her again in surprise. However, Anko acted as if she hadn't heard Ayari's greeting, her gaze drifting elsewhere, showing no intention of responding. "Anko, it's Lord Hokage," Obito reminded her kindly. Hearing this, Anko finally turned her head slightly and said in an indifferent tone, "Oh, Lord Hokage. Hello." She used polite language, yet her tone carried no respect whatsoever. Ayari raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at Makoto beside her. Sensing the awkwardness, Rin quickly changed the topic, mentioning that they had run into Itachi and the children earlier. Ayari smiled and explained that the kids had been craving something delicious, so Itachi had taken them out to eat. Rin laughed, agreeing that the children were well-behaved and adorable. After exchanging a few casual words, Ayari turned to Obito and praised his work in expanding the new district, calling it an incredible achievement. This instantly inflated Obito's ego, making him scratch his head and grin sheepishly, especially since the compliment came from the Hokage's wife and was said in front of Rin. Soon, they went their separate ways, as it had only been a chance encounter. As they walked away, Ayari turned to Makoto and asked, "Why didn't you say anything just now?" Makoto said, "Weren't you talking the whole time?" "I didn't have anything to add." Ayari glanced at him sideways and said, "That girl is quite something, she didn't even bother giving you face." Makoto remained calm and feigned ignorance. "You mean Anko? That's just how she is. We've known each other for a long time, as you know." Ayari was familiar with all three of them and understood that Makoto had known Anko since his time working under Orochimaru, even before becoming Hokage. However, Anko's attitude today still caught her by surprise. "You're not even a little mad that she treated you like that? What's there to be mad about? I'm magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge against a girl." "Is that so?" Ayari's expression carried a hint of amusement. Makoto cleared his throat and said, "You know all about what happened with Orochimaru. She was his student, and a lot of things are tied up in that. Don't overthink it." This explanation seemed reasonable to Ayari. She furrowed her brows slightly, feeling indignant on Makoto's behalf. "Even so, she shouldn't treat you like that. No matter what, you're the Hokage, and you've been good to her. Acting like that in public undermines your authority." Makoto simply replied, "I know what I'm doing." Ayari then switched topics, getting curious about Rin and Obito's relationship. "So, Obito really does like Rin, huh? When I was praising him just now, he kept sneaking glances at her. I bet he really wanted to show off in front of the girl he likes." Makoto chuckled. "You haven't spent much time with them." "How do you know?" Ayari said, "Kushina told me." Kushina, who had been lost in thought, blinked when she heard her name. "Huh? Oh. I think I did mention that before." Ayari grinned. "You also said Rin actually likes Kakashi." Makoto glanced at Kushina and couldn't help but laugh. "That's a tradition, isn't it? Love triangles were practically a classic in Konoha." "What tradition?" "Nothing." "Oh, I see Itachi and the kids." Without a change in expression, Makoto suddenly reached out and patted Kushina's backside. She tensed up, quickly regaining her focus, and instinctively wrapped her arm around Makoto's, pressing close to his side just like Ayari. The three of them looked like a harmonious and affectionate couple in the midst of the bustling crowd. Ayari seemed to notice and glanced over. No shame at all. In response, Makoto reached over and gave her a squeeze as well. A slight blush crept onto Ayari's face. She nervously glanced around to make sure no one had noticed, then retaliated by pinching Makoto's arm hard. "Ow. Serves you right." From a distance, they spotted Itachi and the three kids standing in front of a food stall, buying something. Each of them held several bags, clearly having bought quite a bit. "Dad." As soon as they saw Makoto approaching, Naruto and Sasuke darted through the crowd toward him. "I got takoyaki for you, Dad." "I did too." "Eat mine first." The two boys eagerly held up their food, vying for Makoto's attention. Seeing this scene, Ayari couldn't help but sigh. It was one thing for the women at home to compete for Makoto's attention, but now even the kids were fighting for his favor. Makoto took a bite from both Naruto's and Sasuke's offerings before noticing Niji, who was standing beside Itachi, watching them. He waved for him to come over. "Niji, did you buy anything?" Niji hesitated for a moment, then took out a fish-shaped pastry from his bag. "Taiyaki. Do you want some, Dad?" "Thank you, Niji." Makoto smiled warmly as he accepted it, then pulled Naruto and Sasuke closer into his embrace. "And thank you too, Naruto and Sasuke." Hearing this, Niji's slightly flushed face brightened with a smile. Naruto and Sasuke, being considerate, also shared their food with Ayari and Kushina. Kushina watched the scene with a gentle smile but couldn't help commenting, "You bought so much food. Can you even finish it?" "It was Itachi and I who told us to buy it." "Itachi and I has money." Rin and Anko's sighed. After the Hokage and his group left, the two girls secretly let out a sigh of relief. Obito couldn't help but comment, "Lady Ayari isn't just beautiful, she's also really gentle and gracious." However, neither girl responded to his remark. Obito looked at them and asked bluntly, "Anko, why did you act like that toward the Hokage?" Anko replied calmly, "It's nothing. I suddenly felt annoyed. I don't feel like shopping anymore." Rin added, "Then let's go back." "Huh." Before Obito could react, the two girls turned around and left. He stood there in a daze for a few seconds before hurriedly catching up. "You're leaving so early. We haven't finished looking around yet." "Anko." "Rin. Rin. It's so cold out, Obito. You should head home and rest early too." "Hey, don't worry, Rin. No need to worry about me, I'm not afraid of the cold." That night, at the Hokage's residence, Hinata was upset because the others had gone out shopping and eating without inviting her. She threw a tantrum, making a huge fuss. Naruto and Sasuke retorted, well, that's what you get for breaking things and getting punished by Mama Yari to stand in the corner. Hinata was furious and chased Naruto and Sasuke all around the house. In the end, she managed to pin both boys to the ground and gave them a good beating. Not willing to accept defeat, the boys got up and ran, only for Hinata to chase them down again. With these kids around, the house was never quiet. Eventually, Natsu came out and gave all three of them a harsh scolding, finally restoring peace. Later that night, after dinner and a hot bath, Makoto went to Kushina's room. Following an intense and passionate entanglement, Kushina lay in his arms, panting heavily. You're acting strange today. Am I? Kushina rested her face against Makoto's chest, her whole body nestled in his embrace. Seeing Rin and Obito, did it remind you of something? No. Kushina responded softly, snuggling even closer into his arms. I recently received news, one of the rogue ninja the village has been hunting has finally been found. The village's affairs, why are you telling me this? Kushina only gave a muffled response. I thought you'd be interested. Makoto, I'm really tired, let me sleep. Makoto gently adjusted Kushina's position, gazing at her flushed cheeks. With care, he brushed away the red strands of hair stuck to her skin. She lifted her face and kissed him, fiery and passionate. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 279, ch 279, Tsunade's Concerns. Amegakure. Konan walked into Yahiko's office and saw him hurriedly stashing something away, looking slightly flustered. What are you looking at? She asked as she approached. Ahem, nothing, just some reports. Anyway, didn't Konoha send people to buy a lot of grain? We, Amegakure, were responsible for handling the transaction. Then why are you hiding something? Hiding? Me. Konan eyed him suspiciously. It wouldn't happen to be a love confession letter from some girl, would it? Yahiko's face instantly turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course not. Konan reached out her hand. Then let me see it. If it's related to finances, I should be able to look at it too. Yahiko, however, tried to divert the topic. There's nothing to see. Oh right, about this year's Chunin exams. Before he could finish, he saw Konan staring at him expressionlessly. Realizing he couldn't avoid it, Yahiko let out a sigh and slowly retrieved the letter from under the desk. After hesitating for a moment, he finally admitted, it's a letter from Jiraiya-sensei. Konan was momentarily stunned. She took the letter and glanced at it before asking, have you always been in contact with Jiraiya-sensei? Yahiko replied, sort of. But we only exchange letters once in a long while. Konoha was actively hunting down Jiraiya, and not long ago, the Hokage had personally warned them about it. The contents of the letter were simple. Jiraiya had decided not to come to Amegakure and told Yahiko and the others not to worry about him. Konan recalled Jiraiya's previous letter and immediately furrowed her brows. Did you say something to Jiraiya-sensei? Yahiko remained silent. Previously, Jiraiya-sensei had sent them a letter, saying he wanted to visit Amegakure to see them. Yahiko had refused. Though she questioned him, Konan could understand Yahiko's concerns. After some thought, she asked, is there no way to make Konoha lift the bounty on Jiraiya-sensei? Yahiko sighed helplessly. How is that possible? Have you forgotten what Jiraiya-sensei has done? Konan couldn't help but say, but Jiraiya-sensei was once one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Yahiko fell silent. The legendary Sannin. Was that still a title of honor anymore? For now, let's not tell Nagato about this. There will be a way, Konan. Believe me, I will find a way to protect Jiraiya-sensei. Inside the Hokage's office, Makoto was reviewing the report delivered by the Umbu. It contained information on Jiraiya's whereabouts. On his desk, there was also a newly published novel by Jiraiya, Ika Ika Paradise. The Land of Hot Water, huh? He sure knows how to run. Shall we send someone to capture him? The Umbu inquired. No need. Even if we send people, they won't be able to catch him. They all have space-time ninjutsu to escape. Makoto casually tossed the report onto the desk. Pass down the order. This kind of inappropriate literature is now banned in the Land of Fire. Any copies found are to be confiscated and sealed. Yes, sir. Oh, and send this copy to Tsunade. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Makoto had received reports on their whereabouts more than once, but even when he sent Hakumen to capture them, it was always a futile effort. To successfully apprehend them, he needed a method to counter space-time ninjutsu. But Minato himself was a master of sealing techniques. Ordinary sealing barriers wouldn't be effective at all. That was the real problem. Makoto could only temporarily set aside his concerns about them, treating them as nothing more than two fugitives on the run. Besides, they hadn't done anything that directly harmed Konoha, at least, not yet. Half an hour after the Umbu left, Tsunade came to him on her own accord. She had resumed her position at the hospital as the head of a department. However, she was lazy as ever, pushing most of the work onto her subordinates. Still, given her status among medical ninjas, no one dared to express any dissatisfaction. "Is there something you need?" Makoto asked. Tsunade had hurried over, but once inside the Hokage's office, she suddenly composed herself. "Did you receive news about Jiraiya?" "Yeah." "What do you plan to do? What else can be done with a rogue ninja? Bring him back to the village or execute him on the spot." Tsunade's heart tightened. "I think, maybe the charges against Jiraiya could be reconsidered with a bit more leniency. After all, he's done a lot for the village. He was once one of its greatest heroes." Makoto cast a calm glance at her and said, "If he surrenders himself and returns to the village obediently, the death penalty isn't necessarily the only option." "What I mean is..." Makoto cut her off directly. "The village has already made its decision regarding Jiraiya. If you have nothing else to say, you may leave." Tsunade was stunned into silence. She looked at Makoto, who had already returned to his paperwork, completely uninterested in further discussion. In the end, she could only leave in frustration. Jiraiya was strong, and with Minato by his side, they wouldn't be killed so easily. Tsunade tried to comfort herself with that thought. But the Hokage had the 7 crown guards under his command. The fact that Hyuga Hakumen had once defeated Minato was already well known throughout the ninja world. Now, she was stuck in the village, unable to leave, and had no way to contact Jiraiya, not even a means to send a message. She returned home in a daze. "Lady Tsunade. You're back so early." It was only then that Tsunade remembered she was supposed to be at the hospital working. But at this moment, she couldn't be bothered. With a hint of irritation, she said, "It's nothing. I just felt like coming back." "Lady Tsunade, you can't keep treating work like this. People will start complaining." Tsunade lay down on the sofa, her mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Jiraiya. What was the Hokage trying to tell her by giving her that book? At that moment, Shizen walked out. She was wearing her forehead protector and a ninja vest, though the design was slightly different, with an additional red armband on her sleeve. Tsunade found it strange. "Why are you dressed like that? Are you going on a mission?" Shizen shook her head. "No, this is the uniform for volunteers." Tsunade didn't quite understand. "The new Chunin exams are about to begin. Lord Hokage said this year's exam will be bigger than ever before, with more guests from outside the village. A lot of staff will be needed." This was the first time Konoha would be showcasing its expanded village to outsiders, so naturally, they wanted to introduce new elements. Hearing it was about the Chunin exams, Tsunade immediately lost interest. What was so exciting about a bunch of kids fighting? But after lying on the sofa for a while, she suddenly sat up. "Shizen." "Yes. The Chunin exams. A Megakure will be participating, right?" Shizen slowly nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, a Megakure has a very close relationship with us now. They send participants to every exam." However, Tsunade kept muttering to herself, "A Megakure. A Megakure." Jiraiya's 3 students, weren't they all in positions of power in a Megakure now? There's no way they would completely ignore Jiraiya's situation. Perhaps she could use them to get in touch with him. With this idea in mind, Tsunade's mood suddenly brightened. "Shizen, when does the Chunin exam start?" "The first written test has already ended." "Lady Tsunade, how do you not even know that?" Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 280, ch 280, Fugitive Ninja. Hokage Building, inside the conference room. The representatives from various small villages across different nations gradually dispersed. Originally, they had come to discuss the Chunin exams, but they were unexpectedly summoned by the Hokage for a separate meeting. The topic of the meeting turned out to be the handling of rogue ninja and mercenary ninja factions across different nations. The Hokage proposed a reform in the ninja system and requested that they bring this idea back to their respective village leaders. Konoha wished for them to reach out to the mercenary ninja factions and rogue ninja in their territories, informing them that Konoha was willing to offer them a stable livelihood and a structured way of working. When this idea was first put forward by the Hokage, many of the representatives felt there was no need to even consult their village leaders, they could agree on the spot. The survival conditions of small villages and minor nations were vastly different from those of Konoha. Small villages lived under harsh and unforgiving circumstances. Because of their inherent weakness, they were always at risk of being overthrown by a stronger force. Moreover, operating within a small country meant that mission resources were already scarce and highly contested. These smaller villages not only had to share those limited resources but also had to compete with mercenary factions and rogue ninja for a share, leaving them with barely anything. If Konoha was willing to take in these rogue ninja and mercenaries, they would naturally welcome the move. Some of the smaller villages even wished that Konoha would absorb them as well, offering them a stable livelihood. However, such a notion remained nothing more than wishful thinking. The number of rogue ninja across the ninja world was vast, but the majority of them were only at a genin level. Most of them lacked proper training, had no formal education, and were little more than physically strong individuals who happened to have learned one or two ninjutsu techniques. Additionally, the reputation of rogue ninja was barely any better than that of missing mean. Many of them had committed illegal acts, often relying on their strength to pillage, burn, and kill among civilians, only to later assume a new identity and move to another place to continue their lawless ways. No matter how large their numbers, such rogue ninja could never truly form a formidable force. Instead, they were more likely to become a growing menace. Konoha's willingness to take in these rogue ninja left many puzzled. The civil unrest within the Land of Fire was well known to outsiders, and under such circumstances, taking in these people seemed no different from burdening themselves with unnecessary trouble. However, regardless of their personal doubts, they still needed to quickly report this good news to their respective leaders. After finishing their discussions with the Hokage regarding the Chunin exams, Konan and Nagato walked out of the Hokage building together. This Hokage's way of thinking is truly difficult to grasp, Nagato suddenly remarked. You mean Konoha's decision to take in those rogue ninja? If Konoha really intends to use them for labor in the future, these kinds of people will likely only tarnish the village's reputation. I can't understand what the Hokage is thinking. Perhaps the Hokage has already thought of a way to deal with that, Konan said after some contemplation. The two entered the newly developed district, where Konoha had arranged accommodations for their guests. Still, I never expected Konoha to change so much in such a short time. Nagato couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. Although he had always harbored negative feelings toward Konoha, he was genuinely shocked upon witnessing the new cityscape. The level of prosperity and advancement far exceeded anything he had imagined. He had traveled to some of the most renowned cities across different nations, but compared to the current Konoha, they all seemed utterly insignificant. Even the capital of Omega-Kure, the Rain Country's metropolis, now felt like nothing more than a remote rural village. Konan, however, said, "Have you forgotten what Yahiko once said?" Konoha had suddenly transformed from a mere village into a full-fledged city, a change laden with complex implications. Many had already recognized the ambitions of this Hokage, and it seemed he had no intention of hiding them. Some secretly mocked the Hokage's foolishness, believing that his greed for power would only plunge the Land of Fire into chaos. A mere leader of a small village now fancied himself capable of governing an entire nation. If that wasn't sheer delusion, what was? The ultimate outcome might see both Konoha and the Land of Fire fading from history together. As Konan and Nagato made their way toward the guest accommodations, they spotted a familiar figure approaching them from a distance. Lady Tsunade? Konan asked in surprise. It was clear that Tsunade was heading straight for them. Do you two have a moment? Konan and Nagato exchanged glances. Is there something you need, Lady Tsunade? Since she was Jiraiya-sensei's friend and their elder in a way, Konan maintained a respectful attitude. Let's find somewhere more private to talk, Tsunade suggested. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 200+ ch. Chapter 281, ch 281, Captured. The third stage of the Chunin exams proceeded as scheduled, and as per tradition, the leader of Omega-Kure, Yahiko, arrived in Konoha to witness the event. However, before entering the venue, he was summoned for a private meeting with the Hokage. Inside a lounge at the Chunin exams arena, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were all present. Lord Hokage, may I ask what this is about? Mr. Yahiko, do you still remember what happened 3 years ago? Makoto asked without preamble. 3 years ago? Yahiko was momentarily stunned. Many events had occurred in the past 3 years, especially within Omega-Kure. But since the Hokage had brought it up, it was likely related to Konoha. He hesitated before replying, I would appreciate it if you could clarify, Lord Hokage. Makoto spoke slowly. 3 years ago, Konoha gained 2 S-rank rogue ninja. Yahiko's heart skipped a beat. It's about Jiraiya-sensei again. Konan and Nagato, standing nearby, also tensed up. Makoto continued, and the reason those two S-rank rogue ninja managed to escape Konoha was because they had an accomplice assisting in their escape. Yahiko asked, and who is this accomplice? Makoto turned his gaze to Konan and Nagato, then suddenly smiled and said, Miss Konan and Mr. Nagato met with her not long ago. Tsunade. Yahiko immediately understood. He had already heard about this from Konan and Nagato after their return. Steadying his mind, he said, Apologies, Lord Hokage. Konan and Nagato were unaware of Lady Tsunade's situation when they interacted with her. Makoto chuckled lightly. Mr. Yahiko-san, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to hold anyone accountable. It's just that woman is full of lies. I'm simply concerned that Miss Konan and Mr. Nagato might be deceived by her. Konan also spoke up, Please rest assured, Lord Hokage. Tsunade did speak to us at the time, but we are very aware of our position and understand what we should and should not do. Makoto took a few slow steps forward, coming close to Yahiko. He reached out and patted him lightly on the shoulder, smiling warmly. That's good to hear. I know that you three once had a teacher-student relationship with Jiraiya, but he is now a wanted criminal of Konoha. I trust Megakure will prioritize the friendship between our two villages. Yahiko's expression stiffened for a moment before he replied, Of course. Please rest assured, Lord Hokage. After the Chunin exams. On their return journey, the AIM ninja group traveled together, but Yahiko seemed uneasy the entire time. What's wrong? Konan noticed his concern and asked. Yahiko replied, I have a bad feeling about this. Lady Tsunade might have been telling the truth, Hokage could really be planning to act against Jiraiya-sensei. Konan asked anxiously, will Jiraiya-sensei be in danger? If it were just the regular Umbu pursuing him, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to Jiraiya-sensei. But do you both remember Hyuga Hakumen? Yahiko furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Why had the Hokage gone out of his way to warn them? Was it to discourage them from interfering? After contemplating for a long while, he finally let out a deep breath. I have to go see Jiraiya-sensei. We're coming too. Konan and Nagato immediately said. Since this concerned Jiraiya-sensei, they couldn't help but feel deeply worried. Yahiko refused outright. No, I have to go alone. You two need to stay in the village and lay low. Nagato couldn't help but ask, why? The Hokage went out of his way to warn us today. He might already suspect that we have connections with Jiraiya-sensei. If they discover our involvement, it'll only make things more troublesome. Nagato said unhappily, this is our own matter, and we are all Jiraiya-sensei's disciples. Does the Hokage think he can control even this? Yahiko sighed. The rapid development of a Megakure over the years is at least half due to the support from Konoha and the Land of Fire. If we want to continue growing, we cannot sever ties with Konoha. The Hokage understands this well, so whatever he says goes. After speaking, he reassured Konan and Nagato, don't worry, I will find a proper way to protect Jiraiya-sensei. Konan and Nagato remained silent. In the Land of Birds, inside a tavern that wasn't particularly busy. A figure suddenly took a seat across from Jiraiya, who was drinking alone. Seeing the newcomer, Jiraiya grinned. Long time no see, Yahiko. Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko took a seat and nodded slightly in greeting. How have you been? Jiraiya replied casually, there's nothing good or bad about it. It's the same life as before. Yahiko pondered for a moment before asking, has Konoha made any unusual moves against you recently? The same as before, they keep trying to catch me, and they keep failing. Jiraiya propped one hand against the table and poured a cup of sake for Yahiko as well. Don't worry, they won't catch me. I won't be taken so easily. Saying this, he burst into hearty laughter. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, the great and legendary Jiraiya. Seeing his master's optimistic attitude, Yahiko showed a helpless expression. He then asked, are you not with Minato? Jiraiya took a sip of sake and said indifferently, he has his own matters to attend to. I see. Yahiko hesitated for a moment before saying, you should still be extra careful in the near future. I have a feeling the Hokage might make a serious move against you. I can arrange a safe place for you to stay. Jiraiya teased, what's this? You're not afraid I'll drag you all down with me? Yahiko's face showed a mix of embarrassment and guilt. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya let out a long sigh before chuckling. There's nothing to apologize for. I understand, a Megakure is your dream. I'm your teacher, how could I stand in your way? If that were the case, I'd rather let myself be taken back to Konoha. Hearing these words, Yahiko's guilt deepened. He fell silent for a moment before saying, please, at least think about what I said. Jiraiya laughed. Why is everyone suddenly so worried about me? Don't tell me Hyuga Makoto is coming after me himself. But the moment he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically, and the hand holding his cup tightened. Yahiko's expression tensed. Jiraiya-sensei. He hadn't noticed anything unusual, but seeing Jiraiya suddenly on high alert, he instinctively became wary. Jiraiya's sharp gaze flickered, pausing on Yahiko for a moment. Speak of the devil. Yahiko, it looks like you've been followed. Yahiko's pupils shrank. The Hokage is here? Jiraiya set his cup down. No, not him, but still a familiar face. Yahiko's gaze immediately snapped toward the entrance of the tavern. There, standing quietly, was a figure whose silhouette was eerily familiar. His heartbeat skipped a beat. He looked at Jiraiya again and gritted his teeth. Jiraiya-sensei, you need to leave now. Jiraiya gazed at Yahiko, his eyes deep and unreadable, before giving a slight nod. He reached a hand into his robe. Boom. In an instant, his entire body transformed into a puff of white smoke, vanishing from his seat. The tavern fell into a brief silence, broken only by the occasional murmurs of conversation in the background. Yahiko took a deep breath, steadying himself. Just as he stood up, his vision blurred for a moment. Before he could react, the figure that had been standing at the entrance was now right in front of him. Hakumen, what a coincidence, Yahiko said, forcing a calm tone. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 282, ch 282, Trap. Yahiko and Hakumen faced each other, tension lingering in the air. After all, the man before him was a top-tier powerhouse capable of defeating the Yellow Flash. For a ninja, strength often equated to authority. Would Hakumen like a drink? Yahiko calmly lifted his cup, gesturing toward the other men. Hakumen glanced at the cup in Yahiko's hand and replied flatly, I can't drink yet. Yahiko smiled. That's a shame. With that, he took a sip himself. Hakumen got straight to the point. Mr. Yahiko, where is Jiraiya? Feigning surprise, Yahiko asked, are you referring to Jiraiya-sensei? Are you playing dumb, Mr. Yahiko? Yahiko chuckled. Hakumen words are quite puzzling. I haven't seen Jiraiya-sensei in a long time. I'd also love to know where he is. Hakumen pressed further. Then who was sitting here just now? Yahiko continued his act. No one was here just now, wasn't I drinking alone? Hakumen narrowed his glowing white eyes, locking onto Yahiko with an intense gaze. Yahiko, however, remained composed, taking another sip of his drink. Mr. Yahiko, being alone in a foreign land is quite dangerous. Yahiko smiled warmly. Hakumen is right. Before setting out, I was worried about running into trouble. But now that I've met you, I feel much safer. After all, you're the man who defeated the Yellow Flash. Hakumen suddenly let out a short laugh. It seems Mr. Yahiko hasn't understood my meaning. Yahiko's heart skipped a beat. Could Hakumen really intend to make a move against him? No matter what, he was still a leader of a Megakure. Just as chaotic thoughts filled his mind, Hakumen suddenly stood up. It seems I was mistaken earlier. Since there's no trace of Jiraiya, I shall take my leave, Hakumen said. Yahiko was taken aback. He had fully prepared himself for a prolonged exchange with Hakumen. Yet, after a courteous bow, Hakumen simply turned and headed toward the entrance of the izakaya. Take care, Hakumen, Yahiko could only say. Was he really going to let him go this easily? As Hakumen's figure disappeared beyond the doorway, Yahiko remained seated, deep in thought. He hadn't noticed being followed at all. While he was aware that his strength was on par with that of a jonin, against someone of Hakumen's caliber, he was clearly outmatched. In hindsight, he should have brought Nagato along. It was clear now, Konoha had set its sights on Jiraiya-sensei. He needed to find a way to help his teacher completely escape their pursuit. Yahiko sat there for a long time, contemplating. Then, finishing the last sip of his drink, he finally rose to leave. However, the very moment he stepped out of the izakaya, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. His vision spun wildly before everything went dark. He had no idea how much time had passed when he slowly regained consciousness. His head felt groggy, and pain radiated from the back of his neck. Yo, you're finally awake. A sinister voice suddenly sounded beside him, snapping Yahiko to full alertness. He quickly opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. He found himself inside a dimly lit room, his entire body bound to a platform by iron chains. Ceiling jutsu markings had also been placed on him. Standing nearby were three unfamiliar figures, each with a fierce and menacing expression. Around them were numerous torture devices. Yahiko steadied himself and asked, "Where is this?" One of the men, his face covered in thick scars, grinned wickedly and said, "This is hell." A sinking feeling crept into Yahiko's heart. He had a bad premonition about what was going to happen next. a Megakure. It had been nearly a week since their leader left, yet there was no sign of his return. This made Konan and Nagato increasingly anxious. But they had no idea where Yahiko had gone. Even if they wanted to search for him, there were no clues to follow. Konan summoned the Omegakure ninja responsible for communications and asked about their method of contacting Jiraiya, only to discover that such communication was typically one way. What do we do now? Nagato asked Konan. He's probably fine. Yahiko is likely busy handling matters related to Jiraiya-sensei and is just unable to return for now, Konan replied. She was trying to reassure Nagato, but also herself. Should we send people to look for him? But the ninja world was vast, where would they even begin the search? Konan felt a headache. Search the surrounding countries, she finally decided. For now, we should keep this confidential. However, despite their efforts to contain the news, word of Yahiko's disappearance had already spread throughout Omegakure. Many ninja came forward, asking where their leader had gone. Yahiko had a high reputation in Omegakure, most of its people were his devoted followers. The news of his disappearance quickly stirred unrest, with many growing agitated. Konan and Nagato had no choice but to step forward to calm the masses and maintain order. Fortunately, Nagato's presence carried great authority in Omegakure, where he was revered as the savior of the ninja world. They fabricated a lie, claiming that Yahiko was merely training in seclusion to master a new jutsu and was temporarily unavailable. But such an excuse could only maintain peace for so long. If Yahiko did not return soon, the truth would inevitably come to light. Konan had considered seeking Konoha's help, but knowing that Yahiko had gone to meet Jiraiya, she quickly dismissed the idea. 3 more days passed. No matter how much Nagato and Konan tried to suppress the information, rumors of Yahiko's disappearance had begun spreading beyond Omegakure and into the greater ninja world. Konoha, Hokage office. An Umbu operative suddenly delivered a small note to Makoto. He reported that a ninja hawk had been circling above Konoha's main gate for a long time before finally landing. The note was tied to its claw. The message contained only a single sentence. You release him, and I will turn myself in. Still daring to negotiate with me. Makoto let out a disdainful chuckle, then casually tossed the note into the nearby trash bin before returning to his work. The next day, Konoha dispatched an emissary team to Omegakure, delivering a message on behalf of the Hokage. They declared Konoha's willingness to assist Omegakure in searching for Yahiko. Notices were already being posted across the Land of Fire, seeking information about the missing Omegakure leader. Surrounding smaller nations were also encouraged to do the same. This outright confirmed the rumors that the leader of Omegakure had gone missing. Konan and Nagato had never wanted things to escalate like this would only throw Omegakure into chaos. Yet Konoha completely disregarded their wishes. Konoha's actions made them increasingly suspicious. Was this all part of a scheme orchestrated in secret? At that moment, Jiraiya arrived in Omegakure without a sound, meeting with Konan and Nagato. Jiraiya-sensei. You're safe. The two were overjoyed to see him. Jiraiya sighed. I'm fine, but Yahiko has fallen into the Hokage's hands. He then recounted what had happened when he met Yahiko, how Hyuga Hakumen had tracked them, and how Yahiko disappeared afterward. There was no doubt that Yahiko had been captured. At first, Jiraiya had believed Konoha would consider Yahiko's status and their village's close ties. But he had been wrong. So it really was them. Nagato slammed his hand against the table, his fury boiling over. I'm going to Konoha right now and getting Yahiko back. Konan immediately blocked his path. Don't be reckless. Nagato, do you want all our efforts over the years to be wasted? Then what about Yahiko? Jiraiya spoke up. That's exactly why I came, to find a way to save him. Both Konan and Nagato fell silent. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before saying, the Hokage is doing this to lure me out. The only way to get them to release Yahiko is for me to turn myself in. What? Konan and Nagato were both taken aback. Jiraiya reassured them, don't panic. This is the only way. Nagato's expression shifted between pale and livid as he said, let's expose Konoha for kidnapping Yahiko. They're the ones in the wrong, we'll let the world see their ugly true colors. Jiraiya shook his head. We have no proof. Besides, doing that would be like declaring war on Konoha, putting Omegakure directly against them. That would be a disaster for your village. But we can't just let you walk to your death, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya chuckled softly. This all started because of me. Even though I'm a rogue ninja now, the Hokage might not kill me outright. And even if they try, I have a way to escape. Breaking out of Konoha by force wasn't an option. Even a single tower of solarity was enough to suppress him. The only feasible method was space-time ninjutsu. Mount Miyaboku's reverse summoning technique. He had used it once before to escape. Whether Konoha had prepared countermeasures against it, he didn't know. but it was his only hope. A slim hope. Jiraiya had already mentally prepared himself for the worst. But he didn't tell Conan or Nagato that. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 283, ch 283, Humiliation. When Jiraiya returned to Konoha, he was astonished by the appearance of the new district. Having been away for so long, he hadn't expected Konoha to have changed so much. It seemed that this Hokage's capabilities were truly the real deal. No wonder that back when he governed in Orochimaru's place, he was able to manage Konoha in an orderly manner. However, his astonishment didn't last long before he was quickly surrounded by the arriving Umbu and had a black cloth placed over his head. Jiraiya chuckled bitterly, "There's no need for this. I came to surrender, I won't run." Not only were his hands and feet bound with ropes, but sealing techniques were also applied to his body. With his vision completely shrouded in darkness, Jiraiya had no idea where he was being taken. "I want to see the Hokage." He made his demand, but there was no response. After a long period of time, he felt himself being carried again. When the black cloth was finally removed from his head, he found himself inside a sealed chamber with only a single door and a set of interrogation tables and chairs. Letting out a breath, Jiraiya knew that he was about to meet Hyuga Makoto. Before long, a figure clad in a black cloak entered the room. The door to the interrogation room closed again, leaving only the two of them in the narrow space. "So, are you demanding to see me because you plan to tell me Namikaze Minato's whereabouts?" Makoto sat across from Jiraiya, asking in a calm and unhurried manner. Jiraiya said, "I've already come. You should release him now." Makoto tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion. "Release who?" Jiraiya frowned. "Don't play dumb. You sent Hyuga Hakumen to capture Yahiko. Let him go." Makoto chuckled. "Jiraiya, are you giving me orders?" He crossed one leg over the other, gazing at Jiraiya leisurely. "Besides, Yahiko is the leader of a Megakure, and a Megakure is a close ally of Konoha. Why would I send people to capture a friend?" Jiraiya's voice deepened. "Since I was willing to come, I was already prepared for you to deny it." Makoto looked intrigued. "Oh. Then tell me, what's your backup plan?" Jiraiya spoke slowly. "How did the rebels manage to seize the capital in such a short time? And the destruction of the Land of Fire royal family, if the truth behind these events were made public, it wouldn't be good for you, would it? If Yahiko isn't back in a Megakure by tomorrow, the entire Land of Fire will know the truth." Makoto's expression remained indifferent as he asked, "Is that all?" Jiraiya faltered for a moment. Seeing Makoto's complete lack of concern, he frowned inwardly. Was he just pretending to be calm? He said in a grave tone, "Isn't that enough? You orchestrated the assassination of the royal family to seize the throne for yourself. You incited rebellion, leading to countless innocent deaths. You are the true instigator of this nation's chaos." Yet Makoto remained composed, even smiling faintly. And then. With that, he couldn't help but laugh. "Jiraiya, you're far more foolish than I thought." Jiraiya remained silent, his gaze dark. "Do you know how many refugees there are in the Land of Fire right now?" Makoto asked. Jiraiya had no answer. He only knew that the Land of Fire was in turmoil, that the common people were suffering, and he had placed the blame squarely on the current Hokage's supposed ambition to usurp the throne. Makoto asked again, "Do you know who is feeding these refugees right now?" Makoto crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Jiraiya with a mocking expression. "Millions of refugees, they need food, clothes, and a way to survive. And they rely entirely on me. If you go tell them that I'm some terrible villain, what do you think will happen? Do you think they'll spit on you until you drown? Jiraiya, you're an idiot. What makes you think that, in my territory, you can use public opinion against me?" Faced with Makoto's relentless ridicule, Jiraiya's expression darkened. But he had no retort. What Makoto said was undeniably true. Even if, for the sake of argument, the people of the Land of Fire believe what you say, so what? Would anyone dare to rebel against me? When the ruler is an incompetent and tyrannical monarch, the people may rise up to overthrow them in order to survive. But what if the ruler is a ninja who can fly through the skies, vanish into thin air, and reshape the land itself? And that ninja also controls their very means of survival. Shouldn't they be grateful instead? You, along with many others, think I want to become the daimyo of the Land of Fire. But for fools like you, I can't even be bothered to explain. So, do you have any other cards left to play? Jiraiya was silent for a long time, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he finally said, "I'll tell you Minato's whereabouts. In exchange, release Yahiko." Makoto sneered. You're offering me the location of someone who specializes in spacetime ninjutsu. You really know how to do business. His men could travel thousands of miles to capture Minato, only for him to instantly teleport away. This so-called whereabouts were meaningless. Looks like you've played all your cards. Makoto slowly stood up, making a move to leave the room. Jiraiya struggled and shouted, Makoto. This has nothing to do with Yahiko, release him. Let him go. When he came here, he had assumed Yahiko had been taken hostage to force him to show himself. He had believed that if he surrendered, Makoto would let Yahiko go. But that was merely his own wishful thinking. Why would Makoto follow his rules? It was Makoto who truly controlled the situation. Without sparing another glance at the pleading Jiraiya, Makoto walked out of the interrogation room. Turning to Hakumen, he ordered, lock him up in the prison. And spread the word, Jiraiya, the rogue ninja, has been captured. Hakumen bowed and asked, what about Yahiko? Let him go. He's still of some use. Hakumen pondered for a moment. He has suffered some punishment during his captivity. Won't he hold a grudge against Konoha because of it? It doesn't matter. He wouldn't dare turn against us. Makoto suddenly halted, thought for a moment, and added, arrange for our ninjas to stage a rescue. Then send him back to Omegakure. Understood. That night, the battered and bruised Yahiko was escorted back to Omegakure by Hakumen and his men. Nagato and Konan were shocked by Yahiko's condition and immediately called for medical ninja. The ones who kidnapped Yahiko were 3 rogue ninjas, Hakumen explained. We executed them on the spot. It was unfortunate that Yahiko had to suffer this ordeal, but thankfully, we found him in time. Nagato clenched his fists tightly, his eyes locked onto Hakumen with an intense glare. It was only when Konan grabbed his wrist that he refrained from acting out. Despite his injuries, Yahiko was still conscious. In a hoarse voice, he spoke, is that Hakumen? Hakumen replied politely, Mr. Yahiko, the ninja world is dangerous. You should be more cautious when traveling in the future. Yahiko curled his lips slightly, letting out a faint, almost inaudible chuckle. I understand. Please, thank the Hokage for saving me. Konoha and Omegakure are close allies and neighbors. It was our duty, no thanks are necessary. Yes. Konoha and Omegakure are friends. Please relay to the Hokage, we will always remember that. Hakumen then bid his farewell and left with the Konoha ninjas. Yahiko, how are you feeling? By his bedside, Konan held Yahiko's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face from distress. Nagato, too, felt suffocated with frustration. He had never felt so stifled, so humiliated. To be oppressed to such an extent, to be trampled on so completely, yet unable to retaliate. Yahiko stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes flickering with an unreadable emotion. Konoha, ally. I feel good, absolutely good. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 284, ch 284, Tsunade's Resolve. The capture of Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, Jiraiya, quickly spread, and soon after, Tsunade personally came to see him. When Makoto arrived at the Hokage's office, he found that she was already there, waiting. He wasn't sure how long she had been there. What do you want? Lord Hokage, how is Jiraiya doing now? Tsunade got straight to the point. He's not dead yet. And how do you plan to deal with him? Makoto glanced at her. What does that have to do with you? Lord Hokage. Tsunade seemed a little anxious, her voice rising involuntarily, but she quickly lowered it again. Lord Hokage, surely Jiraiya's crimes aren't deserving of death. Not deserving of death. And who are you to decide that? Makoto said calmly. He let Namikaze Minato escape and injured so many Umbu. Do you need me to list all of Namikaze Minato's crimes for you? Tsunade said impatiently, I know Jiraiya made mistakes, but he's also contributed so much to the village. At the very least, his merits should cancel out his faults. What merits? Makoto interrupted. Training a rogue ninja student. With that, he lost interest in continuing the conversation and added, Tsunade, I haven't yet pursued the matter of you secretly meeting with Nagato and Konan from Omegakure. Don't dig your own grave. But Tsunade was not deterred by his words and continued to plead, Lord Hokage, please reconsider. At least on account of the times Jiraiya risked his life to protect the village. Makoto paused for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at Tsunade and said, fine. I'll give him one more week before his execution. During this time, you're allowed to visit him once. Tsunade was instantly struck as if by lightning, her entire body freezing in place. Execution. Death. She replayed the words over and over in her mind, her pupils dilating uncontrollably. Makoto then called for the umbu and had her forcibly removed from the Hokage building. Konoha Prison. Tsunade made her way inside, finally arriving at the solitary cell where Jiraiya was being held. Jiraiya. Jiraiya was pleasantly surprised to see his visitor. Tsunade. But there was no joy on Tsunade's face. She stood outside the cell, her eyes fixed firmly on her old friend. It's been a while, Tsunade. Jiraiya smiled easily. Tsunade remained silent for a long time before finally asking, why did you come back? Why did you come back? Wouldn't it have been better to just stay outside, to die outside? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and grinned again. Because there was a reason I had to come back. Because of your student. Ah, something like that. He's already back in Omegakure. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then his entire body relaxed as he leaned against the wall. I see. That's good. Even in prison, hearing this news brought him a deep sense of relief. He didn't know why the Hokage had decided to release Hihiko, but knowing that his efforts weren't in vain made it all feel worth it. He looked at Tsunade's sorrowful expression, his heart stirring slightly. Did the Hokage tell you how he plans to deal with me? In 1 week, you'll be executed. Jiraiya didn't seem surprised by this. He thought for a moment and said, so, he wants to use my public execution as bait to lure Minato out. Then, he sighed softly. I just hope Minato doesn't fall for it. Tsunade clenched her fists involuntarily. What an idiot. You're on the verge of death, and all you can think about is your student. Jiraiya looked at her and suddenly chuckled. Not entirely. Tsunade took a few deep breaths, then asked in a low voice, is there any way to get you out of here? Jiraiya slowly shook his head. As long as I'm inside Konoha, there's probably no way. They placed a special sealing technique on me, so even reverse summoning won't work this time. That tower. It was too powerful. When he helped Minato escape last time, he had personally felt that overwhelming force, a power he had no way to resist. As long as the Tower of Solarity existed, breaking out by force was completely impossible. Can I remove the seal on you? Tsunade asked again. Jiraiya simply shook his head. Tsunade's skill with sealing techniques was fairly average, and even he found the seal on him incredibly troublesome to deal with. Besides, if she tried, she would only end up implicating herself. Tsunade, don't worry about it. Jiraiya let out another light chuckle and leaned his head against the wall. It's just death. Are we still afraid of dying? They had already lost so many people throughout their lives. Now that it was his turn, Jiraiya didn't feel much fear. But looking back on my life, I think I've been a failure. My teacher, my friends, my students. I failed to protect any of them. And now, I'm going to die as a traitor. There probably isn't anyone more of a failure than me. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle. And I still haven't won over the woman I love. Tsunade turned her face to the side. Idiot, why are you saying something like that at a time like this? Jiraiya exhaled deeply and gazed up at the ceiling of his cell. Because after this, I won't have another chance to say it. Then he smiled again. Tsunade, in the end, you'll be the only one left. Try not to feel too lonely. Jiraiya murmured, it's cruel, isn't it? One of them was inside the cell, the other outside. A layer of iron bars separated them as they talked for a long time. Inevitably, their conversation drifted to the past. For someone who no longer had a future, the only thing left to talk about was what had already been. But bringing up the past at a moment like this only made everything feel more sorrowful. Jiraiya suddenly said, if the heavens could give him another chance, just one more time, he would make sure to handle everything properly. He had always believed that the reason things had ended up like this was because he hadn't helped Sensei deal with the situation between Minato and Orochimaru back then. The day when Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Minato fought atop the Hokage rock had haunted Jiraiya like a nightmare ever since. They were three of the most important people in his life, yet on that day, they had been forced to take each other's lives. Everything happened as it was meant to. Even if he could start over, what difference would it make? By that time, Sarutobi-sensei and Orochimaru were already destined to be incompatible. Being able to die together was already the best outcome, Tsunade said softly, lowering her gaze. Maybe. Tsunade stayed in the prison for a long time, only leaving when the guards finally informed her that her time was up. As she turned to leave, she glanced back and saw Jiraiya watching her go, his face lit up with a wide smile. Tsunade's expression wavered for a moment. In that instant, she remembered the time when she had first met Jiraiya as a child, back when Orochimaru was there too, and so was Sarutobi-sensei. An indescribable sorrow welled up in her chest, making it hard to breathe. By the time she stepped outside, the afternoon sun had turned golden, its light hazy and almost blinding. She stood there for a long time, trying to steady herself. Jiraiya. I won't let you die. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 285, ch 285, Princess Tsunade. The sky darkened quickly, and the temperature dropped sharply. When Makoto stepped out of the Hokage building, the biting cold wind made him involuntarily shiver. He pulled his cloak tighter around himself. Then, he noticed Tsunade standing not far away, as if she had been waiting for him all along. The wind howled, and the snow fell thickly, yet she remained motionless, like a statue. Makoto had already been informed that Tsunade had been standing there for a while, but he paid it no mind. Even now, as the snow continued to fall, what did it matter? Did this foolish woman think she could move him with such a display? Ignoring her completely, he continued on his way home. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly followed. Lord Hokage. Makoto didn't respond and simply kept walking. Tsunade hurried forward, stepping in front of him to block his path. However, due to her sudden movement, Makoto's gaze instinctively caught sight of two large things bouncing and trembling in his field of vision. He couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Only then did he finally stop, frowning. Are you not done yet? Should I just throw you into prison as well? Tsunade lowered her voice and pleaded, Lord Hokage, I beg you, please spare Jiraiya. Makoto merely replied, and why should I? At this late hour, the streets were nearly empty. The two of them stood in the middle of the road, unnoticed by anyone. The streetlights around them remained lit. Ever since the village started using tailed beast energy for electricity, Konoha's streetlights never turned off at night. You think just because you ask me to spare him, I will? Tsunade, are you the Hokage? Lord Hokage, that's not what I meant. I am begging you, Tsunade pleaded humbly. Makoto looked at her bowed head and lowered gaze, then suddenly said, is this the posture of someone who is begging? Without hesitation, Tsunade immediately knelt down. She had clearly been prepared for this. At that moment, a passerby walked by, casting a curious glance at the scene. But after recognizing that the person standing there was the Hokage, they hurriedly left without saying a word. Lord Hokage, please forgive Jiraiya this time. She fully prostrated herself on the ground, hands pressed against the cold pavement, forehead resting on the back of her hands. This was not the first time Tsunade had assumed such a position before Makoto. Back when she served as his assistant, kneeling had become a common occurrence, so much so that she had even grown used to it. Yet, this utmost display of sincerity did not earn Makoto's sympathy or mercy. He simply stepped around her without a second glance, intending to leave. Seeing this, Tsunade hastily reached out and grabbed onto one of his legs. Lord Hokage. Let go, Makoto said expressionlessly. Tsunade pressed her lips together, continuing to plead in a low voice. Lord Hokage, I beg for your mercy. Makoto directly pulled his leg free from her grasp. Tsunade did not dare to hold on too tightly, fearing it would anger him further. What if I refuse to show mercy? Tsunade had no way to respond to such words. After a brief moment of thought, she answered softly, then I will continue to beg you. You'll keep kneeling here. Tsunade froze for a second, not immediately grasping the meaning of his words. This wasn't the main street of Konoha, nor was it the busiest district, but there were still a fair number of people passing by on any given day. If she had to kneel here indefinitely. Lowering her head, she whispered, as long as you spare Jiraiya's life, I will do whatever it takes. Forcing Tsunade to kneel here would indeed be an effective way to torment her, but Makoto had no intention of doing so. No matter what, this woman was still the granddaughter of the first Hokage. If he let this scene drag on, it would only end up damaging his own reputation. He sneered. Do whatever you want, but if you continue making a scene, you'll only make me despise you more. With that, he stopped paying her any attention and walked straight toward the Hokage residence. Tsunade remained kneeling on the ground, unmoving. She called out to him a few more times, but there was no response. The next day. On his way to the Hokage building, Makoto passed by that same street but did not see Tsunade anywhere. That saved him some trouble. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, Samui approached him. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade is here. She's in the lounge. Makoto merely responded flatly and paid no further attention. By noon, Samui reminded him that Tsunade had been kneeling inside the lounge all morning. She even warmed your bed for you. Makoto raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Did you tell her to do that? Samui shook her head. She did it herself. Makoto pondered for a moment. What about lunch? It's ready. I had Mabui prepare a portion for her as well, in case she lacks the strength to continue. How considerate of you. Makoto entered the lounge and saw that Tsunade was indeed kneeling beside the bed. When she heard the door open, she glanced in his direction but quickly lowered her head again. Ignoring her, Makoto sat down on the chair and began eating his lunch. Afterward, he lay down on the bed for a nap. The blanket was warm, carrying a distinct, familiar scent, Tsunade's. Seeing that Makoto didn't even spare her a glance, Tsunade bit her lip but remained silent. More than an hour passed. Lying there, Makoto finally woke up, turning to his side with drowsy eyes, gazing at Tsunade. Noticing this, Tsunade took the initiative to speak. "Lord Hokage, you're awake." Makoto didn't respond, he simply continued looking at her. Tsunade found it strange, why did the Hokage's eyes seem different from before? At the same time, she instinctively adopted a more submissive posture. She neatly placed the shoes on the floor, just like she used to, preparing to assist Makoto in getting up. Makoto lifted the blanket and sat on the edge of the bed, letting both feet dangle down. Tsunade immediately reached out with both hands, intending to put socks on him. To her surprise, Makoto moved his foot away, avoiding her touch. Tsunade paused for a moment before bowing her head and softly saying, "Lord Hokage, allow me to serve you." Suddenly, one of Makoto's feet lifted out of her view, and the next moment, she felt a weight pressing down on the top of her head. She instantly realized he had placed his foot directly on her head. "Lord Hokage." Tsunade dared not move or resist. She simply endured in silence. "Socks." Makoto's voice rang out. Hearing this, Tsunade quickly picked up the socks and respectfully held them up with both hands, all while enduring the pressure on her head. Soon, the foot pressing on her head lifted. She assumed Makoto was putting on the socks himself, but then she heard his voice again. "Lift your head." Obediently, she slowly raised her head, only to see something rapidly growing larger in her vision. A foot. Before she could react, Makoto's foot pressed directly against her face. Tsunade froze instantly, eyes wide open. His sole was firmly pressed against her cheeks, his toes right in front of her eyes, and the heel pressing against her lips and teeth. Beyond the strangely large and blurred toes in her vision, Tsunade caught sight of Makoto's calm expression. The position was uncomfortable, yet she dared not move, her head tilted upward. Makoto slowly picked up a sock, slightly lifting the upper part of his foot to slip it in. The fabric brushed past Tsunade's brows and hair as she watched, transfixed, as the sock gradually enveloped his foot. Between her face and his sole, there was now only a thin layer of cloth. Once the sock was fully on, Makoto lowered his foot. Tsunade trembled all over. Her body shook, not with anger, but with an inexplicable sense of fear. She felt as if she were losing something incredibly important, something that, once gone, could never be reclaimed. She noticed Makoto's gaze lingering on her. Swallowing hard, Tsunade reached for the other sock, holding it up with both hands. At the same time, she tilted her face slightly higher, lowering her upper body even further. It was a position that would allow Makoto to rest his foot on her face more comfortably. She was offering herself. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 286, ch 286, to please. Tsunade had no aversion to the idea of sacrifice herself. It was just a mere shell, after all. If the Hokage had any covetous thoughts about it, she wouldn't mind giving it to him. Compared to what she sought to achieve, if the price was merely offering her own body, then it was entirely worth it. So, when facing the truly extreme humiliation he subjected her to, no matter how she felt inside, Tsunade ultimately endured it and displayed an attitude of initiative and submission. "If you've decided to put on a performance, I'll give you the chance. Do your best to please me. If you satisfy me, perhaps I'll agree to your request." That was what the Hokage told her before walking out of the resting room. Please him. How else was she supposed to please him? Why not just get it over with in bed? That was what Tsunade thought. After serving as Makoto's assistant for so long, she had come to understand some of his temperament. In her eyes, this Hokage was nothing more than a man with perverse fetishes and an extremely self-centered nature. Everything had to be according to his whims. But then again, always indulging him wouldn't work either. If she were to obey him in everything, it would only bore him. He seemed to take greater pleasure in toying with her, and this realization filled Tsunade with deep sorrow. It felt as though she had reverted to the status of his assistant once more, perhaps even lower than before. Makoto had mentioned that Jiraiya would be executed publicly in a week. That meant she had only 1 week to change his mind. 1 week. Such a short time. She didn't know whether to feel relieved or despair. But to Makoto, Jiraiya's capture meant little, whether he lived or died was of no consequence. The real objective was to use the public execution of Jiraiya as bait to lure Minato out. To Konoha, Jiraiya was like a child who had been cast out of his home. But Minato was an entirely different matter, he was a true threat. Minato harbored immense hatred toward Konoha and the Hokage, his desire for revenge likely never wavering. And given his formidable strength, letting him roam free was a lingering source of concern. Like another masked man, Obito cannon. Makoto ordered his subordinates to spread the news that Jiraiya would be executed in a week, and soon, the information spread rapidly throughout the Land of Fire. By evening, after returning home, Tsunade began rummaging through her belongings, searching for the professional outfit she had previously worn as an assistant. Fortunately, Shizune hadn't discarded it, and Tsunade eventually found it neatly folded and freshly cleaned in her wardrobe. She put the outfit back on and stood in front of the full-length mirror, examining herself. At that moment, Shizune returned and was quite surprised to see Tsunade dressed in the black silk business suit. "Lady Tsunade, why are you wearing that outfit again?" Tsunade admired her reflection, turning slightly to the side as she looked at herself in the mirror. "Do I look good in this?" she suddenly asked. "You look great," Shizune said with a smile. "Lady Tsunade, you're already beautiful, no matter what you wear, you'll always look good." If not for her striking figure, Tsunade would actually be a woman lacking traditional femininity. Her aura leaned more toward androgynous heroism and boldness, which, in turn, made her widely admired in the village. Many young girls aspired to be like her one day. To most people, she was seen as a carefree and unrestrained woman, someone with a heroic spirit that surpassed even men. Mimicking the posture she recalled from Samui, Tsunade straightened her back, lifted her chin, and struck a few poses. She didn't know how Samui managed to maintain that aura of aloof elegance, appearing cold and untouchable to outsiders while simultaneously being humble and submissive in front of the Hokage. Perhaps that was precisely what made the Hokage so fond of her. Seeing Tsunade posing in front of the mirror, Shizune joined in, standing beside her and mimicking her stance. She even playfully lifted the hem of her kimono, revealing her fair, slender thigh. She giggled mischievously. Whenever Tsunade changed her pose, Shizune followed suit, and the two of them continued to play around like that. Tsunade smiled. "Do you want to try wearing it too?" Shizune replied, "Our sizes are different, so I'd better not." As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards Tsunade's ample chest before glancing down at her own. With a resigned sigh, she looked somewhat dejected. Her figure was actually quite nice, but her style was always conservative, forever dressed in a black kimono that covered her from head to toe. Her jet black hair never changed, and she had never once worn makeup. While this gave her a pure and clean appearance, at times, it also made her seem overly rigid. "Lady Tsunade, why did you suddenly decide to wear this outfit again?" "It's nothing." Tsunade casually took off the jacket and tossed it onto the coat rack behind the door. "I'm going to wear it tomorrow. Just wanted to see if I've gained weight and if it still fits." "Tomorrow?" Shizune blinked in confusion. This was just an ordinary outfit, and it didn't match Tsunade's usual style at all. "Are you going to be the Hokage's assistant again?" "Something like that." "Are we out of money again? Did another creditor come knocking?" Shizune's expression grew tense. Tsunade chuckled, looking completely at ease. "No, don't worry about it." Shizune still looked at her suspiciously. "This time, it's my own business." That night, Tsunade had a dream, one where she had somehow become the fifth Hokage. She had always hated the idea of being Hokage, yet in the dream, she spent her days gambling and drinking with public funds. In the end, she ended up losing the entire village in a bet. The shock of it startled her awake. As dawn approached, she woke up even before her alarm went off. Curling up under the blanket for a while, she eventually got up. At this hour, Shizune was still asleep. It was winter, after all, and staying in bed a little longer was perfectly normal. Tsunade dressed herself, freshened up, and made breakfast. Then, braving the crisp morning air, she set off toward the Hokage's office. On the way, she carefully recalled the responsibilities of an assistant. She hadn't forgotten them. At the end of the day, all she had to do was serve the Hokage well and make sure he was satisfied. And besides, this job might lead to other possibilities in the future. She was already prepared, whatever Makoto decided to do to her, it no longer mattered. Tsunade figured that if she ended up in the Hokage's bed, it might at least make him reconsider his decision, even if only slightly. But she had no experience in seducing men. Last night, she had even studied one of Jiraiya's Ika Paradise books, only to find the content completely unrealistic and overly focused on romantic relationships. She wasn't a real lover, at most, just a maid. The Hokage's building was eerily quiet. As she walked through the halls, she noticed that many office doors were still closed. Even the Hokage's office remained shut, though at least it wasn't locked. By the time she arrived, Samui had already finished cleaning. "Good morning, Miss Tsunade." "Morning. We're colleagues again. Let's get along well in the days ahead." "The days ahead?" Tsunade only wanted to save Jiraiya's life within this 1 week. But then it occurred to her, perhaps Makoto intended to keep her by his side indefinitely. That might be part of the price she had to pay. But it didn't matter anymore. That was what she told herself. All right, she replied to Samui. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 200+ ch. Chapter 287, ch 287, Make It Warmer. Omegakure, Leader's Residence. Having received treatment, Yuhiko was now able to move, though his body was still wrapped in bandages. Full recovery would take time. The torture he endured in that dark chamber had been relentless. Even thinking about it sent chills down his spine. He had never imagined he would survive. When he was returned to Omegakure, Hakumen had told him that the 3 captors had been executed. Whether that was true or not remained uncertain, but Yuhiko knew very well who the true mastermind was. The problem was strength. Neither he, nor the entire Akatsuki, nor all of Omegakure could stand against Konoha. Right now, all he could do was endure. The official story was that he had been ambushed by bandits who sought to rob and kill him, but Konoha had arrived just in time to save him. That was the only acceptable truth. It gave Omegakure a way to save face. Konoha is planning to publicly execute Jiraiya-sensei in 6 days. Konan brought the news. Yuhiko sat in his chair, taking a deep breath before slowly exhaling. Jiraiya had turned himself into Konoha for his sake, offering his own life in exchange for Yuhiko's. He spoke, it's bait. Konoha wants to lure Namikaze Minato out, to make him walk into their trap. Nagato frowned. So, the execution is fake? No. The execution is real, but their ultimate target is Minato. Nagato clenched his fists, then turned to Yuhiko and asked, Yuhiko, what should we do? Yuhiko simply tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling. I'm thinking. His voice was calm, but he couldn't help repeating himself. Konan could see the turmoil deep within Yuhiko's heart. She turned to Nagato and said, don't rush. We need a thorough and well-thought-out plan. Yuhiko remained silent. Though Konan was speaking to Nagato, her meaning was clear, they had to save Jiraiya-sensei. But how? Yuhiko didn't know. He didn't want to turn against Konoha. And even if they attempted a rescue, there was no guarantee they could succeed. This was Konoha they were talking about. Even setting aside the Hokage's strength, the 7 crown guards alone were not opponents ordinary jonin could handle. How could they possibly break through such tight security and rescue Jiraiya? It felt like an unwinnable battle, no matter how they approached it. And if they chose not to act? As Jiraiya's student, the very one whose life had just been spared at the cost of his teachers, how could Yuhiko even think of doing nothing? Yet, at the same time, he was the leader of Omegakure. The leader of Akatsuki. He carried the hopes and expectations of so many people. Could he really gamble all of that? Yuhiko knew that if he abandoned Jiraiya, he would live the rest of his life in regret. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Frustrated, he told Nagato and Konan that he needed time to think. After leaving the leader's residence, Nagato spoke. Konan. I feel like. Yuhiko doesn't seem all that eager to save Jiraiya-sensei. Konan paused for a moment, then reassured him, don't overthink it. Yuhiko is the village's leader, he has a lot more to consider. And he's just come out of a life-threatening situation, his mind must still be shaken. Konoha. Tsunade's entire morning was spent doing nothing more than serving tea and water. Makoto had been busy with official duties and had paid her no attention at all. This left Tsunade feeling unsatisfied. Her time was limited. If her entire week was spent just doing the same assistant duties as before, how was she supposed to make Makoto change his mind? She wanted to have some intimate interaction with him, just like how he was with Samui. In Tsunade's eyes, her only advantage was her body. It was the only thing she could use to gain any leverage over Makoto. While Makoto napped, she remained by his side. She could have gone to another lounge to rest, as long as she returned before he woke up. But how could she possibly rest now? Her mind was constantly searching for a way to take things further. The room was eerily quiet, so silent that she could hear Makoto's steady breathing, as well as the soft rustling of paper outside, where Samui was organizing documents. Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on Makoto's face. The young Hokage was undeniably handsome, though his expression was always cold and indifferent. He had the kind of face that exuded emotional detachment. But in sleep, his features softened. Tsunade knew just how cold and unfeeling this face could be when awake. A sudden thought struck her, there was a huge age gap between them. She was already in her early 40s, no longer young. Meanwhile, this Hokage, despite being married and already a father, was still far too young. It was only his commanding presence that made people overlook his age. Unbidden, Tsunade found herself imagining what it would be like if the two of them were in bed together. But she couldn't picture the details, just a hazy, indistinct image. Even so, just the idea of it made her blush with embarrassment. If that moment really came, how was she supposed to face it? Time slipped by unnoticed, passing in the blink of an eye. On the bed, Makoto suddenly shifted slightly, as if waking up. Tsunade, barefoot on the wooden floor, walked over to the bedside and knelt down beside him, softly calling out, "Lord Hokage." Makoto opened his eyes, his gaze was as deep as the ocean, surrounding a dazzling white core, almost otherworldly in its brilliance. "What time is it?" 3 in the afternoon. Makoto let out a long breath and turned onto his back, resting an arm over his forehead. He lay there for a while, unmoving, before finally sitting up. His gaze shifted, and he noticed Tsunade quietly kneeling beside the bed, as if waiting for him. Seeing no reaction from him, Tsunade hesitated, then looked up at him. "Lord Hokage." Makoto had no particular thoughts at the moment, he simply hadn't fully woken up yet. His mind was still hazy, and he sat motionless on the bed, lost in thought. The murmuring voices outside pulled Makoto back from his thoughts. It seemed that someone had come to deliver more documents. There was still official business waiting for him to handle. Makoto sat on the edge of the bed, letting his legs dangle down. But then, Tsunade did something that took him by surprise. She reached up and unfastened a button on her shirt, then slipped her hand into her chest area, fumbling for something. A moment later, she pulled out a sock. It was the one he had worn today. Finding it amusing, Makoto asked, "What are you doing?" Lowering her head slightly, Tsunade replied, "It's cold, and the sock is chilly. I wanted to warm it up for you." Makoto hadn't expected such an idea from her. It seemed as though Tsunade had completely figured things out since yesterday, ever since he had stepped on her face. She was using everything she had to get what she wanted, her dignity, her body, even her chastity. To her, they were nothing more than bargaining chips. Makoto pressed his hands against the edge of the bed and lifted her chin with his foot. Tsunade thought it would be the same as yesterday. She immediately lowered her upper body as much as possible while still kneeling, tilting her head back to provide support, allowing him to use her face as leverage while putting on his socks. She had become very proactive. And in that proactiveness, Makoto could see just how desperate she was. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 200+ ch. Chapter 288, ch 288, Grand Gift. Konan and Nagato were summoned to the leader's residence by Yahiko, only to find a blonde-haired man already seated in the living room. Upon taking a closer look at the man's face, both of them were taken aback. "You are." This man was none other than the S-rank rogue ninja currently wanted by Konoha, Namikaze Minato. However, the Minato before them now looked far more weathered. The man they remembered had been a bright and handsome young shinobi, always wearing a warm smile that made people feel at ease. But after everything he had been through, that gentleman was long gone. "Mr. Nagato, Miss Konan," Minato greeted them, his gaze lingering a moment longer on Nagato. Instinctively, both Konan and Nagato turned their eyes toward Yahiko, who sat in the main seat. Yahiko said, "We are all Jiraiya-sensei's students, coming from the same teacher. There's no need to be so formal." After speaking, he turned to Nagato and Konan and explained, "Minato is here to work with us in rescuing Jiraiya-sensei." Nagato and Konan gradually recovered from their initial shock. Following Yahiko's gesture, they took seats on the other side of the room. Without hesitation, Yahiko got straight to the point, "We don't have much time left, only 5 days. Minato, do you have a plan?" Minato pondered for a moment before saying, "You're all aware of the Tower of Solarite in Konoha, right?" Yahiko nodded. It was a towering watchtower that emitted a constant purple glow, illuminating all of Konoha day and night. He had once asked Konoha's ninja about the tower's purpose, and the response he received was that it was meant for nighttime security. Additionally, during the third stage of the Chunin exams, the tower enabled examinees to soar into the air and land directly in the arena. Though he didn't fully understand the true power of the Tower of Solarite, Yahiko had always felt it was far from ordinary. Minato continued, "That tower possesses an extremely terrifying power. Under its illumination, no enemy of Konoha can hide or escape. If someone is struck by its light, they will immediately lose all mobility, unable to even use their chakra." Upon hearing this, all three of them displayed astonished expressions. Minato went on, "Back when Jiraiya-sensei rescued me from prison, he managed to temporarily disable the tower's function for a short period. That's how he succeeded." Nagato asked, "Then how can we stop it?" Minato replied, "The most effective way is to shut it down from the inside. Attacking it from the outside. I'm not sure if that would work." The Tower of Solarite. Yahiko and the others fell into deep thought. Konoha was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Previously, Yahiko had worried about how difficult the 7 crown guards would be to deal with. But now, it seemed they might not even need to make a move. If Minato hadn't come to warn them, recklessly acting on their own would have been no different from walking to their deaths. Why did a single tower possess such an eerie power? What was its principle? Konan couldn't help but ask, so if we don't find a way to disable the tower, there's no chance of rescuing Jiraiya-sensei. Minato glanced at the 3 of them and nodded. That's right. Among Jiraiya students, Nagato was likely the strongest, but Minato didn't know exactly how powerful he was. He had never personally witnessed the power of the Rinnegan. Many in Konoha were aware that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, yet the true capabilities of these special eyes had never been revealed to the outside world. These eyes. Minato continued, my plan is this, when the time comes, I will act as a distraction and draw Konoha's attention. This entire execution is a trap meant to lure me out, so the moment I appear, all eyes in Konoha will be on me. Meanwhile, you 3 will enter Konoha as guests and find a way to shut down the tower. Once the Tower of Solarity is disabled, I can immediately take Jiraiya-sensei and escape. Both sides had their respective tasks to carry out. Whether it was drawing attention from the outside or shutting down the Tower of Solarity, each mission carried immense risks. Minato added, during this time, if possible, you should go to Konoha again and gather as much intel on the Tower of Solarity as you can. All right. Yahiko nodded. On that day, you'll be in the most danger. Is there anything we can do to help you? Minato shook his head. No need. Yahiko couldn't help but ask, you might have to face the 7 crown guards alone. Can you handle it? At that, Minato simply chuckled. I never said I'd be alone. This time, he had prepared a grand gift for Konoha, one that he intended for Hyuga Makoto to fully experience. Biological Science Research Institute. In a laboratory filled with modern technological aesthetics, Makoto stood before rows of neatly arranged small glass vials. Each vial contained a pair of luminous white eyes. The number of cloned Byakugan has now reached the amount you requested, Lord Hokage. Good. Back then, in order to create the Tensigan weapon, Makoto had nearly exhausted all of the Byakugan reserves within the Hyuga clan. Later, he had also discovered some preserved Byakugan on the moon. However, since their clan had never anticipated their own extinction, the storage method had not been suitable for long-term preservation. By the time Makoto found them, they had all deteriorated beyond use. Cloning technology had resolved many of these issues for him. Now, he could proceed with the fusion of a second Tensigan weapon and the construction of a second Tower of Solarity. However, there was no urgency to do so at the moment. Instead, Makoto simply instructed Kabuto to store these eyes properly and to continue the mass production of cloned Byakugan, the more, the better, with no upper limit. Makoto then shifted his focus to another matter. How much longer until the flesh armor meets the required standards? Kabuto replied, the entire department is almost fully dedicated to the development of the flesh armor, working around the clock. At the fastest pace, it will take at least another 6 months. Konoha's newly built Tailed Beast Energy Station. Aside from solving the village's electricity supply problem, the newly constructed Tailed Beast Energy Station also provided tremendous support to 2 research institutes, allowing more equipment to operate simultaneously. This significantly boosted productivity. Even so, Makoto still felt that using the energy station merely for powering the village was somewhat wasteful. After all, how much electricity could Konoha's appliances possibly consume, even if they ran non-stop throughout the night? 6 months. Makoto muttered to himself. The flesh armor would take 6 months, but engraving the internal techniques would likely take even longer. Combined with various adjustments and experimental phases, the entire process would take well over a year. It's already fast. It's already very fast, he murmured in admiration. Creating such a massive construct in under 2 years, back in his original world, even manufacturing a car could take longer than that. After leaving the research institute, Makoto received another report from his subordinates. Nagato and Konan from Omegakure had arrived. Why were these 2 here? Were they coming to plead for Jiraiya? Yahiko had only recently returned to his village, so Omegakure should have been lying low for the time being. Their stated purpose for the visit was merely routine official business. Given the close ties between Konoha and Omegakure, it wasn't unusual for their ninja to travel between the villages for work. After a brief moment of contemplation, Makoto instructed, arrange for someone to receive them. Keep an eye on their movements and report to me immediately if anything unusual happens. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 289, ch 289, Before the Unveiling. Above the moon, Hamura Shrine. The grand and magnificent hall stood cold and desolate, with 1,000 years of civilization now reduced to nothing more than lifeless structures. Makoto stood before a massive, glowing yellow sphere, sensing that this Tensigen was vastly different from the purple Tensigen weapon he had fused. The energy contained within it was far more terrifying. When he first came to the moon, he had visited this place before, but he hadn't felt this sense of direct resonance. Now, with Tensigen transplanted into his eyes, standing before it again, he felt an undeniable stir deep within his body. A sealing technique had been placed upon this yellow Tensigen, only those with Hamura's bloodline could approach it. Otherwise, their chakra would be completely drained. After studying the ancient texts of the Otsutsuki clan, Makoto learned that this Tensigen possessed the power to move the moon itself. He wished to claim it as his own, but for now, he had yet to find a method. Makoto considered constructing a space-time passage, similar to the portal that connected the moon and Earth. After all, the Tensigen inherently had the ability to manipulate space, it was just that he had not yet mastered it. On Earth, there were also long-distance teleportation techniques. During the Third Shinobi World War, Kimogakure had utilized this ability, setting up a teleportation array within the borders of the Land of Fire, allowing them to continuously transport troops from outside the country into Land of Fire territory. However, this so-called long distance was nothing compared to the distance between the moon and Earth. This was a vast expanse between two celestial bodies, separated by an enormous vacuum where not even a trace of natural energy existed. Attempting spatial teleportation under such conditions was already beyond the scope of ordinary human capability. Makoto had studied the Earth-based teleportation array that connected to the moon and discovered that it was sustained by a unique chakra. For now, its secrets remained undecipherable, something he could only attribute to the distinct civilization of the Otsutsuki clan. For Konoha to fully assimilate the entirety of the Otsutsuki civilization on the moon, it would take a long time. Konoha, New District. On the second floor of a high-end restaurant, inside a private dining room, the window offered a clear view of the direction of the Tower of Solarite. Nagato and Konan were seated there, having a meal. I've investigated, the tower is guarded by a specialized Umbu unit. Since it's located on a cliffside with few residents nearby, any reckless approach will definitely be noticed, Konan reported her findings to Nagato. However, Nagato remained silent, his gaze calmly fixed on the distant tower. If we want to get close to it, we'll need to find another way. Konan, who had been eating to satisfy her hunger, looked up upon hearing her name. Nagato asked, "Can you sense anything from that tower?" Konan pondered for a moment before replying, "Chakra. That tower seems to be constantly emitting and dispersing chakra into the surroundings. The amount of chakra is terrifying, and the closer you get, the more you can feel it." She paused for a moment before adding, "Fortunately, it doesn't exert any oppressive force. It feels as though something is suppressing it." It was akin to standing before the ocean, able to sense its vast and boundless power. Even though she wasn't a sensory-type ninja, she could still perceive the energy, which spoke volumes about the tower's immense power. Konan was reminded of what the Konoha ninja had previously mentioned, that the tower was built to deter intruders. Perhaps this outflow of chakra was intentional. Any ninja who entered the area illuminated by Tower of Solarite would be able to feel its presence, serving as a psychological deterrent. Konan noticed the strange expression on Nagato's face and asked, "Did you discover something?" Nagato seemed deep in thought. "That tower gives me a strange feeling, as if it contains a power similar to my own." Konan was taken aback. "You mean?" Nagato nodded. "I felt it the first time I saw it. It seems to resonate with my Rinnegan." The sensation was vague. Rather than a direct connection, it felt more like a resonance, as if the tower and his Rinnegan were of the same level of power, reacting to each other upon contact. Yet, he had never experienced this resonance when encountering Byakugan before. Weren't the Rinnegan, Byakugan, and Sharingan supposed to be the three great dojutsu? Konan stopped eating, pondering for a moment before asking, "What does that mean?" Nagato remained silent for a while before replying, "I need to get closer to feel its power." "How?" Konan turned to glance at the towering structure outside the window. "Are you planning to climb it?" But there was no way Konoha would allow them to get close. At this critical moment, any attempt to approach the tower could immediately arouse suspicion. Even earlier, while gathering intel, Konan had deliberately avoided getting near Tower of Solarite, choosing instead to observe from various high vantage points across the village. Nagato said, "We just need to make the tower activate its power once." Another day passed. That night, Konan secretly left the village and hired a rogue ninja to stage a public robbery at a shop in Konoha. As planned, after committing the crime, he fled along a predetermined route, ultimately reaching the area outside the restaurant where Nagato was waiting. At that moment, a pillar of violet light descended from the sky, enveloping the rogue ninja. His body froze in place, as if completely paralyzed. Soon after, Konoha's Umbu arrived and arrested him. Robbery was not a crime punishable by death, but he would be imprisoned. Konan had already paid him handsomely for his role. Afterward, she returned to Nagato's side. Well, what did you find? Nagato's eyes gleamed. That tower can't restrain me. Conan was shocked. Are you sure? Even Jiraiya-sensei and Minato had been completely immobilized when struck by the light from Tower of Solarite. Nagato remained calm. Yes. Let's go back. The two returned to Omegakure, where Nagato shared his discovery with Yahiko and Minato. Upon hearing that Nagato was immune to Tower of Solarity's restraint, Minato was secretly astonished. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. Nagato then proposed, on the day of the operation, I will go alone to shut down Tower of Solarite. If anyone else is caught in its light, they'll be completely incapacitated. Conan frowned. Won't it be too dangerous for you alone? Should we provide support from the shadows? Nagato shook his head. This mission is a risk no matter what. If I go alone, I can move more freely and stay under cover. If Konoha catches on to us, that will be the real problem. Yahiko understood Nagato's reasoning and could only say, be careful. During the operation to rescue Jiraiya-sensei, they had to remain hidden in the shadows to protect Omegakure from involvement. Even if they ultimately failed, at least they wouldn't drag the entire village into disaster. At the same time, inside Konoha's interrogation room, the rogue ninja who had been arrested for robbery had just undergone a memory probe by the Yamanaka clan. His eyes were vacant, and he had yet to recover from the mental intrusion. Lord Hakumen, the results are in. A Yamanaka clan member reported respectfully. After carefully listening to the detailed findings, Hakumen pondered for a moment before instructing, record everything and send it to the Hokage. Yes, sir. Hakumen glanced at the prisoner sitting in the interrogation chair, his mind still muddled from the interrogation, then turned and left the room. Inside Tower of Solarity's control room. The area was primarily operated by the Barrier Corps, but in addition to their personnel, several Umbu were stationed there, including Hitaki Kakashi. Yo. What are you doing here? Seeing Hakumen step through the door, Kakashi asked casually. Just checking up on you. Hakumen leaned against the doorway, arms crossed over his chest, and smiled. You've got too much free time. Kakashi left the control room, walking alongside Hakumen to the outer hallway. The corridor was lined with floor-to-ceiling glass panels, offering a panoramic view of Konoha. The control room staff often took breaks in the rest area, leaning against the railing to enjoy the scenic view. In the corridor. That robber. Omegakure was behind it. Oh. Kakashi, leaning against the glass railing, responded calmly, and their goal? No idea. Hakumen shook his head. The guy was just a pawn. The intel we got was very limited. The Yamanaka clan's memory probe had only revealed a brief transaction scene between the rogue ninja and Conan of Omegakure. My guess. They're testing the tower's power before the execution day in a few days. Kakashi merely acknowledged without much reaction. Suddenly, Hakumen opened a side window, letting in a gust of cold air from their high vantage point. Gazing down at Konoha, he murmured, that day will be lively. This place might become a prime target. Kakashi's expression remained unmoved. If they're enemies, I'll just kill them all. Hakumen shot him a sidelong glance. Let's hope so. No one wants a repeat of last time. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Iri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 290, ch 290, Slowly Falling into Despair. Tsunade was growing increasingly anxious. She had already steeled herself for the ultimate sacrifice, yet Makoto refused to give her the opportunity. Every day, she dutifully served him, bringing tea, attending to his needs, but that was all. There had been moments of close contact, yet things never progressed beyond that. Did she really have to strip naked and crawl into his bed? But if she did that, would she still have any leverage to negotiate? Her original plan was simple, she would seduce and hint at her intentions, and the Hokage, unable to resist, would make a move on her. At that moment, she could use the opportunity to plead for Jiraiya's release. She had assumed Makoto was that kind of man. With so many women in his house and a stunning secretary in his office, who would believe he wasn't a womanizer? Everything should have gone according to plan, yet it felt like Makoto saw right through her intentions. He indulged in her service but never fell into her trap. As the days passed, Tsunade realized that if she didn't act soon, it would be too late. That night, Makoto was working late. Most of the staff in the Hokage's office had already left. Samui remained by his side, organizing the completed documents that needed to be sent to various departments the next morning. Tsunade didn't dare interrupt his work, fearing it would only provoke his displeasure. Just then, another person entered the office to deliver a report. The execution platform has been completed, Lord Hokage. Execution platform. Tsunade froze for a moment upon hearing this. Then, her eyes widened in shock as she turned toward the speaker. Makoto also looked up but instead asked with concern, working this late? Just getting off now. The ninja gave a simple, honest smile. Just finished up. Lord Hokage, aren't you still working too? Makoto chuckled lightly. All right, I got it. I'll check it out tomorrow. Go home and get some rest. Yes, Lord Hokage. You take care as well. After the men left, Tsunade could no longer hold back and approached Makoto. Lord Hokage. It's late. You should go home too, Makoto said flatly. Tsunade bit her lip and softly called out again, Lord Hokage. Samui was still organizing documents, but suddenly, she picked up a stack and walked toward the break room. Lowering her voice, Tsunade asked, Lord Hokage, are you really going to execute Jiraiya? Makoto didn't even look up. Wasn't that decided a long time ago? It was decided long ago. He had told her as much back then. He had also said that there was a chance she could change his mind. There were still 2 days left until the execution. There had been some progress, but it was nowhere near enough. Lord Hokage, is there really no room for compromise? She couldn't help but ask. Makoto replied calmly, if you can get Namikaze Minato to come to Konoha and surrender himself, I won't kill Jiraiya. How could she possibly do that? Not to mention that she was stuck in Konoha and couldn't leave, even if she could, where would she even find Minato? And besides, how could she even bring herself to say such words? At that moment, Makoto put down his pen, seemingly having finished his work. As he stood up, Tsunade, in a moment of desperation, grabbed his arm. Makoto glanced at her sideways. With a pleading tone, she said, Lord Hokage, what do I have to do for you to spare Jiraiya? Haven't I already told you? Makoto shook off her hand and walked toward the break room. When he emerged, he had put on a cloak, and Samui was following behind him. Finish up and head home soon. Understood. Good night, Lord Hokage, Samui bid him farewell. Tsunade could only watch helplessly as Makoto left the Hokage's office. It wasn't until Samui handed her coat to her and asked, Miss Tsunade, aren't you heading back? Only then did Tsunade, in a daze, leave the Hokage building. The night was cold and desolate, the waning moon hanging alone in the sky. She stared blankly at the empty streets, not knowing where to go. Was everyone she cared about going to leave her? There was only 1 day left until the execution. That morning, before heading to the Hokage building, Makoto first went to inspect the newly constructed execution platform. Everything was in place, and there were no issues with the location. The area wasn't particularly lively, the execution platform had been erected quietly, and for now, no crowds had gathered out of curiosity. Occasionally, a passerby would glance at it, wondering why a platform had suddenly appeared there. What did surprise Makoto, however, was seeing someone unexpected observing the platform as well. The person slowly walked toward him and gave a slight nod. Lord Hokage. Makoto smiled. Lady Biwako, what a coincidence. Sarutobi Biwako wore a calm, gentle smile. It is quite the coincidence. I heard something had suddenly been built here, so I came to take a look. Makoto said, it's just a temporary structure. Once it serves its purpose, it will be dismantled. Biwako chuckled. The workers must have had quite a hard time. Makoto, however, replied, isn't it a good thing for the workers to have jobs? Otherwise, they'd just be sitting at home unemployed. Seeing that the conversation was drifting off course, Biwako said, I'd like to invite Lord Hokage to my humble home for a chat. I wonder if you might have the time. The woman before him was the widow of the third Hokage. Ever since the third's death, she had kept to herself, living quietly in the village. Now, she was suddenly reaching out to him. Makoto could easily guess her intentions. How could I refuse an invitation from Lady Biwako? He accepted, and the two of them walked leisurely from the execution platform to the Sarutobi residence, chatting along the way. Inside the living room, Biwako personally poured tea for Makoto before placing a ledger on the table. Lord Hokage. Seeing her gesture toward it, Makoto picked up the ledger and flipped through it, his eyes soon showing a trace of surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, the Sarutobi clan's affairs, Sarutobi Ryuji is handling them now, correct? Biwako nodded. Ryuji is well trusted by the clan, and he has agreed to this as well. The ledger detailed the Sarutobi clan's assets and businesses outside the village. If all of them were liquidated into cash, the total sum would be enormous, greater than Konoha's entire annual revenue in previous years. For the head of any major clan in Konoha, this was an immense temptation. But Makoto was no ordinary person. He was merely surprised by the Sarutobi clan's accumulated wealth and foundation. During the third Hokage's reign, he had maintained a facade of integrity and selflessness, but it seemed the rest of his clan had not necessarily followed suit. Maintaining his usual calm expression, Makoto closed the ledger. Lady Biwako, what do you mean by this? Biwako replied, Lord Hokage is compassionate and benevolent, dedicating himself to disaster relief and the well-being of the people of the Land of Fire. Our Sarutobi clan also wishes to contribute in any way we can. Makoto chuckled. I didn't expect Lady Biwako to have such a deep concern for the people. As members of Konoha, it is only right for us to share in Lord Hokage's burdens. Biwako smiled, then hesitated before continuing, about Jiraiya. As she spoke, Makoto's gaze happened to land on her, causing her to look slightly uneasy. Is Lady Biwako here to negotiate terms with me? How could I dare? Biwako sighed. I watched Jiraiya grow up. This sentiment. I only hope Lord Hokage can understand it. Makoto said, I understand. Orochimaru was also someone you watched grow up. Biwako's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly continued, does Lord Hokage truly have to execute Jiraiya? It's not that I want to kill him, Makoto said plainly. It's that the village cannot tolerate him. He violated Konoha's laws. If I were to spare him this time, what would I do the next time someone commits the same offense? And if I execute that person but let Jiraiya live, how would the villagers view Konoha's leadership and its laws? His words were impeccably righteous and morally unassailable. Biwako said, I know Jiraiya has made mistakes. I'm not asking Lord Hokage to pardon him completely, only to lessen his punishment. How would you lessen it? Makoto asked in return. If not the death penalty, then lifelong imprisonment. He chuckled. Lady Biwako, I think for Jiraiya, that might be even worse than death itself. Could it be reduced further? Biwako asked again. Hearing this, Makoto found it amusing and asked, and why should I? He raised the ledger in his hand. Just for these. To an ordinary person, this was already an offer that could shake even the most resolute hearts, especially those in power. But Makoto had access to countless mines on the moon. Would he ever be short on money? Yet this was all that Biwako could offer. After all, she was just a widow. Just as Biwako thought the negotiation had failed, Makoto suddenly said, Tsunade seems to visit you quite often. Biwako was momentarily taken aback, then replied, I'm just an old woman living alone. She worries that I'll be lonely, so she comes to visit me from time to time. What did he mean by this? Why bring up Tsunade all of a sudden? Biwako pondered deeply and suddenly recalled how Tsunade had once worked as the Hokage's assistant for days just to pay off her debts. Could it be? She thought of a possibility that made her feel repulsed. Biwako lifted her gaze to the Hokage sitting across from her. Just moments ago, he had put on an air of fairness and righteousness, and for a second, she had almost believed that he truly conducted himself strictly by the rules. Makoto said, Tsunade has been pleading for Jiraiya's life and even took the initiative to work as my assistant. I must say, I admire her willingness to sacrifice herself for a friend. But good intentions alone are not enough. She often fails to grasp the essence of what needs to be done. If you have the time, Lady Biwako, perhaps you could give her some guidance. Makoto then stood up and bid farewell. Biwako, suppressing the revulsion rising in her heart, got up to see him off. Lord Hokage, take care. Lady Biwako, no need to see me out. Leaving the Sarutobi residence, Makoto made his way toward the Hokage's office. Tsunade hovered around him, begging like a loyal dog, and if he so wished, he could take her at any time. But what was the fun in a woman throwing herself at him, desperately hoping that a single night in bed would settle everything? Makoto had no intention of making things that easy for her. He wanted those closest to Tsunade to be the ones to offer her to him. He wanted her to understand just how much she would have to pay to get anything from him. He wanted to watch as she slowly drowned in despair, as she gradually fell. That was what made things interesting. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 291, ch 291, one day before. That day, after Tsunade returned home, she found that Biwako was unexpectedly waiting for her there, with Shizen by her side, attending to her and keeping her company. You came all of a sudden? Tsunade asked with a slight smile. Am I not allowed to? Biwako replied as she slowly sipped her tea. I never said that. As Tsunade took off her thick outer coat, Biwako's gaze carefully examined her outfit. She found the black stockings and tight skirt rather out of place on Tsunade, completely different from the image she had of her. Noticing Biwako's gaze, Tsunade felt slightly uncomfortable and said, I'll go change my clothes first. With that, she walked into her bedroom. A few minutes later, she returned wearing a comfortable set of loungewear, then sat down beside Biwako and poured herself a cup of tea. Biwako then turned to Shizun and said, Shizun, go prepare dinner. You don't have to make any for me, I won't be eating here tonight. However, Tsunade asked, why not? There's no reason you can't eat here. Asuma is still waiting for me at home. He's a grown man. He won't starve, he can just go out and buy something to eat. I just need to say a few things and then I'll leave. Seeing that she couldn't convince Biwako otherwise, Tsunade stopped insisting. All right, then. What do you want to say? Holding her teacup in both hands, Biwako sat quietly for a moment before finally speaking. The day after tomorrow is Jiraiya's execution, isn't it? The moment those words left Biwako's lips, Tsunade froze. Her expression quickly fell into sadness. It sounded like a question, but it was something everyone in the village already knew. Yeah. You've seen Jiraiya, haven't you? I have. How is he? How else could he be? Tsunade let out a long sigh and slowly said, still the same as always. He actually seems pretty carefree. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. The two of them sat side by side on the couch in silence. One was Jiraiya's teacher's wife, the other his dearest friend, both were people deeply connected to him. After a long period of quiet, Biwako spoke again. You've been staying by the Hokage's side this whole time, haven't you? Yeah. Biwako traced her fingers along the rim of her teacup, her gaze fixed on the distorted reflections in the liquid inside. Any progress? No. Tsunade took small sips of her tea as if she were drinking alcohol. A few strands of golden hair hung down over her forehead, and her unfocused gaze wandered across the surface of the table. Maybe, you're going about it the wrong way, Biwako suddenly said. Tsunade's hand holding the teacup paused. She seemed to want to look at Biwako, but halfway through turning her head, she lowered it again. Biwako also avoided her gaze. The living room was utterly silent. Only the sounds from the kitchen broke the stillness, the crackle of the stove lighting up, the sizzle of hot oil, the clatter of the spatula against the pan. In this environment, where it was unclear whether it was silent or noisy, Tsunade asked, do you know what I'm doing? Biwako hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, I think. You should do something more direct and useful. Tsunade's grip on her teacup suddenly tightened, then slowly loosened again. She buried her head low, her upper body slumped forward, supported only by her arms. You're right. I understand now. Biwako gently placed her teacup on the table, then slowly stood up. I'll be going now. Tsunade didn't respond, sitting there motionless with her head lowered, as if she hadn't heard anything. Biwako didn't say anything more. She watched Tsunade for a moment, her gaze flickering, then turned and left. Halfway through cooking, Shizen came out and, seeing that only Tsunade remained in the living room, asked, has Lady Biwako already left? Tsunade didn't respond. She lay down on the sofa, facing inward, as if she had fallen asleep. Lady Tsunade. Shizen hesitated for a moment, then took a thick blanket and gently draped it over Tsunade. The day before the execution. In the morning, while Tsunade was attending to Makoto, she seemed somewhat distracted. When serving him tea, she accidentally knocked over his cup. It had been a long time since she last made such a mistake, but she skillfully knelt down to apologize without hesitation. Makoto, however, was not angry. He calmly wiped his pants with a napkin, dabbing at the tea that had dripped onto the table. Yesterday, Lady Biwako invited me to her home as a guest, he suddenly said. Tsunade was caught off guard by his unexpected remark and, still kneeling, lifted her head to look at him. She begged me to spare Jiraiya and even offered a rather valuable bargain. But I refused. Tsunade remained stunned for a long moment before silently lowering her head again. Makoto told her not to kneel there any longer, as it was disrupting his work. She got up and went into the lounge. Just then, Samui walked in carrying a stack of documents. Noticing a few wet pages on the table, she asked in surprise, how did these get wet? Tsunade knocked over the cup, Makoto replied. Samui gave him a knowing look and asked, did you do something to her? Makoto glanced at her and said, what do you think? Samui pressed her lips into a smile. No particular reason. I'll go get some new documents. At noon, after finishing his lunch, Makoto lay down on the bed, preparing for a nap, only to find that the bedding was cold. For the past few days, Tsunade had always taken the initiative to warm his bed, but today, for some reason, whether she forgot or something else, she hadn't done so. Makoto didn't say anything, but then he suddenly heard the faint sound of a door being locked. Sorry, Lord Hokage, I forgot to warm your bed. Tsunade stood behind the door, facing away from him. She was the one who locked it. The sound of her high heels tapping against the wooden floor was clear as she took measured steps toward him. As she walked, she unbuttoned her blouse, unzipped her skirt, each piece of clothing slipping to the floor, one by one. Eventually, she climbed into the bed, pressing her body against Makoto's. Is it still cold now? Makoto looked at her with an unreadable expression. What are you trying to do? Tsunade pursed her lips. Nothing. I just want to make sure you're warm and comfortable. Makoto, however, smirked mockingly. What, don't you want to get something from me anymore? Haven't you always treated this as your trump card? Your last bargaining chip? Beneath the covers, Tsunade's body shifted slightly as she murmured, no. I just want to serve you well, Lord Hokage. Makoto reached out, lifting her chin so that she had no choice but to meet his gaze. From his elevated position, he looked down at her. But your eyes, they bore me. Samui. Makoto's voice suddenly rose slightly, and with a mere wave of his hand, the locked door clicked open. Moments later, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, and Tsunade instinctively curled up slightly. Samui stepped into the room, her expression composed as she looked at the two on the bed. Teach her, Makoto said. Teach her how she should be looking at me. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 292, ch 292, The Day of Execution. Splash. Cold water poured over Tsunade's body, creating a dense, continuous sound in the shower. Lady Tsunade, I've placed your clothes outside, Shizen's voice came from outside the bathroom. Tsunade braced one hand against the wall, standing motionless under the cold water. Her entire body tensed as the icy stream caused her pores to contract, making her skin tighten and stiffen. Gradually, the water temperature shifted from cold to hot, and thick white steam filled the shower room. Shizen waited outside for a long time but didn't hear any movement. Concerned, she approached the door and asked, Lady Tsunade, are you done yet? Only the sound of running water responded. After a brief hesitation, Shizen pushed open the glass door, only to find Tsunade slumped on the floor, leaning weakly against the wall. Lady Tsunade. Shizen was startled. She quickly reached for the shower controls, turning off the water. Ignoring the droplets soaking her own clothes, she crouched down to support Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, what's wrong? But as she got a clearer look at Tsunade's body, Shizen's pupils widened slightly in shock. Lady Tsunade, you. Shizen. Tsunade's weak voice interrupted her thoughts. I'm so tired. I don't think I can stand up. Lady Tsunade, are you sick? Shizen instinctively reached out to check her forehead but quickly realized that a temperature check would be useless after a hot shower. Instead, she grabbed a towel, wrapped it around Tsunade, quickly wiped her down, and then carried her back to the bedroom. After carefully checking Tsunade's body, Shizen confirmed her condition. You have a fever. I'll get you some medicine. After settling Tsunade in bed and covering her with a blanket, Shizen went to the living room to find the fever medicine from their household supply. She also poured a cup of hot water. Lady Tsunade, please take the medicine first. Tsunade obediently complied, swallowing the medicine under Shizen's care. Holding the now empty glass, Shizen hesitated as she stood by the window before finally asking, Lady Tsunade, those red marks on your body. Tsunade turned her head away, facing the other side. Shizen, I'm tired. Shizen immediately dropped the subject and said, then please rest. I'll leave some dinner in the pot for you, if you wake up hungry later, you can eat. Call me if you need anything. Shizen walked out of Tsunade's bedroom and gently closed the door behind her. However, her thoughts were far from calm. She had seen it clearly, those red marks on Tsunade's body were unmistakably bruises, as if someone had beaten her. And in such private areas. Shizen couldn't bring herself to imagine what Tsunade had been through. She had been working as an assistant to the Hokage, constantly distressed over Lord Jiraiya's situation. Could it be that Lady Tsunade had willingly? Shizen was startled by her own sudden thought and quickly shook her head, trying to drive away such an unbearable notion. But once the idea had taken root, it refused to leave her mind. No, Lady Tsunade isn't that kind of person. It might not have been voluntary. She could have been forced, coerced. Shizen kept trying to convince herself, attempting to calm down. Although the outcome was just as tragic and humiliating, she found it easier to accept the idea that Lady Tsunade had been coerced rather than acting on her own will. The Lady Tsunade in her heart would never willingly do something like that. Execution Day. On the surface, Konoha remained as usual, everyone attending to their own duties. The appointed time had yet to arrive, but ninja guards were already stationed at the execution platform in advance. Nagato, having altered his appearance, arrived in Konoha under the guise of a traveling merchant. As he entered through the main gate and underwent inspection, he felt a force sweep over his body. It came from that tower. However, nothing unusual happened. The Konoha guards politely let him through, even briefly introducing some of the developments in the new district. Once inside the village, Nagato glanced up at the distant tower before pulling his cloak tighter around himself and making his way towards the bustling streets. He had arrived quite early, it was only 8 in the morning. Nagato wandered around Konoha, observing his surroundings. The public execution of a rogue ninja like Jiraiya was significant, but not enough of a spectacle for people to travel great distances just to witness it. It wasn't a grand event. When he arrived at the execution platform, only a few people were scattered around. The execution itself was scheduled for noon, still a long way off. Continuing to familiarize himself with the village, Nagato walked through various areas, memorizing the layout as much as possible. Eventually, he found a restaurant near the execution site and sat down to wait. Time passed little by little, and the sun in the sky slowly climbed higher. By 11 o'clock, Nagato suddenly heard a commotion from the crowd outside. Looking out, he saw several ninja escorting a prisoner down the street toward the execution platform. Without hesitation, Nagato vanished from his seat in an instant. Inside the Hokage's office, Makoto glanced at the clock on the wall and noted that the time was nearly up. Tsunade hadn't come today. It didn't matter whether she came or not. A knock on the door sounded before Hakumen stepped inside. Lord Hokage, the prisoner Jiraiya has been escorted to the site. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Makoto gazed out into the distance. Hakumen added, so far, no suspicious individuals have entered the village. Makoto, however, replied, those lurking in the shadows wouldn't be so easily discovered. Hakumen hesitated. Could they have a way to evade the Solarite Tower's detection? Makoto remained silent, quietly standing there. Hakumen, don't underestimate the enemy. I understand, sir. Just because you defeated Minato last time doesn't mean you'll win this time. The enemy is prepared. Hakumen bowed deeply. I will not fail you, Lord Hokage. After Hakumen left, Samui quietly approached. What are you doing with that? Makoto noticed her holding his black cloak. Samui tilted her head slightly. Aren't you going outside? There's no need, Makoto replied. Though he was curious about how the enemy planned to break through his defenses, speculating before it happened was pointless. As he turned to return to his desk, a sharp, piercing screech suddenly echoed across the entire village. Lord Hokage. Samui couldn't help but exclaim. Makoto looked back out the window and saw a massive creature circling in the sky, a monstrous bird, part eagle, part hawk, with a fierce appearance and incredible speed. And its target was none other than the Tower of Solarite on the cliff. They've come, Makoto murmured. As expected. It's you. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 293, ch 293, The Execution Platform Under the Sun. Over here. Naruto squeezed through the crowd, his small body allowing him to dart around among the adults. He waved to Sasuke behind him, signaling for him to follow. The execution platform was already surrounded by people, their chatter and noise filling the air. The stationed ninja kept the onlookers several meters away from the platform. Naruto and Sasuke managed to get to the front of the crowd. Seeing them, a nearby adult couldn't help but remark, whose kids are these? What are they doing here? This comment drew the attention of several others. Naruto responded by making a face at the men. Kids, this isn't a place for you. Yeah, go home. Where are your parents? Annoyed by the surrounding voices, Naruto couldn't help but shout, my dad is the Hokage. His childish voice actually made the people around them quiet for a few seconds. Is he really the Hokage's kid? Why is he here? It's not good for children to see things like this. One kind-hearted person crouched down and said to Naruto and Sasuke, this isn't a place for kids. You should leave. Naruto and Sasuke shook their heads in unison and said, no. The person tried to scare them, the man on the platform is going to be beheaded. It's really frightening. Naruto didn't mind at all and didn't want to argue with these people. Sasuke pulled him away, and the two of them dashed through the crowd, squeezing into the front row in another area. They had indeed sneaked out. Initially, when they heard about the commotion here, they wanted to come and see for themselves, but their families had firmly refused. So, after some discussion, they decided to run off together. How could little kids understand what an execution meant? They just thought it was something fun and exciting. Looking up at the platform, they saw a man kneeling at the center. Who is that? Naruto asked. No idea, Sasuke shook his head. Then, recalling something, he added, I think he's a bad guy. A bad guy, huh? Naruto's childish face showed a thoughtful expression as he stared at the white-haired man kneeling on the execution platform. Jiraiya, at this moment, was somewhat dazed. He hadn't slept well in prison for days, plagued by nightmares. Strangely, in those dreams, Minato wanted to kill him. Yahiko and Nagato also wanted to kill him. He thought that if a person were to die at the hands of their own students, that would be too tragic. So, Jiraiya always believed that Sarutobi-sensei's death might not have been a relief. That morning, the ninja had dragged him out of his cell, his hands and feet bound in chains. He had been escorted from the prison all the way to the execution platform, countless people watching him along the way. Their gazes made him feel as if needles were piercing his back. He had experienced being paraded through the streets before, but back then, it was as a hero who had defended the village in war, receiving the villagers' praise and respect. Back then, whoever saw him would respectfully call out, "Lord Jiraiya." But how had things come to this? The murmuring voices around him were dense and noisy, and he couldn't make out what people were saying. Yet, he desperately wanted to know. Were they cursing him, or did they believe he was innocent? An inexplicable panic crept into Jiraiya's heart. He wasn't afraid of death, but he realized he couldn't accept dying like this. He had always believed that the value of a ninja's life wasn't determined by how they lived but by what they accomplished before they died. If this was how he was going to die, did that mean he was a complete and utter failure? A small stone was thrown onto the execution platform, striking Jiraiya on the head. Dazed, he snapped back to reality. His gaze swept over the dense crowd, all pointing and whispering about him. The sea of people made him feel dizzy and lightheaded. Then, among them, a black-haired little boy appeared in his view. His face bore 6 whisker-like markings, his features still soft and youthful. In his hand was another stone, which he threw at Jiraiya. A nearby ninja immediately stepped in, reprimanding Naruto and Sasuke. Whose children are these? Who brought them here? But no one in the crowd responded. He's a bad guy. Naruto pointed at Jiraiya and shouted loudly. Just then, the ninja in charge of this area quickly approached. He immediately recognized the 2 children. Young Master Naruto, young Master Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto. Naruto. Jiraiya stared blankly at the little boy, a storm of emotions crashing through him all at once. He lowered his head, his messy white hair falling over his face. Suddenly, a deep chuckle escaped his lips. The laughter grew louder and louder, nearly manic. The surrounding people all thought he had gone mad. In the end, Naruto and Sasuke were forcibly removed from the area by the ninja in charge. They were still too young, such a bloody scene could be too much for them. Let us go. Why can't we watch? We want to fight the bad guy. Let go of us. The 2 were dragged to the back of the crowd, both fuming with frustration. They had worked so hard to squeeze their way to the front. Young masters, you can't stay here. Go home now. We don't want to go home. Who are you to tell us what to do? The ninja felt a headache coming on and asked, did anyone come here with you? None of your business. Go away. After a bit of struggling, Naruto realized their protests weren't working and changed tactics. Who is that guy, anyway? You mean the prisoner? The ninja thought for a moment before answering, his name is Jiraiya. He's a rogue ninja from the village. He's a bad guy, right? Naruto asked. The ninja hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, he's a bad guy. He even opposed Lord Hokage. Naruto immediately clenched his small fists. Anyone who goes against my dad won't get away with it. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Yeah. Don't stop us, we're going to fight the bad guy. The ninja chuckled. Don't worry, we won't let him go. Today is his execution day. Naruto asked again, what does execution mean? Ah, it's a way to punish bad people. Oh, I see. Then we want to execute him too. Yeah, we want to do it too. The ninja sighed helplessly. That's not something just anyone can do. Just then, a sharp screech echoed from high above, piercing through the air and making everyone's ears ache. All heads turned upward. A massive, monstrous bird was circling in the sky, its powerful wings stirring up strong gusts of wind. The crowd noticed it as well, and a wave of unease rippled through them. The ninja's expression changed drastically. Young Master Naruto, young Master Sasuke, go home right now. Don't run around. With that, he leaped back onto the execution platform. Alert. Stay on guard. Naruto and Sasuke remained where they were, tilting their small faces up to stare at the giant bird in the sky. The harsh sunlight shining down from above made them feel a little dizzy. That's a huge bird. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 294, ch 294, The Might of the Tower of Solarite. Tower of Solarite, control room. Lord Shimizu, that bird is charging straight at us. Activate the protective barrier. Prepare to eliminate it. The large screens on the surrounding walls immediately displayed the giant bird's figure. The previously calm control room was thrown into a flurry of activity as staff operated instruments and relayed real-time information. Scan the entire village. Identify all enemies. Adjust the trajectory of the beam. Avoid damaging the village. At the very top of Tower of Solarite, a massive energy sphere radiated a soft white glow from within, while its exterior emitted a violet luminescence. In an instant, the purple light flared intensely, expanding outward in a sweeping wave that covered the entire Konoha village in the blink of an eye. High in the sky, the monstrous bird let out a piercing screech as it dived toward Tower of Solarite with terrifying speed, aiming to crush it with its massive, razor-sharp beak. Its descent was swift, closing the distance in mere moments. Just as it neared the tower, the giant energy sphere at the tower's peak pulsed, sending out a shockwave of light. In the next instant, a pure white energy beam erupted from the tower, so fast that its speed was imperceptible. In the very next second, the beam pierced through the airborne beast, splitting its enormous body cleanly in two. The creature's fierce dive turned into a freefall. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the two halves of the bird's corpse crashed down on either side of the tower. The bisected remains did not spill blood but were charred black, still smoldering with wisps of white smoke. Target eliminated. No suspicious individuals detected. A large entity has appeared on the ground, likely another summoned beast. The screens on the walls rapidly switched to a new scene, displaying a massive rhinoceros emerging on a cliffside, with several Umbu operatives already confronting it. Prepare to eliminate the target. Continue scanning the village. We must locate the enemy. The scanning light spread out once more, enveloping the entire Konoha village again. At the top of Tower of Solarite, the enormous glowing sphere flared with an intense violet light. Another white energy beam instantly shot down from above, piercing straight through the giant rhinoceros. The enormous beast didn't even have time to let out a final cry before it collapsed with a heavy thud, lifeless. Lord Shimizu, more summoned beasts have appeared. It's not just one this time. Hyuga Shimizu, the captain of the barrier team, frowned as he observed multiple giant creatures appearing across the screens, his frustration growing. This is endless. Still no sign of the enemy. No, Lord Shimizu. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silently observing from the back, finally spoke up. The enemy clearly has a way to conceal themselves from sensory detection. Focus on handling the summoned beasts for now. Shimizu glanced at Kakashi before shifting his attention back to the screens. Lock onto all targets, adjust the trajectory, and eliminate them immediately. Use telepathic communication to contact the Umbu. Prepare to relocate the summoned beasts' corpses, avoid causing panic. The glow of the Tensigan weapon intensified, and in the next moment, multiple white energy beams simultaneously shot out, striking various locations across Konoha village. On the rooftops of countless buildings, Umbu operatives darted swiftly, their minds linked through the Yamanaka clan's telepathic communication jutsu. While continuing their search for suspicious individuals, they hurried toward the locations where the giant summoned beasts had fallen. Wave after wave of purging beams rained down. This was the first time Tower of Solarite had demonstrated its offensive capabilities against enemy forces. In the past, whenever spies or infiltrators appeared within the village, only the restraining beams had been necessary. However, despite achieving a one-hit kill each time, the barrier team members still encountered a difficult problem. At that moment, the control room screens displayed 4 giant demonic hounds positioned just below the Tower of Solarite. Their massive jaws revealed razor-sharp fangs, and fleshy wings sprouted from their backs. How many times has this happened? Hyuga Shimizu asked in a deep voice. Twice. They've taken 2 fatal blows, yet each time, they split into multiple separate entities. Multiplication summoning. Hyuga Shimizu recognized the technique and muttered to himself, his frown deepening. Switch to restriction beams. The operators swiftly adjusted the controls, and 4 purple beams locked onto the giant hounds, instantly enveloping them. However, to the shock of everyone in the control room, the 4 demonic hounds remained completely unaffected by the restriction beams. They moved freely, howling viciously as they charged toward the Tower of Solarite. What's going on? Hyuga Shimizu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tower of Solarite's restriction beams had been used countless times in Konoha village and had never failed before. No one had ever been able to move even an inch under its light. Even Kakashi's gaze flickered with surprise. They're definitely no ordinary opponents. Boom. A loud explosion rocked the control room as the entire Tower of Solarite trembled violently. It seemed the tower had come under attack. On the screens, the giant hounds were ramming into its structure with sheer brute force. What's going on? Wasn't the protective barrier activated? Hyuga Shimizu exclaimed in shock. It was activated, but it doesn't seem to be working. "It's not stopping them at all," one of the trembling operators stammered. The restriction beams had failed. The protective barrier had also failed. These creatures seemed completely immune to such restraining techniques. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately issued an order: have the Umbu move in at full speed and prepare to seal and capture these 4 summoning beasts. Warn them not to harm the creatures. If they get injured, they'll split again. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. As if sensing something, he swiftly burst through the door, slamming into a shadowy figure, sending them both crashing through the glass corridor and out into the open air. However, outside the tower's top levels was nothing but empty space, dozens of meters above the ground. A powerful force surged through Kakashi's body, and before he could react, he was violently repelled. The grip he had on the figure's arm was completely broken as the impact sent him hurtling downward. His entire body throbbed in pain from the collision. It felt as if an invisible force was outright rejecting his presence. But what shocked him even more was that, while he continued to fall, the figure he had just tackled remained standing in midair. Flight. As Kakashi plummeted downward, his eyes widened, watching as the distance between him and his opponent grew. A dark shadow spread across his eyes, gradually consuming even the scar over his left eye. The markings became more pronounced, extending down his neck like creeping tendrils. Meanwhile, Nagato, clad in a hooded cloak, floated effortlessly back through the shattered glass corridor, stepping onto the walkway once more. From this vantage point, he could see a portion of the massive energy sphere at the heart of the control room. Who goes there? Halt! Several Umbu leaped forward, blades drawn, attempting to block his path. But before they could even get within half a meter of him, an invisible shockwave erupted outward, sending them all flying. The control room erupted into chaos. But they were all skilled ninja. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, preparing for battle. Just then, Nagato sensed something, a faint disturbance in the air. His instincts flared, and he immediately crouched down. A flash of icy steel whistled through the space where his head had just been. Kakashi. Nagato flickered sideways, avoiding the attack, his gaze landing on the silver-haired ninja who had somehow reappeared, now standing before him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took in the dark markings spreading across Kakashi's face. Impossible. They were dozens of meters above the ground, and there was no solid footing nearby. Yet Kakashi had returned in an instant, far faster than expected. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Iri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 295, ch 295, The Great Battle of Konoha. The Tower of Solarite. Facing this enemy, Kakashi dared not be careless. What made him even more anxious was that fighting inside the control room was far from ideal. If anything was damaged, it would spell trouble. He wanted to drag the opponent outside for battle, but the enemy's ability to fly made this extremely difficult. Lord Kakashi. From behind, Hyuga Shimizu suddenly called out, then turned to operate the instruments. Hearing this, Kakashi instantly understood. His figure flickered, appearing right in front of the enemy in a flash. The distance between them was only a few meters, and with Kakashi's current speed, it felt as if he had teleported. Fast. Incredibly fast. This was the thought that crossed Nagato's mind at that moment. But having already been on guard after Kakashi's previous rapid approach, he instinctively activated the power of his eyes the very instant he sensed the attack. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Kakashi suddenly felt as though he had slammed into an impossibly solid wall, one that carried immense force, pushing him backward at an alarming speed. The power was irresistible, launching him away and slamming his body into the control instruments. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was repelled from the air earlier. At first, Kakashi had thought it was just a chakra shockwave. Cough, cough. Kakashi coughed as he got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he had been in such a sorry state. The enemy's power was truly bizarre. At that moment, Hyuga Shimizu pressed a switch, and the base of the Tensigen weapon inside the control room began to emit a dazzling light. Nagato also noticed that the surface of the giant light sphere was covered in strange patterns, as if numerous intricate seals were carved into a glass-like sphere. At this close range, he could feel an incredibly terrifying power surging within it. Realizing what it was, Nagato simply raised a hand with a calm expression. A pure white beam shot out from the base of the light sphere. This was the purification beam, which had been adjusted by Hyuga Shimizu moments ago to lock onto Nagato as its target. However, what happened next left all the operators in the control room utterly shocked. The beam, capable of annihilating everything, was stopped by the enemy with just one hand. A formless barrier appeared in front of Nagato's palm. When the pure white beam struck this barrier, it was decomposed into chakra and slowly absorbed into Nagato's body. This. Hyuga Shimizu was left dumbfounded. The Rinnegan possessed an ability derived from Takegamahara, known as Fujitsu Kyuin, the Pretapath's power. It allowed the user to absorb any chakra-based ninjutsu attacks, including senjutsu. The purification beam from the Tensigen weapon, when broken down, was ultimately just another chakra-based attack. Nagato lowered his gaze to his raised palm, sweeping his eyes across everyone in the control room before lifting both hands. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted from him, forcefully pushing outward in all directions. Kakashi saw the space distort as a surge of air rushed toward him. He quickly raised his arms in defense. Everyone in the control room was blasted away by this force. Every electronic device, display screen, and control panel was completely destroyed, and even the ceiling collapsed, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Ah! Outside the control room was a sheer drop of dozens of meters, and everyone began plummeting rapidly. Kakashi was the first to stabilize himself in midair, using his chakra to swiftly descend and catch all the falling personnel, preventing any casualties. Back in the now destroyed control room, Nagato's gaze rested thoughtfully on the intact Tensigen weapon. That was when he noticed that there was a gap between the giant light sphere and its base. It was floating in midair. That explained why, even after the control room collapsed, the sphere remained unaffected. He considered trying another method to destroy the sphere, but as he took a couple of steps closer, he felt a deep sense of discomfort. Nagato could sense the overwhelming power contained within it. It was terrifying. Those Konoha ninja were far from capable of unleashing its full potential. However, with all the control devices destroyed, no one should be able to operate it for now. His mission was complete, and Minato no longer needed him for cover. All that was left was to retreat from Konoha. Nagato contemplated inwardly, his gaze shifting slightly, but without turning his head, another powerful shockwave erupted from his body. Shinra Tensei. Kakashi, who had been preparing to launch a sneak attack from behind, was forced to halt his movements. However, this time, he had learned his lesson. The moment he felt the force expanding outward, he braced his foot against the ground, forcefully braking, and leaped backward to avoid the impact. Nagato turned around unhurriedly and raised a hand toward the retreating Kakashi. Bansho Ten-in. Once again, an irresistible force seized Kakashi, violently dragging him forward. He was yanked toward Nagato, who caught him by the throat with one hand. At this point-blank range, Kakashi still couldn't see the face hidden beneath the hood, but he could feel his breath growing constricted. The 7 crowns are nothing special after all, Nagato said in a deep, hoarse voice, his grip tightening around Kakashi's neck. Kakashi's eyes widened in fury, the black markings on his face deepening, gradually spreading across his entire body. The markings now extended to his exposed skin, including the backs of his hands, and finally, a single 2 character manifested on his cheek. Boom. A surging torrent of chakra erupted from Kakashi's body, and to Nagato's surprise, he felt his grip forcibly pried open by an overwhelming force. Every pore in Kakashi's body was gushing chakra like a raging storm. Seeing this, Nagato had no choice but to release his grip and retreat immediately, but the instant he let go, a piercing pain exploded in his abdomen. He had taken a direct hit. Nagato hadn't even seen when Kakashi had thrown the punch. Bang. Nagato's entire body was sent flying horizontally off the top of the Solarite Tower, plummeting rapidly toward the ground below. He saw Kakashi standing at the edge of the tower's summit, looking down at him, one hand crackling with azure lightning arcs. Nagato instinctively sensed danger. He paid no heed to his own free fall or the 10+ meters now separating him from his opponent. Shinra Tensei. In the very next instant, Kakashi appeared right in front of him, as if he had teleported. The Chidori was originally set to pierce straight through his chest, but fortunately, Nagato had anticipated it just in time. A powerful repelling force stopped Kakashi barely a meter away from him. Boom. Konoha's main gate. After summoned beasts appeared within the village, an immediate lockdown was enforced. The gate guards, who had once stood watch somewhat casually, were now on high alert, their focus sharpened to the utmost. Stay alert. Someone's coming. At their comrades' sudden warning, the gate guards instantly became wary. A lone figure was stumbling toward them along the main road outside the village, swaying unsteadily, like a drunken man. None of them dared to let their guard down. As the mysterious individual drew closer, one of the Konoha ninjas stepped forward. "Hello, may I ask?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the person suddenly collapsed to his knees with a guttural retch. What made their scalps tingle with fear was not the action itself, but the fact that he was vomiting an enormous pool of fresh blood. Kneeling on the ground, he lifted his head, his face ghastly pale, his chin stained red with blood. His eyes trembled with terror as he weakly forced out a plea. Help me." The gate guards exchanged uneasy glances. But before they could react, the man's body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Dark red chakra began bubbling out of his body like boiling liquid, quickly engulfing him entirely. Among the guards, some had fought in past wars, their experience vast. And upon witnessing this chilling sight, they recoiled in shock. A Jinchuriki. He's a Jinchuriki. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 296, ch 296, My Dad Will Defeat You. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded from Konoha's main gate. Though it was midday, a massive shadow engulfed the village. Everyone looked up, only to see a towering beast that blocked out the sky. It resembled a giant beetle, with a massive horn on its head and 6 wings that beat furiously, stirring up violent gales. 6-winged, single-tailed, beetle-like form. It's Komiai. Nanabai, Komiai. In the main street of Konoha, Hyuga Hakumen watched the enormous beast with a solemn gaze. This thing is way too big. Might Guy exclaimed in astonishment. The raging wind sent objects flying across Konoha's streets, and the terrified villagers ran in all directions. Hakumen and Guy stood side by side, their hair whipping wildly in the wind. This is going to be troublesome, Hakumen muttered, his brows furrowing slightly. They had considered many possible invasion scenarios, but a tailed beast attack was never among them. Guy took a deep breath. This big guy won't be easy to deal with. Both had fought in the Battle of Kikyo Pass and had personally witnessed the earth-shattering clash between Hachibi and Kyubi, a battle that had turned what should have been Konoha's certain defeat into an unexpected comeback. What worried Hakumen, however, was that Namikaze Minato had yet to make an appearance. As they spoke, the enormous insect-like beast drew closer, the storm around it growing more violent. The buildings at the outskirts of Konoha began to tremble, on the verge of collapse. But just then, a transparent blue barrier appeared over Konoha. It did nothing to stop the storm, but it halted the advance of Nanabai, Komiai. This is. The control room of Solarite Tower has been destroyed. This is the backup defense barrier for the energy base station, Hakumen explained. Did something go wrong on Kakashi's side? Guy asked. The enemy is no ordinary opponent. Don't let your guard down, Guy. Both of them took a step forward, their gazes locked onto the mountain-like beast ahead. Guy suddenly grinned. Don't worry. Since the enemy isn't human, that just means I can go all out. In the next instant, both of them vanished. When they reappeared, they were already at Konoha's main gate. A few gate guards stood there, trembling in fear. Leave this to us. Get out of here, now. Understood. Please be careful, Lord Hakumen. Meanwhile, in the plaza where the execution platform stood, the civilians had long been evacuated, and the stationed ninja remained on high alert. The massive beast in the sky was blocked outside by the barrier, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Swoosh. Clang. No one saw what happened. In the blink of an eye, a sudden blur of motion flashed before their eyes. When their vision cleared, they saw 2 figures standing next to Jiraiya, their blades locked together, one a short sword, the other a kunai. Jiraiya himself felt his heart skip a beat. The 2 blades had stopped right in front of him, the kunai barely blocking the short sword in time. To his left stood a tall figure with a cold and imposing expression. Beneath his golden short hair, a Konoha forehead protector rested on his brow, but with a deep slash running through the symbol, marking him as a rogue ninja. Minato. Jiraiya found himself unable to move, his gaze locked onto his former student. It was noon, and the sunlight was at its peak. The massive beast in the sky cast a shadow like a blade slicing through the bright day, and that shadow stopped precisely at Jiraiya's position, enveloping Minato within its darkness. On the other side, bathed in the sunlight, stood a young man, barely more than a teenager. His short black hair was slightly wavy, and he wore Konoha's green combat uniform. Besides the Konoha forehead protector on his brow, there was another emblem on his sleeve, a red fan, the crest of the Uchiha clan. Whoosh! The wind howled, making everyone's clothing flutter wildly. Jiraiya, still kneeling, had his white hair whipped into a chaotic dance. Namikaze Minato, you really dared to come, the young man spoke slowly. Minato's golden eyes narrowed as he studied his opponent. Uchiha Shursue. One of the 7 crown guards. A member of the Uchiha clan. Before Minato had left, he had never interacted with him. But the 7 crown guards had become a highly infamous organization, and Minato had done his research, familiarizing himself with each of its members. Compared to Hyuga Hakumen and Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shursue was a mere newcomer, far too young. It seemed that Hyuga Makoto valued talent and potential above all else. Every member of the 7 crown guards was extremely young. But youth also meant a lack of true strength. Minato suddenly exerted force, pushing aside Shursue's short sword. As he retreated, he prepared to make his move. However, Shursue gave him no chance. In a flash, he moved, his blade now resting against Jiraiya's neck. Minato froze in place instantly. Since I'm facing a senior, I should at least introduce myself. Shursue spoke slowly. Uchiha Shursue, responsible for executing Jiraiya. He moved behind Jiraiya, pressing a hand on the older man's head, tilting it back slightly to expose his neck more clearly against the blade. Minato's expression was grave. The time has almost come. Namikaze Minato, you might as well watch this execution properly. As he spoke, he reversed his grip on the blade, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. In an instant, Minato moved, faster than Shursue had anticipated. He vanished into thin air. Shursue caught the movement in his peripheral vision and immediately ducked, gripping Jiraiya's shoulder tightly. Swish. A kunai swept past where his head had been a moment ago. Minato's attack missed, but he instantly pressed down on Jiraiya's other shoulder, using it as a pivot point to engage Shursue in close combat. The gleam of Shursue's short sword and Minato's kunai clashed repeatedly, their figures shifting and exchanging positions at lightning speed, yet neither let go of Jiraiya's shoulders. Shursue knew all too well that if he loosened his grip even slightly, Minato would teleport Jiraiya away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya could feel the intense force pulling him in opposite directions, but he endured. Every strike was razor-sharp, several times, blades sliced through strands of his white hair, nearly grazing his face. Once again, their blades clashed at close range, and their eyes locked. Shursue grinned. As expected of the yellow flash, I can barely keep up. Minato's expression remained indifferent. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Absolutely sincere. At that moment, Minato suddenly released his grip on Jiraiya's shoulder and lunged toward Shursue's wrist. Shursue's heart tightened, he couldn't evade in time. In a split-second decision, he let go of Jiraiya as well, reaching out to block Minato's attack. Their hands locked together, each restraining the other. Damn. Shursue suddenly realized something. Just as the thought struck him, his vision blurred, everything around him shifted. He had been teleported away by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique. Thud. A muffled impact sounded as the two separated. Shursue could only watch as Minato's figure vanished once more before his eyes. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he was now on a rooftop, over 100 meters away from the execution platform. But within 2 seconds, Minato reappeared before him, cold and expressionless, with Jiraiya beside him. Splurt. Before Shursue could react, searing pain erupted in his chest, blood sprayed into the air. Bang. He was kicked off the rooftop, crashing onto the ground below. Pain racked his body, nearly knocking him unconscious. Struggling to push himself up, he looked up to see Minato standing above him on the rooftop, gripping a blood-stained kunai, staring down at him. The next moment, Minato vanished once again, taking Jiraiya with him. Everything had happened in just a few fleeting moments, making Shursue keenly aware of the gap between himself and Minato. If they escape now, this will count as a failed mission. Umbu operatives passing by on the rooftops noticed him and quickly leaped down. Lord Shursue. Are you all right? Who injured you? Shursue glanced down at his blood-soaked clothing and the deep, narrow wound on his chest. He tried to move but winced sharply from the pain. Namikaze Minato, he took Jiraiya. Minato arrived at a deserted alleyway with Jiraiya, swiftly dispelling the sealing jutsu placed on him. Jiraiya let out a bitter chuckle. Minato, you shouldn't have come. But Minato remained calm. Didn't you also risk your life to save Yahiko? Jiraiya felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. As he sensed his chakra flowing freely again, he asked, what's with the tailed beast? I brought it, to buy us time. Minato briefly explained his plan with Nagato and the others. Jiraiya knew there was no turning back now and asked, are we leaving immediately? Minato hesitated. It's tricky. Konoha's barrier has blocked my Flying Thunder God marks outside the village, so I can't use space-time ninjutsu to teleport us out directly. We'll have to find another way to break through. Just then, a faint noise caught his attention, a small stone landed on the ground near him. Minato looked toward the alley's entrance and saw 2 children standing there, glaring at him with anger in their eyes. They clearly saw him as the bad guy. Their gaze filled Minato with both anger and sorrow, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Let's go, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato exhaled deeply. He couldn't afford to waste time arguing with 2 children. We need to act quickly. If the enemy subdues Nanabai or restarts the Tower of Solarite, things will get complicated. But Jiraiya didn't respond. Minato noticed his teacher staring intently at the 2 children, completely still. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. Minato frowned. Do you know them? Jiraiya averted his gaze. No, I don't. Let's just go, Minato. But Minato wasn't convinced. He stood there, eyes fixed on the 2 children. You do know them, don't you, Jiraiya-sensei? Minato took a step forward, but Jiraiya grabbed his arm. Minato. Jiraiya questioned him sharply. What are you trying to do? Minato simply pulled free from Jiraiya's grip and continued toward the two children, his gaze shifting between them before finally settling on the boy with whisker-like marks on his face. What's your name? Naruto and Sasuke instinctively took a step back. Facing a bad guy still made them nervous. Why should I tell you? Minato looked down at him, then asked again. What's your mother's name? Naruto and Sasuke gripped each other's hands tightly, as if it gave them some kind of reassurance. Finally, Naruto mustered his courage and shouted loudly. My name is Hyuga Naruto. My mom is Hyuga Kushina. And my dad is the Hokage. Bad guy, my dad is going to defeat you. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 297, ch 297, Close the Net. Omegakure, Leader's Residence. Yahiko and Konan were anxiously waiting. Until they had a definitive outcome, Omegakure dared not act recklessly. However, Yahiko had already prepared for the worst. If Nagato and Minato failed to rescue Jiraiya-sensei and ended up captured themselves, there would be only one path left for him to take. He truly didn't want to turn against Konoha, but he would never abandon Nagato and the others for the sake of Omegakure. They shared the same ideals and had walked this path together. If achieving peace meant sacrificing his comrades, it would completely contradict his original intentions. Omegakure was no match for Konoha, but the Land of Fire was not in a position to easily wage war either. And if one of the 5 great nations were the instigator of conflict, Konoha would not be willing to lose Omegakure as an ally. Yahiko had prepared thoroughly for this possibility. Lord Yahiko. A ninja suddenly rushed in from outside. Yahiko stood up in an instant, ignoring the sharp pain from his wounds caused by his sudden movement. Is Nagato back? Konan also turned toward the messenger, her expression filled with urgency. No, it's an envoy from Konoha. An envoy, from Konoha. Yahiko's heart sank. He glanced outside at the sky. By his estimation, it was still too early for news to arrive. A bad premonition surged within him. Yahiko took a step forward but nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Konan reacted quickly and caught him. Yahiko. Konan said worriedly. Yahiko asked, do you recognize the person who came? It's Konoha's Jonin squad captain, Mariboshi Kosuka. Yahiko took a deep breath. Let him in. The alley was deathly silent. Minato reached out toward Naruto. Naruto, frightened, instinctively shut his eyes. But instead of harm, he only felt a hand gently rest on his head. Opening his eyes, he looked up at the so-called villain in front of him, only to see that the man's expression was strangely contorted, as if he were struggling to suppress something deep inside. Hey! Just as Minato was immersed in his grief, an untimely voice suddenly interrupted. Can you take your hand off him? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. A girl stood alone in the otherwise empty street, holding a plastic bag with several skewers of dango inside. Anko-nichan. Seeing a familiar face, Naruto and Sasuke immediately brightened, running toward her without hesitation. Minato didn't stop them. He merely stood in silence, watching as the two children ran away. Naruto and Sasuke reached Anko and clung to the hem of her clothes, both making faces at Minato from behind her. Anko handed them the bag. Hold this for me. Then, she warned them sternly, and don't sneak a bite. The two boys held onto opposite sides of the bag, obediently nodding. Anko took a step forward, locking eyes with Minato and Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya. This mess, you're the one stirring things up from behind the scenes, aren't you? She let out a cold scoff. The village is in chaos, and yet he still calls himself Hokage. What a joke. From behind her, Naruto suddenly spoke up. Anko-nichan, don't talk bad about my dad. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Yeah. Anko turned and glared at the two children. Shut up, or I'll hand you over to the bad guys. The two kids were instantly frightened into silence, not daring to say another word. Anko-nichan is so scary. At that moment, Minato finally withdrew his gaze from Naruto. He turned and walked over to Jiraiya, grabbing his arm. In the next instant, both of their figures vanished into thin air. Anko, who had been preparing to make a move, paused in surprise. She glanced up at the massive insect-like beast in the sky, furrowing her brows in deep thought. She let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke. What are you two doing outside? Were you taken out here? It was Naruto. He insisted on coming to watch the execution. Liar. You're the one who said you wanted to come. No, it was you. The two brothers started blaming each other. Anko, annoyed by the noise, smacked both of them on the head. They instantly fell silent, clutching their heads with teary eyes. She scolded them, "Go home, now." After saying that, she picked up her bag and stood up. But Naruto and Sasuke grabbed the hem of her clothes again. "Anko-nichan, we're scared. Can you take us home?" Outside the main gate of Konoha, Hakumen and Guy were locked in battle with Nanabi, Komiai. The power of a tailed beast was not to be underestimated. Every casual movement of its limbs caused the ground to rupture and the surrounding forests to be utterly devastated. Fortunately, Konoha's protective barrier shielded the village from the destruction, even managing to deflect a full-powered tailed beast bomb, sending it flying away. The two of them watched as the bomb exploded in the distant sky, forming a massive, mountain-sized fire-red mushroom cloud. The resulting shockwave bent the nearby forest in all directions, tearing countless massive trees straight from their roots. This left them both deeply shaken. If that attack had landed directly on them, their bodies would have been utterly obliterated. But what troubled them most was Nanabi's defense. It was unbelievably strong. The beetle-like exoskeleton was incredibly tough. Even Hakumen's 40 Gods vacuum strike, a technique capable of shattering mountains, had only managed to leave a faint white mark on its shell. This is the power of a tailed beast. Compared to it, humans were still far too insignificant. "Hakumen, do you have any ideas?" Guy delivered a powerful punch against Komiai's body, only to have the impact reverberate back, causing his own hand to throb in pain. Having recently made a bold promise in front of the Hokage, even Hakumen couldn't help but feel a slight sense of frustration. Would the Hokage have to come deal with this personally after all? Beside him, Guy's chakra surged once more, his body now surrounded by visible spiraling blue energy and thick white steam. Guy's eyes were now filled with white energy, his entire body transforming into a streak of blue light as he launched relentless attacks around Komiai. However, no matter how fast or fierce his strikes were, he couldn't break through Nanabi's exoskeleton. Whenever he aimed for the beast's unarmored areas, Komiai would release a dense cloud of scale powder, forcing him to back off. This again. Guy couldn't help but feel frustrated. Just then, he noticed the beast gathering chakra once more. A swirling mass of black, red, and blue energy condensed in front of its mouth, forming a nearly solid black and red sphere. "Guy, watch out!" Hakumen shouted from below, warning him to retreat. He suggested falling back into Konoha and using the village's protective barrier to block the incoming tailed beast bomb. Both of them quickly withdrew behind the barrier, only to realize that Komiai had suddenly flapped its wings and soared high into the air. Something's wrong. It's aiming at the ground. Inside the Hokage's office. The world outside was in chaos, yet Makoto sat leisurely in his chair, sipping tea as he admired the view through the floor-to-ceiling window. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." The door opened, and a figure stepped inside. "Lord Hokage, we've received word from Lord Kosuke. He reports that the mission has been completed, and they are on their way back." "I see." Makoto responded calmly, placing his teacup down on the desk. The messenger quietly withdrew, and Samui approached, carrying a black cloak. She draped it over Makoto's shoulders as he rose from his seat. "Lord Hokage, it's cold outside. Please be careful." As she carefully adjusted his cloak, Makoto simply reached out and gently brushed his fingers against her chin. "It's time to put an end to this farce." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 298, ch 298, One Move. Below the Tower of Solarite, on the cliffside. At this moment, over a dozen Umbu were engaged in a fierce battle against 6 ferocious giant hounds. Capturing them alive without causing harm proved to be a challenge. These monstrous hounds were far more aggressive and powerful than ordinary summoned beasts, making it difficult for even a team of skilled Umbu to subdue them. Worse yet, they accidentally allowed the creatures to split into 2 more. Just then, a black shadow streaked through the sky like a flash, striking with devastating speed. In an instant, the 6 giant hounds were pierced clean through, their blood spraying into the air. The Umbu were shocked. They had been warned, these hounds were enhanced through summoning techniques. No matter how much damage they took, they would only multiply instead of being defeated. The Umbu captain was about to reprimand the unknown attacker for acting recklessly, but then he caught sight of the figure standing in the sky. It's the Hokage. Lord Hokage. The black shadow flew back into Makoto's hand, a pitch-black sphere that hovered in his palm for a moment before slowly dissipating. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the injured hounds did not multiply as expected. Instead, they vanished into thin air with puffs of white smoke. The summoning technique has been dispelled. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The Umbu captain was the first to snap out of his shock, dropping to one knee in deference. This is our failure. We've troubled you, Lord Hokage. The rest of the Umbu quickly followed suit, kneeling in respect. Makoto, still floating in midair, issued a command, go to the Mechanical Science Research Institute. Have Tonokawa send a team to repair the control room of the Tower of Solarite. Yes, sir. With the matter settled, Makoto ascended higher into the air, heading directly for the damaged control room of the Tower of Solarite. Surveying the completely ruined electronic equipment and shattered display screens, Makoto narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected the Rinnegan to be immune to some of the Tower of Solarity's functions. But upon further thought, considering it was the Rinnegan, it wasn't all that surprising. Makoto approached the Tensigan weapon and placed his hand on its surface. In an instant, the massive Tensigan radiated a dazzling golden light, shooting a yellow beam into the sky. The beam then spread out, forming a golden barrier that enveloped the entire Konoha village. At the Tailed Beast Energy Station on the village perimeter, the station's supervisor looked up at the sky, watching as the pale yellow light reappeared. The Tower of Solarite has been restored. We can deactivate the backup barrier. Moments ago, the village had barely withstood a direct hit from a tailed beast bomb, consuming an enormous amount of energy. That energy cost money, so much money. The supervisor clutched his head in distress. What the hell is Hyuga Shimizu doing? He can't even guard a single Tower of Solarite properly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cliff, Kakashi was locked in a fierce battle with Nagato. After suffering several heavy blows, Kakashi had begun to grasp his opponent's abilities. It seemed Nagato could manipulate both repulsive and attractive forces, capable of pushing away any physical or ninjutsu attacks while also pulling objects toward himself. However, this power appeared to have certain limitations. It couldn't be used continuously and required intervals between activations. Having figured this out, Kakashi, despite sustaining significant injuries, switched to a more aggressive stance. The battle became more evenly matched, and with his formidable taijutsu skills, he even managed to suppress Nagato at times. However, Kakashi could clearly sense that his opponent still had energy to spare, he simply wasn't interested in prolonging the fight. Just as Kakashi was pondering how he could achieve victory, he suddenly felt a familiar chakra signature rapidly approaching from the distance. Nagato sensed it as well. This chakra made no effort to conceal its overwhelming power, and it was extremely familiar. Both of them instinctively looked toward the sky. Lord Hokage. Kakashi was the first to speak. Makoto spoke calmly, you're in quite a sorry state, Kakashi. It seems I still need to adjust the kite seal on you. Right now, you can't move like Guy does. Kakashi exhaled in relief. I failed to protect the Tower of Solarite. It's not your fault. After all, your opponent is the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan. Both Kakashi and Nagato were stunned. Kakashi had known from the start that a Megakure was behind this, and while he had already suspected something, hearing it confirmed still shook him. He had just been fighting against the Rinnegan. Nagato was shocked that his opponent had seen through his identity so easily. Makoto gazed down at the black-robed figure on the rooftop and spoke calmly, Nagato, are you going to surrender quietly, or do I have to make a move? The Hokage, Hyuga Makoto. Nagato swallowed, his mind racing. This was Konoha. If the Hokage took action, he would soon be facing an overwhelming number of enemies. Escape. Just as he lowered his stance slightly, preparing to launch himself into the air and flee. Boom. In an instant, a powerful storm erupted around Nagato, centered directly on him. The most immediate effect was a chaotic swirl of air currents, dust, and debris flying wildly in all directions. Nagato's entire body froze in place, he couldn't move at all. At that moment, he felt everything around him thrown into complete disarray. The energy field, the gravitational forces, everything had been thrown into utter chaos. Powerful forces tugged violently at his body, and in the next moment, his black cloak was shredded into pieces. Even his chakra felt as if it had been submerged in a swamp, completely immobilized. The deafening sonic booms from the turbulent air struck his eardrums relentlessly. Panic surged within Nagato. This was complete powerlessness. He tried to activate the Rinnegan, tried to use Shinra Tensei, but without the ability to manipulate even a sliver of chakra, it was impossible. This was power. Gravity and repulsion, just like the Rinnegan, it could control forces. Forces from all directions surged around Nagato, rendering him completely immobile, even threatening to tear his body apart. At that moment, Nagato even began to doubt, could his opponent also possess the Rinnegan? Finally, under the relentless agony, Nagato could endure no more and lost consciousness. Makoto dissipated the storm. The Tensigan had a technique called Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, which manipulated gravitational and repulsive forces to generate a powerful tornado. Makoto had refined this technique. Kakashi swallowed hard as he watched his once formidable opponent get defeated by Makoto in a single move. Just one move. Makoto turned to him. Take him back. Yes, sir. Kakashi immediately bowed in response. After dealing with Nagato, Makoto left. Upon confirming that Omega Kure would intervene in the operation to rescue Jiraiya, Makoto had altered his plans. Minato had to be captured. Omega Kure would also have to pay the price. When these intruders first entered the village to cause chaos, Makoto had not acted immediately. He was waiting for Mariboshi Kosuka's report. Would the targets be captured alive, or executed on the spot? Makoto was flying rapidly through the sky, and in just a few seconds, he arrived at the outskirts of Konoha. This was a training ground, surrounded by a dense forest that extended into the wilderness beyond the village. If not for the presence of the barrier, movement in and out of this area would go unnoticed. Below, Minato and Jiraiya were troubled over the barrier when they suddenly sensed something. Their heads snapped upward toward the sky. Makoto descended slowly, landing a short distance away from them. Hyuga Makoto. Minato's fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with endless hatred. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 200+ ch. Chapter 299, ch 299, All Actions Are Justice. Hokage Residence. After bringing the two children back home, Enko startled the women in the house. Ayari quickly reached out to check the red Magatama necklaces around Naruto and Sasuke's necks. Seeing that both were intact, she finally sighed in relief. These were specially made by Makoto, designed to activate upon detecting malicious chakra. Once triggered, they would establish a connection with the Tower of Solarity, which would then emit a protective beam to safeguard and teleport them. Ayari repeatedly thanked Anko, but Anko just waved her hand indifferently. Meanwhile, Makoto and Kushina were sternly scolding the children for running outside recklessly during such a dangerous time. Kushina, in particular, reacted emotionally, gripping Naruto's shoulders tightly. Sasuke obediently fell silent after being reprimanded by his mother, but Naruto, on the other hand, remained defiant. We went out to help Dad fight the bad guys. Kushina's eyes instantly reddened. She was both angry and disappointed, but instead of continuing to scold Naruto, she simply turned around and went back to her bedroom in silence. Not wanting to get involved in their family drama, Anko chose to take her leave. She didn't mention whom Naruto and Sasuke had encountered, she had only brought them back. Makoto gently tried to reason with Naruto, explaining that Kushina was just worried about him and that the outside world was truly dangerous. Seeing his mother's reaction, little Naruto seemed to realize that he had done something wrong. He lowered his head and remained silent. Go apologize to your mom, Makoto urged. Watching Naruto obediently head toward Kushina's bedroom, Makoto let out a sigh. Kushina, she'll be fine, Ayari simply replied. In this household, Kushina sometimes acted like a single mother. Her once carefree personality had become extremely sensitive, and she was deeply insecure. All of her thoughts and concerns revolved around Naruto. When Naruto pushed open the door to his mother's bedroom, he saw her sitting alone on the bed in complete silence. He slowly walked up to her. Mom, I know I was wrong. Seeing that Kushina didn't respond and still seemed upset, Naruto took both of her hands in his own and flashed her a big, bright smile. Mom, I know I was wrong. Looking at her son's smile, the frustration in Kushina's heart gradually faded, but she still kept a stern expression and asked, what exactly did you do wrong? I shouldn't have run off during such a dangerous time and made you worry, made everyone worry. Kushina continued questioning him. Makoto taught you that, didn't she? Do you really understand your mistake? Naruto nodded honestly. Yes, Makoto Mama taught me, but I really do understand. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, Mom. Kushina's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Seizing the moment, Naruto hugged his mother tightly. Oh, right, Mom, that bad guy today, he seemed to know you. Kushina froze for a moment, then asked, what did you say? That person asked me what my name was, and he also asked what your name was. Kushina's expression turned distant. She lowered her head, looking at Naruto, who was still hugging her, and asked, that person, what did he look like? Naruto thought for a moment. He had yellow hair and looked kind of fierce. Kushina's hand trembled slightly as she continued to ask, his eyes, were they blue? I don't remember, Naruto shook his head. Mom, do you know that bad guy? Kushina didn't respond. Instead, she took out the red Magatama hanging around Naruto's neck, holding it in her palm and carefully examining it. He didn't hurt Naruto. Kushina fell silent, slowly pulling Naruto into a tight embrace. Mom. It's nothing, she finally said. I knew him before. He's a criminal from the village, someone who ran away. Oh, I see. Dad will definitely capture him again, right? Naruto looked up at Kushina expectantly. Kushina gently stroked his hair. Of course. Your dad is the strongest. And one day, you have to become just as strong as him, so no one can ever bully or hurt you. Naruto nodded firmly. In the dense forest at the edge of Konoha. The arrival of Hyuga Makoto instantly put Minato and Jiraiya on high alert. They had already witnessed the power of the 7 crown guards, so what about the Hokage himself? They had never seen him fight. The most well-known record of his strength seemed to date back to the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Back then, they were still comrades. Minato had charged alone into enemy lines, only to be gravely injured and go missing. Makoto had searched all over the Land of Fire to find him. Thinking about it now, it was both sad and laughable. Minato stood on the ground, looking up at the figure in the sky. As the overwhelming hatred inside him cooled, the reality of their situation became clear. This was a tricky predicament. He had come here only to rescue Jiraiya-sensei. Every battle should be avoided if possible. Minato, Jiraiya said in a low voice beside him. Right next to them was Konoha's barrier. If they could break through it, they could immediately escape using space-time ninjutsu. But just as the two of them were strategizing in their minds, Makoto suddenly vanished from the sky. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. For an instant, Minato was caught off guard. Before he could even turn around, a massive force struck him, sending him flying backward. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, only one thought echoed in his mind. When had the opponent even moved? Was there truly a speed in this world that he couldn't keep up with? Jiraiya was shocked to see Minato sent flying and immediately prepared to strike back. But before he could act, Makoto simply lifted his head slightly and raised his palm. Boom. A storm surged up around Jiraiya in an instant, winds howled, dust and sand swirled wildly. His entire body froze on the spot, unable to move, unable to use chakra, completely trapped, as if he were nothing more than a plaything in Makoto's grasp. His eyes widened as he felt forces from all directions tearing and pressing against him from every possible angle. Meanwhile, Minato, after being struck down, quickly stabilized himself upon landing. Without hesitation, he shot toward Makoto at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, his right palm gathering a dense, spinning sphere of blue chakra, Raiznan. Bang. The Raiznan smashed directly toward Makoto's face, yet it collided with an invisible barrier. It wasn't a chakra shield, nor was it some kind of energy field interference. Minato's attack simply couldn't reach Makoto. He pushed forward with all his might, feeling his own movement, but the mere centimeters between him and Makoto felt like an unbridgeable chasm. He couldn't get closer. Makoto stood there steadily, completely unaffected by the swirling air currents generated by the Raiznan. His hair didn't even shift, he simply watched Minato calmly. Minato, he spoke slowly. Can you see the distance between us clearly now? Minato dispelled the Raiznan and leapt backward, his gaze locked onto Makoto with unwavering focus. Then, without hesitation, he launched another attack. But just like before, the newly formed Raiznan stopped a few centimeters away from Makoto, completely unable to reach him. Out of reach. Why? Minato couldn't understand, it was as if Makoto's ability had surpassed the limits of his comprehension. He tried to retreat again, searching for another opportunity, but suddenly, he felt an immense, mountain-like pressure bearing down on him. He couldn't move. Why? Why can't you touch me? Makoto spoke again, voicing the very question burning in Minato's mind. You've already pushed yourself to the limit. You can clearly feel yourself moving forward. So why can't you reach me? Minato was silent. His throat tightened, and in that moment, he fully realized, the power of the men before him was on an entirely different level. Not just beyond him, but beyond even the 7 crown guards. Makoto looked at him indifferently and asked, do you know what the true distance between two objects is? The answer is, infinity. Thud. The raging storm that had engulfed Jiraiya suddenly ceased. The legendary Sannin, who had been trapped at the eye of the storm, collapsed backward onto the ground, his fate unknown. Between all things, there exists a force. That force ensures that all objects maintain a certain distance. Though minuscule to the naked eye, in another sense, it is infinitely vast. Makoto had always been able to control force. But with the Tenseigan, he wielded it with absolute mastery. The closer someone got, the stronger the force became. The closer someone got, the greater the resistance they faced. Northwest matter how close Minato seemed, the distance between them was an insurmountable chasm. If Makoto willed it, Minato could spend an eternity trying, and he would never be able to touch him. Minato's eyes widened in fury, his gaze locked onto Hyuga Makoto. Makoto let out a quiet sigh and looked at Minato. Minato, you've already fallen behind this era. The Raiznan in Minato's palm suddenly dissipated. Seeing this, Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly. Struggling against his immobilized body, Minato spoke with difficulty. Not long ago. I met your two sons. I didn't harm them. Can you spare Jiraiya? He would never harm Konoha. Makoto stared at him expressionlessly. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Minato let out a bitter chuckle. I have no bargaining chips left. I'm just pleading. At that moment, it was as if he had suddenly accepted reality. This was his final struggle. But to Makoto, this display was utterly dull. He had expected Minato to at least curse at him a few more times to vent his resentment. Makoto spoke coldly. You think you could ever harm my children? As he finished speaking, he lightly clenched his fist. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed from Minato's body. Thud! Minato collapsed to the ground, motionless. The forest fell into an eerie silence. A gust of wind swept through, making Makoto's cloak billow. Just then, he sensed movement in Minato's shadow. Something was trying to burrow into the ground. Makoto's brows furrowed sharply. He raised his hand into a claw-like shape, a powerful suction force erupted, grasping the entity in his palm. It was a mass of black substance, resembling slime. If not for its eyes and mouth, one wouldn't even think it was a living creature. This is... Makoto's eyes gleamed with surprise. Of course, he knew exactly what it was, but this was completely unexpected. Black Zetsu had been hiding on Minato all along. Could it be that Minato ended up like this not just because of him, but also due to this thing's influence? Hyuga Makoto, I am. The black mass suddenly spoke. I know who you are. Makoto cut it off immediately. Has Uchiha Madara already died? Black Zetsu was visibly shocked. How did Makoto know about its connection to Madara? Previously, Makoto had even sent a letter to Yahiko, warning him to beware of a certain guiding figure, who was nothing more than a fraud. Yet he hadn't expected Black Zetsu to target Minato instead. Black Zetsu seemed about to say something, but Makoto knew everything about it. He had no patience for further conversation. Without hesitation, he used a sealing technique, completely imprisoning Black Zetsu. The true mastermind behind all of this, the source of all tragedy in the ninja world, he would never let it go free. Then, Makoto grabbed the unconscious Jiraiya and Minato's lifeless body and flew back to the Hokage building, where he ordered the Umbu to handle the aftermath. Standing on the rooftop of the Hokage building, he glanced at Nanabai, Komiai, still struggling outside Konoha. In the distance, the tower of Solarite suddenly lit up with a dazzling radiance, shooting out a pure white beam that instantly pierced through the insect-like giant beast's body. Komiai let out a mournful cry, and its massive form visibly collapsed at an incredible speed. Outside Konoha's main gate, Hakumen and Guy were both momentarily stunned by the sight. Komiai had vanished, leaving only its unconscious Jinchuriki on the ground. This. Guy was still in his 8 gates released formation and sage mode state. It was Lord Hokage who took action. Hakumen let out a long breath, though his expression showed no joy. He felt that he hadn't handled the situation well. Guy returned to normal and looked up at the now eerily calm sky. How is the village? If Lord Hokage has stepped in, then everything must be settled. Hakumen stepped forward, hoisted the unconscious Jinchuriki onto his back, and turned toward Konoha. Aside from a control room in the Tower of Solarite, Konoha had suffered almost no damage. The rogue ninja Namikaze Minato was slain, Jiraiya was prevented from escaping, Minato's accomplice Nagato was captured, and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki was taken alive. One pair of Rinnegan, one-tailed beast. It could be called an overwhelming victory. Yet, deep down, he felt little joy. He did not concern himself with the follow-up matters, merely ordering others to guard the captives. He returned alone to the Hokage building and lay down in the lounge. Samui let Makoto rest his head on her smooth, black-stocking thighs, gently massaging his temples. Lord Hokage, what's troubling you? Makoto simply closed his eyes and didn't respond. He had just personally killed Namikaze Minato. Of course, he felt no guilt or remorse. Yet, when he watched Minato die before his eyes, an inexplicable emptiness washed over him. It was like the melancholic void one feels after finishing a story in his past life. Suddenly, he understood something Orochimaru had once told him, that having someone who could stand as his enemy for a long time would be a wonderful thing. That kind of thought was somewhat twisted, which annoyed him. Was he supposed to have spared Minato? Had he made a mistake? But thinking deeper, when the day finally came that he stood at the very pinnacle of this world, there would be nothing left but indulgence and pleasure. How utterly dull that would be. And that day was not far off. Lord Hokage, Samui called out to him again. Hakumen and Kakashi are waiting for you outside. Makoto slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. How could he possibly be wrong? Everything he did was right. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 300, ch 300, The True Meaning of Peace. Konoha Prison. When Nagato woke up, he saw that his teacher was being held in the cell opposite his. It only took him a moment to grasp the situation. His body was bound with countless sealing jutsu, making even the simplest movements extremely difficult. Jiraiya-sensei. You're awake, Nagato. Jiraiya sat on the ground. Hearing the voice, he glanced at Nagato before slowly lowering his head again. Silence. I'm sorry, Nagato. Jiraiya's voice was low and hoarse. His long white hair hung loosely around him, and the once gallant rogue now looked nothing like his former self. Though only in his 40s, he seemed like an old man approaching the twilight of his life. Nagato leaned against the wall with effort, yet his heart remained calm. There's no need to apologize, Jiraiya-sensei. This was something we had to do. The prison had only 2 cells, and they were the only ones inside. Where was Minato? A terrible premonition welled up in Jiraiya's heart. The chances of Minato escaping from the Hokage's grasp were slim. It was far more likely that he had already perished at his hands. From the very beginning, the entire spectacle orchestrated by Hyuga Makoto had been aimed at Minato. How could he possibly have allowed him to escape again? A disciple had died because of him. Jiraiya felt as if a knife were being twisted in his heart. He should have died long ago. Why did he continue bringing disaster to those around him? Jiraiya-sensei, Nagato spoke again from the opposite cell. What will the Hokage do with us? A thought suddenly struck Jiraiya. If Yahiko and the others learned that he and Nagato had been captured, would the Hokage once again use the same tactics? If Yahiko and Konan recklessly risked their lives to rescue them, wouldn't they also end up falling into the Hokage's hands? This thought filled Jiraiya with dread. He couldn't allow others to be harmed because of him again. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the distance. Before long, 3 figures appeared in their view. The moment Nagato saw them, he immediately stood up. Yahiko. Konan. You. Jiraiya was also momentarily stunned, his heart sinking. Could it be? Following Yahiko and Konan was Hyuga Hakumen. He stood not far away, not approaching any closer, allowing them space to talk. Konan anxiously asked, Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei, are you both all right? We're fine for now. But why are you here? Nagato asked in shock. Yahiko glanced at Nagato, then at Jiraiya, and smiled. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Nagato's expression turned dazed. Could it be that you two have also? He had been captured trying to save Jiraiya-sensei. Now that their identities were exposed, would the Hokage spare a Megakure? Yahiko said, we're fine. The Hokage said he's willing to let you go. He seemed hesitant, making Nagato and Jiraiya realize that something had happened, something they weren't aware of. Jiraiya stepped forward, gripping the bars of his cell. Yahiko, where is Minato? At those words, both Yahiko and Konan fell silent, their eyes clouded with sorrow. I see, Jiraiya lowered his head and responded. Yahiko didn't say much more, only offering reassurance. For now, just stay here a little longer. Before long, the Hokage will release you. His words carried a respectful tone when referring to Hyuga Makoto. Nagato glanced at Hakumen, standing nearby, and asked worriedly, Yahiko, what happened? Yahiko hesitated for a moment before replying, it's just, we've reached some agreements with the Hokage, that's all. You'll understand once you're out, there's no need to worry. After that, Yahiko and Konan spoke a few more comforting words, urging them to stay patient and wait. Nagato couldn't shake his concern, but seeing Yahiko's demeanor, he felt it was difficult to press further. Had they been coerced by the Hokage? Otherwise, how could the Hokage possibly agree to let them go? Yahiko must have paid some kind of price. Nagato grew anxious, frustration gnawing at him. If only he had handled everything better, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. After capturing Nanabai Jinchuriki, Makoto extracted the tailed beast that very same day. The Jinchuriki was already half dead, and Makoto couldn't be bothered to save him. As for the tailed beast itself, there were spare containment vessels prepared during their initial creation, so Nanabai temporarily became yet another contributor to Konoha's power supply. As for why Makoto chose to spare Nagato and Jiraiya, he had only one demand: a Megakure would henceforth belong entirely to Konoha. Faced with a choice between his ideals and his loved ones, Yahiko ultimately chose the latter. At the very beginning, Yahiko had prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. However, when Kosuke arrived at his doorstep, he realized that he still lacked the courage to stand against Konoha. The land of rain had long suffered from the ravages of war. Yahiko himself had grown up during those war-torn times, enduring hardships that few could imagine. That was why he had always resisted war in his heart. He longed to resolve the conflicts of the ninja world through peaceful negotiations, allowing people to coexist in true harmony. That was why he had gathered like-minded companions and founded the original Akatsuki. But now, he had to use war to achieve his goal. Back then, waging war against Kimogakure to aid Konoha could still be justified as fighting for peace. But now, wasn't he doing all of this purely out of personal selfishness, to save Nagato and Jiraiya? As a leader, Yahiko had always believed that he needed to remain pure and unwavering, but now he was gradually straying from his original ideals. Perhaps, he should never have become a leader in the first place. How could someone as weak as him ever hope to achieve true peace? The Kage of the great villages probably understood everything but simply didn't care. Could mere negotiations ever make them cast aside their arrogance? When the Hokage met with him, he was straightforward. If Yahiko wanted to save Nagato and Jiraiya, he would have to trade a Megakure for their lives. In the past, if someone had tried to threaten him with his comrades' lives, Yahiko would never have compromised. But after everything that had happened, he finally understood, without strength, the dream of peace was nothing but empty words. Yahiko looked at Makoto and asked, "What is the Hokage's goal? Did you demand a Megakure purely for profit? Just to expand your own power?" His question was blunt, naive and foolish, even. Makoto sat calmly behind his desk, his expression unreadable as he looked at Yahiko. "A small village like a Megakure, how much could it possibly strengthen me? But if you willingly submit, it will save me a lot of trouble in the future." A small village like a Megakure. Yahiko had no way to refute that. But this small Megakure carried all of his hopes and efforts, he had devoted his life to it. He carefully pondered Makoto's words. "Lord Hokage, what do you want to do in the future? Do I need to report my plans to you?" Yahiko fell silent for a moment before saying, "The ninja world is in a rare era of peace right now. Surely you don't intend to start another war?" "Peace?" Makoto let out a mocking laugh. "A so-called balance of power? That's not peace. Unity is the true peace. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 200+ ch. Chapter 301, ch 301, Children's Dreams. Yahiko is a very pure person. Makoto could understand him, but beyond understanding, there were no other emotions. In a world like this, there are many such pure individuals. Many ninjas in Konoha are like that, dedicating their entire lives to the village. Their beliefs are untainted by anything else, and they uphold them unwaveringly. In contrast, Makoto's ideology and worldview seem completely out of place in this world, having lived for decades in his original one. A staunch egoist, an extremely self-centered person. When an individual's power and authority far surpass those of the masses, how could they not be self-centered? He didn't bother to delve into or analyze Yahiko's thoughts. Once Yahiko agreed to his request, he also allowed him to visit Nagato. Spare Nagato and Jiraiya, but before that, Nagato's Rinnegan must be left behind. Makoto no longer wanted to kill them, after all, they posed no threat to him now. Making a Megakure subordinate to Konoha wasn't just a matter of nominal control, certain transitions would need to be handled gradually. Nightfall. Makoto returned home and was informed by Ayari about the two children. Naruto and Sasuke, looking guilty as if they had done something wrong, came before Makoto and reflected on their actions. Makoto didn't reprimand them harshly but still gave them a lesson, mainly out of consideration for Ayari. "How did things go?" Ayari asked. "The ones who should die are dead, and the ones who should be captured are captured." Ayari hesitated before asking, "Who died?" Makoto glanced at her. "Why do you care so much?" "I was just asking," Ayari murmured, pursing her lips. "There were only 3 troublemakers during the day, right? Naruto and Sasuke ran into them, didn't they?" It was clear that she had deliberately inquired about it from some people in the clan and learned about the incident. Makoto said calmly, "So what if they were?" Ayari didn't say anything more and simply said, "Let's get ready to eat." Makoto went straight to Kushina's bedroom. She was sitting on the bed, lost in thought, and was startled by Makoto's sudden entrance. "Is it time to eat?" she asked, standing up and trying to appear calm. Makoto asked directly, "Did Naruto tell you who he ran into today?" "He's dead." To Makoto's surprise, a faint smile slowly appeared on Kushina's face. "Is that so? If he was a criminal in the village, then it's a good thing he's dead." Makoto gave her a deep look before saying, "Dinner's ready." With that, he turned around and walked out of the bedroom. After Makoto left, Kushina suddenly staggered, though fortunately, she was already sitting on the bed. She reached out and touched the spot over her heart, then slowly lowered her hand. Turning her head, she glanced at the photo frame on the bedside table. It held a picture of Naruto's smiling face. A moment later, she got up and walked out of the room. At the dinner table, Ayari suddenly brought up the invitation she had received to attend a gathering of the women in the clan. Some people wanted to use her to persuade Makoto. Hearing this, Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. So, the old geezers in the clan put them up to this, huh? Ayano, sitting nearby, added, now that you've become the daimyo, the entire Hyuga clan sees itself as royalty. Of course, they take this seriously. Makoto grinned and teased, oh. What about you? Do you want to be empress? Ayano immediately retorted, don't stir things up, Ayari is the empress. Ayari simply rolled her eyes at that. She knew all too well what was on her sister's mind. Ayano added, but if you really become the daimyo, then all the children in the family will be princes and princesses. At that moment, Hinata asked, what is a princess? Niji explained, the daughter of a daimyo is called a princess, she is a very noble person. But Hinata pouted and said, I don't want to be a princess. I'm daddy's daughter, not some daimyo's daughter. Her words made everyone chuckle. Makoto laughed heartily and said to Ayari, see. Even Hinata doesn't want me to be the daimyo. Tell those women later that this topic should never be brought up again. Ayano, however, was a little exasperated, wanting to pull Hinata aside and educate her on how prestigious it was to be a princess. After all, she truly did like the idea of becoming an empress, she had always held some anticipation for it. Officially, Ayari was the only recognized wife of the Hokage. In reality, though, she wasn't much different from Kushina and the others, just another woman living in the Hokage's household. Lately, when she gathered with some of the women in the clan, many had been saying that since the Hokage was soon to become the daimyo, she would be the empress. Being a consort was an officially recognized noble status, so it was only natural that Ayano longed for it. Some people even flattered her, saying she could become the empress. Of course, Ayano would never compete with her own sister for such a position, but hearing those words was undeniably satisfying. However, Makoto didn't seem interested in becoming the daimyo, which left Ayano feeling somewhat disappointed. After dinner, Makoto spent time chatting with his son and daughter. Niji explained to Hinata that if their father became the daimyo, she would naturally be a princess, but no matter what, their father would still be their father. That part wouldn't change. Hinata only half understood, but she found the whole thing troublesome and said she didn't want to be a princess. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke asked about what had happened to the bad guys from earlier that day. Niji said, of course, they were all caught. How could those people possibly be a match for Dad? Naruto then asked, what about that really big bug? Makoto chuckled, it was caught too. Naruto and Sasuke immediately looked at him with admiration, exclaiming, Dad is amazing. You can even catch something that big. Being worshipped by his own children was far more satisfying to Makoto than the praise of others. He proudly said, of course. Your dad is the strongest person in the world. Naruto and Sasuke declared that they would become as powerful as their father in the future and both wanted to be Hokage. However, the two brothers quickly got into an argument, because neither of them was willing to let the other become Hokage. Those two little troublemakers fought over everything. After calming them down, Makoto glanced at Niji and asked, what about you, Niji? Do you want to be Hokage? Niji thought for a moment and answered, not really. Then what do you want to be? Niji's eyes lit up, I want to be like Itachi and II. Makoto laughed, then you'll have to work hard, Itachi is one of the village's strongest ninja. Niji nodded seriously, I will. Meanwhile, Ayano, who was cleaning up the table, carried the dishes to the kitchen. As she stood by the sink where Ayari was washing dishes, she casually said, Niji said again that he doesn't want to be Hokage, he wants to be a crown guard like Itachi. Ayari didn't take it seriously. Kids don't know what they want. Today they want to be one thing, tomorrow they want to be another. But Ayano disagreed. A child's education is important. Niji will definitely become Hokage in the future, you need to guide him properly. Ayari sighed helplessly. What Niji wants to do is up to him. Even if he doesn't want to be a ninja and prefers to be a carpenter or a mason, I wouldn't force him. There's no need for us to worry too much. In the living room, Makoto turned to Hinata and asked what she wanted to be in the future. Hinata tilted her little head and thought for a moment. I want to be a big sister. Naruto and Sasuke immediately burst into laughter, calling her an idiot. They told her that being a big sister wasn't a real job and that she should have a goal as ambitious as theirs. This, of course, made Hinata furious. She bared her teeth and raised her little fists, ready to teach them a lesson. Makoto had no choice but to scoop her up and gently comfort her. All right, I'll do my best so you can become a big sister. Hearing this, Ayano, who had just come out of the kitchen, glanced at Niji, then at her own stomach, and fell into deep thought. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 302, ch 302, Rinnegan. Konoha Hospital. Yahiko, Konan, and Jiraiya stood outside the operating room, waiting in silence. When the doctor finally emerged and informed them that the surgery was over, the three of them quickly entered the room one after another. Nagato was sitting on the hospital bed, his eyes red and swollen. Thanks to the healing effects of medical ninjutsu, he could see clearly again, but the once vibrant purple Rinnegan had now turned into ordinary black pupils. Nagato. Konan said worriedly. I'm fine. Nagato let out a deep breath. His Rinnegan had been taken away, but he didn't feel much sorrow. Instead, he felt a strange sense of relief. Back in Omegakure, because of the Rinnegan, many people had regarded him as a savior. But he had always felt inadequate, like the expectations placed upon him were suffocating. Compared to those eyes, the fact that the people he cared about were safe was far more important. Nagato looked at Yahiko and asked, Yahiko, can we go home now? Yahiko was deeply moved. He grasped both Konan's and Jiraiya's wrists and nodded firmly. Yes. Let's go home. Nagato's face lit up with a smile, as pure as it once was. The three of them had relied on each other since childhood, supporting one another through every hardship. They were more than just companions, they were family. In that moment, Yahiko felt as if he had finally let go. Saving the world was too difficult. It was enough for them to simply stay together, safe and sound. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Jiraiya suddenly said that he had one last visit to make and told Yahiko and the others to wait for him at Konoha's main gate. He arrived at Tsunade's house. The door was opened by Shizune, who was utterly shocked to see him. Lord Jiraiya, you. Shizune stammered, struggling to form a complete sentence. Is Tsunade home? Jiraiya asked. Shizune slowly shook her head. Lady Tsunade went to see the Hokage. Jiraiya froze for a moment, his eyes revealing a trace of disappointment. I see. Then, forcing a smile, he said to Shizune, when she gets back, please tell her I came by, to say goodbye. Shizune hesitated before nodding. I understand. She looked at Jiraiya, seeing him standing there in perfect health, and in the end, she couldn't help but ask, Lord Jiraiya, are you really all right now? She wanted to ask if Jiraiya had really been spared from execution, after all, it was common knowledge throughout the village. Jiraiya simply replied, the Hokage has given me another chance. Not being able to see Tsunade left a deep sense of regret in his heart. As he walked toward Konoha's main gate, he suddenly felt something and glanced toward the Hokage tower. Unfortunately, he couldn't catch a glimpse of the one he longed for. Konoha's main gate. Jiraiya-sensei, are you done with your business? Yeah, it's done. Let's go. Inside the Hokage tower. Samui pushed open the door to the lounge and saw Makoto and Tsunade inside. Lord Hokage, the surgery on Nagato at the hospital has been completed. Minister Kabuto would like you to visit the research institute. Got it. Makoto responded lazily, standing by the bed as Tsunade helped him get dressed. He let out a long yawn, looking like he had just woken up from an afternoon nap. After getting dressed, Makoto walked straight out of the lounge. Samui glanced at Tsunade, who was tidying up the bed, then walked over to the table and poured a glass of water. Here. Tsunade was momentarily stunned as she looked at the cup and napkin Samui handed her. She instinctively accepted them and thanked her, then suddenly realized something and quickly wiped the corner of her mouth. Jiraiya has left with Yahiko and the others from Omegakure, Samui added. I see. Tsunade simply replied. Samui smiled and said, if you have time, feel free to visit me. You're always welcome. It was the first time she had extended such an invitation to Tsunade. It seemed that at this moment, she truly regarded Tsunade as someone within her circle, signifying that Tsunade's position had now been solidified for the future. Makoto went to the Biotechnology Research Institute, with Tsunade closely following him. Kabuto was in the middle of studying the recently obtained Rinnegan. When he saw Makoto enter, he greeted him, Lord Hokage. How is it? After a brief moment of consideration, Kabuto replied, it's only a preliminary observation. No useful conclusions yet. Makoto asked, do you think cloning it is possible? Kabuto slowly shook his head. Even the Tensegan could only be obtained through evolution. The Rinnegan gives me the same impression. His success in using cloning techniques to obtain Tonari's cell and Hizashi's eyes, combining the two to awaken Makoto's ancestral chakra and evolve the Tensegan, didn't necessarily mean the same approach would work for the Rinnegan. Makoto wasn't disappointed. After all, it was Rinnegan, it made sense that it couldn't be mass-produced. Even in the original story, the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the stars did not possess the Rinnegan naturally. Only those who consumed the god tree's fruit could awaken it. Based on the original series, the Rinnegan seemed more like an external power granted by the divine tree rather than an inherent ability of the Otsutsuki. Both Uchiha Madara's and Rikudo Sennin Rinnegan were inherited from Kagaya, who only awakened it after consuming the god tree's fruit. In the sequel to the original story, the newly introduced Otsutsuki members were not initially shown with the Rinnegan. This suggests that the Rinnegan might actually be a power derived from the god tree and Jubi. Many of the Otsutsuki clan members from beyond the stars only obtained such abilities after consuming the god tree's fruit. The extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan functions as a colonizing species, using god trees to invade other planets and absorb their life energy. Once a planet is completely drained, the god tree produces a massive chakra fruit. Typically, an Otsutsuki duo is responsible for planting and nurturing the god tree, one serves as the guardian, and the other as the vessel. During the process, the guardian is sacrificed to feed the juvenile Jubi, allowing it to mature into a full-fledged god tree, while the vessel waits for the tree to bear fruit. Since the Otsutsuki are immortal, a lower-ranking guardian, before being sacrificed, would seek out a suitable vessel on the target planet. They would implant a karma seal in this vessel, allowing them to resurrect at a later time, similar to Orochimaru's curse mark and living corpse reincarnation technique. The cost of this process, however, is losing one's personality and freedom for an extended period. Otsutsuki Kagaya was originally a guardian. She was meant to be sacrificed to Jubi, but she refused to offer herself. Instead, she betrayed and ambushed her partner, the vessel, who was Otsutsuki Ishiki. Afterward, she secretly consumed the god tree's fruit, gave birth to children, and attempted to create white Zetsu soldiers to defend against the future arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. However, this ultimately led to her being sealed away by her own sons. Otsutsuki Ishiki did not exhibit any Rinnegan abilities. Makoto speculated that the three great dojutsu, Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Byakugan, do not belong to a single evolutionary system. The Byakugan is an inherent trait of the Otsutsuki bloodline, while the Rinnegan is a power derived from Jubi. Rinnegan might not even be the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. The abilities of the Sharingan and Rinnegan are completely independent, with no direct connection between them. Even when Madara possessed both the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, he had to manually switch between them to use their respective powers. Additionally, Rikudo Sennin, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, mentioned that Madara awakened the Rinnegan because he united the powers of Indra and Azura, ultimately leading to the manifestation of the Sage of Six Paths abilities. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 200+ ch. Chapter 303, ch 303, Warm Me Up. Rinnegan could not be cloned or mass-produced for the time being, but perhaps it could be fused with the Tensegan using the Gedo art of Rinne Rebirth. Makoto had this idea and was quite curious about what would result from such a fusion, whether it would lead to an even higher level ability. However, he didn't dare to attempt it rashly. Since there was only one pair of Rinnegan, Kabuto needed to conduct a more thorough study to see if any other useful findings could be made. Afterward, Makoto followed his routine of inspecting the progress of the flesh armor. Its development was proceeding at a similar pace to the technique inscription work at the Mechanical Science Research Institute, and both would likely be completed around the same time. The construction of the control room for the Tower of Solarite was progressing rapidly. After Makoto had issued his orders, Tanagawa swiftly renovated the area, making it look brand new. The radiance of the Tensegan once again enveloped the entire Konoha village. The barrier team could only control a small portion of the Tensegan's power, but even that was enough to instantly eliminate the vast majority of individuals in the ninja world. During the previous rescue operation, if not for Nagato's Rinnegan, no amount of reinforcements would have been able to withstand the binding light of the Solarite Tower. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the previous events had never happened, and Makoto's daily life now included Tsunade. However, what Makoto found uninteresting was that Tsunade's change was similar to Kushina's. She had become timid and submissive. After resigning herself to her fate, she seemed to have lost all purpose in life. Makoto kept her by his side for less than a week before sending her away, telling her to return to her work at the hospital and resume her own life. Otherwise, she would just be like a walking corpse, and seeing that every day felt inauspicious to Makoto. Hokage Residence. Makoto was playing with the children, teaching Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata how to write their names. Dad, I finished writing mine. I finished too. Naruto and Sasuke eagerly showed off their work, vying to be first. Makoto looked at the crooked, wobbly handwriting but still praised them nonetheless. The two children happily took their writing to show off to their mothers. Meanwhile, Hinata was still struggling to hold the pen properly, feeling frustrated. Makoto walked behind her, gently holding her hand and guiding her step by step. In the courtyard. Mom. Look at my writing. Excitedly, Naruto ran over with his paper and pen to Kushina, who was basking in the sun with Ayari, eager to show off. Kushina carefully examined it and managed to recognize the characters spelling out, Hyuga Naruto. You wrote your own name. Yeah. Dad taught me. Saying that, Naruto leaned over the stone table under the pavilion and wrote his name again. However, this time, it came out even more crooked, making Ayari chuckle. Look. Naruto looked at his mother expectantly. Our Naruto is amazing. Kushina praised him. Mom, teach me how to write your name. Okay. Smiling, Kushina took the pen, hesitated for a moment, and then wrote, Hyuga Kushina, in delicate, elegant handwriting. Naruto furrowed his little brows, carefully imitating every stroke of Kushina's name with great focus, eventually drawing the name out. Mom, look. You did great, Naruto. Kushina continued to smile and praise him. Still full of excitement, Naruto turned to Ayari. Ayari mom, teach me how to write your name. Of course. Ayari chuckled and joined in, not only writing her own name but also writing Makoto's name. This one is mine, and this one is your dad's. This is Dad's name. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. I want to learn to write Dad's name before Sasuke does. But this time, he was too impatient. Hastily scribbling down a few barely recognizable characters on the paper, he quickly dashed back to the living room, probably to show off to his dad and Sasuke. Watching his retreating figure, Ayari chuckled. Naruto is so lively. If only Neji were like him. Kushina replied, Neji is already so well-behaved. What's wrong with that? Ayari sighed, he only acts that way to win Dad's approval. Kushina smiled. Even young children have their own thoughts. As long as they're doing what makes them happy, that's what matters. If Neji feels happy just because his dad pays more attention to him, then there's nothing wrong with that. Ayari thought about it seriously for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Kushina added, Neji has always carried himself like an older brother. In the future, he'll set a great example for Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. Whenever children were mentioned, Kushina always had more to say. Ayari remarked, I think when it comes to setting an example, a father's role is even more important. Hearing this, Kushina glanced toward the living room and asked, why? Do you think the kid's father isn't good enough? Ayari also cast a glance at the living room and replied, he has his good points, but his bad points are just as bad. There was a deeper meaning behind her words, and Kushina could tell what she meant, so she didn't press further. Makoto spent the whole afternoon with the children, it was his way of taking a break. After dinner, he lounged on the sofa, reading a book, when Ayano suddenly leaned in close. What's wrong? He asked. Tonight. Ayano spoke softly, blinking at him flirtatiously, her expression seductive and alluring. Tonight, I'm keeping Makoto company, Makoto replied calmly. Ayano immediately looked a bit deflated. She seemed like she wanted to say something but was cut off when Makoto suggested, how about I call Makoto over, and you can talk to her yourself. Ayano pouted slightly but, in the end, sensibly backed off. On her way back to the bedroom, Ayano ran into Ayari. Ayari asked, what are you up to this time? Ayano didn't hide it. After a brief hesitation, she whispered, it's my ovulation period. Ayari found it amusing. You don't think the house is chaotic enough already? Ayano retorted, I don't care, I just want a son. You all have sons, but I don't. Ayari shrugged. Even if you want one, it's up to him whether he's willing to give you one. You know full well that whenever it's a risky day, he takes precautions. I don't think your plan will work. With that, she turned to head back to her own bedroom. Before entering, she looked back and added, what's so bad about having a daughter? You know full well who that guy spoils the most right now. But Ayano remained standing there, frowning in frustration. After a long moment, she sighed in defeat and returned to her own room. When bedtime approached, Makoto went to Makoto's room early. By the time Makoto finished bathing and came over after putting the child to sleep, she found Makoto lying on the bed, arms folded behind his head, staring at the ceiling in thought. Dressed in a velvety nightgown, she walked over and asked, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Let's sleep. Makoto let out a long breath, then lifted the blanket and lightly patted the spot beside him. Seeing this, Makoto pursed her lips slightly, undid the belt of her nightgown, and let the garment slip to the floor before pressing her body against his. Ah, so cold. I just took a bath. Warm me up. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 304, ch 304, Brutal Justice. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. The situation within the Land of Fire had completely stabilized. With Konoha's full-scale disaster relief efforts, most of the civilian population had resumed farming. Beyond that, the restructuring of the ninja system had also been officially implemented. All mercenary forces within the Land of Fire were now incorporated into the new system, and for those who refused, Konoha naturally had 1,000 ways to make them submit. However, a large number of rogue ninjas were willing to become registered members of the Ninja Guild, joining the unified workforce. This initiative even attracted many wandering ninjas from outside the country. Konoha reassessed their ranks, ensuring that they could only take on missions appropriate to their level. Konoha also established several branch offices of the Ninja Guild in major cities across the Land of Fire, handling registration affairs and mission assignments. These branches would only issue missions up to B rank, while A rank and S rank missions remained strictly under Konoha's control. When the new system was first implemented, it encountered several issues. The biggest challenge was that many rogue ninjas, unaccustomed to following orders, frequently caused disputes and conflicts. To address this, Makoto stationed 3 jonin in each branch office and even established a dedicated department. For those who became registered ninjas but refused to follow the rules, Konoha resorted to direct military suppression. Konoha also introduced new laws and regulations. Within the Land of Fire, one must either register as a ninja under the Ninja Guild, where Konoha would ensure their livelihood, or live as an ordinary civilian. Otherwise, they had to leave the Land of Fire altogether. The private commission of missions was strictly prohibited among civilians. Any violations would be severely punished. The most immediate benefit of this policy was the complete elimination of private armed forces, with ninja power being firmly controlled by Konoha. Beyond the ninja system reform, Makoto also implemented a large-scale reduction of the country's military forces, keeping only a limited number of stationed soldiers responsible for maintaining public security. The Land of Fire was gradually transforming into a pure ninja nation. Many who initially thought the Hokage was overly ambitious and waiting to see him fail now realized the feasibility of his policies. They also recognized the gravity of the situation. If things continued like this, Konoha would only grow stronger. Even Onoki of Iwagakure had similar concerns. However, the other great nations were in completely different situations from the Land of Fire. Having never experienced internal rebellions, their daimyos firmly controlled both financial power and public sentiment, making any form of ninja system reform impossible. Konoha New City. Konoha was no longer just a village in name. As its size had long surpassed that of a mere settlement, it was now one of the largest cities in the world. Compared to a year ago, Konoha had become even more prosperous. Under Makoto's planning, the expanded district fully embraced the aesthetics of a modern society. After a year of development, aside from people's clothing and attire remaining largely unchanged, if someone from Makoto's past life were to be transported here, they wouldn't find anything out of place. Beyond the cityscape, Konoha had also introduced more household appliances. For example, telephones, developed using the Yamanaka clan's mind transmission jutsu, had been implemented. While not yet widespread, they allowed for long-distance communication. To support this, Makoto constructed a second tower of solarity in the former capital of the Land of Fire, serving as a signal tower. The old capital, in turn, became the location of the first branch of the Ninja Guild. Konoha now had central heating. While air conditioning remained too difficult to develop, tailed beast energy stations continuously provided chakra, allowing households to have engraved cooling seals. During hot summers, these seals could regulate the temperature of the entire city, making the system even more environmentally friendly than conventional air conditioning. In some ways, Konoha New City was even more advanced than the modern society of Makoto's past life. This transformation had greatly boosted Konoha's reputation. Among ordinary people, Konoha was seen as a paradise, a land where gods resided. Many were willing to spend their life savings just to secure a house in Konoha. Over the past year, a continuous wave of migrants had moved in, quickly filling up the expanded district. Konoha, however, welcomed anyone with a clean background. With Tower of Solarity overseeing everything, no one had a chance to stir up trouble. In every aspect, everything was proceeding according to Makoto's plan. The Land of Fire was firmly within his grasp, Konoha New City was developing at an astonishing pace, and any obstacles encountered along the way had been smoothly resolved in the end. Amegakure. Accompanied by Yihiko and Konan, Makoto inspected various parts of the village. Amegakure had a strong industrial atmosphere, filled with towering structures and massive drainage pipes. The residential areas were built in layered structures, and for those living at the lowest levels, the village was practically an aquatic city. The weather is a major issue, Makoto finally concluded. It rains all year round in the Land of Rain, not just in Amegakure, Yihiko responded. If that's the case, then we should modify the weather here, make it controllable at will. Makoto proposed. Yihiko pondered for a moment before saying, we can make it rain when we want, but clearing the skies, for now, that's beyond our capability. The accompanying Hakumen added, there is nothing that Lord Hokage cannot accomplish. Makoto asked, what about the location for the Tower of Solarity? Yahiko immediately bowed slightly and replied, "We have 3 possible locations ready, awaiting your final decision, Lord Hokage." Makoto was now preparing to construct the 3rd tower of Solarite in Omegakure. Back then, it took quite some effort to completely take control of Omegakure. However, with Yahiko, the village leader, openly declaring his submission, any remaining dissenting voices within Omegakure were quickly suppressed. Konoha dispatched a number of officials to take over the administration of Omegakure, but Yahiko was not stripped of his position. Makoto proceeded to inspect the 3 locations Yahiko had suggested and ultimately selected the one he deemed most suitable. "Begin construction preparations," Makoto ordered Yahiko. Understood. Afterward, Makoto convened a meeting in the leader's residence with several Konoha officials overseeing Omegakure's governance. He reviewed various administrative matters before reclining in a lounge chair to rest. Hakumen, ever tactful, stood guard at the doorway. At that moment, Konan approached, carrying tea and snacks. Seeing Makoto with his eyes closed, she moved carefully, afraid of disturbing him. However, just as she placed the items on the table and looked up, she suddenly noticed the Hokage's gaze fixed on her. Konan's heart tightened slightly, but she smiled and said, "Lord Hokage, please have some tea." She then respectfully offered the tea to him. Makoto accepted it without a change in expression, his gaze subtly assessing her as she turned away. Her personality was not as cold as in the original story, yet it had its own unique charm. As Konan walked away, she could still feel the lingering gaze on her back, which made her somewhat uneasy. That afternoon, Makoto returned to Konoha with Hakumen. Upon arrival, he found Tanagawa waiting at the entrance to the Hokage's office. "Lord Hokage." His face was filled with excitement. Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. "What's the matter? Do you have time right now? Please come with me to the research lab immediately." Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly and responded at once, "Let's go." In an open-air testing ground as large as a stadium, massive mechanical equipment was scattered everywhere. Numerous vehicles moved across the ground under human control, while countless staff members busily moved back and forth. But Makoto's gaze was locked onto the colossal figure standing in the center of the site. It was humanoid in shape, clad in a layer of armor with sharp, angular edges that gleamed like metallic blades. However, that armor was not actually metal, it was a reinforced biological structure, tougher than steel. At its chest, a recessed cavity emitted a glowing red light, pulsing with energy. The entire figure was immensely robust, radiating an overwhelming sense of power, delivering an immense visual shock and awe. Standing at 100 meters tall and weighing 2,000 tons. Even the Akimichi clan's secret techniques couldn't achieve such a colossal size. In comparison, even tailed beasts would look like mere toys. Were it not for the protective barrier concealing this place from the outside world, the mere sight of this creation appearing before the public would undoubtedly cause an unprecedented uproar. A masterpiece. Makoto couldn't help but murmur. It was officially completed at 11:45 this morning. All parts have been assembled, though the coloring hasn't been applied yet, Tanagawa reported from the side. Makoto couldn't help but grin, his excitement barely contained. Not bad. Very good. Very good. Very good. He repeated very good 3 times, his heart pounding with exhilaration. Lord Hokage. At that moment, Tanagawa bowed deeply. Please give it a name. Standing atop the high platform, Makoto gazed upon the colossal, sky-shrouding figure before him, his expression turning solemn. Brutal Justice. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 305, ch 305, Mistress. Piloting a giant mecha is a dream for countless men, and this creation was far larger than any Gundam. It was on the scale of an EVA unit or a Jaeger from Pacific Rim. A tailed beast served as the energy core, continuously supplying chakra from within the artificial Jinchuriki. The internal skeleton was constructed from chakra metal. A complex network of intricate, mysterious sealing techniques was engraved throughout the body, allowing the structure to function like a nervous system. Finally, a combination of Hashirama cells, Uzumaki cells, and white Zetsu's flesh was subjected to intense strengthening, ultimately forming a bioarmor tougher than steel alloys, which was then embedded into the Titan's exterior. Originally, during the planning phase, the design could have followed the Otsutsuki clan's puppets on the moon, creating a fully autonomous combat puppet. However, Makoto rejected this approach and instead issued an order: a cockpit had to be built inside, allowing a human pilot to control it in real time. This was merely the initial form. The next phase involved piloting tests and continuous refinement. Beyond that, Makoto also intended to equip it with various weapon systems, including Tensigan-based weaponry. The completion of Brutal Justice marked the beginning of the next stage in Makoto's grand plan. Makoto was thrilled and gave Tanagawa high praise, even promising a promotion and a salary increase. Tanagawa, however, only smiled and said, I'm already the head of the Science and Engineering Division, and I don't care about money. My only wish is to follow you, Lord Hokage, and ride the wave of the new era's revolution. Makoto patted Tanagawa on the shoulder and said, You are a key figure of this new era. These words filled Tanagawa with excitement. Thank you for your recognition, Lord Hokage. Makoto chuckled. You've worked hard during this time. Take a good rest, spend some time with your wife and children. The piloting tests can be postponed for a while. Tanagawa bowed slightly. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Hokage. Makoto then asked about Tanagawa's child. Your son should be reaching school age soon, right? Yes, we're currently preparing for his enrollment. Makoto grinned. That means he's around the same age as Niji. They might end up becoming good friends. Suppressing his excitement, Tanagawa responded, Kensuke is actually a year older than young Master Niji. I'll mention it to Niji later, he should go and play with Kensuke. These words were like a shot of adrenaline to Tanagawa. Everyone in the village knew what kind of person Hyuga Niji was. If the Hokage said something like this, it clearly meant he was considering Tanagawa's son as a future part of Niji's inner circle. How could Tanagawa not be excited? After leaving the Mechanical Science Research Institute, Makoto was still feeling a rush of excitement. He could hardly wait to see brutal justice in action. Instead of heading home immediately, he made his way to the Konoha Ninja Academy. Principal's office. Yakushi Nono had just finished handling a school matter and was about to leave for the day. But as she returned to her office, she suddenly saw the Hokage sitting in her chair. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Makoto lightly licked his lips. What do you think? Nono turned and locked the office door behind her, then walked to the window and pulled down the blinds. The students have all gone home, haven't they? Makoto asked. There are still a few teachers who haven't left yet, Nono replied as she walked over, settling herself onto Makoto's lap. Leaning into his embrace, she reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Makoto buried his face against her, taking a deep breath. Nono pursed her lips and said, You seem quite fired up today. An hour later, Makoto returned to the Hokage residence. Ayari stepped forward to greet him, proactively helping him remove his coat as she asked, You're a bit late today, what happened? As Makoto took off his shoes, he casually said, I went to inspect a Megakure, so I came back late. Is that so? Hurry up and wash your hands, it's time to eat. As Ayari picked up Makoto's coat to hang it up, she suddenly noticed something off. She lifted the fabric to her nose and took a sniff. Makoto feigned calmness and asked, What's wrong? Ayari's expression remained blank as she said, Did your secretary change her perfume? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to wash my hands. Makoto walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. But before he could start washing, Ayano suddenly walked in as well. Without a word, she leaned in and sniffed him. Makoto sighed helplessly, What are you doing? Ayano smiled playfully, You reek of something fishy. And you didn't even take a bath. Makoto narrowed his eyes, You looking for a beating? But Ayano wasn't fazed at all. Instead, she shot him a sultry smile and whispered, Yes. Come to my room tonight and teach me a lesson. Makoto cleared his throat, I'm spending the night with Ayari. Ayano chuckled and teased, Oh. Aren't you afraid she'll throw a fit again? She had a point. Makoto thought for a moment, if he slept in the master bedroom tonight, there was a good chance Ayari would give him the cold shoulder again. Seeing the smug expression on the woman in front of him, Makoto reached out and pinched her cheek. Then I'll sleep in Kushina's room tonight. Ayano immediately looked displeased. Why? Am I not enough for you anymore? Makoto replied casually, No reason. I just feel like spending the night with Kushina today. Ayano puffed up her cheeks in frustration, glaring at him. Makoto chuckled and added, You can come find me in Kushina's room tonight if you want. Ayano scoffed, Humph. No way. Do you think I'm like those two? Makoto raised an eyebrow. What about them? Ayano turned her head away. Humph. I just don't want to be with them together. After saying that, her gaze flickered slightly, and she lowered her head, biting her lip. If it's Ayari, though, I might consider it. Makoto immediately smirked and shook his head. TCH, you should have just kept quiet. After washing his hands, he wiped them dry on Ayano's clothes with exaggerated force before walking out of the bathroom. Among all the women in the house, Makoto's feelings for Ayari were clearly the deepest. Everyone in the household, including Ayano, could sense this. That was precisely why, despite their occasional protests, none of them dared to truly go against Makoto's will. When it came to Ayari, aside from the fact that Makoto had multiple women, he had never really gone against her wishes. He never forced her to do anything, and in many ways, she was undeniably the true mistress of the household. Things that Ayano, Kushina, and Makoto didn't dare to say or do, Ayari dared. And Makoto always treated her with the utmost respect. Over time, Ayari had chosen to turn a blind eye to Makoto's romantic entanglements, which was what kept the household so peaceful and harmonious. During dinner, Ayari completely ignored Makoto. She didn't even look at him, and when Makoto tried to hand her a bowl of rice, she acted as if she didn't see it. Later that night, after taking a bath, Makoto wanted to follow Ayari back to the master bedroom. However, as soon as she stepped inside, she shut the door right in his face. The other women in the house, sitting in the living room, giggled at the sight. But when Makoto shot them a glare in frustration, they quickly got up and retreated to their rooms. Makoto glanced between the rooms of Ayano, Kushina, and Makoto, feeling momentarily unsure of where to go. He had just come back from Nono, so he wasn't exactly in the mood for more action. If he went to Ayano's room, there was no doubt she would want to mess around again. After some thought, he decided to step into Kushina's room. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 306, ch 306, Ninja World Unite Plan. Late Summer Season. The originally peaceful and stable ninja world was suddenly shaken by unexpected news. The 5th Hokage of Konoha, Hyuga Makoto, had announced a 5-Kage summit, sending messengers to the other 4 great ninja villages. The meeting was set to take place in the Land of Iron. Of course, this was only possible with the approval of the Land of Iron's leadership. Initially, they were unwilling to involve themselves in the conflicts of the ninja world. When Konoha approached them, General Mifune intended to outright reject the request for the summit. However, Konoha was firm in its approach. Without much negotiation, they directly resorted to using military force to compel cooperation. With no other choice, Mifune had to give his word that the Land of Iron would guarantee the security of the 5-Kage summit. It had been several years since the last great war in the ninja world. Now, every major village was focused on rapidly rebuilding its strength, preparing for the next war, whenever it might come. As for so-called peace, everyone knew the truth. As long as the 5 great nations existed, true and lasting peace was nothing more than an illusion. The letters Konoha sent to Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure all contained the same message, an invitation for the Kage to gather in the Land of Iron to discuss the long-term peace of the ninja world. But war had ended only a few years ago. The hatred between villages still ran deep. To speak of peace now, it was nothing short of laughable. The Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Mizukage all dismissed the seemingly absurd idea of a 5-Kage summit after reading the letter. In their eyes, simply allowing the messengers to leave unharmed was already an act of great mercy. As for Tsunagakure, they had always been Konoha's ally. The 5th Kazekage owed her rise to power to the Hokage's support. The messengers sent out soon returned. Iwagakure and Kimogakure's responses were nearly identical, mocking Konoha with sarcastic remarks before sending the messengers away. However, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, gave a different reply. He stated that if Konoha was willing to discuss the ownership of Sanbai, Kirigakure would agree to attend the 5-Kage summit. He even proposed purchasing Sanbai outright. None of this was outside of Makoto's expectations. At this moment, a map was spread across his desk. Then let's start with Kirigakure, he murmured. Rebuilding the ninja world's order. Brutal justice. His voice grew even quieter. Starting today. Kirigakure. Currently, the village was governed by the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. However, besides the Mizukage, there was another figure in the village whose power and influence were on par with the leader himself, Elder Genji. Kirigakure was home to many clans possessing Kekkei Genkai, such as the Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan, and the Hozuki clan. These clans held immense prestige within the village, even more so than the Uchiha and Hyuga clans once did in Konoha. Elder Genji served as the spokesperson for these bloodline limit clans, making him both highly respected and deeply feared. 4th Mizukage's office. Lord Mizukage. The elite Jonin Ao entered the room. Elder Genji has requested your presence. At his words, Yagura frowned. Did he say what it's about? Ao hesitated for a moment before responding. No, he didn't. Yagura remained expressionless. I suppose it's because word has reached him that I intend to buy back Sanbai from Konoha. Ao. The 4th Mizukage then sat back in his chair, offering no further response. Seeing this, Ao could only stand there in silence. Even though the Mizukage before him appeared to be just a young boy, Ao dared not underestimate or show even the slightest sign of disrespect. Yagura sat in silence for a long while, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he finally stood up from his seat. Let's go. As the Mizukage walked past him, Ao bowed slightly once again before following behind. On the way to Elder Genji's residence, Yagura nearly collided with a young girl with long, reddish-brown hair in the pavilion corridor. The girl let out a startled cry. "Lord Mizukage." Yagura sighed in exasperation. "You're always so reckless. Be careful, or no one will want to marry you in the future." The girl, who appeared youthful and beautiful, was in her teens. Yet, Yagura, despite looking even younger, spoke in a lecturing tone, as if he were admonishing a junior. The girl flushed with embarrassment and lowered her head. "Why would you say that, Lord Mizukage? What if I really can't get married in the future?" "All right, where is Elder Genji?" Yagura asked. "In the living room." The girl quickly pointed behind her. Without hesitation, Yagura strode toward the living room. Ao, however, remained behind. The girl glanced at him curiously. "Ao, what is Lord Mizukage meeting Elder Genji for?" "It's not that Lord Mizukage is seeking out Elder Genji," Ao explained. "Rather, Elder Genji has summoned Lord Mizukage." "So what does he want?" "I don't know." The girl pouted, finding the conversation uninteresting, and leaned against a nearby pillar. Terumi-Mei. I heard from Kisame that you refused the twin swords, Hiramakerii." "Oh, that." Terumi-Mei pondered for a moment, then smiled. "I don't like weapons. Besides, Hiramakerii is too ugly." Ao sighed. "Do you realize how many people in the village dream of inheriting one of the 7 ninja swords? That's your dream, not mine." Ao let out a wry chuckle. "I suppose that's true. A prodigy like you would think differently from the rest of us." The girl standing before him was an absolute genius, someone who had mastered 2 Kekkei-genkai at a young age. She was widely regarded as the most naturally gifted ninja in the history of Kirigakure. Strength, talent, lineage, beauty. In every single aspect, Terumi-Mei was flawless. It was no wonder that Elder Genji had placed high expectations on her. Whenever Ao faced her, he could only feel a mix of admiration and deep respect, nothing else. By the way, the new 7 ninja swordsmen, only 3 have been confirmed so far, right? Yeah. Hoshigaki Kisame, Momochi Zabuza, and Ringo Emuri. Terumi-Mei fell into deep thought. Aside from Kisame, I don't really know the others too well. Just then, the wind suddenly picked up, rustling the plants in the courtyard. Terumi-Mei lifted her gaze, squinting at the sky. In the distance, she saw a shadow that was growing larger and larger. At first, it looked like a bird, then, as it got closer, it resembled a hawk. But soon, its silhouette became clearer. It wasn't a bird at all. It was a person. "What is that?" Ao, who was standing nearby, also sensed something amiss. He suddenly looked up at the sky. "What's that?" The single eye exposed on Ao's face widened in shock, his expression turning to one of pure terror, because within his vision, a colossal figure had appeared, blotting out the entire sky. The sun was completely obscured, and darkness instantly engulfed the village. Boom. The giant descended upon Kirigakure, and as it landed, the very earth trembled violently beneath its weight. Terumi-Mei and Ao watched in shock as a cloud of dust shot up several meters high in the distance. Now that it was closer, the figure was even harder to make out. The only thing visible was its entire body, gleaming pitch black with a metallic sheen, as if it were completely encased in armor. The sheer presence of this mechanical behemoth was overwhelming, a war machine, a god of destruction descending upon them, filling all who saw it with fear. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 307, ch 307, Justice Enforcement. The appearance of the brutal justice immediately sent shockwaves throughout the entire Kirigakure. After all, such a massive and terrifying entity, even larger than a tailed beast, suddenly descending from the sky was bound to instill fear in people's hearts. However, the brutal justice did not immediately commence any destructive actions. After landing, it remained motionless, standing tall between heaven and earth. The 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, immediately halted his conversation with Elder Genji and swiftly mobilized the Umbu and other ninja to respond to this urgent situation. Being one of the 5 great ninja villages, they had countermeasures even against a tailed beast attack. At the same time, inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, several giant screens were placed in front of Makoto, displaying the chaotic scene unfolding within Kirigakure. These were the perspectives captured by the Tensigen weapon installed on the brutal justice. Makoto was not piloting the brutal justice himself, it was being operated by Hakumen. Sitting leisurely in his chair, Makoto enjoyed a massage from Tsunade behind him while Samui fed him grapes. He was also able to communicate with Hakumen, who was far away in Kirigakure in the land of water, issuing real-time commands to direct his actions. Tsunade was utterly shocked by the scenes displayed on the screen. She had no idea what was happening or what exactly Makoto had done. Kirigakure. The brutal justice remained motionless, making the Mizukage hesitant to act recklessly. After confirming that this was indeed a humanoid entity, he attempted to establish communication. Inside the cockpit, Hakumen observed everything below with perfect clarity, including the official statements made by the Mizukage on behalf of Kirigakure. They were asking who he was and what business he had in the village. Hakumen, say hello. Makoto's voice suddenly rang in Hakumen's ears. Without hesitation, Hakumen controlled the brutal justice, making it move. In the eyes of countless villagers, the colossal humanoid mech, resembling a divine being, slowly raised one hand, aiming directly at the Mizukage's building. Boom. A scorching beam of energy instantly shot out. Wherever the blinding light passed, it completely obliterated the Mizukage's building, reducing it to dust, as if it had vanished from existence. This scene left countless people utterly shocked. This was a power completely beyond human comprehension. Lord Mizukage. An Umbu ninja cried out, pointing toward the direction where the Mizukage building had vanished. In its place, a deep crater had formed, and at the center of the pit, a scorched emblem bearing the mark of the Konoha became visible to many. Konohagakure. Even Yugura couldn't help but stare in stunned silence. His body stiffened as he tilted his head upward, his gaze locking onto the divine, mech-like figure standing before them. Is this the power of Konoha? Mizukage. Suddenly, a voice as deep and thunderous as rolling storms resounded from high above, echoing across the entire village. It was calling out to Yugura, urging him to respond immediately. And following that voice came a terrifying surge of chakra pressure. It radiated from the mecha god, carrying an overwhelming force comparable to a tailed beast. Even Yugura, as the Mizukage, felt its oppressive weight, let alone the ordinary ninja. Across the streets of Kirigakure, countless people collapsed to the ground under the sheer intensity of the pressure. Lord Mizukage, what should we do? Lord Mizukage. The voices of his subordinates snapped Yugura back to reality. Staring up at the colossal figure, he leaped onto a taller building for a better vantage point. Swallowing nervously, he asked, "May I ask who you are? Did you receive the letter I sent you?" Yugura froze for a moment before quickly realizing the one speaking to him was none other than the Hokage. "I did." At this moment, his tone completely resembled that of a subordinate responding to a superior. He had responded instinctively, faced with a towering giant even larger than a tailed beast. The very thought of resistance seemed absurd. Brutal justice moved once again, instantly putting countless people on high alert. This time, it raised both hands, aiming beyond the village, toward the distant mountain ranges. Boom. Two blinding white beams shot out simultaneously, obliterating the distant peaks. The mountains, which had once stood as shadowy silhouettes on the horizon, were now visibly flattened before their very eyes. Now, I'll ask you again. Will you attend the 5 Kage Summit? Every single person in Kirigakure heard the question loud and clear, an unmistakable, outright threat. To bow his head in such a publicly humiliating manner was a devastating blow to his reputation as the Mizukage. But could he refuse? They were merely ninja, but this giant, this was a god. A true god descended from the heavens. Yugura took a deep breath before responding, "I had already intended to attend. Since Lord Hokage has invited us with such sincerity, Kirigakure will, of course, be there as scheduled, to discuss the matter of peace in the ninja world." Rumble. Under the watchful gaze of all, brutal justice soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon within moments, shrinking into a mere black speck before vanishing entirely. The suffocating pressure that had weighed upon them all instantly dissipated. Many who had been forcing themselves to stand finally collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the overwhelming stress any longer. At this moment, Karatachi Yugura could feel his hands and feet trembling. Who was he? He was the 4th Mizukage. One of the 5 most powerful figures in the entire ninja world. Yet, what had just happened made him feel utterly powerless, like an insect beneath the feet of a god. But his opponent was just the Hokage. Just the Hokage. When did Konoha reach this level? When did they gain such terrifying power? He stood atop the high rooftop for a long time, unmoving, until the sky finally opened up, and rain began to fall. An Umbu appeared at his side. Lord Mizukage. Yugura glanced toward the spot where the Mizukage building once stood. Now, only a deep crater remained. There had been many officials and personnel inside that building, all of them had been erased in an instant by that single beam of light. And just moments ago, he hadn't even thought about resisting. Elder Genji requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Yugura's expression steadied, his emotions quickly concealed beneath a calm mask. What else is there to discuss? Start preparing for the 5 Kage Summit. Meanwhile, within Elder Genji's estate, Mei and Ao were still shaken by what they had just witnessed. What on earth was that thing? Mei murmured to herself, still unable to believe what she had seen. It just mentioned the 5 Kage summit, it might be from Konoha. Ao suddenly said. From their position, they couldn't see the crater where the Mizukage building once stood, nor the Konoha symbol burned into the ground. Konoha. Mei Terumi's expression grew heavy, her brows furrowing as her eyes flickered with thought. Meanwhile, the brutal justice did not immediately return to Konoha. Instead, it flew toward the capital of the Land of Water. Have you located the daimyo's mansion? Makoto was remotely directing Hakumen, who was piloting the brutal justice. Using his Byakugan, Hakumen scanned the capital from above, searching carefully before locking onto the most lavish and extravagant estate within the city. Lord Hokage, I've found it. Then just blow it up. Inside the capital, the citizens were completely unaware of what was happening. Some people noticed a shadow in the sky, but the brutal justice was flying at such a high altitude that no one could see it clearly. Most simply ignored it. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out as a blazing white light engulfed the daimyo's mansion, erasing it from existence. Hakumen, next stop, Kimogakure. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 308, ch 308, The Women at Home. Hokage Residence, Master Bedroom. Travel. Ayari looked at Makoto in surprise. Why, do you suddenly want to go on a trip? I've never really taken you anywhere before. This time, I want to take you out to see the world. Just me. Ayari was stunned for a moment before asking again, just the two of us. Makoto chuckled and asked in return, is that not okay? Where to? The Land of Iron. Ayari didn't answer immediately but hesitated for a moment. Just the two of us, is that really appropriate? What about Ayano, Makoto, and Kushina? Makoto replied indifferently, what's inappropriate about it? I make the decisions. If you want to bring them along, you can. But if you just want to have some time alone with me, then we don't have to. Of course, Ayari wanted to have time alone with Makoto, just the two of them. But with so many women in the household now, she was afraid that leaving them out might cause resentment. Especially her older sister, Ayano, she would definitely be unhappy about it. She hesitated for a long moment before saying, let me think about it. Makoto pulled her into his embrace from behind, holding her tightly as he said, what's there to consider? Just the two of us. The person in his arms didn't respond. When Makoto let go, he saw her looking at him with a resentful expression. He couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I want to take only you out? Ayari slowly said, you're suddenly being so nice to me. Did you do something bad again? Makoto looked helpless. So being nice to you is a crime now? Have I not treated you well before? If you really think it's a problem, then fine, we can take everyone along. As he spoke, he spread his hands and lay back on the bed. Ayari sat beside him, turning slightly to face him. You know very well how you've treated me. Makoto thought for a moment, then reached out and pulled her into his arms again. Then let me make it up to you now. Give me a chance, just the two of us, spending a few days away together. Ayari was still hesitant. But you're the Hokage. What about your work? Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything. Ayari was overwhelmed by this surprise, hesitating back and forth. After all, she was the nominal mistress of the house. Even though she was the youngest, she had always been respectful and considerate toward the other three women, fearing any potential conflicts. Her sister was fine, since they were blood relatives, it only took her a while to adjust back then. When Kushina and Makoto first moved in, it was also Ayari who took the initiative to care about their situation. Thinking about how Makoto never cared about any of these things, Ayari sometimes felt really wronged. But she could only console herself, Makoto was the Hokage of the village, so it was natural that he had no time to manage household affairs. She had to take care of everything herself, it was her duty. After accepting the fact that Makoto had multiple women, Ayari had been working hard to play the roles of a wife, a mistress of the house, and a mother. Sometimes, she wasn't even sure if she was truly happy in this family and this kind of relationship. But one thing she was sure of, she deeply loved Makoto. And there was also their child. That night, as she lay in bed, Ayari kept pondering over the matter, so much so that she wasn't even focused during their intimacy, which made Makoto lose interest. Makoto. Ayari rested her head on Makoto's arm, calling out to him just as he was about to fall asleep. Makoto responded groggily. Ayari slowly said, how about, we bring everyone along after all? Now fully awake, Makoto sighed helplessly. With so many people in the family, we'd have to take care of the kids once we get there. Would we even have time for ourselves? And if we don't bring them, can Natsu handle taking care of everything alone at home? Ayari still wanted to say something, but Makoto, feeling a bit impatient, said, "Enough, stop talking. Just the two of us are going. I've decided." However, only a few minutes later, Ayari spoke up again. "How about? If you don't go to sleep right now, we're not going at all." Ayari let out a pitiful "oh," feeling wronged. In her heart, she thought, "I'm only thinking about you. Who told you to have so many women anyway?" By midday the next day, Makoto had already returned from the Hokage building. Seeing Ayari, he asked, "Have you finished packing?" However, at that moment, Ayano suddenly stepped forward from the side and said, "I'm going too." Makoto glanced at Ayari in surprise, but she avoided his gaze. Then, looking at Makoto and Kushina, their expressions made it clear that they already knew about this. Finding the situation troublesome, Makoto immediately put on a stern face and scolded Ayano, "Go where? Do you even know what I'm going for this time?" After spending so much time together, Ayano was no longer as afraid of Makoto as she used to be. She pouted and said, "Of course I know. You just want to ditch us and the kids so you two can go have fun." Makoto replied calmly, "I'm going to attend the 5 Kage summit. Ayari is the Hokage's wife, so she'll accompany me." The 5 Kage summit. Ayari hadn't heard about this at all. Upon hearing it, she looked utterly shocked. Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, Kushina quietly asked Makoto, "Can wives even attend the 5 Kage summit?" Makoto pondered for a moment. She had never heard of such a thing before, but after thinking it through, she was convinced that Makoto was just making this up to fool Ayano. Ayano had nothing to say in response, but she was clearly upset. She turned away, sat on the sofa, and sulked in silence. Makoto only felt more troubled. Having so many women meant he had to keep things fair, which was becoming a real headache. He couldn't help but glare at Ayari, who guiltily averted her eyes, looking everywhere but at him. "Hurry up and pack your things," Makoto said directly to Ayari. Unable to resist Makoto's firmness, Ayari could only reply with a soft, "Oh," glance at her sister, and then turned to head into the master bedroom. Ayano seemed even more aggrieved now. Makoto moved closer and gently patted her shoulder. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up, walked over to Makoto's side, and spoke softly, "Why don't you bring Ayano along? Kushina and I can take care of things at home, it'll be fine." Makoto glanced at Ayano, who was sitting on the sofa. The woman was clearly eavesdropping on their conversation. Without hesitation, he walked over, and Ayano quickly turned her head to the side, avoiding his gaze. "What's wrong? Feeling upset?" "No," Ayano muttered. Makoto pressed further, "Do you realize you were wrong?" "Yes." Ayano bit her lip and reluctantly admitted it. "What exactly was your mistake?" Makoto continued his questioning. Ayano's eyes instantly reddened. Makoto, seeing this, wanted to smooth things over, but Makoto raised a hand to stop her. Ayano lowered her head, remaining silent for a long moment before finally murmuring, "I shouldn't have been unreasonable." Only then did Makoto nod and say, "As long as you understand. Go pack your things." Ayano was stunned upon hearing this. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes looking at Makoto in confusion. Makoto added, "If you don't want to go, then forget it." Makoto gently nudged Ayano from the side. "Oh, no, that's not. I'll go. I'll go pack right now." Ayano suddenly became flustered, speaking in a jumbled manner. She scrambled to her feet, then hurriedly turned and rushed to the bedroom. Whether she still felt aggrieved or not didn't matter anymore. If she refused to take the opportunity given to her, she'd be a fool. Watching her retreating figure, Makoto felt both amused and exasperated. He sat down on the sofa and gestured for Makoto and Kushina to come over. Makoto obediently leaned against Makoto's chest, while Kushina sat on his other side, letting him wrap an arm around her. "All right, I'll be counting on you two to take care of things at home for the next few days. If anything happens, just go to the clan and give the orders." "Got it," both women responded at the same time. "I'll take you two out next time." The two women replied, seemingly understanding. Makoto could easily tell who was being sincere and who was just saying what he wanted to hear, but to him, it didn't matter in the slightest. He wasn't some cliché villain from a soap opera, losing his mind in jealousy just because he couldn't obtain a woman's true heart. As long as he had her body, that was enough. Makoto had 1,000 ways to make them smile and willingly cater to him. What they truly thought inside was of no concern to him. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 200+ ch. Chapter 309, CH 309, Land of Snow Honeymoon. Land of Iron, a neutral small country, a nation without a ninja force, entirely composed of samurai. Similar to the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain, it is a country with extreme seasonal characteristics. Located in the far northern region of the world, it is covered in snow all year round, with a harsh and frigid climate. However, this environment has given rise to a unique culture. Outside the royal city, snow continued to fall, blanketing the ground in a layer of silver. Standing beside an obelisk tower was a colossal figure nearly 100 meters tall. In this stormy and dim weather, its form was difficult to discern. Inside the obelisk tower, a special heating system kept the space much warmer. A full day had already passed since the scheduled 5 Kage summit, yet the Hokage had yet to appear. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, the fourth Mizukage, Karatachigura, the fifth Raikage, Killer Bee, and the fifth Kazekage, Pakura, each had arrived 2 days ago, accompanied by 2 guards from their respective villages. As for Konoha, only one person had arrived, the 7 crown guards Hyuga Hakumen. With the Hokage absent, the 5 Kage summit could not commence. However, the massive giant stationed outside the obelisk tower ensured that everyone's patience remained intact. Hakumen-kun, may I ask when Lord Hokage will arrive? Yagura inquired once again, lowering his posture despite addressing someone of mere bodyguard status. Lord Hokage will arrive when the time is right. Hakumen replied calmly. Even the aged Anoki had no choice but to endure. All of the present Kage had, after all, been personally visited by the brutal justice before coming here. He had lived for most of his life and was considered a veteran among the ninja world, yet he had never witnessed such an overwhelmingly terrifying power. Even the so-called God of Shinobi, from Konoha and Uchiha Madara had never been as fearsome as that colossal giant. Anoki prided himself on never underestimating the 5th Hokage, even though they had never met in person. He had made efforts to uncover some of Konoha's secrets and had learned a few things. For someone to outlast figures like the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru, and even the Yellow Flash, no matter how young they were, they could not possibly be a simple individual. Furthermore, with the Land of Fire on the verge of becoming a ninja nation, Anoki found himself begrudgingly impressed by the young Hokage's political finesse. Konoha had never lacked such remarkable figures, and now, once again, it had demonstrated a power that could dominate the entire ninja world, much like the God of Shinobi once did. This realization made Anoki, whose ambitions had never truly died, feel a sense of despair. After all, he was already in his 60s. Lord Hokage certainly knows how to keep people in suspense. The 5th Kazekage, Pakura, said with a light, playful smile. Please bear with us a little longer, Lord Kazekage. Hyuga Hakumen responded with a slight bow. Since Tsunagakure was Konoha's ally, Hakumen still maintained a certain level of respect towards them. In fact, Tsunagakure was the only village that had not been visited by brutal justice yet. However, when Pakura arrived at the obelisk tower, she was still deeply shocked by the sheer presence of brutal justice. Seeing the other Kage obediently attending the summit, without even a trace of resistance, even when dealing with a mere Hokage's bodyguard, only confirmed what she already suspected. She could already foresee that the power dynamics of the ninja world were about to undergo a dramatic upheaval. The good news was that Tsunagakure had always maintained a close relationship with Konoha. After the civil unrest in the Land of Fire, when its civilians suffered, the Land of Wind had been generous in providing aid. This should ensure that Tsunagakure's future would not be as humiliating as the other 3 villages. If your fists weren't as strong as your opponents, then you could only lower your head. Pakura accepted this reality with ease. The other 3 Kage were the ones who should be feeling the most anxious right now. The 5 Kage summit had been called by the Hokage, yet at this moment, the Hokage himself was leisurely accompanying his 2 lovely wives on a tour of the Iron Country's capital. The exotic scenery fascinated them, and both Ayari and Ayano were overjoyed. Even though they were already mothers, they still acted like young girls, eagerly pulling Makoto around as they explored the streets. It was a rare opportunity. Ever since they had been with Makoto, they had hardly ever indulged in such carefree enjoyment. Makoto could see how much fun they were having, so he decided they would stay here for 2 days, attend the summit when they felt like it, and then continue their travels together. For now, let the other Kage wait. He would deal with them once Ayari and Ayano had fully enjoyed themselves. As soon as they arrived in the capital, they found a luxurious hot spring inn. Without hesitation, Makoto paid to rent out the entire place. After settling their luggage in their room, Ayari suddenly realized something. Tonight, how are we sleeping? We'll all sleep together, of course, Makoto replied casually. Ayari bit her lip gently, her gaze flickering uneasily. This scoundrel. Ayano, on the other hand, pretended to be indifferent, focusing on tidying up her belongings as if she hadn't heard anything. Ayari knew all too well what was going through Makoto's mind. Back when Kushina and Makoto hadn't moved in yet, this bastard had hinted more than once about whether they could try sharing a bed together. Ayari had always firmly held her ground, rejecting the idea outright. Every time Makoto brought it up, she would coldly shut him down, making it clear that if he dared to push the matter any further, she would immediately turn hostile. With no other choice, Makoto had let it go. But after Makoto and Kushina moved in, he had shifted that particular desire away from her, and successfully carried it out with them. There was even a time when Ayano had complained to her, saying that Makoto had been spending all his nights with Makoto and Kushina, completely neglecting the two of them. She had even subtly hinted to Ayari that perhaps they should consider doing the same, to win back Makoto's affection. Back then, Ayari had been absolutely furious. She even got into a heated argument with her sister over it, and Makoto got caught in the crossfire as well. She ignored him for 2 whole days. After that incident, Makoto became much more restrained. When it came to sleeping arrangements, he made sure to spread his attention evenly. Until today, he wouldn't have dared to suggest sleeping together. And under normal circumstances, Ayari would never agree. But thinking about it carefully, this entire trip, Makoto had been putting her first. That thought filled Ayari's heart with warmth and joy. Besides, Ayano was here because she had brought her along. Maybe just this once. She caught Makoto sneaking glances at her while pretending to act casual. Immediately, she shot him a glare. Then asked the owner for another bed. "We'll sleep separately." Makoto chuckled. "All right, separately. You think I'd try anything?" Ayari turned away, huffing. Not like it'd matter even if you did. I happen to be unavailable these next 2 days." Makoto instantly froze, looking dumbfounded. Seeing Makoto's defeated expression, Ayari couldn't help but smirk slightly before turning away to continue packing. At that moment, Ayano suddenly leaned in close and whispered, "Ayari actually finished 2 days ago, and mine won't come for another week." Unfortunately, Ayari overheard her. Instantly, her face turned red with embarrassment and anger. She shrieked and lunged at Ayano, who burst into laughter and dodged away. Watching the 2 women chase each other around the room, Makoto couldn't help but smile. Maybe I should have brought Makoto and Kushina along too. Actually, if I had also brought Tsunade, Nono, and maybe even Samui. Am I getting a little greedy? No need to rush. There's still a long road ahead, a very long road indeed. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 310, ch 310, Wind Chime. Morning. Makoto was woken up by Ayari's movements as she got dressed. The in-room was warm, and the curtains had been drawn open, letting in the rare clear morning sunlight that bathed the room in a soft glow. Lying on Makoto's other side, Ayano was curled up tightly in his arms, holding onto him as she slept soundly. "It's morning. Time to get up," Ayari said, already dressed, as she saw Makoto open his eyes. Like Ayano, Makoto had no desire to get up and lazily mumbled, "Let me sleep a bit longer. We went to bed too late last night." Ayari pouted and muttered, "I knew it. Who told you to mess around so much?" Thinking about last night's madness, her face flushed slightly. Looking at her older sister still hugging Makoto and sleeping peacefully, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unreality. Ayano's usual demeanor was completely different from how she was at night. Ayari had always thought she herself was already quite something in this regard, but she hadn't expected Ayano's contrast to be even greater. The 2 in the blanket continued to snuggle together, indulging in their extra sleep. Ayari, seeing no response, stretched out her foot and gave Makoto a kick through the blanket. He remained unbothered, so she pursed her lips and went off to wash up. About half an hour later, after Ayari had finished freshening up, she looked at the 2 still lazing in bed. Without hesitation, she knelt down and thrust her damp, ice-cold hands straight under the covers. Hiss. Ah. The 2 under the blanket yelped in unison, like startled house cats, kicking wildly at the covers in a frantic attempt to drive out the unbearably cold hands while also making sure not to expose themselves. Ha ha ha. Ayari burst into triumphant laughter. Ayari. Are you crazy? Looking at the furious pair, Ayari only laughed even more happily. Serves you right. Who told you to keep lazing in bed? Do you even know what time it is? Makoto, gritting his teeth in frustration, reached out and yanked Ayari onto the tatame. Pressing down on her back, he started to pull down her pants. Ah, what are you doing? Ayari shrieked, her face instantly turning bright red as she clutched onto her clothes for dear life. Even after everything that had happened last night, she still wasn't used to this kind of thing, especially in front of her sister. Ayano, hold her down for me, Makoto said without hesitation. Got it. Ayano climbed out from under the covers without caring about the cold, obediently pinning down Ayari's hands and legs. Let go. Let me go. Smack. Ah. Hyuga Makoto. I won't forgive you for this. Smack. Hyuga Ayano. If you don't let go right now, I'm getting mad. I'm really going to be furious. Smack. After another round of chaos in the morning, Makoto finally stepped out, fully dressed, by the time the sun had risen high in the sky. Despite the clear weather, the temperature remained freezing, and the snow on the rooftops had yet to melt. The inn staff were busy sweeping the courtyard, clearing away the accumulated snow. Ayari and Ayano followed behind Makoto, both draped in luxurious fur-lined cloaks. However, Ayari walked a little awkwardly, occasionally sneaking a hand under her cloak to rub her sore backside. Noticing Ayano smirking at her, she shot her a fierce glare in return. The streets in the morning weren't as lively as at night, with fewer pedestrians around. The three of them wandered through various shops, picking out gifts to bring back home for Kushina, Makoto, Natsu, and the children. The two women were engrossed in carefully selecting gifts, mostly for other women, so Makoto didn't bother to get involved and simply strolled along with them. Stopping in front of a street stall, Ayari glanced at Makoto, who was aimlessly looking around, and suddenly asked with a sly smile, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to pick out a gift for your little secretary?" Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly at her words and replied casually, "Good point. I should get something for Samui too." That instantly infuriated Ayari. She couldn't believe he actually dared to say that out loud. Annoyed, she lifted her foot and stomped down hard on Makoto's. Hiss. Makoto's body was absurdly strong, so it didn't actually hurt, but he still put on an exaggerated expression, pretending to suck in a sharp breath. "No buying gifts for her," Ayari warned fiercely. "Didn't you tell me to buy one?" Makoto asked innocently. "I'm not letting you buy it now." Makoto sighed lightly. All right. I'll listen to you." Ayari bared her teeth at him in another playful warning, looking like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Seeing her like this made Makoto chuckle inwardly. The two women continued picking out gifts, only occasionally asking Makoto for his opinion. He stood off to the side, answering whenever they sought his input. Suddenly, something small caught his eye. It wasn't anything rare, just a tiny wind chime, about the size of a thumb, casually tossed among other trinkets. Reaching out, Makoto picked it up and gently shook it by its end. Ding-ling. The sound was crisp and clear. Seeing this, Ayari immediately questioned him, "What are you trying to buy? Is this for your little secretary?" Makoto helplessly held out his palm, showing her the tiny wind chime. "Do you think something like this is a suitable gift for a woman?" Ayari, realizing it was just a simple wind chime, let go of her suspicion. A little trinket like that was more suited for a child anyway. Niji and the others probably wouldn't like this, right? "It's not for the kids. I just think it's interesting," Makoto replied. Ayari rolled her eyes at him. "How old are you? And you're still into such childish things?" Makoto just smiled without saying a word. Something like this might seem childish in a kid's hands, but in an adult's, no, in Makoto's hands, his mind was already coming up with all sorts of interesting and perverted ways to play with it. The obelisk outside the royal city. Inside the Kazakage's resting chamber, Pakura sipped her hot tea, gazing out at the vast snowy landscape beyond the window. "Lord Kazakage, the people from Kirigakure came to ask again just now," a guard reported as he entered. "He still hasn't arrived?" Pakura asked calmly. "No. What exactly is this Hokage planning? Wasn't it his idea to hold the 5 Kage summit?" Pakura let out a soft chuckle. If this Hokage's thoughts could be so easily guessed, things wouldn't have reached this point. The guard hesitated, looking as though he wanted to say something but held back. "What is it?" Pakura asked. "I'm a little worried." "Worried about what?" "Lord Kazakage, right now, all 4 Kage are gathered here. What if Konoha takes advantage of this, and does something?" Hearing this, Pakura's expression remained unreadable. She continued staring out at the vast, desolate landscape beyond the window, her gaze flickering with thought. She spoke slowly, "Even if he weren't here, we wouldn't be able to stop Konoha from doing whatever it wants. A power that can instill fear in the other 3 villages, what could we in Sunagakure possibly do against it?" The colossal figure standing outside the obelisk had made her reflect on many things over the past 2 days. The Hokage's prolonged absence might not be just about asserting dominance over the other 3 Kage. Perhaps, in his eyes, she, the Kazakage, was nothing particularly special either. Otherwise, why hadn't he reached out to her at all before the 5 Kage summit? Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. The guard stepped forward to open it. "Lord Kazakage, the Hokage has invited you to the summit." Pakura's hand trembled ever so slightly as she held her teacup before setting it down on the table. She then rose to her feet, her expression calm. "The Hokage has arrived. He is already in the main hall." A warm smile spread across Pakura's face. He certainly knows how to keep people waiting. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 200+ ch. Chapter 311, ch 311, Peace Declaration. Main Hall of the 5 Kage Summit. A massive U-shaped conference table dominated the room, with the 5 Kage seated opposite each other. The Hokage sat at the center, while directly across from him was a separate seat occupied by Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron, serving as the mediator and overseer of the meeting. The lighting focused on the table, clearly illuminating everyone's faces. On the table before each Kage rested a hat symbolizing their title. No one spoke first, or rather, they were all waiting for the man seated in the center to do so. At that moment, Mifune cleared his throat and began, "I appreciate everyone accepting the Hokage's invitation to this 5 Kage Summit. I am Mifune, the mediator of this conference." With that, the 5 Kage Summit is now officially in session. Each Kage had brought 2 guards, elite ninja carefully selected from their respective villages. These guards remained stationed on the second floor of the obelisk, their eyes locked onto the meeting below, ready to rush down at a moment's notice to protect their Kage. Makoto's gaze swept over the Kazekage, Reikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage before he chuckled and said, "Quite a lot of new faces, huh?" Pakura chuckled and responded, "If we're talking about new faces, shouldn't that title belong to you, Lord Hokage?" Makoto blinked in realization and nodded. "You're right. Compared to all of you, I am but a junior." Anoki, Killer Bee, and Yugura all fixed their gazes on him, their expressions solemn. Just a few years ago, their villages had been Konoha's enemies. Iwagakure had nearly crushed Konoha in battle, the two sides waging a brutal, bloody war with countless casualties. Killer Bee bore a deep-seated hatred for Konoha, his brother had been killed by them, and their village's Nibi Jinchuriki had been captured. Kirigakure's previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen had all been slaughtered by the Yellow Flash, forcing the village to spend an enormous sum to reclaim the 7 ninja swords. On top of that, their Sanbai had also fallen into Konoha's hands. No matter their personal views, all of them harbored deep resentment toward Konoha. Now, they had no choice but to sit here obediently, waiting for this young Hokage's words. The very force that had crushed their pride stood outside the obelisk at this very moment. With a warm smile, Makoto finally spoke. "That said, I have long heard of your esteemed names. Perhaps I should introduce myself first. I am Hyuga Makoto, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. I have invited you all here in hopes that we can reach a mutual understanding regarding peace in the ninja world." Peace. What is peace? The 4 Kage present knew very well that the peace the Hokage spoke of was most likely just another word for unification. The drastic changes that had taken place in the Land of Fire already revealed his ambitions. They were not limited to a single nation or a single daimyo's authority. Now, he had extended his claws toward them, bringing with him a power they could not hope to resist. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Lord Hokage," Yugura spoke first, seated between Anoki and Killer Bee. Kirigakure has always hoped to establish a friendly relationship with Konoha, but unfortunately, there has never been a good opportunity. "May I ask, Lord Hokage, what exactly do you mean by peace?" Anoki cut straight to the point. He could tell that empty pleasantries were meaningless to this man. This was someone who only cared about tangible benefits. At this, Makoto suddenly let out a deep sigh. "I am someone who utterly despises war." The 4 Kage. "So that giant mecha that paid a visit to their villages just days ago wasn't sent on your orders, huh?" Of course, such thoughts could only remain in their minds. The 4 Kage kept their expressions unreadable, maintaining an appearance of attentiveness. Makoto continued, "War between humans has raged for 1,000 years, never ceasing. As for the root cause of it all, well." As Makoto spoke, he suddenly lowered his head in contemplation, as if struggling to find the right words. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. There's no need to dwell on the root cause," Makoto suddenly continued. "All of you here are among the most powerful figures in this world, each possessing the strength to reshape its very structure. I believe that if we simply join hands in peace and build a harmonious, loving family together, then war can be completely eradicated." Join hands in peace. A loving family. The Hokage's words sounded utterly ridiculous, naive, even. Like a child playing house. Pakura fixed her gaze on the warm smile on Makoto's face, convinced that he was faking it. He was mocking them. Provoking them. Anoki, his small frame looking out of place on the large chair, clenched his fists on his lap, veins bulging. Makoto chuckled and asked, "So, what do you all think of my idea?" Seeing no one respond, he suddenly clapped his hands and said, Right. Before coming here, you all must have seen the giant outside, correct?" Everyone's hearts tensed in an instant. Makoto smiled and continued, "It's called brutal justice. Quite a fitting name, don't you think? Brutal. Justice. The Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage all recalled how their respective daimyo's mansions had been reduced to rubble, obliterated beyond recognition. Their hearts sank. A suffocating silence filled the main hall. The oppressive stillness stretched for a full minute. The first to break the silence was the Kazekage, Pakura. Lord Hokage, could you elaborate on your plan? Makoto grinned widely. It seems the Kazekage is the most pragmatic of us all. I quite admire that. Pakura responded with only a dry chuckle. Makoto then shifted his gaze toward the small old man seated nearby. Lord Tsuchikage, what do you think? Hearing Makoto address him, Anoki's eyes instantly sharpened. May I ask, Lord Hokage, after the establishment of this so-called family, what will become of the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages? Makoto rested his chin on one hand, lazily replying, in the future, there will be only one nation, an empire that will last for 1,000, even 10,000 years. Every existing country will be assimilated into this empire, and every person will fall under its governance. He paused briefly before continuing, as for the 5 great nations, don't you all think they are the true source of war? They divide people, create barriers between them. What the empire seeks to eradicate is precisely that. His gaze swept across everyone present. That's why I hope each of you will make a contribution to world peace. This is a rare opportunity, after all. As Makoto's words fell, the room once again plunged into silence. He was no longer hiding his ambitions. Just as they had suspected from the beginning, this Hokage didn't merely want to unify the ninja world. He wanted to rule the entire world. Heh. He. At that moment, an unexpected chuckle broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned toward the source of the laughter, Anoki. Young people's ideas, truly surprising. Makoto remained composed, his gaze resting on the frail-looking old man. Though Anoki appeared somewhat comical, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 Kage present, aside from Makoto himself. Anoki then posed a question to him, Hokage, do you truly believe that once the world is unified, there will be no more war? Oh. And why wouldn't I? Makoto responded casually. Conflict between people stems from their inherent differences. Some are born wealthy, while others are born in poverty. Some are naturally strong, while others are sickly and weak. These differences will always exist. And where there is difference, there is conflict. Conflict, in turn, fuels war. Hokage, I can tell you the only true way to eliminate war. Anoki spoke in a steady voice, his gaze locked onto Makoto. And that is, to eradicate humanity. The Tsuchikage statement was even more shocking than anything Makoto had said. Yet upon hearing this, Makoto merely curled his lips into a faint smile. He withdrew his arm from the table, leaning back into his chair in an utterly relaxed manner. What a load of nonsense about peace declarations. What a joke about human differences. All he wanted was unity. All he wanted was to stand at the very pinnacle. Makoto's smile grew wider and wider as he looked at Anoki and slowly spoke. So, you refuse peace, yet you also refuse to die. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 312, ch 312, The Terrifying Hokage. Makoto's words instantly brought the atmosphere in the room to a freezing point. The guards on the second floor all broke into a cold sweat, ready to rush to their respective Kage at the slightest disturbance. Despite the Hokage's threatening words, Anoki did not flinch. Instead, a cold smirk formed on his lips. Young man, no matter how much power you have, you still need to know how to use it properly. As his words fell, the large ceiling light in the main hall shattered with a sharp crack, plunging the conference table into darkness as countless shards of glass rained down. Swish. 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 The sudden commotion sent the guards on the second floor into action, leaping down instantly. But even faster than them was Anoki himself. He hovered midair, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. At the same time, one of the Iwagakure guards descending from above completed his own hand signs. Demonic illusion, immovable light prison. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Genjutsu and dust release were cast almost simultaneously, both aimed directly at the Hokage seated at the head of the table. Dust release, a Kekkei Toda, bloodline selection, that combines wind, earth, and fire elements, had the terrifying ability to disintegrate its target down to the atomic level, leaving nothing behind but dust. This was an advanced secret technique even more difficult to master than a Kekkei Genkai. Based on its performance in the original story, its destructive power was terrifying, even Uchiha Madara Susanoo could not withstand it. As for the Genjutsu cast by the Tsuchikage's guard, its purpose was merely to make Makoto falter for even a brief moment. Just a single instant was enough for Anoki to erase him from existence. He had come prepared to overturn the table and break all pretenses. The Hokage's ambitions were obvious without needing further explanation. He sought their voluntary submission and the complete unification of the ninja world. How could Anoki possibly agree to such an absurd demand? Even if the other party had demonstrated overwhelming power, was he supposed to just hand over everything he had spent his entire life building, without resistance? As long as the Hokage was killed here. As long as the Hokage was killed, Anoki refused to believe that the other three Kage would willingly stand beside a man who sought to unify the entire world under his rule. It was a perfect plan, until reality crushed it. Makoto remained seated, watching as the blinding light of the dust release technique took shape, moments away from swallowing him whole. Yet, he didn't so much as lift a single finger. Before him, a pitch-black sphere appeared out of thin air, instantly expanding into a dark barrier that blocked the dust release. The technique, which was supposed to annihilate everything it touched, struck the black barrier, but not even the slightest ripple or explosion occurred. It was as if the chakra itself had been swallowed by the darkness. Bit by bit, the radiant glow of dust release faded into nothingness. This. Anoki's eyes widened in shock, utterly unable to believe what had just happened. Someone had blocked his dust release. How was that even possible? Sitting calmly in his chair, Makoto's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke. Tsuchikage, I truly admire your courage. Ah. Two agonized screams suddenly rang out behind Anoki. His two personal guards had been taken down in an instant by Hakumen. Makoto did not immediately deal with Anoki, who was still floating in midair. Instead, his gaze swept over the remaining three Kage. Before we continue, I would like to ask, does anyone else share the Tsuchikage sentiments? Silence. The entire hall fell into an eerie stillness. The guards stood protectively in front of their respective Kage, but the Kage of wind, lightning, and water showed no intention of intervening in the conflict. It seems that everyone agrees with my proposal, then. Makoto spoke with a smile, then casually lifted his right hand. Boom. Anoki, who had been hovering in midair, was violently slammed into the ground, crashing into the conference table and creating a deep crater upon impact. The sound of breaking bones, crack, crack, echoed through the silent hall. Those standing nearby noticed blood beginning to seep out from the shattered table, forming a growing pool of red. But from within that crater, there was no movement. Had the Tsuchikage died? Just one move, an unbelievable move. This man was the Tsuchikage. Anoki of the two scales, a legendary figure in the ninja world. Someone couldn't help but swallow nervously. At this moment, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They finally understood just how terrifying this Hokage truly was. There had been rumors, claims that he could move mountains, fill seas, and bring about utter devastation. Few had believed them. But now, it was clear that these were not just empty words. Lord Hokage, Pakura stammered. Makoto fixed his gaze on her, his eyes deep and unfathomable, sending a wave of unease through her heart. And now, are you willing to join the Empire? Cold sweat formed on Pakura's forehead. She understood all too well that her answer would not only determine her fate in the next instant, it would decide the fate of the entire Sunigekure. She was standing at the very edge of an abyss, where a single misstep could lead to complete and utter ruin. Yet she had no time to hesitate, no time to think. With each passing second of silence, she could feel that eerie gaze growing colder and colder. I am willing. Makoto's lips curved into a faint smile, his expression unreadable as his gaze shifted toward Yagura and Killer Bee. And what about the two of you, he asked softly. Will you choose as the Kazekage did, or as the Tsuchikage did? This was supposed to be the 5 Kage summit. Yet at this moment, the Reikage and Mizukage sat there like prisoners awaiting judgment. The Hokage before them radiated no visible chakra pressure. Even when he had acted just now, they had sensed no fluctuations at all. But the more this was the case, the more terrifying it became. Their levels of power were simply not on the same plane. I am willing to assist Lord Hokage, Yagura finally spoke. Kirigakure is willing to assist Lord Hokage in building a peaceful world. With the Mizukage having spoken, the Reikage had no choice but to follow. Even though Kumogakure had a deep-seated grudge against Konoha, he was responsible for his entire village. Hearing this, Makoto burst into laughter and stood up from his seat. I'm truly gratified to see such awareness from you all. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward the deep pit in the conference table where the Tsuchikage had been. What a pity, Tsuchikage. So stubborn and unyielding. Hakumen, he called. At his words, Hakumen instantly appeared at Makoto's side, bowing in acknowledgement. Iwagakure will take some effort to deal with. If they're willing to surrender, let them live. Understood. Their casual exchange made everyone in the room break into a cold sweat. It was just as they had feared, now Iwagakure would have to pay the price for Anoki's defiance. And it was easy to imagine what their own fates would have been had they refused Makoto's demand. Hakumen had only just left when a sudden, thunderous explosion shook the entire obelisk-like tower, making it tremble. Moments later, through the windows, they could see the massive figure of the giant ascending into the sky before vanishing from sight. Makoto smiled warmly and said, "This 5 Kage summit has gone much more smoothly than I expected. I originally thought you all would have some objections." Pakura forced a stiff smile in response. "Lord Hokage is acting for the greater good. Since it benefits the entire ninja world, we are, of course, willing to support it." Yagura quickly echoed her words. The few of them seemed at a loss for what kind of polite or flattering words to say, only managing awkward smiles. "In that case, let's conclude the meeting here," Makoto said. "You'll need to return to your villages and explain the situation. 1 week from now, I expect to see you all in Konoha. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 313, ch 313, Going to Tsunade's Place. After the 5 Kage summit ended, Makoto immediately flew back to Konoha with Ayari and Ayano. The two women had more or less enjoyed themselves to the fullest, and when they distributed gifts to their family members, everyone was delighted. Makoto thought that he could take his family on trips more often in the future. Since he could fly, traveling back and forth was quite convenient. Upon returning, Makoto, in his capacity as Hokage, sent a letter to every nation in the world, demanding that they come to Konoha within a week to pledge their allegiance. At the end of the letter, he explicitly stated that the third Tsuchikage had refused peace and perished as a result. There were many small countries on the map, but very few neutral ones, most were subordinate to the 5 great nations. That was why he had chosen to convene the 5 Kage summit first, as it saved him a lot of trouble. If he had simply sent letters outright, there was a chance he would have ended up creating an anti-Konoha ninja alliance. Of course, Makoto wasn't afraid of that, but handling it would have been a hassle. As soon as Konoha's letter was sent, it caused massive upheaval across the entire world. News of the 5 Kage summit had already spread, and many were utterly shocked by the outcome. For 1,000 years, wars had been endless among the great and small nations, yet never had there been an era of true unification. Was Konoha, was the Hokage, truly about to accomplish this monumental feat? After Hakumen piloted the brutal justice back to Konoha, the massive titan was stationed just outside the village, allowing the entire population to witness its true form. After that, Makoto did not rush to address the people of Konoha. Instead, he let the rumors and discussions spread freely while he busied himself with government affairs, making plans for the future. It wasn't until the day before the ultimatum he had given to the nations expired that Makoto convened a general assembly for all Chunin and higher-ranked ninja in Konoha. The meeting took place in an open-air plaza. Makoto hovered alone in midair while the densely packed Konoha ninja below all looked up at their Hokage. For days, rumors had been spreading like wildfire, tales of how the Hokage had single-handedly slain the Tsuchikage during the 5 Kage summit and subdued the remaining 3 Kage. Everyone believed that Konoha would never be the same again. The entire ninja world would never be the same again. Makoto delivered a rousing speech, declaring that in the future, there would no longer be 5 great nations or 5 great ninja villages. There would only be one singular empire, a millennium, a 10,000-year reign. The chaotic state that had persisted for 1,000 years would come to an end. The future would belong to Konoha alone. With the brutal justice standing tall in the skies outside Konoha, the ninja below were filled with passion. A deafening chorus erupted, shouting the Hokage's name, shouting the name of this new era. The next day, Konoha's main gates were thrown wide open. Under the watchful eyes of Konoha's citizens, envoys from various nations began arriving, one after another, stepping through the gates. With each new delegation that entered, the crowd lining the streets erupted into cheers. The same was true for the lands of wind, lightning, water, and earth, without exception. When their delegations arrived, the cheers of the Konoha people grew even louder. This outpouring of emotion was entirely spontaneous from the citizens. It was the triumphant cry of the victors. Many of them had lived through the era of war, had lost family members or friends. In the past, Konoha and the Land of Fire had always been on the defensive, always the ones being invaded. None of them had ever imagined such a day would come. To them, this was not just Konoha's achievement, it was the achievement of their current Hokage. Many delegations arrived today, but naturally, some nations refused to come. Regardless of whether they were neutral or not, Makoto had no intention of letting them be. The brutal justice would pay them a personal visit, to make the world understand that there could only be one ruler. Makoto was incredibly busy. Day after day, he remained occupied, working to absorb and integrate the many nations under his rule. He was no longer just a village chief, he was now the sovereign of an empire. Thus, he began delegating authority, promoting many promising talents whom he deemed worthy. The future world could not be governed by him alone. The integration and reformation of the nations, the restructuring of their governments, the transformation of the ninja system, and the upcoming coronation ceremony. There was too much to do. All of it would take time. Makoto estimated that it would take at least 6 months before everything was fully stabilized. Perhaps it was reckless of him to push everything forward so quickly, but the truth was, he simply couldn't wait any longer. That night, Makoto was still at his desk, unfinished work piled before him. Leaning back against his chair, he felt mentally and physically drained. There were too few people who could share his burdens. Most of the village's ninja were nothing more than mission-driven machines, unfamiliar with governance. Makoto had considered the Nara clan, but he soon realized that not every Nara was as intelligent as Shikaku or Shikamaru. In the end, he decided to reinstate the former ministers and officials of the Land of Fire. After the rebellion in the Land of Fire was quelled, Makoto had chosen not to dismiss them, instead keeping them on to assist with state affairs. As Samui massaged his temples, easing some of his exhaustion, a knock suddenly came at the door. The one who entered was Hyuga Takuma. Lord Hokage. What is it? Makoto asked without even looking up. Are you still coming to the clan tonight? Everyone is waiting for you to preside over the clan meeting. Makoto let out a heavy sigh, irritated. Hell no, I'm not going. But. Takuma hesitated, clearly having been instructed by many before coming here. But what? I said I'm not going. Makoto grabbed the pen on his desk and threw it at Takuma. Get lost, and tell those old geezers to stop bothering me. With the founding of the nation imminent, no one was more excited than the Hyuga clan. They were about to become the royal family, how could they not be thrilled? The elders had been constantly gathering the clan members for meetings, discussing various matters related to the future empire. They even started debating the country's name, bombarding Makoto with numerous suggestions. Most of the names they proposed were meant to highlight the Hyuga clan, as if they were afraid the world wouldn't know who the ruler of the new empire was. In the end, Makoto made the final decision: the empire would be called the Sun Empire. After Takuma left, Samui softly said, Lord Hokage, don't get so worked up. They're only trying to help ease your burdens. They're just making things more complicated for me, Makoto said irritably. He was now truly experiencing what it meant to have one person rise to power while everyone around them reaped the benefits. It's already late. That's enough for today, you should go home and rest, Samui suggested. I don't want to go back. It wasn't just him who was busy now, even the women at home had their hands full, especially Ayari. She received invitations every day, and even the children mentioned that whenever they went out, unfamiliar kids their age would try to befriend them. Every time Makoto returned home at night, he had to deal with all kinds of trivial matters, which only added to his frustration. Ayari understood how exhausted he was, so she no longer minded if he chose to sleep in the Hokage's office. Then how about coming to my place? Samui asked softly. The three of us can take care of you. Makoto didn't respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes to rest. After a moment, he suddenly opened them and asked, Where's that little gadget I asked the craftsman to make for me? Samui walked into the resting room and came out holding a small box. She opened it and placed it on the desk. Inside the box was a metallic object, shaped like a pointed top, with an incredibly smooth surface. The other end featured a circular base. Lord Hokage, what is this? Samui asked curiously. It looked like some kind of ninja tool, but she had never seen anything like it before. Makoto's expression turned somewhat strange, but he simply said, something fun. As he spoke, he rummaged through the drawer of his desk and pulled out the small wind chime he had bought earlier in the Land of Iron. He removed the string loop from it and then attached the metal ring to the base of the metallic object. Makoto held it in his hand and gently shook it. Ding-ling. A crisp, pleasant sound rang out. Tonight, I'm going to Tsunade's place. I haven't seen her in a few days. All right, Samui replied. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 314, ch 314, Bell Sound. The old district of Konoha, though not as bustling and lively as the new district, carries an extra sense of tranquility and harmony at night. The streetlights cast a soft glow, not too harsh, and a few scattered pedestrians walk along the streets. Alone, Makoto arrived at Tsunade's doorstep and reached out to knock. Knock, knock. The door was opened by Shizune, who was momentarily stunned upon seeing Makoto standing outside. Lord Hokage. Makoto casually glanced inside. Is Tsunade home? Ah. Yes, she is. Snapping out of her daze, Shizune quickly bowed before stepping aside to invite Makoto in. She was surprised, why had the Hokage suddenly come by unannounced, and at such a late hour. Did he have something urgent to discuss with Tsunade? Do I need to change shoes? I'll get them for you. Standing at the entrance, Makoto waited as Shizen quickly fetched a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. Shizen, who's at the door? At that moment, Tsunade's voice suddenly came from inside. Makoto glanced toward the living room and saw Tsunade wrapped in nothing but a bathrobe, her hair still damp. She had clearly just finished bathing. It's Lord Hokage, Shizen replied, feeling embarrassed on Tsunade's behalf. Tsunade froze on the spot, staring at Makoto at the entrance for a long moment before finally speaking. Lord Hokage, do you need something? Makoto's voice remained calm and casual. I have something to discuss with you. Are you free right now? Am I free? Did she even have the right to say she wasn't? Tsunade glanced at Shizen beside Makoto, her expression shifting slightly before pressing her lips together and saying, Lord Hokage, please follow me. With that, she turned and walked straight into her bedroom. Makoto put on the slippers Shizen had brought him and followed her inside. Standing in place, Shizen found the whole situation strange. If they needed to talk, couldn't they do it in the living room? I could easily step out. Why go into the bedroom? And Lady Tsunade hasn't even finished dressing. Shizen neatly placed Makoto's shoes together. Initially, she planned to store them in the shoe cabinet, but after thinking for a moment, she figured that Lord Hokage likely wouldn't stay long. So instead, she put them back on the floor by the entrance. Inside the master bedroom, Makoto stepped in and casually closed the door behind him. This was his first time entering Tsunade's room, and it was surprisingly simpler than he had expected. Lord Hokage. Tsunade stood with only a bath towel wrapped around her body, yet even so, it did little to hide her explosive figure. With her back to Makoto, she spoke in an almost inaudible voice, could we not do this at my house? Makoto pressed up against her from behind, reaching out to pull away the only fabric covering her. Oh. Are you afraid Shizen will find out? Then just hold it in and don't make a sound. The thought of Shizen discovering what she was about to do was something Tsunade absolutely couldn't accept. Right now, Shizen was the most important person to her. She didn't want to tarnish the way Shizen saw her, not like this. After all, that girl had been by her side since childhood. To Shizen, Tsunade wasn't just a teacher, she was like a mother. But Makoto didn't care about any of that. Tsunade could only close her eyes in silent humiliation. Midnight. Shizen woke up in the middle of the night and stepped out of her room. The living room was pitch dark, but she didn't need to turn on the lights. Relying on memory alone, she navigated her way to the bathroom. Before long, the sound of flushing water echoed from inside. After finishing up, Shizen turned off the bathroom light, yawning as she walked out. Ding-ling. In the silent, dark living room, an exceptionally crisp sound suddenly rang out. It sounded like a bell. Shizen froze in place, her sleepy mind struggling to process what she had just heard. Did she mishear? There shouldn't be any bells in the house. She stood there for a while longer, but the sound didn't come again. Shaking her head, she convinced herself that she must have imagined it. The next morning, Shizen was woken up by a series of rapid, continuous bell chimes. Tsunade was in the kitchen, busy preparing breakfast, moving in and out as she worked. When she saw Shizen, she greeted her casually, "You're up." Shizen stood at the doorway for a moment, realizing that the sound of the bells was coming from Tsunade herself. Lady Tsunade. Are you wearing a bell or something? It seemed like Tsunade had expected the question. She turned around, flashed a small smile, and gestured toward her waist. Oh, you mean this? For some reason, a small bell-shaped ornament had appeared on her waist, jingling constantly with her movements. Ding-ling. Shizen finally understood and nodded. Lady Tsunade, since when did she have such an unusual taste? She didn't really know how to comment on it. Wearing a bell like that was something only little kids would do. You're up so early today. Are you heading to the Hokage's office again? Yeah. Did the Hokage leave late last night? I was already asleep, so I didn't notice. We ended up talking about things pretty late. After finishing breakfast preparations, Tsunade didn't chat much longer with Shizen before heading out. Hokage's office. Samui, as always, arrived early. When she heard the sound of bells, her expression turned a bit strange as she looked at Tsunade. What is it? Where's Lord Hokage? Sleeping in, Samui gestured toward the resting room with a nod. That sound. At her words, Tsunade deliberately revealed the small bell at her waist. Oh, you mean this? But Samui frowned slightly, pausing for a moment before saying, I don't think so. I saw that thing yesterday. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Tsunade, scanning her body carefully, as if searching for the true source of the sound. Tsunade felt extremely uncomfortable under her stare. Especially since Samui had just said she had seen that thing before, making Tsunade feel even more deeply embarrassed. Samui reached out and directly removed the bell from Tsunade's waist. This kind of attempt to cover things up. Lord Hokage probably won't like it. You might even end up making him angry. Tsunade lowered her head slightly, choosing not to respond. After the bell was taken away, she became even more unwilling to move. Samui leaned in and asked, "Can you tell me where Lord Hokage put it?" Tsunade wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground and disappear. How was she supposed to answer that? But Samui simply sighed and said, "I just want to know more ways to please Lord Hokage, that's all." Hearing that, it did sound somewhat believable. After all, Samui was exactly that kind of person. Her entire focus was on how best to serve the Hokage. But for Tsunade, this was still something she could never bring herself to say. Samui sighed softly, "If you don't want to say, then forget it. Lord Hokage is probably about to wake up. You should go wait for him in the resting room." Tsunade remained silent the entire time. After standing there for a while, she finally turned and walked toward the resting room. Ding-ling. Another crisp chime of a bell. Samui glanced at the bell in her hand, the one she had just taken from Tsunade's waist. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 315, ch 315, Ascension. The world's territory is vast, and keeping it firmly under control is no easy task. Many people outwardly submitted to Konoha, yet once they returned home, they continued acting as local warlords. After all, with the heavens high and the emperor far away, few truly believed that Konoha could govern everything. However, Makoto had already prepared a solution for this from the very beginning. The Tower of Solarity. As long as an area was bathed in the light of the Tower of Solarity, Makoto refused to believe that any disobedience would persist. The 5 great nations no longer existed. In Makoto's initial policy plan, they were restructured into the 5 imperial provinces, each larger than before, as they were merged with several surrounding smaller nations. Each province governed numerous cities, but apart from changes in the administrative structure, there were no drastic shifts, at least for now. After all, in the beginning, one must not take too big a step forward. Due to time constraints, the reformation of the Suna, Kumo, Iwa, and Kirigakures could not be implemented quickly. After all, these 4 villages collectively possess tens of thousands of ninja, making it impossible to restructure them overnight. For now, the process could only begin with the smaller nations and villages. However, knowledge of the ninja guild had already begun spreading across various regions. As time passed, even though countless matters piled up all at once, making it difficult for Makoto to keep up, he gradually managed to organize and streamline all government affairs. Each imperial province required governors sent from his side to take over administration, along with a number of elite jonin as enforcers. Once the Tower of Solarity was completed in each province, true stability could finally be ensured. At the same time, preparations for Makoto's coronation ceremony were being accelerated. In this world, the concepts of emperor and empire had never truly existed. For thousands of years, the world had remained in a state of constant warfare, and the highest rulers had been no more than daimyo, mere feudal lords. The only time the world had ever been unified was during the era of the Sage of Six Paths and his ninja sect. When Makoto first introduced the idea of an empire, many were puzzled by his choice of a term that carried religious undertones. As for the coronation ceremony itself, it was almost entirely his own creation. For the sake of Makoto's coronation ceremony, the entire Konoha was bustling with preparations. Every sector was busy making arrangements, yet the citizens of Konoha displayed overwhelming enthusiasm. After all, this was a monumental occasion for their Hokage. The fact that he had managed to unify the world in such a short time felt like something out of a dream, something even novels wouldn't dare to write. Standing tall outside of Konoha, the brutal justice, a divine mecha god, was something beyond imagination. No matter how wildly one's mind wandered, nothing could have prepared them for the sight of such a colossal being wielding the power of a god. Lord Hokage is a god. Many firmly believed this. Whether gods truly existed in this world or not didn't matter, for them, Lord Hokage's status had already surpassed any deity of legend. Another half a month passed, and finally, the coronation ceremony began. On this day, countless spectators arrived from beyond the village to witness history. Konoha had never been decorated in such grandeur. Every household had auspicious talismans posted on their doors, the rooftops were adorned with colorful lanterns, and long red carpets stretched across the streets. Citizens lined the roadsides, yet not a single person dared step onto the carpets. Amazingly, the Umbu didn't even need to enforce order, the people themselves maintained an extraordinary level of discipline. Before long, the Hokage's ceremonial procession began to make its way forward. Makoto and Ayari rode together in a magnificent carriage, both dressed in grand ceremonial attire. The design of their garments was personally provided by Makoto, inspired by imperial robes from historical dramas of his past life. Visually, their attire exuded an unprecedented level of majesty and prestige. Makoto himself remained composed, his mindset unchanged despite the occasion. In contrast, Ayari appeared visibly tense, her unease evident. Sensing this, Makoto gently took her hand, offering a comforting touch to ease her nervousness. At first, Ayari never expected to be riding in the grand carriage alongside Makoto. Makoto had merely smiled and told her, "You are the empress, the mistress of the world. Why wouldn't you?" It was true, she was his wife. Yet, she had never interfered in what Makoto did outside. Every decision he made, every step he took, was beyond her imagination. From the boy next door, he had risen to become the head of the Hyuga clan. Later, through some unknown turn of events, after the third and fourth Hokage perished in a deadly battle, he had assumed the mantle of Hokage. And now, suddenly, someone had told her that her husband was the ruler of the entire world. To Ayari, these words sounded too fantastical. Yet, Makoto himself hadn't changed. He was still the same as always, busy with his duties every day, but always making time for her and their children. Her world wasn't vast, just their small home in the Hokage residence. But to her, Makoto had always been the king of her world. As their royal carriage came into view, the citizens lining the streets fell to their knees, their voices resounding in unison as they shouted their praises. Makoto chuckled softly, turning to Ayari. "You have no idea how jealous your sister is of you," he teased. "Don't let yourself stay in a daze the entire ceremony." These words left Ayari momentarily dazed. She recalled the moment when Makoto suddenly told her that she would be riding with him in the grand carriage. Her sister's expression at that time, a mix of envy, jealousy, and frustration, was almost as if she wanted to devour someone alive. Thinking of this, Ayari couldn't help but press her lips together and chuckle, the tension in her heart easing slightly as she tightly grasped Makoto's hand. No matter what happened, Makoto had always remembered her. Makoto chuckled softly. "You should be sure to share your experience with her when you get back." Ayari laughed. "Forget it. I'm afraid she might actually eat me." The procession continued forward, the air filled with the endless cries of, "Long live the Emperor." At first, Makoto didn't think much of it. But as time passed, he looked ahead at the seemingly endless streets, and wherever they advanced, a vast wave of people would fall to their knees in reverence. Suddenly, Makoto began to enjoy this feeling. This was what it meant to stand at the very peak. This wasn't just an empty title. How could a true emperor ever allow anyone to stand above him? As the carriage moved forward, the shouts of devotion continued to echo, surrounding Makoto every step of the way. According to the ceremony's procedure, the next step was to recite a series of invocations under the guidance of the ceremonial official. Makoto recalled that in his past life, emperors would declare their ascension to the heavens. But why would he need to pay respects to heaven and earth? The words he spoke were more like a proclamation, a declaration to the world and all its people that Hyuga Makoto was the one and only emperor. Since there had never been a ceremony like this before, everything was his own creation, and no one dared to object. However, for the ceremonial officials, this was no trivial matter. Unlike Makoto's casual attitude, they were extremely nervous, meticulously documenting every step of the process so that future successors would have a precedent to follow. Makoto, on the other hand, didn't think much about it. After hours of rituals, he was beginning to feel exhausted, thinking to himself that he should have made the ceremony shorter. Moreover, the ceremonial robes he wore were incredibly cumbersome, making movement difficult. Finally, at exactly 12 noon, the coronation ceremony officially came to an end. Though the ritual had concluded, the entire village of Konoha erupted into a grand celebration, rejoicing over the arrival of their emperor. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 316, ch 316, already an adult. After everything fell into place, Makoto suddenly felt that life had become somewhat dull. There seemed to be no one left in this world who could oppose him. Black Zetsu was imprisoned, Uchiha Madara was confirmed dead, Obito had become a diligent Konoha ninja, and Nagato, after losing the Rinnegan, quietly remained in Omegakure. The only one still at large was Orochimaru, but now that Makoto possessed the Tenseigan and the brutal justice, he had nothing to fear. The only remaining threat was the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the stars, but that was a matter for decades later. For Makoto, it felt as if he had completely cleared a game. But reality wasn't a game, he couldn't just start a second playthrough. "Your Majesty." Samui stood nearby, holding a stack of documents, watching Makoto as he played with the children. She waited patiently for his response. This was inside the Hokage residence. The old Hokage building had been demolished. Makoto planned to construct a true imperial palace, and to make room, he had requisitioned nearby residential areas, relocating the inhabitants to a newly developed district. And naturally, the arduous task of constructing the imperial palace was entrusted to none other than Uchiha Obito, whom Makoto trusted deeply. With the Hokage building gone, Makoto moved his office back home, and as his secretary, Samui followed suit. What is it? These are documents submitted from below that require your decision. Makoto casually took the stack of files and skimmed through them, his brows instantly furrowing. Considering the children were nearby, he refrained from losing his temper. It's all trivial nonsense. Didn't I already tell them to handle these matters on their own from now on? He had already delegated authority, placing people he deemed competent in various positions. However, since they were all former ninjas, they lacked expertise in governance and still insisted on reporting everything for approval. Waving a hand for Samui to return the documents as they came, Makoto took a deep breath. He realized he needed a team of skilled political talents to help him govern the empire. But talent wasn't something that could be acquired at will. After much thought, Makoto decided that the best approach was to start with education. As he was lost in thought, Hinata suddenly climbed onto his back, laughing as she said, "Daddy, make me fly. Don't let Naruto and Sasuke catch me." Hearing this, Makoto chuckled and gently lifted Hinata into the air, watching as the three children played together. "Daddy, I want to fly too." "Me too." Niji had already started school, along with Tonari and Yugo. The three had become inseparable friends. The education reform that Makoto had just been thinking about was precisely aimed at restructuring the system. Once the idea took shape, he set aside time to draft an initial plan. The training of ninjas had to continue, but it must remain firmly under the Empire's control. The former 5 great ninja villages were gradually being dismantled, and the ninja education institutions needed to be rebuilt. However, their numbers had to be limited, each province could only have one. These new academies would be much larger than the original ones in the 5 great villages, and every year, the top graduates would be sent to Konoha for further screening and evaluation. Only those who passed would be officially recruited as imperial ninjas, serving the empire. The remaining ninja graduates could either be selected by the provincial leadership for local service or register with the ninja guild to make a living by accepting missions. Aside from ninja education, there was also the matter of political education. Unlike ninja training, this did not need to be widespread. Instead, Makoto planned to establish a single specialized institution in Konoha, which would not publicly recruit students. Enrollment would be strictly controlled based on lineage, while commoners could be admitted. The majority of students would likely come from noble families. In addition, Makoto intended to establish a dedicated institution for training scientific and technological talent, ensuring a steady flow of skilled individuals for the Empire's 2 research facilities. In the study, Samui read over Makoto's drafted proposal and couldn't help but praise, "Your Majesty, your ideas always leave others in awe." Makoto chuckled. "That flattery is a bit too forced. I know exactly what I wrote." Still, Samui continued to offer a few more words of praise. At that moment, Ayari suddenly walked in with a tray of tea, smiling as she asked, "What are you two chatting about so happily?" Samui immediately bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the Empress." Makoto shrugged and said, "Just discussing government affairs." Ayari raised an eyebrow. "Oh. So work is enough to make you this happy?" Noticing the odd tone in her voice, Makoto waved a hand, signaling Samui to leave. Before departing, Samui took the drafted proposal with her, saying she would have it refined into a detailed plan before presenting it to Makoto again. Once Samui had left, Ayari smirked and said, "So it really was just work talk, huh? What else?" Makoto pulled her into his arms without hesitation, giving her a light pat on the hip. "Stop overthinking things." "It's not me overthinking," Ayari said, motioning with her mouth in the direction Samui had left. "Who told you to have such a beautiful secretary? What, you want me to keep an ugly one by my side? That'd be unbearable. You could have hired a man." "A man, ahem, there wasn't a suitable one, really, there wasn't." Ayari squinted at Makoto with a mischievous smile before suddenly reaching out and pinching the soft flesh at his waist. "Hiss. Stop pinching. It hurts." Makoto quickly pleaded for mercy. "I'm innocent. We were really just talking about work." Ayari huffed. "Even if you were talking about work just now, I'm sure you've done something shady at some other time." Makoto muttered, "What do you mean, shady? That sounds so bad. Are you denying it?" "Ahem, let's not talk about this. Since I'm free now, why don't I take you to check on the progress of the palace construction?" Ayari, however, pressed him down onto the chair and pulled over another chair to sit across from him. "Don't rush, I have something to talk to you about." "What is it?" Makoto casually picked up the tea Ayari had brought earlier and took a sip. However, Ayari suddenly hesitated, as if struggling to speak, which made Makoto feel a bit puzzled. What's wrong? It's about Natsu. Natsu. Hyuga Natsu. Makoto paused, lost in thought. Right, he hadn't seen her these past 2 days. Ever since Niji was born, Natsu had been acting as a caretaker in their household. Though technically a servant, she had integrated well with the family, and the children loved her. In a way, she had become part of their home. After Niji started school, Natsu didn't visit as often, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata had their own mothers to care for them. What about Natsu? Makoto asked after some thought. Ayari gazed at him with deep eyes. Do you know that Natsu has already come of age? Makoto was stunned for a moment before realizing what she meant, his expression turning slightly awkward. Is that so? Time really flies. I still remember the first time I met Natsu, it was you who introduced her to me. Back then, Ayari had even tried to set them up. At the time, she never imagined she herself would fall for a boy so much younger than her. Ayari continued, a girl Natsu's age would have already been engaged in our clan. Do you have any thoughts on this? Makoto found it hard to respond. Was Ayari asking about his thoughts on Natsu herself, or about her marriage prospects? If he answered wrong, he might end up getting punched and kicked again. Makoto could only force a laugh. Well, I haven't really thought about it. Ayari, however, gave him a deeply resentful look. You really haven't thought about it? No. Suddenly, Ayari stood up from her seat. All right, that's all I wanted to say. Makoto watched her leave in confusion. She hadn't made herself clear, and he didn't dare ask more, fearing it would make Ayari even more suspicious and upset. Natsu has already come of age. Makoto sat in his chair, absent-mindedly rubbing the teacup in his hand, suddenly feeling a wave of nostalgia. Has it really been that many years already? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 317, ch 317, Natsu on Ayari's bed. Around noon, Haruka returned from buying groceries and saw her younger sister lying on the sofa reading a book. Natsu was becoming more and more beautiful, with shoulder-length brown-green hair and a sweet, serene appearance. She was casually swinging her long, slender white legs as she read. I'm back, Haruka announced. Welcome home, Natsu replied without lifting her head, her gaze fixed on the pages of her book. You've been quite idle lately, Haruka remarked. Niji is at school, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata don't need me to take care of them anymore. There's not much for me to do, Natsu said. Haruka thought for a moment, placed the groceries in the kitchen, then returned to sit beside Natsu on the sofa. She suddenly snatched the book from Natsu's hands. What are you doing? Natsu asked, looking helpless. Sit up, I have something to ask you, Haruka said, closing the book and placing it on the coffee table. Natsu let out a heavy sigh and simply flipped over, lying face down on the sofa. Go ahead, she said. Haruka looked at her, feeling a bit exasperated. After carefully choosing her words, she finally asked, that Hokage, I mean, His Majesty the Emperor, does he really not have any feelings for you? How would I know? Natsu mumbled, burying her face in a cushion. Haruka frowned in frustration. That doesn't make sense. She had heard that His Majesty was a man who indulged in his desires, yet her younger sister was so beautiful and spent time around him every day. Was it really possible that he felt nothing at all? Natsu also felt a bit lost about her future. When she was at Makoto's house, she got along well with everyone. Sometimes, Makoto would even tease her with playful jokes that made her blush. But as the children grew older, she suddenly started feeling like she was becoming unnecessary. When the other women gathered to chat, she couldn't help but wonder, what was her place among them? What would her role be in the future? Back when Makoto had just become clan leader, many people had told Natsu that she was likely to become his fiancée. At that time, she was the most suitable choice in terms of age and other factors. But no one had expected that Makoto would end up marrying Ayarine, who was much older than him. This made Natsu's heart soar with hope, only to come crashing down again. At that moment, Haruka suddenly spoke again. Natsu. I think you need to start making plans for yourself. Natsu glanced at her. What kind of plans? Haruka hesitated for a moment before saying, I mean, if His Majesty really has no interest in you, maybe you should consider someone else in the clan who's around your age. For example. Natsu immediately responded irritably, enough already, stop worrying about my business. Haruka instantly put on a stern face. I'm your sister. If I don't worry about you, who will? You're not a kid anymore. Natsu shot back, then what about you? It's been so many years, and I still don't see you finding me a brother-in-law. Haruka was momentarily speechless, unable to refute that. She let out an awkward laugh and softened her tone. I'm serious, Natsu. I'm only saying this for your own good. That. Hakumen. You two were pretty close when you were kids, weren't you? How's your relationship now? Do you still keep in touch? Maybe you should go out together sometime. Her sister sure had a well-calculated plan. If she couldn't climb up to the emperor, then she'd set her sights on the emperor right's hand. Hakumen was not only the emperor's personal guard but also the leader of the 7 crown guards. A rising star, young and accomplished. It was true that Natsu and Hakumen had been close when they were little. Back then, Iroha was also part of their small circle. But ever since the rumors started about her possibly becoming Makoto's fiancée, Hakumen had begun keeping his distance from her, almost as if he was avoiding trouble. That had left Natsu feeling a little frustrated. After all, she had always just seen him as a friend. As time passed, their childhood friendship faded, and now, whenever they crossed paths, it was nothing more than a polite nod and greeting. Losing a childhood friend. Natsu sometimes thought it was a pity, but beyond that, she didn't feel much about it anymore. Meanwhile, Haruka was still going on, earnestly trying to persuade her, saying that choosing Hakumen would be a good idea. If Natsu really ended up as one of the emperor's women but wasn't favored, things could get troublesome. She'd have to deal with all sorts of scheming and rivalry. Natsu found herself growing increasingly impatient. She scoffed internally, scheming and rivalry. The women in Makoto's household wouldn't do that. Not only did they not fight among themselves, but they even. Natsu suddenly thought of something, and her face flushed slightly. Not wanting to listen to her sister's endless chatter anymore, she got up, intending to return to her room. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Natsu quickly walked over to open it, only to find Ayari standing outside. Ayari-ne. Good, you're home. I have something to talk to you about, Ayari said with a smile. Evening. As dinner time approached, Makoto noticed that Natsu was also there, busy helping out in the kitchen. This wasn't anything unusual, everyone had long been accustomed to Natsu's presence. However, Makoto couldn't help but recall what Ayari had told him earlier that day. His gaze kept drifting toward Natsu from time to time, and his thoughts began to wander in a certain direction. Ayari noticed and shot him a sharp glare. During dinner, Natsu sat at the table and ate with everyone as usual. She remained quiet throughout the meal, rarely speaking. What surprised Makoto was that Natsu seemed to be avoiding his gaze, whether intentionally or not, she kept looking away from him. After dinner, Makoto played with the children for a while Natsu and Kushina tidied up the dishes together. Later, after putting the children to bed, Makoto was on his way to take a bath when Ayari suddenly blocked him at the bathroom door. What is it? Makoto asked in confusion. What were you sneaking glances at earlier? Ayari questioned him directly. Huh? Who was I looking at? Makoto replied, feigning innocence. Still pretending. Ayari immediately pinned him against the wall and reached out to pinch him. Hey, stop messing around. The kids are about to sleep, Makoto quickly pleaded. Ayari was still fuming, glaring at him as she coldly snorted, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Makoto chuckled mischievously. Relax, I won't do anything without your permission. Ayari shot him another fierce glare. Then you can keep dreaming. Makoto leaned in to kiss her, but she dodged him in disdain. She then turned and walked away, while Makoto headed into the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, the living room was empty, with only the lights still on. He casually turned them off and then made his way to the master bedroom. However, when he pushed open the door, he froze in place. With his vision, the darkness hardly affected him at all, he could see everything clearly. Someone was lying in bed, covered up to their neck with the blanket, leaving only their head exposed. It wasn't Ayari. Hiss. Makoto's scalp tingled slightly as he took in the sight of the person's chestnut green hair. It was impossible that he had walked into the wrong room. And Natsu rarely stayed overnight in the house anymore. Ayari. Makoto stood at the doorway, silent for a long time. No wonder Ayari had suddenly brought up Natsu earlier, so this was what she had meant all along. Thinking back to Ayari's attitude throughout the day, how she had barely given him a good look, Makoto suddenly understood. Was she feeling wronged again? At this moment, even Makoto himself wasn't sure what he was feeling inside. Seeing that he hadn't made a move for some time, the person in bed shifted slightly, turning over. In the darkness, a pair of eyes gazed at him. Makoto's lips curled into a small smile as he stepped forward. Makoto. She called his name softly, with a hint of hesitation. Makoto gently caressed her cheek with affection. Don't be afraid. Let's truly become a family. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ CH, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tave at 300 plus ch. Chapter 318, ch 318, Yahiko's Vision. The next day. Natsu woke up a little late. She hadn't set an alarm, and when she opened her eyes, she found that the sky outside was already bright. She was the only one left in bed. Glancing at the time, she saw that it was already past 8. When she walked out of the master bedroom, she was surprised to find that everyone was already up, which made her feel a bit flustered. "Natsune, you're so lazy." Naruto ran over and teased her. Ayari walked over and gave Naruto a light smack on the head. "Don't be rude." Then she turned to Natsu and said, "Go freshen up first. We saved you breakfast." "All right." Natsu's gaze swept over everyone in the house. Makoto was watching her with a smile at the corner of his lips, which only made her even more embarrassed. Even though she was already very familiar with everyone, the change in her identity today left her feeling a little unsure of herself. As she was washing up in the bathroom, Ayari suddenly came in. "How was he last night?" "Huh?" Natsu was momentarily stunned by the question. Ayari leaned against the doorframe and looked at her. "Huh, what? How was he last night? You woke up so late, did he wear you out?" Natsu's face instantly turned red. She stammered for a long moment before finally replying, "He was very gentle." After all, it was her first time, so she wasn't quite sure what it was supposed to be like. But in her eyes, Makoto had been very gentle with her last night, and the experience had been a beautiful one. Ayari continued, "Everyone knows about this, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just interact with us as usual. As for the way the kids address you, they'll gradually adjust over time." Natsu kept her head lowered and responded softly. "From now on, you should just stay here. But there's no rush to move your belongings, the palace will be completed soon, and by then, we'll all be moving there." "I understand." Seeing how obedient and sensible Natsu was, Ayari suddenly couldn't help but ask. "Now that you've chosen him, do you regret it?" Natsu hadn't expected such a question, and her face showed her confusion. "He doesn't belong to you alone. In fact, you don't even have a fifth of him. There will be many nights when he won't be by your side." Natsu remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "I don't regret it, Ayari-ne." Ayari's gaze flickered slightly. "Hurry up and finish washing up so you can eat breakfast." "Okay." Natsu suddenly recalled what her sister had once told her. Before yesterday, she could have chosen another man, someone who would belong to her completely, body and soul. But so what? A man like that wouldn't even compare to a fraction of Makoto. She walked out of the bathroom and saw Makoto lounging on the sofa, casually reading a magazine with his head resting on Kushina's lap. Naruto and Sasuke had already run off to play again, while Hinata trotted over and gently tugged at Natsu's clothes with her little hand. "Mom just told me that from now on, I should call you Mama Natsu." Natsu was momentarily dazed and felt a little embarrassed. "Ah. Yes, that's right." Little Hinata then asked, "Mama Natsu, will you stop being so fierce from now on?" Natsu couldn't help but laugh. "As long as you behave, I won't be fierce with you." At home, aside from Ayari, the children feared Natsu the most. After all, she had scolded and disciplined all 4 of them at some point. The household maintained a harmonious approach to raising children. Whenever Natsu disciplined them, their biological mothers never intervened. Of course, Natsu never acted without reason, she only stepped in when the children were being too mischievous. Morning. Makoto went to check on the construction progress of the Imperial Palace. By now, Obito had fully adapted to this kind of work and was busy discussing something with a group of craftsmen. When they saw Makoto arrive, everyone stopped and respectfully greeted him. "Your Majesty." "I'm just here to check on the progress," Makoto said as he glanced around. With Obito overseeing things, the construction was advancing rapidly. At this rate, it would be completed in less than a month. "Your Majesty, don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will go smoothly," Obito said confidently, patting his chest in assurance. Makoto chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "I have no doubts about that." The overall blueprint for the palace had been designed by Makoto himself, and everything was being built according to his vision. The project was already halfway done, and many pavilions and structures had begun to take shape in the distance. After offering a few words of encouragement to Obito and the craftsmen, Makoto left the site. With nothing urgent to do, Makoto wandered through Konoha, strolling back and forth through the streets of the new district. It was still early, so there weren't many pedestrians on the streets. As he walked through this modernized cityscape, he couldn't help but imagine, perhaps 100 years from now, this world's civilization would experience a monumental leap forward. After strolling through the streets for a while, Makoto made his way to the Ninja Academy and found Niji's class. The classroom was empty, and after a quick scan, he realized that the students were outside on the training field. Niji, Tonari, and Hyuga were sitting together under a tree, cooling off in the shade. While the other children were running around, playing games, and making noise, the three of them sat in complete silence, like a trio of little old men. None of them spoke, nor did they engage with the other students. Some kids tried to approach them, but Niji remained indifferent. And since children weren't the type to persist when ignored, they quickly gave up and left after facing his cold demeanor. Watching from the shadows, Makoto found it amusing. He's so aloof here, but he sure doesn't act like this at home. After observing his son for a while, Makoto planned to go find Nono for a chat. However, just as he turned to leave, someone suddenly appeared behind him in a flash. "Something you need?" Makoto asked. The newcomer was Hakumen, who bowed slightly before speaking. "Your Majesty, are you here to see Prince Niji?" Makoto responded absent-mindedly, then glanced at Hakumen thoughtfully. "What are you doing here?" "I'm observing Prince Niji as well," Hakumen replied. "Why?" Makoto asked, somewhat surprised. "Since Prince Niji has already enrolled in the academy, he may graduate before long. I want to be prepared in advance." Makoto was even more taken aback. From the way Hakumen spoke, it seemed he intended to become Niji's Jonin instructor after he graduated. Makoto had never mentioned anything like this before, nor had he even considered it. After all, Niji had only just started at the academy, it hadn't crossed Makoto's mind to plan this far ahead. Yet, here was Hakumen, already thinking so far into the future. Watching Niji on the training field, Makoto's gaze swept through the group of children until he spotted a little girl with 2 round buns in her hair and a long-haired boy with thick eyebrows. Tenten and Rock Lee. Makoto fell into thought. Letting Hakumen mentor Niji wasn't a bad idea. If Lee never met Guy, then the Rock Lee everyone knew might never exist. As for Niji, Tonari, and Hyuga, their bond was strong, no one else could easily fit into their circle. "You're certainly dedicated," Makoto remarked. "It's only natural," Hakumen replied. Hakumen had always believed he was the most suitable person to guide Niji in the future. As a fellow Hyuga and one of the Emperor's personal guards, no one had more qualifications than him. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. "Prince Niji, grow up quickly." Makoto headed to the principal's office and glanced at the student roster for Niji's class. As expected, he saw the names Rock Lee and Tenten on the list. In Makoto's view, Lee and Guy were 2 people who had mutually shaped each other in the original story. It wasn't that Lee significantly increased Guy's strength, but rather that they unwaveringly recognized and supported one another. If Guy were to lose such a disciple, it would be a real pity. Outside Konoha's main gate, Yahiko and his 2 companions stood before the bustling city, their hearts filled with indescribable emotions. They had returned to Konoha under Makoto's orders. Megakure no longer existed. The land of rain had been absorbed into the Fire Province and was now known as Rain City. Once the Tower of Solarite was completed there, it was fully taken over by personnel sent from Konoha, and all the AIM ninja had been integrated into the new order. The world was unified. The world was at peace. This was something Yahiko had never dared to dream of. It had all happened too quickly, entirely due to the methods of Hyuga Makoto. Standing outside Konoha was the brutal justice, an awe-inspiring presence that loomed over the heavens and earth. It was this very entity that had forced the entire world to submit. It sounded like something out of legend, yet it had only recently become reality. "That's the brutal justice," Yahiko murmured as he stared at the towering giant. His eyes flickered with complex emotions. People are calling it the heavenly god of justice now. There were countless stories circulating about this colossal figure, but the most widely spread legend claimed that it was a divine being sent from the heavens to aid the emperor in bringing peace to the world. Makoto had summoned Yahiko, but he had no idea why. He could only obey the order and come. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had wandered off again, saying that staying in one place for too long made him restless. The 3 of them explained their purpose to the gate guards and were led into Konoha. They had assumed they would be taken to the Hokage building, but their guide led them in a different direction. Curious, Yahiko asked why. "The Hokage building has been demolished. His Majesty's Imperial Palace is being built in its place." Eventually, they arrived at the reception hall of the Hyuga clan compound. Now that they were here, the 3 of them didn't dare speak carelessly. They could only sit quietly, drinking tea while waiting. After about half an hour, Makoto finally arrived. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The 3 immediately knelt in respect. "Rise," Makoto said, walking straight to the main seat and sitting down. His gaze swept over them, no noticeable changes. They no longer wore headbands, and Nagato's eyes were now black. "I'll get straight to the point," Makoto said. "Yahiko, I think highly of you. Megakure may be gone, but I don't want your talents to go to waste." Yahiko was momentarily stunned. This wasn't the direction he had expected the conversation to go. Makoto continued, everything that happened before, let's leave it all in the past. Now, the entire world belongs to me, and I treat all my subjects equally. Yahiko, I plan to give you an official position. From now on, you'll work in Konoha, don't refuse. Yahiko couldn't help but exchange glances with Nagato and Konan. After a brief hesitation, he could only kneel and respectfully reply, thank you for your majesty's favor. As for Nagato and Konan, if you're interested in working, I can arrange positions for you as well. Konoha offers excellent benefits. After everything they had been through, Yahiko was no longer the naive young man he once was. He had led a village and dedicated himself to Amagekyu's development, proving his talent in governance and internal affairs. Nagato and Konan also knelt in gratitude. When receiving the Emperor's grace, refusing was not an option. The events of the past had placed them on opposing sides, yet in the end, Makoto had spared them, and spared Jiraiya as well. One could argue they had paid a great price in exchange for their survival, but all three of them knew the truth. Even if Makoto had simply taken what he wanted by force, they wouldn't have been able to stop him. The power gap between them was too vast, so vast that resistance felt meaningless. And now, Makoto was suddenly talking about giving Yahiko an important role. Was this the vision of an emperor? Your accommodations have already been arranged in the new district. Someone will take you there shortly. As for your work, someone will come to explain everything to you tomorrow. The three of them were then escorted out of the Hyuga compound and led to a residential building in the new district. To their surprise, the living arrangements prepared for them consisted of 3 separate luxury apartments, each one exceptionally high-end and lavish. I heard these apartments sell for tens of millions of ryo, Konan remarked, curiously looking around. Tens of millions. Nagato couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Thinking back to the bustling streets of the new district they had just passed through, he realized that price was probably well justified. The person who had led them there handed over the keys to their respective apartments and briefly explained where they could shop for necessities before leaving. Yahiko, are we really going to live here from now on? Konan asked. Standing in the hallway outside his apartment, Yahiko gazed at the busy streets in the distance. Maybe. If they truly had a chance to start over, this place didn't seem like a bad option. Suddenly, he smiled and turned to the other two. As long as the three of us are still together, that's all that matters. Nagato and Konan also smiled in response. The three of them took some time to explore their respective apartments. Each had 2 bedrooms, spacious and more than enough for their personal use, to the point where it even felt a bit excessive. Afterward, they went out together to purchase some necessities, strolling through the shopping streets of the new district. Experiencing Konoha's prosperity firsthand left them deeply impressed. The next morning, there was a knock on Yahiko's door. I'm coming. Remembering what Makoto had told him the day before, Yahiko had woken up early. Outside stood a man dressed as a Konoha ninja. Good morning, Yahiko-san. I am Yamashiro Gojo. Good morning, Gojo-san. I will first take you, along with Nagato-san and Konan-san, for registration. Yahiko woke up Nagato and Konan, and after getting dressed, they followed Yamashiro Gojo to a designated location, where they were given 3 sets of uniforms and 3 Konoha forehead protectors. Looking at the items in their hands, Yahiko and the others couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Had they officially become Konoha ninja? Yamashiro Gojo explained, now, only Konoha ninja worldwide are allowed to wear forehead protectors. The uniforms are newly designed, with significant modifications from the previous style. Yahiko quickly responded, we will cherish them. Yahiko-san, I will now take you to your workplace. Nagato-san and Konan-san may return home for now. Following Yamashiro Gojo, Yahiko was led on a long walk through Konoha, eventually arriving at an office building. Your work falls under the administrative category. His Majesty has instructed that this job is just for you to get familiar with things, there will be more important positions for you in the future. After a brief introduction from Yamashiro Gojo, Yahiko realized that this department handled government affairs submitted from various regions. I will do my best. Now fully dressed in Konoha's uniform and wearing a forehead protector, Yahiko officially began his new job. Sitting at his desk, he once again felt hopeful for the future. Nagato, Konan. Perhaps our future will be even better than before. And Jiraiya-sensei. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 319, ch 319, all grown up. Outside a popular beverage shop in the new district, a long line had formed, with most of those waiting being women. Rin and Anko stood somewhere in the middle of the queue. Why are there so many people? Anko complained. The drinks must be really good for them to be this popular. It's fine to wait, we don't have anything else to do anyway, Rin said with a light smile. As they stood in line, they suddenly noticed two small figures bypassing the long queue and heading straight for the counter. Before Rin could react, Enko had already taken action, grabbing one of them, a chubby boy, by the collar. "Kid, didn't your family teach you to wait in line when buying something?" The boy was quite young and wore glasses. He struggled as Enko held him firmly in place. "Let go. Let me go. Let go of me now." No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from Enko, who had the height advantage. The other boy immediately spoke up, "Let go of him. Do you even know who he is?" Enko raised an eyebrow. "I don't care who you are. Get to the back of the line." The commotion quickly drew the attention of the people around them, who began pointing and whispering among themselves. Seeing this, Enko finally let go of the chubby boy. However, the boy remained defiant and loudly declared, "I'm buying this for Prince Niji. Of course, I don't have to wait in line." Prince Niji. Rin and Enko were both visibly surprised. There was only one Prince Niji in Konoha, and they instantly realized who he was talking about. What shocked the chubby boy even more was that this woman showed no fear at all upon hearing Niji's name. Instead, she smacked him on the head. "Get in line. Even if you're buying for the emperor, you still have to wait your turn." The boy's face twisted in shock and disbelief. He pointed at Enko, but words failed him. His companion tugged at his sleeve and motioned for him to look around. Everyone was staring at them. "Damn it." He clenched his fists, glaring at Enko. "Humph. A real man doesn't argue with women." With that, the two boys turned and grudgingly moved to the back of the line. However, they kept stealing glances at Enko and Rin. The moment the two women got their drinks and left, the boys immediately dashed back to the counter. "Hurry up. These are for Prince Niji. 5 signature drinks." The people in line who heard the words Prince Niji didn't dare to say anything and simply let the boys cut ahead. However, as soon as the two boys stepped out of the shop with their drinks, they turned around, only to see Enko standing there, casually sipping her own drink with one hand in her pocket, watching them. What do you want?" "Take me to see this Prince Niji of yours," Enko said directly. "Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? I'm your grandma." With that, Enko grabbed the chubby boy by the back of his collar again and ordered his companion. "Lead the way." Rin followed alongside them, her face full of helplessness. She had tried to talk Enko out of it at first, but Enko insisted on teaching these unruly kids a lesson. "You evil woman. Let go of me. Do you even know who my father is?" The bespectacled chubby boy kept shouting threats. Enko chuckled. "Who's your father? Don't tell me he's the emperor too." The boy huffed and declared, "My father is Tanagawa. He's the minister of the Scientific Engineering Division, one of the emperor's most trusted subordinates. The brutal justice was built by my father. You better let go of me." Enko curled her lips and said, "I thought your father was the emperor or something. Turns out he's just a minister." Rin, on the other hand, was a bit surprised by the chubby boy's identity. She knew who Tanagawa was, many of the ninja in the village did. Eventually, the group arrived at an overpass, where 3 young boys were sitting on a bench in the middle. Prince Niji. The boy leading the way rushed up to them and spoke rapidly, as if filing a complaint. By the time Enko dragged the chubby boy over, Niji had already stood up. "You evil woman. Let go of Kensuke. This is Prince Niji," the other boy shouted, standing beside Niji and glaring at Enko. But what happened next completely shocked both boys. Instead of getting angry, Niji politely bowed toward Rin and Enko. "Miss Rin, Miss Enko, may I ask what happened?" Enko finally let go of the now stunned chubby boy and looked at Niji. "Are these 2 your lackeys?" she asked. Niji paused for a moment before replying, "They are my friends." Enko continued, "Did you tell them to cut in line using your name?" Niji was briefly taken aback, but immediately understood what had happened. He turned to the chubby boy, Kensuke. Kensuke instantly shrank back, falling silent on the spot. Enko and Rin observed the change in expressions on the 2 boys' faces. But before they could say anything, Niji spoke first. "I apologize. This was my fault. Miss Enko, Miss Rin, I'm sorry for the trouble." He then turned to the 2 boys. "Kensuke, Daigo." The 2 immediately bowed properly and apologized. "We're sorry." Enko's eyes flickered as she watched the scene unfold. She could tell that Niji truly hadn't known about what the chubby boy, Kensuke, and the other had done. She had expected Niji to simply say, "I didn't know about this," and then order the 2 to apologize. But instead, he had taken responsibility without hesitation. Her gaze lingered on Niji, silently assessing him. He looked like he had just entered academy age, his face still youthful, yet, there was something in his expression, a trace of that guy's shadow. Did that guy really have such an outstanding kid? Anko curled her lips and said, fine. Just don't let me catch you doing it again. With that, she turned and left. Rin, on the other hand, waved goodbye to Niji before following. Once they were gone, Kensuke grinned and pushed up his glasses, asking, Prince Niji, you actually know them? Niji glanced at him and said calmly, the one who grabbed you just now was one of the 7 crown guards, Mitarashi Anko. Kensuke and Daigo's faces instantly froze in shock. She's that Anko, they blurted out. It wasn't surprising that they hadn't recognized her. Compared to the other members, Anko was far too low-key. Niji looked at the 2 boys calmly and said, if you keep abusing my name to cause trouble, then don't come looking for me anymore. The 2 of them frantically shook their heads. We won't. We won't. These 2 weren't ordinary kids. One was the son of the minister of the Science and Engineering Department, while the other was the son of the vice minister. Niji had originally not intended to associate with them, but his father had told him that it wouldn't hurt to interact with them to some extent. The 2 had always been eager to please him, constantly running errands and fighting to handle tasks for him. Since they were so enthusiastic and diligent, Niji had reluctantly accepted their presence. Elsewhere. After leaving, Anko and Rin continued discussing what had just happened. I can't believe Niji's already grown so much, and he's so mature, too. Rin sighed. Yeah, he's a pretty good kid, Anko admitted. As long as he doesn't turn out like his father. Rin said nothing to that. She knew Anko had always had a strong opinion about Makoto. She still remembered when they had all first met him. Back then, Anko had been the most enthusiastic toward Makoto out of all of them. Something must have happened afterward, but Rin never found out what. Anko changed the subject. All right, enough about that. Let's go buy some sake. We can have a drink tonight. Rin smiled. Sounds good. Let's invite Kurenai and Shizun, too. They were all adults now, and had long reached the legal drinking age. At some point, the drinks on their table had gradually changed from fruit juice to sake cups. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 320, ch 320, Punishment Awaits. At Rin's home. 4 girls were sitting together, drinking and chatting. The dishes on the table weren't particularly lavish, but they had already emptied 2 bottles of alcohol. Suddenly, an untimely knock on the door rang out. Rin got up to open it and found a tall figure standing outside. Obito had grown quite a bit, now standing over 180 centimeters tall, so Rin had to tilt her head up to look at him. Good evening, Rin. Can I invite you to? Obito seemed to have rehearsed his line, as he started speaking the moment the door opened. But midway through his sentence, he suddenly sniffed the air and then asked in surprise, Rin, have you been drinking? Rin stepped aside slightly, motioning for him to look into the living room, where Kurenai, Anko, and Shizun were sitting. Scratching his head, Obito said, oh, so you're having a gathering. I guess I came at the wrong time. Rin nodded. Sorry, Obito, it's just us girls. Obito chuckled sheepishly. No worries. Just don't drink too much, it's bad for your health. And before bed, keep a glass of water by your bedside. I got it. Thanks. After politely brushing Obito off, Rin closed the door and returned to her seat. Who was it? Shizun asked. Kurenai chuckled and said, at this hour, knocking on her door, who do you think? Shizun had a look of realization before sighing, Obito sure is persistent. With someone so deeply devoted, Rin, you still won't accept him. Rin looked helpless. I really don't have any feelings for him. I've told him countless times, but he just won't give up. I don't know what else to do, so I just let him be. After some thought, Shizun asked, then, do you still like Kakashi? Resting her chin on one hand and holding a cup of alcohol in the other, Rin replied, that was ages ago. Childhood feelings. I don't even see Kakashi that often anymore. Shizun sighed. What a pity. Kakashi didn't get a chance either. Back in school, I also thought he was pretty cool, though sometimes he could be really annoying. Rin rolled her eyes at her. Kurenai laughed. Back then, all the girls at school thought Kakashi was cool. Anko suddenly raised her hand. Not me. I wasn't included in that. You weren't even in our year. Shizun suddenly tapped her chin with a finger and said, Hakumen was a year above us, right? Yeah, Hakumen was also the top student in his year, but Kakashi's reputation completely overshadowed him. No wonder I barely remember him from back then. Anko suddenly smirked mischievously. Why? If you want to get to know Hakumen better, I can help set you up with him. Shizun immediately yelped, I didn't mean that. Her face was flushed red from the alcohol, and she waved her hands in protest. I would never betray you guys and go fall in love. Kurenai couldn't help but tease, since when was falling in love considered a betrayal? The four of them were all quite attractive, yet somehow, not a single one of them had a boyfriend. Shizun suddenly asked, isn't His Majesty around our age too? Which year was he in? Kurenai replied, I saw some records before, he was in the same year as Hakumen. I think there were 3 Hyuga students in that cohort. Ah. His Majesty was in the same year as Hakumen. And Hakumen was actually the top student back then. Academics don't determine future achievements. True. Shizun rested her chin in her hands, her gaze turning dreamy. Sometimes, when I think about it, I get really curious about what it's like to be in love. Anko, Rin, and Kurenai exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Do you have anyone in mind? Kurenai asked with a teasing smile. I think Kakashi, Hakumen, Obito, Genma, they're all pretty good. If someone actually pursued me, I'd probably say yes. You sure are greedy. I was just giving examples. Shizun suddenly let out a sigh. I'm almost 20 already, and I haven't even been in a relationship. Lady Tsunade has been single her whole life, what if I end up like her? Rin smiled playfully. I'll go tell everyone tomorrow that you want to date. Maybe someone from the list you just mentioned is interested in you. Hearing that, Shizun shrieked in embarrassment and pounced on Rin, playfully wrestling with her until Rin finally surrendered. Anko watched them with amusement, the corners of her lips curling up. Then, she suddenly said, actually, I just thought of a pretty good young guy. Shizun, interested. Who? A young guy. As soon as Anko said that, the other 3 girls immediately became interested and started asking questions. Uchiha Shursue, have you heard of him? One of the 2 Uchiha in the 7 Crowns Guard. Yeah, the older one of the 2. But isn't he quite a bit younger than us? Which means Shizun gets to take advantage of the situation. Shizun, however, lost interest. Forget it, I'm not into younger guys. He might be more mature than you, and he's incredibly strong. He has tons of fangirls right now. Still not interested. Just then, another knock came from the door, forcing Rin to get up again. Kurenai watched her leave and whispered to the others, do you think it's Obito again? He just got sent away, didn't he? Who knows? Obito is really persistent. Obito is really pitiful. The 3 of them sneakily glanced toward the door. However, before they could get a good look, they saw Rin step outside and shut the door behind her. She went out. Kurenai suddenly got up from her seat and tiptoed toward the entrance, pressing her ear against the door as if trying to eavesdrop. But after a while of silence, she could only return to her seat in disappointment. What they didn't know was that at that very moment, Rin was on the rooftop above them, passionately kissing a man. Luckily, they were high up enough that no one would notice them in the darkness of the night. Only after a long moment did they finally release each other, leaving Rin slightly out of breath. You taste like alcohol, Makoto commented. Rin, annoyed, slapped away the hand he had slipped under her clothes. What were you all talking about? Makoto asked, holding her close. Men. Oh. Did I come up? He asked in surprise. Why would we talk about you? We were discussing handsome and cool men. Then you were definitely talking about me, Makoto grinned. You're so shameless. The night breeze blew gently over them. Rin wrapped her arms around Makoto's waist, resting her face against his chest. They stayed like that for a moment before Rin finally let go. All right, I should head back. Just a little longer. Anko and the others are waiting for me. Go home and hug your wife instead. Makoto could only sigh and let her go. Oh, by the way, I ran into Niji today, Rin mentioned. Really? Where? Makoto asked casually. Over in the new district. That kid, he's pretty impressive. His mother must have raised him well. If you'd like, I could have him call you Mom too, Makoto teased. Rin scoffed at that. Keep dreaming. Seeing that she was about to leave, Makoto grabbed her arm again and pointed at his lips. Rin glared at him but couldn't resist. She leaned in, gave him a quick kiss, then turned and leaped off the rooftop. Before re-entering the room, she took a moment to adjust her clothes. Inside, Anko and the others were still seated, all looking at her with mischievous grins. Trying to act natural, Rin smiled and asked, what? Kurenai immediately interrogated her, be honest. Where did you sneak off to for so long? Shizun leaned in close and sniffed her exaggeratedly. Report, smells like a man. Knowing they were just teasing, Rin laughed, oh, stop it. Anko smirked mischievously. Who's messing around? You actually snuck off behind our backs for a secret rendezvous. Punishment time. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 of them pounced on Rin. The room instantly filled with the joyful laughter of the girls. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 321, ch 321, Dedication. Niji, how do you feel about school? It's pretty good, but the things the teachers teach are too simple. Don't be overly ambitious. Even if it's simple, you still need to listen carefully, understand? I understand, father. After dinner, Makoto sat on the sofa, chatting with Niji. Father. I know someone at school named Kensuke. He's a year ahead of me. Niji then told his father everything about Kensuke, including that his father was Tanagawa. You handled this situation well. Makoto was quite surprised upon hearing this. He reached out and patted Niji's head in encouragement, thinking that no wonder Rin had praised him. Niji then said, Father, a lot of people in my class want to get close to me. Is it because, like Kensuke, they see me as special because I'm your son? Makoto thought for a moment before saying, some of them might think that way, but there will definitely be others who genuinely admire you and simply want to be your friend. Niji, however, looked troubled. But I think they're all too stupid. I don't want to deal with them. Makoto burst into laughter. If you don't want to deal with them, then don't. As long as you don't intentionally hurt anyone, just do whatever you want. Niji nodded. I understand. With such an outstanding son, Makoto naturally felt gratified as a father. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke also came over, and when Makoto looked at Naruto, he couldn't help but feel troubled again. Would Naruto end up as the dead last in school again? It seemed highly possible. The boy hadn't shown any particular intelligence so far, he just spent his days goofing around with Sasuke. They would be starting school next year, so before that, it was best to give them some early education. Along with Hinata as well. After the Imperial Palace was completed, Makoto and his entire family moved in. Numerous maids were also assigned to handle various chores. The whole family still lived together in a large residential palace, as they had always been used to this arrangement. The front hall became Makoto's office for daily affairs, and they generally didn't disturb each other. Since Makoto had grown accustomed to the perspective from the Hokage building, a tall pavilion was built next to the front hall for him to rest in. With power delegated, Makoto's workload had significantly decreased, leaving him with much more free time. Aside from drinking tea and wandering around, there wasn't much else to do. His habit of taking afternoon naps remained unchanged, though the location varied, sometimes in the Imperial Palace, and sometimes at Samui's house. Samui's large bed was occupied by Makoto, who slept soundly with Yujito and Mabui in his arms. The three women had grown more and more beautiful over time. Mabui, in particular, had changed the most. Once just a naturally well-proportioned girl with a darker complexion, she had now blossomed into a sultry and captivating woman. Her deep-toned skin, in many moments, was something Makoto simply couldn't get enough of. Quietly, Samui slipped out of bed, nudging aside the scattered paper balls and discarded stockings on the floor. She grabbed a nearby robe, draped it over herself, and left the room. With practiced ease, she went to the fridge, retrieved some fruit, and moved to the open kitchen, where she washed and sliced them, preparing a fruit platter. Once that was done, she turned to the bathroom, filling the tub with warm water, sprinkling in petals, and creating a layer of foamy bubbles. By the time she returned to the bedroom, faint sounds of movement had begun inside. Carrying the fruit platter and a glass of water, Samui stepped back into the room. Makoto was already awake, lying on the bed seemingly lost in thought. Mabui was sitting up, getting dressed, while Yujito was still fast asleep, her limbs draped lazily over Makoto's body. Your Majesty. Samui respectfully presented the tray with both hands. Makoto sat up and took a sip of water without much reaction, already accustomed to such attentiveness. The bath is ready for you. Samui's service was always meticulous. Makoto had long grown used to having her by his side, whether in daily life or work, entrusting tasks to her was never a mistake. As Makoto walked out of the master bedroom, Mabui gently shook the still-sleeping Yujito, who was nestled comfortably in her dreams. Yujito sleepily lifted her head, her drowsy eyes blinking in confusion as she looked at Mabui. Mabui said, "Time to get up. If you keep sleeping, Samui will scold you again later." Yujito slowly gathered her thoughts and asked, "You're all up already? Where's His Majesty?" "He's taking a bath," and Samui went in with him. "You'd better get up now while you have the chance." Instead of listening, Yujito lazily closed her eyes again. "I'm exhausted. Just let me sleep a few more minutes." His Majesty was way too intense today. Mabui could only sigh helplessly. "Fine, suit yourself." Yujito quickly dozed off again, until she was jolted awake by an unexpected icy chill. Her eyes snapped open to see Samui standing at the bedside, her expression unreadable. Water droplets were still dripping from Samui's hand. Yujito's brain froze for a few seconds before she let out a dry chuckle. Good afternoon. Get up, Samui stated curtly. Oh okay. Yujito didn't dare defy her. She had grown quite wary of this sister of hers. She quickly got out of bed and began dressing, glancing at the time, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Stepping out of the bedroom, she saw Samui and Mabui already seated on the sofa. His Majesty, has he already left? Samui sneered coldly. Oh. So you actually remember that His Majesty was here just now. Hearing this, Yujito reached out and touched her lower abdomen, muttering, of course I remember. It still feels strange even now. Samui shot her a sidelong glance. That is His Majesty's grace and affection bestowed upon you. Yes, I know. I'll cherish it properly. Yujito raised her hand dismissively but quickly shut up when she noticed Samui's frown. With a cold expression, Samui said, do you have any idea how hard it was for us to attain the life we have now? Yujito had no choice but to nod. I know. I've told you countless times, when serving His Majesty, you must be devoted and diligent. Do you realize how many women would give anything just for a chance to be in your position? Yujito kept nodding. I know. I was wrong. I won't sleep in anymore. From now on, I'll wake up as soon as His Majesty does. But Samui replied, that's not what I was talking about. Yujito blinked in confusion. Then what is it? Samui shot her a sharp glare and said, at noon, while serving His Majesty together, you had the audacity to say you were tired and made His Majesty do all the work. Mabui, who had been quietly listening at the side, nearly burst into laughter, pressing her lips together to hold it in. Yujito looked embarrassed and muttered, at that moment. I really had no strength left. You guys didn't even help share the burden a little. The topic the three women were discussing would have seemed utterly absurd to anyone else. But for them, their primary duty was to ensure they served Makoto well every time he came. Especially for Samui, she devoted herself entirely to this task. Right now, Makoto was her everything. Makoto had never conditioned her, nor had he manipulated her psychologically in any way. This was entirely of her own volition. Be serious. Samui reprimanded sharply. Tonight, I'm going to test you both to see if you've been slacking off lately. Yujito's face instantly fell. Ah, no way. His Majesty already exhausted me today, just let me off this time. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 322, ch 322, Stubborn Rin. The Province of Fire, the City of Hot Springs, formerly known as the Land of Hot Water. At this moment, Makoto was accompanying Rin as they strolled through the streets. In truth, Konoha also had hot spring inns, and this small town was far less prosperous than Konoha. However, being away from the village made many things more convenient. For instance, there was no need to worry about running into acquaintances, which helped ease Rin's concerns. The girl was brimming with joy as she pulled Makoto along, wandering around and occasionally stopping to play small street games like goldfish scooping and dart throwing. Perhaps the activities themselves weren't all that interesting, what truly mattered was who she was spending time with. By the afternoon, after finishing their stroll, Rin was completely immersed in the hot spring, soaking away the fatigue of the day. Makoto, wrapped in a bath towel and carrying a bottle of sake, walked over. This is the women's bath. What are you doing here? Hearing the sound, Rin didn't even need to look to know who it was, and she questioned him immediately. Makoto deliberately paused for a moment before replying, oh. Really? I thought this was the men's bath. Looks like I went to the wrong one. He had booked the entire inn, and Rin was well aware of this. Besides, it wasn't as if they hadn't seen each other in an unguarded state before. Makoto placed the sake bottle by the edge of the pool and filled 2 cups. Rin scoffed and said, could your acting be any worse? Makoto chuckled mischievously before slowly stepping into the hot spring. The bath towel wrapped around his waist began to float and gradually came apart. The hall was filled with swirling mist, making it difficult to see things clearly from a distance. Rin placed the towel from her head in front of her chest and watched Makoto warily. Why did you come in? Are you at least wearing underwear? Leaning against the edge of the hot spring with a cup of sake in hand, Makoto grinned and said, why don't you reach over and find out for yourself? To his surprise, a foot actually extended toward him, briefly touching his hip bone before withdrawing at lightning speed. Ugh, pervert. Rin spat in disgust. But Makoto smirked and countered, what about you? Are you wearing anything? Let me check. Ah. Get away. Rin let out a startled cry, quickly retreating through the water. Makoto, however, had only meant to tease her and made no real effort to chase after her. Strangely enough, although Rin kept calling Makoto a scoundrel and a pervert, she made no move to wrap herself in a towel and leave. Instead, she stayed and bickered with him. Seeing Makoto quietly sipping his drink, she took the initiative to move closer, picked up the other cup, and took a small sip. Taking advantage of the moment, Makoto reached underwater and wrapped an arm around her waist. "Don't touch me," Rin glared at him. "I'm not doing anything inappropriate." "So you really are wearing something?" Rin shot him a sidelong glance with her captivating eyes. "Pervert." Makoto chuckled, setting his cup down before refilling hers, then pouring another for himself. "Cheers." Rin actually clinked glasses with him and mimicked his movements, tilting her head back to down the drink in one go. Just as she caught her breath, that guy's face suddenly closed in, and his lips pressed firmly against hers. Caught off guard, Rin instinctively leaned backward. The cup in her hand slipped and fell into the hot spring with a splash, the sound of water rippling around them. Makoto had her pinned against the edge of the spring. Breathless, she gasped, "You bastard! Can't you wait until we're back in the room? Do you have to do this here? I do what I want, where I want. Pervert." The man in front of her was always so unreasonable, but sometimes, Rin found that she actually liked this side of him. She always said she didn't want it, didn't like it, and told him to stay away from her. But this guy never cared about any of that. Every time, he would just domineeringly kiss her, silencing her half-hearted refusals and making her confront what she truly desired. Compared to him, Obito's polite respect and restrained infatuation seemed utterly dull to Rin. After their passion subsided, Makoto carried Rin back to the room and placed her on the tatami. "Move in with me," he urged while sipping water. It wasn't the first time he had brought this up. Lying there with her hair scattered messily around her, Rin remained silent for a while before finally responding, "No." Makoto sighed helplessly. "Why are you so stubborn?" But Rin only smiled, her expression radiant and captivating. "No matter what you say, I just don't want to live with those other women." In her eyes, being his only one was impossible, so she would be the most special one to him instead. She wanted to prove to Makoto through her actions that she wasn't like those other women who merely depended on him. She and he were equals, in a relationship of mutual giving and taking. Even when it came to something like sex, Rin's mindset was that, in the end, she wasn't the only one enjoying it. After Makoto eventually understood her thoughts, aside from repeatedly trying to persuade her, he never truly forced her. By evening, Makoto and Rin had flown back to Konoha. At Makoto's speed, it only took a minute or two. In front of her house, Rin noticed a potted plant on the ground with a small note attached. "A windflower for you. You weren't home, so I left it here." The signature at the bottom was from Obito. "How devoted," Makoto remarked with a teasing smile. Rin rolled her eyes at him. "Aren't you leaving?" "I'm going inside." Makoto shrugged. All right. I'm going." Rin opened her door, picked up the potted plant, and stepped inside, deliberately closing the door behind her. Makoto sighed helplessly and turned to leave. But after taking only a few steps, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. "Obito." "Your Majesty." Obito quickly approached and bowed in greeting. "What a coincidence." Makoto looked at Obito with a peculiar expression. "What are you doing here?" Obito chuckled sheepishly. "Oh, nothing. Just wandering around." "Is that so?" Makoto smirked knowingly. This place seems quite close to Rin's house. Realizing he had been seen through, Obito didn't bother to hide it. "I was actually planning to visit her, but she hasn't been home all day. No idea where she went." Of course, he had no way of knowing that his beloved goddess had been out all day playing with the very man standing in front of him. Makoto said casually, "Oh. It's getting dark now, Rin should be back around this time, right?" Obito nodded. "That's what I thought too, so I came to check." Makoto chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "That's some dedication. How long have you liked Rin?" Obito blushed slightly and smiled. "Over 10 years, since our school days." "Then keep at it." Receiving encouragement from His Majesty himself gave Obito a boost of confidence. After Makoto left, he made his way toward Rin's house again. When he arrived, he saw the lights inside were on, and the potted plant he had left outside was gone. His heart surged with joy. Excited, he quickly stepped up to Rin's door but forced himself to calm down. What should he say when he saw her? She probably hadn't eaten yet since she just got home. Should he ask her out for dinner? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch.